HCS Anaheim is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, the Marines, Zowie, and Xbox Plays.
Good morning, Halo fans from across the world, and welcome to Anaheim. We're here in the beautiful California weather. But I'll tell you what, we're actually stuck in the convention center because we're going to be witnessing some of the best Halo Infinite action in all of the world. And it's happening here on this main stage. Welcome to HCS NA Regionals. I am Lottie Van Praag, and I'm going to be your host. And I have some good news for you. It is day number 3 of this weekend, which means one thing and one thing only. It is Championship Sunday, baby. And we're going to be crowning our Anaheim champions by the end of today, so make sure you stick with us. I have an exceptional panel with me today. I've got Walshy, Shyway, and Tony. Fellas, first of all, it's lovely to have you here. Good morning. I am so excited about today because we had some crazy, spicy things going on yesterday. Bracket play was everything we wanted it to be. But honestly, I have some high expectations coming into day number 3 because a lot of our teams really turned up. Let's talk about some of the highlights. Walshy, what was really sticking out to you yesterday?
Oh man, there's so many highlights, but I gotta say just the dominance from someone like Cloud9 and then also seeing Optic really get clutch in that game number 5. Those are the two main things that I saw. Was Cloud9 dominance, Optic clutch.
I got so nervous at the end of that Optic Sentinel series, and not to side any direction, but Optic and Lucid specifically, in the end of that ball game, the amount of work that man put together to then lose, I thought it was over. I thought for sure Sentinels would come back and sweep it, but like you said, Walshy, Optic, they turned up. They made it happen. So they're looking good coming into Sunday, but still, the storyline persists. Sentinels, are they coming back?
That is the question, right? Are they coming back?
Yeah.
Tony, are you excited for some of the potential bounce backs to be happening in day 3?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, we saw some incredible gameplay just yesterday. Literally, we actually saw FaZe and EUnited, the rematch of the losers finals or elimination finals from Raleigh over in round 3, and FaZe ultimately gets sent home a lot earlier than expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what happens when seeding gets a little bit messed up. Like, one side of the bracket can look a bit iffy. You know, Sentinels coming in on that 8th seed and causing some upsets there. And obviously, you know, FaZe having to play EUnited and EUnited clutching that one up. You could hear it literally echoing in these halls as the roars of Spartan the dog.
Spartan.
It literally was. It was the roars of Spartan, which we will be hearing very shortly, which I'm very excited about. But I tell you what, folks, let's take a look right now at the roadmap. Let's look at the Halo Infinite journey for the 2022 season. As you know, we've already had our first LAN in Raleigh, and my goodness, Cloud9, they put on an absolute clinic for everybody, and it really hasn't slowed down there. But the question is, can they do the same here in Anaheim? And as you can see, we're building up towards that Halo World Championship in Seattle, the home of Halo. I'm really excited to see where all of our teams are going to end up by the rest of the season because they still have a lot of room to grow here. You know, the meta is changing. We've heard Ola talk about it, and teams are starting to catch up now. And the competition, Walshy, it's getting pretty fierce.
Yeah, it's getting fierce. It's no longer going to be in that position where who just played the game most as the game came out. It's more of a situation of, you know, these teams get to start to get their groove. They get to see where their actual skill ceiling is. And we definitely see different teams and players be better at the early, you know, parts of a game versus the later parts of a game.
Right, and we see some real nerdy shit happening. We really do. Oh my gosh,
we got a lot coming up too. So
I definitely needed to have muted that. We see a lot of nerdy stuff happening. Oh my goodness. Anyway, moving on. We need to talk about right now the prize pool and what is on the line because we have a lot of money on stake here. We have $150,000 to grab. I mean, that is a ridiculous amount of money. And as you can see with the crowdfunding, it was bumped up, and we did actually post that one on the social media, and you should see that there's a lot on the line here. So the competition is very, very fierce this weekend, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be coming out on top. My big question, Shyway, is do you think it's going to be Cloud9? I think that's what everyone wants to know. You know, we've seen a lot of teams really starting to heat up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Do you think we could have maybe an Optic win here? Could Sentinels potentially reset the bracket? What are you thinking?
I think Optic C9 is definitely the most exciting series of the day. When we get there, that's the one that I'm going to drop everything and start watching watching it because that will, I think, tell the story. C9, they've been dominating. They're going for the 5-peat. It's expected that they will continue to do so. They do bleed, though, right? Earlier in the tournament, Fnatic, they brought them to Game 5, and that was totally unexpected. So it's not completely lopsided in every series. There's hope, but they do tend to clutch up, so we'll see. And if you're a C9 fan, I mean, just another day for you, I guess.
We certainly will see. Let's take a quick look, though, at the bracket, just to see exactly where we are at right now coming into this Sunday. Now, here's the winners bracket, and I just want to quickly note here, and Tony, I'd love to get your verdict on this, but there was a lot of conversation yesterday about Cloud9 and their journey, and we haven't really seen a Cloud9 journey like this in tournament format before. They were dropping maps, and that's something that we haven't seen for weeks, if not months now. What do you make of it?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really not surprised. I mean, Cloud9 are the favorites coming into Anaheim. I don't want to doubt that, but they are beatable, and you're starting to see that right here, right now. They do bleed, as many would say. And I wouldn't be surprised if Optic can actually knock them in to the elimination bracket. Not saying they couldn't come back and fight their way back into the grand finals, but I wouldn't be surprised if Optic can come out top on that particular series.
For sure, and you look at the elimination bracket here, you got Sentinels versus G2 lined up, Pioneers versus EUnited. What are you thinking of the chances there that we're going to see in that elimination semis, Walshy?
Oh man, I feel like I'm expecting a Sentinels versus. I don't know if I want to give my prediction right away for this next one.
I know. That is true. That is true.
I'll hold off on the other side of the semis.
Okay, well we'll hold off on that one. But I got to say that would be that's a pretty fierce elimination bracket to come up, which I'm very excited to see exactly what is going to be going down here. But I actually am very excited to talk to a very special individual who's been with us all weekend long. He's been getting the best of the best out of our players on the main stage after the matches, and he's here to line things up for you guys. Blaze, it's so nice to see you, buddy. How you doing this championship Sunday morning?
I'm doing fantastic, Lottie, because you know I love Championship Sundays. And to kick off this weekend, we had 16 of the best teams try to battle it out on this stage to make it to today. But only one can win it all. And with that being said, I'm ready to get this shit started because the gameplay is going to be something y'all don't want to miss out on.
Beautiful stuff. Thank you so much, Blaze. I like that little, sassy walk away. Just, I'm going to give you that, put that there, and off I go, and I'll see you guys later
I'm about to try that
just
next. I just like drop off the stage.
I know, just the turn and burn. The turn and burn that we talk to, a lot actually that happens pretty much in game all the time. Yeah, it really is. Let's actually say hello right now to two of our casters who are going to be joining us a bit later on as well. We got Clutch and Gaskin here. Hello, fellas. Good morning. How are you feeling on this fine Championship Sunday?
I'm feeling good. I've got progressively shorter throughout this weekend, and you might be thinking, Dan, are you shrinking? No, I was on a box. Now I'm not on a box. They tried to make me the same height as Clutch. He's a very big man. All right?
Honestly,
he needs to learn this. They put me on a box. I was the same height. I didn't feel comfortable. This is my height.
Gaskin, I was watching it. Honestly, I'm glad you did it because I saw you on the box too, and it just, no matter what you do, he's just too big.
Too big.
Remember that. Next time you try running your mouth. Just saying.
Oh my goodness.
Don't forget.
It's already heating up. We've barely been here yet so far. My goodness.
It's brains over brawn, all right, Gaskin? Brains over brawn.
Look, they're a duo. They're going to be absolutely fine, gentlemen. I'm really excited to see you guys cast this elimination match. And I don't know who's going to be going home here, but it's going to be a sad affair, that is for sure. And whoever progresses through, well, they're going to be feeling pretty confident about themselves. But we'll catch up with you guys a little bit later on because we're going to talk right now about a player in particular. And we've seen him a little bit dicing here and there around this weekend, but we actually managed to catch up with him a little bit earlier on. He's Hysteria from Complexity, and let's see what he's had to say about this Anaheim LAN.
My name's Jacob Reiser, and I play for Complexity. What brought me back into Halo, I guess, was Infinite releasing and being a type of Halo that I wanted to compete in. It wasn't as new school as Halo 5, had some classic elements, so I hadn't planned on playing, but once I actually experienced mainly the competitive settings, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would and decided to try to compete. It feels good to be back on Complexity. It's now 11 years since the first time I did a partnership with them, back with the Complexity Triggers Down, so it's pretty cool how things worked out. Yeah, the biggest skill gap in Infinite, I'd say, is still the gun skill and maybe the ability to use all of the different weapons spread across the maps. It seems with Infinite that every gun that they put into the competitive settings is viable and can be used in a situation.
He looks so happy. He's just smiling the whole way through the interview. He's so happy to be here. And I think he's, he's totally right there with the sandbox and the kind of skill gap here. And it's about what you do with the weapons, not just grabbing them and having them. It's how you use them. And we've seen that, come across from so many of our top players like Lucid. Even Trippy has just been mind-blowing for Optic as well, using the sandbox. It's just been insane to watch. Tony, talk to me about some of the players that maybe we haven't seen on Alpha that you guys have been casting that have been getting a little bit nerdy out there.
I mean, one name that comes to mind immediately is going to be King Nick. This man was absolutely out of control. I swear to you, he made a play, and everybody needs to see it. It was a nasty triple kill. He picks up the sniper over towards top mid, looks all the way down to A side on live fire, gets the first kill, finds the grenades on the ground, not off the spawn, but on the ground, shoots them, gets the double kill, then turns around for the no-scope melee for the triple.
Wow.
By far the sickest triple that I've seen in this tournament and maybe even in Halo Infinite.
If I could just nerd out with you, Tony, there was one play, and go to Twitter and watch it if you haven't seen it. There's one play by Spartan at the end of the day, to close the day on B-Stream. Sparty, he is on the back of C in recharge, and he's got shock. He tries to kill, he actually kills the guy. He gets repulsed off the edge and looks down and hits repulsor and lands on the sword platform to survive. Honestly, it was so surprising that Tony and I couldn't talk anymore. I was like, was that intentional? What the heck did he do? So go watch it on Twitter if you can, because Spartan saved himself by repulsing down, landing on sword, and I've never seen that. I've seen grapple back. I've never seen a repulsor save like that.
Yeah, that's pretty nerdy, I gotta say. That's definitely nerdy. And you're gonna see nerdier things happening on this main stage today, because things need to heat up for Championship Sunday. It's all on the line. Let's talk about team skins though, because if you guys want to support your favorite teams heading into Sunday, then make sure you have them on your spot, and you can do so by going in-game into our HCS store in-game and purchase your favorite skins. I mean, these are absolutely stunning. Also, quick note, the Fnatic skin, you can pick it up now because they have a team. Just FYI, if you didn't know they were here, my goodness, they were making some noise. But we have absolutely stunning skins to be had, so make sure you guys are supporting your favorite teams as well. Also, get social with us. We want to hear from you. Get on Twitter at HCS. Make sure you're talking to us. We want to know exactly what you're thinking. Maybe you've put a partner team skin on and you want to show your Spartan off. We want to see that too. So make sure you use the hashtag HCS Anaheim 2022 to get involved as well. Well, gents, I would really like to know what's coming our way today, and I think the viewers at home would like to know as well. So should we have a look at the schedule and see what matches we have coming up? Now we have EUnited versus Pioneers on the main stage behind us. It's go hard or go home for one of these teams. Then G2 versus Sentinels in the same fashion. But then we have our winners finals, Cloud9 versus Optic, and that is going to be big, people. That's going to be huge. And then obviously the rest of the day will be built alongside the bracket with it. I'm really excited about that Optic Cloud9 match, and I think we were talking in the green room yesterday about what could have been happening here with these two teams, and is this Optic's best chance? The fact that Cloud9 not so much dropping the ball, but they're not looking as clean and polished as per usual. So what do you make of that concept, Walshy?
It's tough to say. Yes, you see Cloud9 dropping more maps. You see Cloud9 maybe not winning by as big a score lines, but the thing is, when we do go into their individual POVs, they're still winning their fights. They're pulling off ridiculous plays. They're getting the job done. I see them scoring more flags than I've ever seen, really, on like a bizarre flag. So it just seems like they have everything together. So I'm not too concerned about that. Yes, competition's just going to start to even up as we get later on in the season for the HCS season.
I just love the way right now that Cloud9 are adapting. They're adapting to all of their opponents, and I think that's what makes them really special is, when things can get out of control, and you especially look at Strongholds for that matter as well, they get trip capped. They quite easily adapt to what their opponents are doing and can change up their game plan like this because they're so skilled.
Yeah, Renegade says it. We just need to we win 1v1.
Yes.
Just a single 1v1, get a kill, and then they kind of reset the situation. They use their numbers to just collapse and conquer. And they're they're so quick at making it happen. I think few teams can replicate it.
Yeah, they are indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm quick to make stuff happen. I'm quick to make Twitch drops happen right now in the chat, so make sure you guys are getting your hands on the Twitch drops, and all you guys have to do is tune in. How easy is that? You have to watch all of the action that's unfolding before you. You can also tune into our co-streamers who are alongside us this weekend. weekend and this Championship Sunday, you can get your hands on all sorts of things. We've got weapon coatings, we've got skins for you. Look at how good your sandbox can look. I mean, look at the battle rifle, look at the sidekick, the assault rifle. They are absolutely stunning. They are limited editions, so make sure you get your hands on them in the Twitch drops. And talk about limited edition for this weekend. This is your grand final pose. This is the celebration you want your Spartan to be doing when you are absolutely stepping on kids in the lobby. So make sure you guys are tuning in for at least an hour today in the show. So amazing stuff on offer pretty much here, guys. And I have extra. Yeah, believe it or not.
More? Oh.
I have more.
For me?
Yeah, I'm delivering
For
the
me
goods.
or for the viewers?
It can be for you, Shyway. Honestly, we can all get involved here, but I got to say, I got to give the viewers the priority right now. But you guys can get your hands on 30 PC Game Passes that are being given away today. Ooh. Absolutely amazing. PC Game Pass is just elite. I mean, all of the games that you can get your hands on straight from launch. So make sure you guys are watching out for those drops as well. But I tell you what, folks, that's about it. That's all the traffic I have for all of you this morning. We are about to get into our matchup behind us, and while the players get situated, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be watching EUnited versus Pioneers on that main stage. Somebody is going home this morning, and you can bet your bottom dollar that neither of these teams want it to be them. So make sure you stay tuned right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
This facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals live from Anaheim, California. It is Championship Sunday. We have an elimination match lined up for you on the main stage, and it's all going towards that gorgeous trophy you see in front of you. We have EUnited versus Pioneers. They are about to hit the stage and get ready to really duke this one out and try and see who's going to go forward and who is going to be going home. And no one really wants to go home, folks, let's be perfectly honest, so they're going to really have to bring their A game today. Now, let's talk about one of our teams here who've had a little bit of a bumpy road to get to Sunday. They have been knocked down into the elimination bracket, but this is a rematch for them, EUnited. It's so hard when you talk about EUnited because I feel like they deserve a lot of respect in terms of their individual skill level and their talents. You know, these guys have been around for such a long time, and you know, it's difficult because they're so well practiced. They practice more than anybody in the competition, but they're not always getting the results that they want, are they, Walshy?
Yeah, not through some of the online results, but as we looked at Raleigh, this is still one of the teams to beat. I mean, we keep saying that about Cloud9. You can't have that same conversation without talking about EUnited. They had to beat so many strong teams to get to the grand finals.
FaZe ain't here anymore.
That's true. It is very, very true. I mean, that is the thing. And are you looking at the inconsistencies of their series here? Are you looking at, you know, what Pioneers were able to do to them in pool play previously? Or are you feeling like coming into day 3 on Championship Sunday, this is going to be a different EUnited team?
You're definitely grading them off of, like, by the day, right? By the intensity, the importance of the series. So back in pool play, not quite as important. Saturday, end of the day against FaZe, big deal. Championship Sunday, you got to win everything. So, you know, they're in a good spot. They continue to ramp up, and somebody who is just unstoppable apparently is Spartan. He's just continuously surprising.
He really is. Tony, you've got to see them play. We've seen some of the stuff that these guys are capable of. What do you make of EUnited as a team and the way that they come together to perform?
EUnited are a really strong team. You know, we've been talking about we want to see some nerdy stuff. You got Ryan Noob Nerds coming out of that squad. And let me tell you, there's nobody that can get nerdier than him. On top of that, like you said, you talked about Spartan. He's absolutely disgusting. And not only the vocal leader of the team, but also the slaying leader as well. And when he really gets into the action, like some Slayers will kind of bait you and kind of put your teammates in a bad position so they can get your kills. Not Spartan. Spartan is literally right in the action. So really excited to watch EUnited and the way they're able to change the pace. Similar to Cloud9, they have no problem slowing things down. And when they have those numbers, they can speed up the tempo as well.
Yeah, I really think they can. And it was interesting also to see, you know, some footage of the team talking about themselves and what they like to do to their opponents on the map. And Walshy, it was said that, you know, they like to circulate their opponents on a map. They like to almost like enclose them and try and kind of push them into corners. You know, what do you make of their gameplay style as a team?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Anytime you're trying to push on a team, you want to get multiple different angles. And if you can basically turn a map into a circle and start to just eventually corral them into one corner, that's where you can pick them apart one by one.
Watch him play Recharge Slayer. It looks just like I feel like I'm in prison if I'm the enemy team watching them play Recharge Slayer. It's painful for their opponents, basically. FaZe is a good example. They struggled against them.
Yeah, they definitely did. EUnited as well, I think, can get in your head. I think that was something else that happened on the tape was, you know, they were saying that, look, we like to get into our opponents' heads. We like to make them feel pressure and we like to make them sweat during games. And I think that's what they do really well. They're very aggressive, actually, EUnited as a team. They're very, very aggressive. And they do play with confidence. And I think that's what separates them sometimes from their opponents. And playing with confidence is honestly, is quite key. Let's talk about Pioneers, though. On the other side of the stage, it is a rematch. And they did manage to do it once before in pool play. But like you said, Shyway, you know, maybe not much of a big of a game back then. You know, it wasn't as important as it is today. But, you know, they know the recipe that it takes to take down EUnited. And Tony, with that being said, what do you make of Pioneers and their chances today?
Yeah, I'm really good friends with the Pioneers, actually. I know all of them very well, and luckily they play Halo a lot better than they play basketball, because I was schooling them. I was crossing them up. But as far as them Halo, they will cross me up because they are all unguardable. Let me tell you, they know how to get aggressive, and more recently, here in Halo Infinite, I mean, their Achilles heel back in the end of Halo 5 was their Slayer game. They always would tend to lose Slayer, especially against those stronger teams. Right now, they're literally 8-2 in Slayer throughout all of Anaheim. They've really stepped it up, and they've been winning every Game 5 Slayer at that, because they're also 9-3 here in Game 5s, which is absolutely incredible. Going from Pro Series all the way to Anaheim, they are literally the clutchest team that we have in the Pro Series, and also in Anaheim as well.
Next to Sentinels, yes.
Next to Sentinels.
Put them in game 5, they clutch up.
But I gotta say, for this Pioneers roster, I mean, the fact that they have that stat line, the clutch ability is huge for situations like this. You're in an elimination match here. You are trying your best to stay alive in this competition. Clutch factor is necessary. You need it. You need to be able to go to a game 5 and know, we got this, boys. We can do this. Like, look at our stat lines and have that ice in your veins. Pioneers, for me, I think, are so cool as a team because they're in so many conversations right now. They're making a lot of noise. I go backstage and I'm listening to player conversations, I'm talking to people. Pioneers come up all the time, and that's because they're so irritating to play against. They really know exactly what they want to do as a team. What do you make of them as, a well-rounded team at the moment, Walshy?
Yeah, they're just so good, and it's so rare, like we said before, to see that just pop up, where most of these players just going to get picked up individually and rise, but these 4 all rose together to where they're at today. I loved how you brought up earlier, like, EUnited wants to make their opponent sweat. But is that good or bad thing when we're playing against sweaty kids like on KC Pioneers?
Right.
Is that just empowering them? Is that just making them better?
That is true. Maybe they want the sweat. They want the drip, man. Hey, look.
They do.
This could be a pretty spicy matchup with that in mind. Let's actually right now take a little look at our USMC service record, and it is going to be that guy we've talked about a little bit already on the desk. It's Spartan. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, Spartan on EUnited. This guy can do it all for his team. He really, in Halo Infinite, has stepped up as the main slayer. You cannot deny it. Every single time I am watching a series, Spartan is leading in KD, and it's not just at the end of the match. It's right at the beginning. He's a difference maker. He's getting those opening kills, and it's really, really hard to play against because, he's really kind of taken control for his team in his gameplay, Shyway.
He has. I mean, thankfully on screen we got a couple, examples of him just dropping everyone like flies. He's actually a menace on the map. We talked about this earlier. Tony mentioned it a little bit too. He's a little different as a main slayer. I find with in our conversation that we have with Wes, Tony, you have main slayers like Cloud, for example, back in Halo 3 on Narrows. He spends most of the game with the snipe in the back of the map, just picking up kills, and he'll get very few deaths at the same time, which is great for him. But for the rest of his team, puts a lot of pressure on his teammates to do the dirty work. Spartan, he's the opposite. He goes right up in your face. He takes names. He takes the attention, and he still gets slays at the same time, somehow getting very high KD also, which is just wild to see. And I think a big part of that is also due to Ryan Noob and how difficult he is to kill, but a conversation maybe for another time. It's just they're a great team together.
Absolutely, and I think that is honestly what builds a main slayer, right? It's what your teammates can do around you, and sometimes knowing when to give and take, and when to push your main slayer and let them be aggressive or pull away again and try and maybe get a little bit more objective work done. But Tony, what I thought was really interesting about Spartan is his personality off the sticks kind of does translate onto the sticks too. You look at other players like Envor, right? Super aggressive, goes for everything. He's challing here, there, everywhere. Who cares with the grapple? He doesn't care if he's half shield. I gotta say, he's so quiet off the sticks. He's quiet as a mouse. He seems really sweet, almost angelic-like. Spartan, he's loud, proud, and he does it in game as well. Is that kind of scary when you're going up against an opponent like that?
Absolutely. Not only is it scary for the enemy team, because when enemy team is not playing at their best, Spartan has no problem yelling across along with Ryan Noob as well and letting them know about it. Puts a lot of pressure on enemy team, and then it almost has the exact opposite effect on your teammates. I'm the kind of player where I'm momentum driven. I love when my teammates are going off, and when Spartan goes off, he lets you know. He screams at them. That energizes me, and that lets me play at another level. And that's exactly what happens with EUnited as well. They feed off that energy. And that's why they're such a momentum-driven team. I'm a big fan of EUnited.
Oh, I love that, man. Absolutely love it. We love to see it, and we also love to hear from our teams to find out exactly how they're feeling about LAN, their chances, their competition. So let's find out exactly what they're thinking heading into their elimination match.
There's no real team I want to beat the most. I kind of just want to win.
There, but now he has no choice. He has to take this fight ahead. Big win there! Druck with the double!
We are able to play the game the most efficiently that it can be played. Maybe Cloud9 can do the same, but besides that, I don't think any team can play the game as efficiently as us.
Just want to go down, and it looks like there it is. As Druck ends up getting the double kill. that we were talking about.
Wow, what a play from Truck.
The dark horses, they're the Pioneers. They're feeling confident. You know, they feel like they can go all the way.
A nice double kill, killing spree.
We were just learning the game and how to play like old school Halo and like setups and stuff. We've learned to play that and we can play both styles now. And not a lot of teams can do that. And I feel like when we're playing our peak, no one can beat us.
About this push, it's going to be coming from pipes because Struck could get shut down.
This is our event to win because we have a lot to prove. We got second at the last tournament. A lot of people doubted us going into that event, and people definitely still doubt us going into this event.
And Sniped out throwing an excellent checkmate, ends up backing out King Nick, the triple kill.
If we can really just focus on the minor mistakes, I really think we could beat any team. We lost our match against KCP. We just need to kind of lock up, you know, get that revenge for the losses we've had.
Bottom goal, the nades come in. Nice. Ends up taking down one, and that double kill, too.
Still got the shock as well. He can make a play. Ball back in the hallway and watch your damn face. Lights out.
Same mind you as a grapple as well.
There it is. Ooh. There's the roars. and I can promise you one thing, you're going to hear that a lot more going into this first match. Yeah, right? I mean, I got to say, I know, and it does, because the passion is there. I got to say, though, I really do like the fact that, you know, they are so openly talking about how people are doubting them. And I think that actually was the storyline heading into Raleigh, and because of their bracket. And I think a lot of people questioned their bracket and their journey through Raleigh. But at the end of the day, you can only play who's put in front of you. And I just want to quickly note something I love about EUnited. They took down FaZe twice now. They've taken them down twice at LAN. There is no question about it. You know, this team is to be taken seriously. Don't doubt these teams. Don't sleep on them. I mean, they're incredible, absolutely incredible. Let's actually bring up the series layout, though, and see exactly what is coming our way in this first match of the day. Now, Tony, talk to me about this, because this is a rematch, and obviously the series layout, I think, is going to play into the factor of both of these teams here. So what are you noticing that maybe could be swayed into a favor of either one?
I really think this series layout really favors Pioneers in this roster. The reason why is because you're on Recharge, which now Pioneers are already beaten EUnited on Recharge, and going to game number 2, which is a Slayer, which as of right now, Pioneers, again, 9-3 across all Slayers. I saw in game number 3 was going to be Strongholds on Streets. Normally, Pioneers are one of the best Strongholds teams in the league, and that's kind of their bread and butter. I will say, EUnited did beat them on Strongholds the last time they met in pool, so that's one going towards EUnited. But at this point, if I'm KCP, I'm like, hey, let's just get it to game 5. Once we get to game 5, we're clearly winning almost all of them. Let's just get it to game 5, and as long as they take the first 2 and end up taking the objective as well, which they're a very solid capture the flag team, I think Pioneers have the advantage. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What do you think, Shaway? You
I don't know. Well, first of all, I didn't watch the original series back in pool, so I'm trying to figure out how Pioneers snuck away with that, right? Because if you go look at Pioneers' stats, everyone in that team is negative. They're all negative. They don't slay, right? What are they doing? And the more I think about it, the more I think that they're just Halo 5 kids. They play the game like it's Halo 5. They overextend all the freaking time, and I think that's why Aquarius CTF is a good map to look at. Of course, they got to get to game 4 to get there. But I just find that you've got a team like EUnited that's so structured in their approach, especially with Aquarius. They play all car, very heavy stack on car, which is the powerful way to play. And they tend to avoid pink side, whereas you've got Pioneers who they just throw their players through pink behind enemy lines for overextensions and just keep pulling flags. They just keep pulling flags, and they die throughout the process. But if they get that flag past 50 yards, they get it in, they win the game. So I think that's kind of the game plan, is to just they're just unpredictable.
It's like scrappy versus like clean play as well. Because EUnited, you know, forgive me if I'm not the expert here. I'm just gonna put my hands up. I'm not, but I can see what I see. And you know, EUnited right at the start, you know, Aquarius CTF was one of their best game types. In fact, I think a lot of teams came up against them and were like, oh no, please, this is going to be terrible, because they are very clinical about the way that they play that CTF. You know, it is more of an arena style map. They hold it in their closet until they are comfortable to go and cap that flag in their base.
Not only that, on Recharge Slayer, Pioneers won as well. The last time I saw EUnited play Recharge Slayer, they destroyed FaZe on Recharge Slayer. So what the heck are Pioneers doing is my big question mark. How are they breaking through these hard setups that EUnited seem to have? and finding ways to win despite being all negative. So that's I can't wait to see it play
I think
out.
it will come down to the aggression of Pioneers and being a little bit scrappy and maybe being a bit unpredictable for EUnited.
Yeah.
I think that's how you do kind of defeat a team who are a little bit more set in their ways and setups and strategy. But let's take a look right now at our head-to-head, our player versus player on the main stage. We got Spartan versus Soul Snipe, and you can see that thumbs down is for anybody trying to challenge this guy on the map because it's not going to go well for you. Look at that KD ratio comparison. And, you know, we do like to say on the desk that KD isn't everything. It's more so where you're getting the kills, when you're getting the kills, and how impactful they are. But I gotta say, with a 1.27 averagely right now and 19.6 kills averagely per game, Spartan's making a pretty big impact here.
Absolutely, yes. Spartan is, like we've always said, up in the action during these kills. He's that main Slayer that is really the opportunity creator. And when we try to compare him to other top Slayers in the game right now, I mean, he's right up there with like a Renegade or a Frosty with the playstyle and the action that he's doing for his team. So for him to have those sort of numbers with that sort of threat in front of him all the time as he's just putting himself in the action, it's impressive.
Can I just say that I love that these two are head-to-head? You have Spartan, again, that vocal leader, that main Slayer, and then you have Soul Snipe, who kind of represents Pioneers as a whole. They're sitting in the top 3 as far as win percentage without a single player in the top 15 as far as KD. Like you said, they're almost all negative, but that's what they're all about, and Soul Snipe represents that. Spartan thrives off of understanding the timing of the game, and that's how he's able to get the slay. Soul Snipe will throw off your timing with his unorthodox movement and gameplay, so really excited to watch both of these players go at it.
Tony, who's the vocal leader of the team? Is it Soul Snipe or is it Talik? Who gets the loudest?
Believe it or not, so I'm not gonna lie, Mikey and Druck are really good as far as trash talk, and so is Manny as well. But believe it or not, their actual vocal leader is Talik. Talik is the one, which you see, look at all 4 of them, like there's no way it's Talik. Talik is the one that as soon as he gets a kill, he lets everybody know about it. Soul Snipe and Druck are really good at trash talk, but it's more like on the low. They're slick, they're sarcastic. Talik is the one who's not afraid to get loud and really energize the team.
What would you say the pace is of this team right now, boys? In terms of Pioneers, you know, like, are we looking at a super aggressive team? They fly at you. Are they able to control the pace of the game really well and dictate it based on their opponents and adapt? Because I feel like you need to be able to do that if you're going to go up against any of our top teams. You know, say they do take down EUnited and they're coming through into an elimination final. That could be pretty scary going up against the likes of Sentinels, who you are going to need to really switch things around into their POV and play up to their playstyle because they're very comfortable in their way. I just want to know what's comfortable for Pioneers, do you think?
Faster gameplay is comfortable with Pioneers. But usually when you think of faster gameplay, you think of like Reckless and Wild and whatnot, but they do like, they just somehow have this perfect balance. They know when they can push, when they can be super aggressive, when they can challenge and take those one-on-ones, and when they have to just slow it down and wait for their teammates. So it's a very controlled aggressiveness. And I feel like that's always been missing with new or upcoming teams as they break in the circuit. They don't know how to pump the brakes at all. But I don't know exactly how and when KC Pioneers know how to do it, because it does feel like they have those opportunities when they're sometimes all 4 down, or sorry, they have a few down, but that one person will just fly out, take a one-on-one, and take a one-on-one trade, and that's actually a very smart thing to do if you can do it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you point that out, Dave, because, you know, Pioneers have been known to be that aggressive and reckless team, at least back in the day, but when we were casting a matchup against Exeter, I think it was actually me and GB, and one thing I saw at Pioneers was they were slowing the game down. They were playing Slayer, Bizarre, and they literally had all 4 of their players sitting on the red side. Exit had full that mid-map control, and you would think KCP want to push up and fight for it. They said, no, we're sitting on red. They literally made Exit play to them, and then once they slayed them out and got that mid-map control, they grabbed rockets again. They slowed the game down completely and stopped moving. Manny was just kind of hovering between the rocket side, making sure that nobody spawns towards Rocket Alley, and they stopped pushing forward. And let me tell you, Pioneers that's slowing the game down and playing high IQ Halo, that's a team that I'm afraid of.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's what you're looking for, isn't it? That's what you're looking for as you proceed. You need to dictate the pace, and you need to be patient at certain times and not just push absolutely everything, because you can give away too much then. That's how you actually lose leads, as well as not making those decisions. So it's awesome to see Pioneers already doing that. I can't wait to see them do it on the main stage. But gentlemen, it is that time, the card time. It is the time to make the predictions. So I'm actually I don't know. I'm really torn. I'm not sure. This is hard.
You called it.
This is so hard.
I want to see.
I mean, this was the most difficult one we had in pool play as well. We were like, this is the most difficult to call. And last time, to call us all out, we all predicted EU, and Pioneers came out ahead.
I know.
Okay.
See, this is a tough one, isn't it?
It's Sunday now, though. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
Is it Sunday
Is it
now?
bad that I've never wanted to copy homework more in my life?
Copy homework?
Yeah. I'm like, what are you going to do?
Don't look at my answers.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Viewers at home, put in the chat. Who do you think is going to be winning this match? Help us along. Give us your energy. I need some help up here. All right. We're just going to go for it.
Yep.
All right, on 3. Oh, gosh. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's split.
Even.
Oh, I like it.
As all things should be
we
balanced.
chose the wardrobe color correct, and we chose the team correct, I believe, Tony. So let's get this going.
Wow, that is true.
I see. So
all right, Team Pioneers.
This was planned in advance.
Team EU.
I'll
Come
take
on.
it. Cool.
Come on, Team EU. Right, casters, it's over to you guys. Let's see how you're thinking and feeling about this matchup. It's going to be a close one, gentlemen. I mean, my goodness, it's a rematch. I'm really excited to see exactly how both these teams come out the gates. What are you thinking about this this epic elimination match?
I think it's going to be a good one. I mean, if anything we've learned this weekend, Dan, is that every series we've had to be a part of, it's gone the distance. We saw the first time the first time these two teams played, it went the full distance, went to an insane Game 5. So anything less than would be a disappointment. I think both these two teams are going to push each other to the limits. Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Game 5 is definitely on the horizon. The game types look good. Both teams look good. It's going to be probably one of the best games that we're going to see today, Lottie. I'm going to put it out there.
I think so too. I'm going to say I've heard of caster curses, but I'd like a caster blessing if that is okay with both of you.
I'll take it.
I would like to go to the Game 5. I want an exciting first match of Championship Sunday. Fellas, it's over to you.
Lottie wants the Game 5. We want the Game 5, Dan. And in order to get there, we're going to have a 2-2 series. So there's a lot of work to be done by both these two teams. As we break down each team's journey to get to this point, obviously Pioneers coming out first in their pool, having a little bit of success on Friday, maybe not as much success yesterday as they would have liked. But EUnited, the losers bracket run that they've had to go on in order to get here as well, it's impressive, Dan. Who are you looking at specifically jumping into the series early on Sunday morning to get this one kicked off, started on the right foot for their team?
I think there's a lot of pressure on EUnited, even though Pioneers arguably the favorite for the series purely off the fact they won the last series between the two 3-2 in pool play. EUnited, arguably a team who should be getting further in the tournament because they finished second way back in Rally. So anything lower than that, they'll be seeing as a disappointment. They've gone downhill rather than going in an upward trajectory. So Pioneers, they need to take this game to EUnited. They need to continue with the same confidence that we saw in pool play, flying at EUnited, not being scared whatsoever. In those kind of 45 to 45 moments in Slayers, make a play. Take the initiative. Be that team who's actually pushing to try and get the win rather than turtling up and allowing the other team to dictate the pace. I think this is going to be a very fast-paced series, but we do have some game types that will naturally slow these teams down. And it's really going to come down to those IGLs to be able to make the moves and decide who's going to be pushing where to ensure they get the win.
I think if we get into a 45 to 45 Game 5 situation, the Pioneers are those guys that are willing to take the risk. Couldn't agree more with you. But in order to get there, having to beat EUnited consistently in some of these objective game types is so difficult. And we're already getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the first series of your Championship Sunday. Both these two teams have championship aspirations, but one of them is done after this series. The other one will move on to continue their losers bracket run. EUnited versus the Pioneers, and we're starting this one off on Recharge. And oh boy, Dan, Spartan the dog loves to get his hands on that shock rifle. He's already making his way there, helps a teammate out on the way as well.
We've already seen EUnited have a lot of success on this map and game type against XSET already in the tournament. They dominated and they looked so comfortable. On the flip side, KC Pioneers, they lost against G2 on this game type in the tournament, and they looked everything but comfortable. So in my eyes, I'm looking towards EUnited here.
All we did in the pregame is talk about how good Spartan the dog is as a Slayer, but what does he do at the very start? He gets that ball after his team gets numbers and an advantage. Spartan the dog not afraid to be the player on his team to play objective as well, and that's what EUnited does best. Everyone needs to do everything for them to have the level of success they're looking for today, and already a 24-point lead.
Great patience there from Rain. He just recognized if he just backed off, the invisibility would protect him enough where it's not going to be any auto aim on the other side. They're not going to be able to hit those shots, but in the end and elsewhere, there are kills going in favor favor of Pioneers, so a great push coming together from them.
There's some games in Recharge we don't see the sword at all. Multiple times this weekend, we've seen Pioneers use that sword to their advantage. Already seeing Druck have that sword in his hand. Probably bodes well for their opportunity. They have broken the setup of EUnited for now, but now Soul Snipe under a lot of pressure with this shock rifle, forced to drop down to batteries, no shield. Can he play his life? Does get his shield back, but now in a very difficult position. You do not want to be here as a player. How can Soul Snipe get out of it? He's not getting out of it. Spartan the Dog puts him in respawn, and now it's that shock rifle opportunity that we've all been talking about, but it's shut down immediately. A great kill by Talk as well.
Two entirely different playstyles there. We highlighted Spartan and Soul Snipe before this tournament started. Soul Snipe cowering in a corner, looking to take angles with the shock rifle, whereas Spartan looking to get aggressive, looking to try and make an impact with it. And now on the back foot are Pioneers trying to get into control at the moment, but the nades that we're seeing from EUnited are so well placed. Camouflage is going to be popping soon, so both teams going to work around it.
Look at Talk's decision to relocate here. Unfortunately, the rest of Pioneers that was holding down Blue go down. Talk gets taken down as well, and that ball moved immediately back into the elevator. Ryan Noob secures this camo as well. So everything right now going in the way of EUnited to push this first round of game one wide open. I love this by Ryan as well. Able to go back for that Mangler, and we've seen it all weekend, baby. Camo, Mangler makes plays, and here we go. Ryan, what do you have in store for us today?
Only able to get one, but is that one enough? Because he gets also a melee, and Spartan is going to be in a position here where actually he can challenge the ball. Unfortunately, Talik's able to get away, but as long as he works with Nick, they can pressure this ball enough so that off spawn, EUnited can still make a real play to try and collapse on them here.
Yeah, what a phenomenal job by Pioneers there to break that setup. EUnited had 4 dead, got camo, got Mangler. You think they could hold a nice setup, but Pioneers break that immediately, and now it's trades across the board. King Nick gonna jump into bottom control. Can he get this kill on the Soul Snipe? That would be a big one. A big one's won. The 1v1s are gonna be pivotal in this series, and King Nick getting one on his belt already in this series. Pushing across Catwalk, and if he can get alive here to help his team, they may be able to secure some more ball time.
We've not seen many amazing plays this weekend, and individual snipes, individual big kills, multi-kills, but we have seen King Nick pull a few nasty things off, so I'm glad we're going to be on his POV for a short while. He seems to be very comfortable no matter what map, no matter what weapon is in his hand, and everything just looks so easy for him as he's dominating Elevator right now.
He tells Soul Snipe to hold this. Now he's holding on to the ball, doing it all. Right now is King Nick. A few kills, some ball time. He's going to play it knowing the situation. He's got too much pressure on him. Get that ball into the middle of the map, and a beautiful job by him to just distract the members of Pioneers for now. But oh my, Pioneers caught that ball, moved it to bottom elevator, a double kill from Druck as well. So everything read like a book from Pioneers that counter the play that King Nick put perfectly, and because of it, the Pioneers are right back in this game, down 15.
It is important to sometimes try and catch that ball. I know we've got the Super Bowl today, and you've got to do your best impression of a wide receiver, but certainly there being able to grab it, get it back into a spot where you can still pick up that scrappy time is so important for Pioneers. They've kept this close enough. Even though EUnited arguably have had more control at times, Pioneers have kept this close. Now they've got the setup towards Elevator, and they've got the camouflage. This might be a tough push for EUnited, but they've got the opening.
Nothing makes me happier than when you make an American football reference, Dan. That was great.
Did I get it right?
I like that.
Yes!
I like that. That was phenomenal. Now, speaking of phenomenal, Camo, Mangler, opportunity here for Pioneers to get right back in this game. Like we said, only down 3 at this point. You saw EUnited had a massive lead, but Pioneers have done everything right since then to get back into it. Great Mangler shots, great teamwork out of Pioneers. 2 dead, and Pioneers get the ball right back into Elevator. How quick are they with this objective? They are playing so efficient with these kills.
So much of the action going around this Mangler area, and you can understand why. It's such a powerful weapon to use, and it seems like whoever's got it in their hands right now is not missing a shot, not missing a beat. So that's why we're seeing such a scrappy game going back and forth, because either team and both teams have got these Manglers to win those close engagements.
Not often do you see a player just hiding in that bottom Mangler pit area, but it does look like it doesn't benefit Druck for now, as multiple members for EUnited decided to push Turbine instead. The ball gets played. Ryan Noob trying to do his best Pioneer impression. He gets taken down. A killing spree for Druck before he's removed from the map with Sword. King Nick forced to stay alive in this ball in the pit. Sometimes it is so difficult to get out of pit, especially when Spartan the Dog is looking over it with Shock.
Well, something that the desk highlighted was that Pioneers were maybe struggling in the slaying department in some of their series previously, but still winning the games. That's not the case here today. They are outslaying EUnited right now. They've got the objective because of it, but currently 3 of them are down. EUnited need to get this ball into a place where they can set up, but there's Soul Snipe just there to be a nuisance. If he can get a kill or stay alive, that's going to be a difficult situation for EUnited to try and set up.
Ryan Noob gives his life to get that ball a little bit closer to that elevator. Will it benefit EUnited, however, is the question. It's a 3-on-3 situation as both players are coming off respawn. Camo does get acquired by the Pioneers, and that's going to be in the hands of Talik. Once again, the Pioneers get a set of camo. What will they be able to do? Because right now, EUnited ball in elevator. This setup needs to be broken, and there's not a ton of time left in this first round.
Nick's got a sword somewhere, does get taken down. Gotta hit this shot or at least go for the backsmack, which he will. As long as you get these kills, but you don't. Ryan Noob in a huge 1v1 right now, which he wins. Taking down Manny, he gets the trade, but unfortunately ball time's still going in favor of the Pioneers. EUnited need to swarm this quickly.
Wasn't a big fan of how Talik played that camo, but it does work out for the Pioneers as of yet. You'd like to see him stay alive a little bit longer, but Druk doing a good job of dropping that ball, knowing that the members of EUnited are pushing across this Mangler spawn right now. He goes down, and great teamwork once again by Pioneers. They seem to be 2v1ing just about every situation so far. The sword is right on the ground. That's so risky for him. Just 7 points now needed for the Pioneers to end round 1, but Spartan the Dog is going to have something to say about them getting those last 7 points.
Pioneers are trying to stabilize right now, but EUnited off spawn. They're flying in 1 by 1 just to stop these final seconds from being picked up, but it's only going to be 5 away now.
They got to go.
And EUnited have to go now.
They have to go now. Ryan Noob, he meets the Mangler player, bottom, and Manny ends that round with the punctuation. That kill going to solidify that last second of ball time. And Pioneers, even though they had a little bit of a slow start, wasn't ideal for the Pioneers there in round 1. They got the job done still and take the lead here in game 1.
It has to be said that their Mangler control and their ability to hold that elevator and just keep EUnited on the back foot was very impressive, and it really racked up some ball time for them. And unfortunately, by the time EUnited realized how close Pioneers were to winning that round, they were just pushing in 1 by 1, single file like lemmings, and Pioneers, they had a field day.
A very slow camo push is going to reward Pioneers, and a double kill from Manny, a double kill from Soul Snipe. They get 4 kills off the break. Unfortunately, Manny doesn't expect spawners over at C. He pushes forward with the camo instead of bringing it back, and because of that, he loses his life. So camo going to be off the map for now. Soul Snipe with the shock rifle in hand. We saw him do some work on this on Friday, but unfortunately, grenades come through, and that shock rifle not impacting the game yet. As of yet.
I think he's got to do better with the shock rifle. He opted not to pick up the ball and get a little bit of scrappy time, instead to try and watch angles, and didn't connect with any shots whatsoever. Need to see something a little bit better from Soul Snipe, because there's a lot of responsibility from him with that shock rifle pickup round after round.
Soul Snipe is going to be a long series. You have plenty of time to prove Dan wrong here, plenty of time to showcase your skills, but for now, it's removed from your hand. Talik is taking down top BR. Or top red, I'm sorry. Druk with the Mangler now in hand. We're seeing this Mangler switch hands so often. So often are we switching to the point of view of this player, and we saw how much work it could do in round 1. What is Druk going to be able to do for us? Backing down Nick, but multiple members now of EUnited pushing towards the turbine side. Are they going to expect this push as Nick and a teammate of his own, Ryan Noob, are pushing from the right? So it's going to be a 2-2 split for this setup break.
Druk's got 1 repulsor charge left as well. That could be a big factor in this push coming out from EUnited. It doesn't matter in the end. Tries to just push him off the map, but unfortunately there's some glass there, buddy. All 4 down, as you say. Camouflage coming up shortly. Sword is just spawned, so if EUnited can grab that camo, then push towards the sword, that could be a big influence to what's happening afterwards.
I hope everybody recognizes how patient EUnited was to get that 2-2 split set up, and then as soon as they got the first kill, look at how quickly they were able to take down the rest of the members, break that setup of Pioneers. You could tell EUnited have that setup break in their bag of tricks. Don't be surprised if we see that again. But shocker, Druk with the Mangler and camo in hand. Can he get this kill? Misses the first shot, but luckily able to get that kill after a little bit of sloppy play from the start. Druk getting a kill, though, is big for now, because 2 dead for EUnited could result in some serious ball time for Pioneers. They're down 10 seconds. They need to pick this one up, and you do not want to do that with camo, so I do like the idea of giving that to your teammate. Camo runs out. However, Druk with this Mangler can hold down this doorway all day long if they decide to try and push through it. Is the 2-2 split coming through? It's going to be Spartan the Dog, bottom yellow stairs. He's taking down 3 dead for EUnited, and Pioneers are going to hold this setup strong this time around.
I think this map really favors Pioneers' playstyle. They're playing so up close and personal, constantly looking for that mangler, looking for sword, looking for anything they can give them that melee ability. Now, I'm not saying they can't use their battle rifles from a distance, but I do think EUnited maybe like to get into those scraps from a distance. They like to take the long-range engagements, and they're not really being able to. As I say that, Rain will push in and use the BR from close range.
Now, when you have a setup like that, you cannot be the first one to go down. Unfortunately, Pioneers lose Soul Snipe. Because of it, the rest of the dominoes fall, and just like that, EUnited have stolen their setup and have it of their own for now. Ryan Noob, it's not your ideal player with the shock rifle, but let's see what he's capable of, because man, does he make clips happen when you least expect it. Does not land the headshot onto Tog, does good solid damage onto that player forcing him bottom pit, relocates with the grapple. A good job to sandwich that player bottom pipes, and I like this by EUnited. They were getting sandwiched from both sides. They forced all of their attention onto one side, they clear it out, and now look at Ryan Noob trying to stay alive, buy time for his team, but unfortunately, another setup broken in this game results in Pioneers once again with the ball in hand, about to take the lead.
Pioneers not having all 4 members up, though, means they're going to struggle to set up here. Camouflage is going to be spawning, so I don't think they're in a position to stop this. So EUnited should be able to grab it, will grab it, and it's going to be Ryan Noob, of all people. I think that's the perfect player to have the camouflage in his chest, and he's going to be rewarded with a little bit of ball time. And again, this is a good objective player, someone who will just pick up that extra second, move the ball across, and then just give it away. Utilize this camouflage now in a position where Pioneers may struggle to push in.
He shoots the weapon pad with the shock rifle. I love that by him, using everything to his disposal. It will chain damage onto the player. He says, I'm not worried about the headshot. I want the free damage from the weapon pad, knowing that it's going to chain that damage. Ryan is so intelligent, using everything to his advantage. Creates the opening for EUnited to get numbers in their advantage, but unfortunately, everyone left the ball guy, and now Rain, he's got to tell his teammates, guys, they're on ball.
Manny's going to be the next person closest to actually try and fight this. And actually, there's going to be 2 players, and okay, the shock rifle connected, and it will chain onto both players, but they've managed to survive. And now for the Pioneers, if they can just survive this little rut that we're going through where EUnited off spawn, then maybe they could get ball time. But with only 1 player remaining who will fall, this is even more time that could be chunked up by EUnited. Only 23 seconds left to win 1 more round. So that's going to be 1 real push here for Pioneers.
King Nick did so much damage in order to keep that in EUnited's advantage right there. 2 kills and another player to no shield, and it's rewarded Rain with these last 10 seconds that they've acquired. Only 10 seconds now for EUnited to take this round, and unfortunately, Rain's going to take it down. Sparty's taken down, Nick's taken down. Pioneers get the slays once more.
Ryan Noob's going to be the last player, and he's being a nuisance as always. Even gets that ball moving. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get it out of the door. That could have made a huge difference here for EUnited. Sometimes it is those fine margins that make the difference between a few seconds or not. But Pioneers, they need to try and hold a setup, because if they allow EUnited 1 more chance to get that ball, that's probably going to be game.
Look at that ball. It stops right on the ledge, doesn't get played, so not your best Joe Burrow impression for the day. Pioneers, is EUnited able to get that last 10 seconds here? Doesn't appear that anybody from Pioneers in a position to take down Rain, and we're going to a round 3 already in game 1. These 2 teams, we saw how highly contested their series in pool play was. Game 1 is the exact same story. We have a round 3 already.
Pioneers just struggled to break those setups quick enough from EUnited, and once they did, they didn't really have the players to actually manage to set up themselves, and that was a real issue for them.
A much different push off the break of this round 3, a much more aggressive push for Camo. Remember, Manny going for Camo, played it very slow in round 2, instantly goes for it in round 3, awards himself with not only Camo, a double kill, and EUnited have 4 members down. Pioneers do a phenomenal job to switch up the pace at the start of this 3rd round.
Ball in the hands for Manny, but he opts to just throw it out here. He knows that there's going to be spawns somewhere nearby, and he knows this camouflage could make the difference. But this has been a decision from several players in Pioneers not to hold ball time and instead just go for slays, as that's a nice perfect there from Pioneers once more and Manny. But 3 of them have fallen. EUnited have got a little bit of map control, but that ball is exposed right now.
Manny and Talik both with 3 kills already in this game. Rain, Sparty also with 3 kills, so both teams having players step up in these moments. It's round 3. This is a do or die situation. You need to take this game one if you want this losers bracket run to become a reality, and a great job by Rain and the boys to find the first kill there in the kill feed. Unfortunately, the sandwich is still coming through, and Talik with this repulsor able to find one and the ball as well. So no play ball situation, and that means Pioneers is going to have a nice pipe set up for now.
That was such a good collapse from Pioneers as well. One pushing from Turbine, one pushing over from Top Gold, and they timed it to perfection. You've got to be very brave to push through pipes because you are going to be so vulnerable to grenades, but Talik knew full well Soul Sniper's going to be there to save him, and that's what you need. You need trust in your teammates.
Talik gets his shield back, but unfortunately the second he pushes, he meets two members of EUnited. Teamwork comes through, he gets deleted so quickly in Halo Infinite. If you have good teamwork, can you erase the enemy team? And just like that, 3 dead for Pioneers. Ball grappled up to the ledge, and Rain in such a good position to not only get information, rack up some ball time, do some damage. Rain doing it all.
Camouflage has spawned. Sword also going to be up. Manny looks like he's the player to be closest to potentially grabbing this custom, but unfortunately will go down as he hammers it into his chest. King Nick not able to grab it for himself, but he's done his job at the very least. That's all EUnited needed to do there, Clutch. They just had to stop Pioneers from picking up the camo, because that was Pioneers' plan. As soon as you see a camo spawn, when you are the team who's just lost a few, you say, okay, well, we'll go for camo, and then maybe that's how we break the setup. So well played from EUnited to make sure someone was there to focus it.
It's also really difficult to rack up significant ball time while defending the camouflage and denying the camouflage from the enemy team. So EUnited get the best of both worlds right now as they continue to rack up points. 50 already here in the round. As we see this start to get out of hand, Pioneers have had trouble breaking this setup for the first time in this game, and it's not the time to have trouble because it's round 3. You need to break it. Drunk does so much damage, can't hit the headshot. And as he goes into the death cam, he sees 3 members also down for Pioneers. No one else there to break this setup, and look at this EUnited making a statement here in round 3.
Yeah, look at the round that Pioneers won earlier. It was when the ball was over towards Elevator. It was a little bit more scrappy, but now we've got a little bit more structure in the play of a normal gold setup. EUnited seem to be thriving. They seem to be far more comfortable at watching these angles. Druck with 2 big kills, though, at least will allow Pioneers to maybe contest this ball off spawn.
Yeah, those 2 big kills from Druck weren't enough, though, because 2 members of Pioneers had just gone down, so they were literally just trades, and trades will benefit the team with the ball in hand. As always, Spartan the Dog able to rotate this through Turbine back to Elevator, and this is such a heads-up play by Sparty. I mean, you're up 60 points right now in round 3. Do not risk giving a nice setup opportunity for Pioneers. He plays it, he wants to slay, and what does Spartan the Dog do best? He slays with the best of them. A great repulsor on a Mangler player, a killing spree for Spartan, and that's the difference in the score line right there. Those are some big kills from Spartan, already 11 to his name in round 3.
Manny gets the trade, but is it going to be enough? EUnited are moving that ball towards blue, and you can see the collapse happening from Pioneers at the moment. They all need to work together in tandem, but Ryan says, hold this. The ball gets played, but look how quick EUnited are onto it. They're so heads up at the moment with their objective work.
Their cohesiveness when they are clicking is top notch. We saw them reach the grand finals of Raleigh. They want to have the same, if not better, results this time around. And Spartan the Dog with a double kill. As we switch to his screen, spots another player to no shield, looks to try and push this ball carrier with only 4 points needed. EUnited can play so relaxed, so comfortable, so patient, and finish this game off with a lead.
That's the thing, they don't want to get too hasty and too desperate for this ball. They can allow Pioneers to have a little bit of time, but every single situation where Pioneers toss this ball into no man's land, all it takes is EUnited just dropping on it and picking it up for 4 seconds.
That's going to do it. Spartan the Dog putting the punctuation on game 1. Let them hear it, Spartan. Let's go. EUnited Championship Sunday. They're here to play, and Pioneers better wake up soon because this series could not be long if they continue to play like they did in that round 3. That was a dominant performance from EUnited, and they take the lead in the series 1-0.
And that's the energy you need from someone like Spartan. It's quite early today, it has to be said. Not many people have got too much sleep, I feel, in this arena. We're gamers, come on, we stay up late. But if you've got someone like Spartan on your team waking you up with that kind of anger that you need in someone just to let rip and roar after a series, that's going to inject so much energy into the rest of the squad. And also, KCP will be looking across to that other side of the stage saying, we can't afford to let them get loud and proud. We can't afford them to think they're better than us. So they need to answer back in this next layer. But what a game 1 it was from EUnited, especially if you consider the fact they went 1-0 down in that oddball game. They were struggling a little bit when the ball setup was over towards Elevator. Pioneers seemed to control that Mangler situation very impressively. But EUnited said, well, okay, well, if they're controlling the Mangler and they like to play up close and personal elevated, let's just bring this ball over towards gold, have one of our players sit top Mangler, and we can just hold across and make this so difficult for the Pioneers.
I mean, the biggest difference in game one to me was that one setup in round 3 that they just could not break. And because of it, EUnited built up a 60-point lead. And with that, it's so difficult, right? This game did go to round 3, so Pioneers clearly playing solid, but just had a lapse in their gameplay there in that 3rd round. Couldn't break the setup of EUnited until it took 3 or 4 respawns. And that kind of stuff can't happen to close out games, but we're already moving on to game 2, Dan. And this series starting much differently than we'd had on Friday. EUnited fell down 2-0 in games on Friday, pushed it to a game 5, already taking the lead. Could bode well for EUnited fans now. So Pioneers, we're going to see what kind of resilience they have as we go into game 2.
I think what worried me from Pioneers was their reluctancy to be picking up the ball at times. They weren't really necessarily going for that scrappy time. They were always looking for the perfect opportunity to get the setup, and arguably EUnited were more than happy to dive on that ball at times, especially Rain with the amount of objective work he was able to do. And look at that. Look what it means to Spartan to go 1-0 up in this series. Bazaar Slayer is going to be game number 2. It is something we saw Pioneers have some success from already in this tournament when they played against G2. They did like the kind of slower approach, which surprised me because Pioneers have always been this team who likes to fly around. But on Bazaar CTF, we see Pioneers kind of overextend a lot, and they move as a unit, as a 3, as a 4, and sometimes that's difficult to play against as well in a Slayer game because they are so quick to hold the middle of the map but then pressure those spawns. But I think that EUnited, they can do exactly the same thing. Even though they've lost both Slayers against Pioneers in the previous series that they played against each other in pool play, I don't think that will concern them too much.
No, I don't think so. I think that they're very confident in their Slayers. This one thing about it, EUnited, is I always was like, this is not going to be a good Slayer squad. I don't believe it. I love the fact that they're very objective-oriented, and I think that that plays well in your best of 5s when you have those 3 objectives, but they've actually surprised me, Dan. They have been very strong before seeing that stat about their Slayers. They've actually won a lot of their Slayers against some of the top teams in the world. They're going to need to do so in order to go up 2-0 in this series. And we know how strong of a Slayer Spartan and King Nick can both be, so looking for them to step up in this game. But on the other side, Pioneers, you have to stay in this series. You cannot continue to allow EUnited to gain confidence, momentum, because that passion from Spartan is so contagious. It will spread throughout the entire team, and EUnited, when they catch fire, they can be in the grand finals. They can win this whole thing. But it's early. It's still Sunday. You're only down 1-0, so the weight of the moment isn't too big yet. But if you lose this game too, it could just be that going into game 3.
Well, considering EUnited have lost those Slayers previously, just how big could a Slayer victory be here for them today in the elimination bracket as we're playing for top 4 right now between these two mammoth squads? Rhino picks up the overshield uncontested, and now we'll be able to fight against the Rockets. I mean, something's gone wrong there from Pioneers. It has to be said. Their prioritization, their starting strategy was not on point.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Hardly ever have you ever seen a player go for overshield and just it be completely uncontested, unless you're in my matchmaking games and I'm not going for overshield, and that means the other team's getting it uncontested, I would think. But Ryan, not only does he get overshield, but look, 6 straight kills on the board for EUnited. Pioneers are able to answer with 1 Manny of his own, but unfortunately, this is all EUnited early on. Ryan has had some perfect shots to match with this perfect gameplay, and the setup, starting strats of EUnited look to be so good here on Bazaar Slayer.
One of the most snowballing maps and game types that we have in Halo Infinite right now is Bazaar Slayer, because you control the middle of the map, you push the spawns, you get the kills, and then you get rewarded with rockets, with overshield, with dynamo grenades. You have all the tools here when you have map control, and that's exactly what we're seeing from EUnited right now. They have a 6-kill lead. EUnited were up early.
Oh my God.
They've had their caffeine, but for Pioneers, they seem to have started really slow in this series today.
Ryan is doing such a good job of cycling these dynamo grenades, just actually literally standing on the respawn of them, already having 2 to his disposal. So much damage, so much information, so much control of where Pioneers is allowed to go and where they're not allowed to go. And a killing spree for Ryan Noob means EUnited is clicking on all cylinders.
When I think of Ryan Noob and his gameplay, this is a perfect example of what he can do. Stay bottom middle, lurk around all these hidey holes and wait for those call-outs, finish anything that is going to be presented in front of him, but then also have the kind of brave approach to take 1v1 engagements when they are there and presented as well.
Look at how he uses these nades to deny access to this next overshield, grapples it to himself anyways, and he's playing perfect textbook Halo. I mean, everything he's doing is so methodical right now. And now that he's secured this overshield, Mangler as well in hand, he's able to push freely onto Manny, able to spot him out. And you see Pioneer stuck on the bottom of the map. A phenomenal kill from Druck and Soulsnipe to get overshield removed without too much damage. But look, they're all trapped low on the map. They have 0 sightlines to work with. And this is a very dangerous spot for Pioneers to try and fight out of.
What a perfect start to the game it
Grappling
was, though,
a grapple
from EUnited. Yeah. Well, I've got 1 charge left. I tell you what, let's just waste it to make sure I get it for sure. And Druck, with that information, will get aggressive to try and at least finish off the kill onto Ryanu, but Ryanu continues to be the thorn in the side. Almost got the kill. I probably would have lost my mind if he got that one.
Yeah, Manny over his shoulder, able to get that last bullet of damage onto Ryanu, and that was a big one because if Druck goes down there, that would have been very, very bad for the Pioneers fans. 17-11, so still within striking distance. They pick up the next set of rockets as well as we see Tawik on screen with those rockets. Now, it feels like we've seen all, what the, all right, 2 rockets shouldn't have had to been used to get that kill, but unfortunately Ryanu seems to be staying alive a little bit longer than usual today. We want to check the shields on that Spartan.
Well, I mean,
maybe it's that armor.
It was poor reticule placement with his rocket, I'm going to be honest. I know there's splash damage, but he still was aiming it at the wall rather than the floor. He was just, anyway, doesn't matter. 18-13, Pioneers are still in this game. Oh, I like that as well from Druck, just being able to grapple across and try and be a nuisance here against King Nick.
Denied by King Nick and forced to run with his tail between his legs. King Nick holding the 50-yard line well here on the Rocket side of the map. Spots Tawik bottom, Druck Ryanu still bottom dynamo grenades, but Druck with the flank didn't expect the push. The Druck double back, it's famous, and for good reason. It's a kill. It's another one onto Rain. The drop shot, hold this, Rain, as he picks up another one, 16-21. And for how dominant it feels EUnited have been early on in this game, the score line still close. Pioneers still in this game too.
Where's this overshield though? It was spawning, it was up. Druck's not focusing it because he's probably got the call that someone else is having a fight instead. Soulsnipe was the closest. Ryanu once more is in that position to try and take it, but Manny is the one who is rewarded with the overshield, but now he needs to put it to work, get some of these kills on board for Pioneers and get them closer to this 24 total.
And Manny has been that guy for the Pioneers so far in this series, competing for these power-ups. And that's big. You need to be able to secure some of these. Look at that overshield control. Immediately transitions into a few kills, map control as well. And if they can get information on where EUnited are, they can get the lead in this game as well. Only down 3 kills. It's going to take a team wipe to get the lead here, but they don't quite know where EUnited is. They need to figure it out because this lack of information could come back to bite them.
That's what I was going to say. All these players were just searching for the spawns there. They were desperately looking in every single nook and cranny to see where EUnited were residing. Ryanoob's going to be the one player underneath them, but because he's got the Bulldog, Pioneer's going to be reluctant to push him here. You've got to be careful when you are in these up-close and personal battles, knowing full well there could be a Mangler, there could be a Bulldog, and they certainly could shut you down quickly.
What does Ryanoop choose to do here? I like Pioneer's positioning, both corners control. Ryanoop trying to clear out one of the corners and does force Tawik out. Beautiful. Just gameplay from Ryan. Look how EUnited, when they slow it down, they find a game plan. And you can tell that they've talked about that in their strategy. Unfortunately, he gets pushed from Rockets. 2 kills go in Pioneer's favor immediately after Tawik going down. And with 20 seconds before Rockets come up, middle of the map control is crucial to the mid game.
And it's still being held by Pioneers. They've done very well to get back into this game and also take control of the map, watching those spawns. And even though, yeah, EUnited were being patient, they were trying to break through, they got that opening pick, but then the collapse happened from Pioneers as soon as they knew where they were. But Ryanu with that opening, now this is the perfect time for EUnited to try and regain some control.
That's an overextension from Manny. He gets taken down, and now power-ups coming up. Manny needs to get off spawn, get to the middle of the map, but it's too much pressure for Soulsnipe to deal with. Druck does make his way towards the overshield. Can he pop it in his chest? The answer is yes. Rockets are still up, so Pioneer's still able to at least win the battle for the power for now. A big kill from Druck once again to take down not just a player with the Mangler, but to secure some opportunity, maybe to secure Rockets. But Ryanoop, as all of this was going on, unscathed, picking up these Rockets, and another Rocket somehow doesn't kill those players in the vents. Get out of there. Those Rockets not creating the power curve that you would expect so far in this game.
It has to be said that Rockets are still in a questionable place with these players' hearts right now. People don't seem to be able to find the kills maybe you'd expect, and whether that be down to just a little bit less splash damage from recent Halos, I'm not sure, but certainly reticle placement does concern me at times. But, you know, that's down to the other team being unpredictable, maybe going into those positions that the other team's not expecting.
Right now we have a 1-kill game in favor of Pioneers. Ryan Noob has 13 of his own to keep EUnited in this. We saw how hot of a start he had. Spartan backing him up with 9, but it really is all of Pioneers slaying out 7, 8, 10 between the 4, and that is a great job by them to all consistently be a part of the work that's being done here to keep them in this series.
More assists for EUnited, but not too many more. I think both teams are firing well. There's a lot of crossfire going on. You've got one player that sometimes anchors towards tree, and then the other 3 are trying to fight for bottom middle control and bar control at the same time, but it's still Pioneers holding the middle of the map.
This is a big moment for Pioneers right now. They have EUnited trapped at a base. They know they have EUnited trapped at a base. A big 1v1, Talik versus Spartan. Both of them choose to back down, but Rain is on the way to finish this damage, and a bait and switch benefits EUnited. And that's the opening to get out of this lockdown, to get out of prison, escape from this red base, and take control of the middle of the map. That was a massive job by EUnited to slow the game down, understand that, hey, we're going to get pushed. We need to use teamwork, bait and switch, capitalize on each other's damage, and look at those brute nades once again being used in the corner by Rain. It's allowed Spartan to pick up this overshield, and now all of a sudden EUnited have momentum.
Yeah, such good grenades there. Sometimes you'll see players get a little bit selfish and want the overshield for themselves, but Rain knew he was in a spot where he could help Spartan grab it, and now Spartan can look to get aggressive. It's going to be a double kill cleaned up, and there's potential for more if he gets even more aggressive towards bar, but it looks like Pioneer spawned on that other side. So things slow down once more, 41-39. After the incredible and quick start from EUnited, and they had that 7-kill lead, Pioneers have done amazing to get back into the game, to take mid-map control, but EUnited now have wrestled back that control.
These last 2 sequences could determine the winner of this series. We saw EUnited trapped in a base, and we saw exactly how they got out. How will Pioneers get out of the same situation now that they're trapped at blue? Rockets are coming up, and they need to act quickly. 7 seconds for Rockets to pop, and it doesn't look like Pioneers has any opportunity to try and compete for them. And look at these brute grenades. They're going to be worth their money in gold right now. A beautiful killing spree from Spartan, as that's the opening pick to secure these set of rockets. They haven't been impactful yet, but you can bet the dogs are out. Who let them out? Because Spartan's picked up these rockets, and he knows players are trapped. Bottom shot.
Well, at least Talik technically got the trade. There's going to be 1 rocket left on the body of Spartan, but EUnited, they're trying to get aggressive, but Pioneers are still finding frags here. 44-42. King Nick at least found the extra rocket. So you'd imagine that should be, and I say should be, a guaranteed kill to take them to 45.
It's a guaranteed no-shield player.
That's exactly what it has been so far, but by hiding down here in the Bulldog area, they've given up a little bit of mid-map control, and that's not a no-shield player.
Maybe just a little chip damage with that rocket. I think King Nick's probably pretty frustrated with how rockets have been as well, so he wants to get it out of his hand. But a Mangler versus Bulldog, Mangler wins. Talik with a big kill to get Pioneers 1 kill away from this being a tie game. And 2 players bottom shotting. You love to see that, but the damage isn't enough.
Wow.
Great grenades from Talik. The brute grenades are doing so much work in this game. 3 straight kills for Pioneers. Overshield up, and 4 kills to go for Pioneers to tie this series up. But they're only up 1. They cannot make mistakes. They have control of the map. They have everything at their disposal. It's a matter of execution.
What a sequence of events that was as well. Just Talik perfectly playing those grenades, perfectly playing the Bulldog area. Soul Snipe's getting aggressive.
Look at this!
Trying to hide, but now the push is coming through from the Pioneers.
A beautiful push from Soul Snipe. Great job to sniff Spartan out of that corner. Ryan Noob thrust forward to stay alive. Can he get away though? Running into the corner, thrust again. Look how quick Soul Snipe wants to get this kill. The melees. Oh no! 48-46. Ryan Noob gets a kill. Rain Spartan gets a kill. He's getting fried. 48-48.
Ryan Noob with the dynamos yet again. He's lived on those dynamos. He knows Talik's there as well when he's got the Mangler.
Oh my God, Ryan Noob with the play of the day over Talik. Finds him. Perfect shots with the Mangler. Drux gets 1 of his own. That's Ryan Noob relocates, has to keep his teammate alive. It's 49-49. Slow the game down. EUnited know exactly where Pioneers are. This Mangler in hand. Look how low on the map Pioneers are. They're all running to the opposite base. Now they've retreated. They've given up their position, and rightfully so. You do not want to fight from shotgun.
40 seconds left as well. So if they stand off, this could be potentially an overtime situation and a reset in a Slayer.
When we go into overtime, there will be additional time added to the clock. This will not end in 30 seconds if there is not a kill. Ryan Noob wants to make the play of the game. Spots Drug. No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Druck opens his curtains, has a peek out of the window, and he's greeted by Ryan Noob with 4 shots to the brain. And EUnited, they finally take a Slayer off of Pioneers, and Spartan, he lets them know.
What's the no, man? You cannot be that 50th death. And unfortunately, it was all too easy for Ryan as he was just checking Rocket's side of the map, approaching how they were going to go about advancing. And I guess Druck thought that someone may have been flanking towards that Mangler spawn over at Blue, but unfortunately, nobody home, and Druck kind of caught with his pants down there. Ends up giving away not only a kill, but an opportunity to tie this series up 1-1. And now we're looking at the Pioneers' lifeline. Very, very steady.
A shake of the head from Druck. Welcome to LAN, though. That's what I'm going to say. If that's online, you peek out, you have a look, you get shot, you turn away, you run away, you're fine. On LAN, crisp. Ryanoop not missing a beat and taking full advantage of it. Spartan, though, 19 kills, and Ryanoop with 17 of his own. Plenty of assists for Rain. A perfect display from EUnited of just being patient, recognizing the scenario that they're in and not panicking. Let's remember, if we rewind about 30-40 seconds, Pioneers had the push, Pioneers had the overshield, Pioneers had EUnited, and with their backs against the wall, they got aggressive, they were flying through the map, but Ryanoop was bottom middle, playing those dynamos as he has done throughout the entirety of the game, just generating so much damage, giving so much information to the rest of the EUnited squad, and because of that, they got those kills, they got themselves into that 49-49 scenario. And I asked the question and I said, when we get a 45-45 or a 49-49, who's going to be that player to take the initiative? Who's going to be that team to try and dictate the pace and go for the win rather than turtling up? Pioneers, they turtled up. They backed away. They were all locked in bar and then they got punished for it.
It's not all on Druck, as we saw Soul Snipe with a crucial kill on Orion and what that would have done to change the outcome of the game. Unfortunately, multiple members of the Pioneers not able to secure some of those final kills, and they're going to be wanting that opportunity back. Because now down 2-0, with the little LAN experiences Pioneers have, we're going to find out a lot about these young guns here and now in Game 3. It's going to be Streets Strongholds that either close the door on the first series of our day, or will Pioneers push this one to a Game 4?
Well, I guess something that Pioneers fans can at least hold on to hope here is that EUnited did lose Stronghold Streets a little bit earlier on in the tournament to Xset, but when we saw them play previously in Pro Series 2, Rain went 19-2 on Street Strongholds. Now, I have a lot of questions about a 19-2 on Street Strongholds.
How do you...
How do you stay alive for that long in such a chaotic map? But I presume, you know, Rain, with the assist that he was able to find in that game, he's one of those players that likes to anchor, maybe sitting top C, maybe just holding the Stalker rifle and doing some damage from a distance. But regardless, they have played this map against each other previously in the Pro Series. They are going to be comfortable, you'd imagine, EUnited. And I know that we've had Game 5s every single time we've commentated throughout this tournament, but I'm starting to think that this EUnited train is not going to be stopped anytime soon.
No, I think EUnited have every intention of closing the door here and now. You saw how strong of a performance Rain had. If your teammate goes 19-2, we didn't even see the score line on screen, Dan. If someone goes 19-2 in the Strongholds, I imagine that was a very lopsided victory.
Oh, that was a victory for sure. We didn't even have to have any confirmation that is...
Imagine he lost.
Then I'd be concerned. Then I'd be like, we need to see some changes happening with playstyles. But speaking of changes, Pioneers, I mean, there's going to be a lot of disappointment in the camp because they knew coming into this series, Slayers was their bread and butter. This is where they've been finding the victories against the EUnited. This is how they were able to get to that Game 5 previously because they were so comfortable on the Slayers. But now losing that, giving the advantage, the initiative here to EUnited, they're thinking, well, we've got to beat them on arguably one of their stronger game types. In a game type we've lost to them previously in Pro Series, the mentals are not going to be there for Pioneers right now.
The thing I'm worried about the most is what happened at the end of that Game 2 Slayer. 49-49, I love the fact that they were able to relocate towards the base, but how chaotic must it have been for Pioneers, for Druck to stick his head out and not be able to react well enough to get out of that situation, to get back into the bar with at least some of his shield back. The fact that he goes down there shows me that Pioneers had to have been chaotic. Pioneers had to have been feeling the moment. And is the moment too big on Championship Sunday? Because so often before have we seen the moment just be too big, especially for players that are still getting that experience under their belt. Druck has been here for a minute, but I mean, he hasn't been a part of some of these big series like he is in right now. And will this be a learning experience for Pioneers to look back on?
It's one of those moments that he'll remember. And you could look at it from the other point of view and say, well, what if there was a player behind him, down below them? Could he have dropped on him? But he had his battle rifle out. It's not like he had a mangler out and he was going to drop and get a quick kill. It almost feels like he slipped, and I know you can't really slip in-game, but did his thumbstick slip? Because he walked out almost too far onto the ledge of the balcony. It wasn't just a quick peek, he kind of was there, and then he panicked, and then he fell, and by that time, Ryan had already drilled 4 shots into his head. And I think, yes, okay, it's going to be a difficult scenario for him because he was that last kill, but the whole team has to take the entire responsibility.
I mean, we saw Soul Snipe miss multiple melees and plasma pistol shots onto Ryan Noob.
That was the big one for me.
He goes down, and I mean, it's not just a drug death.
No.
That was the result of that 50-49. Much better performance all around from Pioneers is going to be needed to win games against this EUnited team. I mean, we could talk about the overshield and its impact early on that allowed Ryan Noob to be 13-6 at one point because he goes for overshield for free. Like, the opening strategy for Pioneers was even interesting. And that's got to be something you go back to the drawing boards and talk about completely, because the way that they played that Bizarre Slayer was not a one of success, right? You cannot afford to let Ryan Noob wreak havoc that early in the game, create that much separation. Yes, they were able to climb back. Yes, that game was as close as it could have been at the end. But steps along the way need to be improved in order to make it much easier and to not have to even be in a 49-49 situation.
Certainly true. If Pioneers were a little bit quicker off the blocks, maybe they would have had the advantage and had more kills to work with and not been in that pressure scenario. But going into Game 3, Street Strongholds, a very fast-paced and action-packed map that often is about who can outslay the other team. It sounds simple, but it's also about those rotations. And originally, I think when Street Strongholds first was released in Halo Infinite, a lot of people were holding A and B, and they were trying to keep a team in C, but allowing them to collect time, or allowing them to be in C, and you only hold the 2. Now we're seeing teams in the meta develop where you are constantly pushing for that trip cap. You are always pressuring those players who are spawning in C or trying to take C back off you, because you've got such an open view and open vision from bottom middle that you can take those fights against players who maybe aren't expecting it when they're just getting that cap. And we are going to see both of these teams constantly fight for that trip cap, always rotating around the map. Of course, we know rockets are on the map. We know that's going to be important. But also, the big one for me is the Bulldog. It is something that these coaches have to be prioritizing. They have to be making sure that the players are picking it up when it's available. If it goes down, if another team is holding it and it finds itself on the floor, someone needs to call that out. Someone needs to make sure it's picked back up, because you can see huge impactful kills made from that weapon.
Absolutely. That and the Stalker Rifle, Dan. I think when we talk about precision and kill times, I mean, that Stalker Rifle is the cream of the crop, especially on Street Stronghold. I would be shocked to not see, I'd be shocked if we don't see it have a very large impact in this game. And if it gets into the hands of players like Spartan the Dog or Rain, they can go off with it. But that's why I'm looking at Pioneer's side, and I'm saying who on this team is going to step up, control some of these weapons, hit some ridiculous shots, keep your team in this series for at least one more game, because right now you're on a game-to-game basis and your lifeline is short.
That's the thing. You've got to rattle EUnited here, don't you? You've got to be able to hit some big shots and to win by a significant margin that EUnited go, nah, crap, this isn't over yet. I think if Pioneers can come into this game, get a really big lead to start with, constantly pressure EUnited, not allow them off spawn, not allow them to get that much time, EUnited will be looking at themselves saying, okay, well, suddenly this is panic stations. The Pioneers have remembered how to play. This looked like the Pioneers that we faced in pool play, because as a reminder, Pioneers beat EUnited in pool play. It was 3-2, and even though EUnited came close to a reverse sweep, it was a Slayer that went in favor of the Pioneers just to close that one out. But with EUnited winning that game 2, winning that Slayer, they put themselves within the chance now of taking this series 3-0 on an objective mode that they have looked very confident on, not just online, but on LAN 2.
All right. Casters, start the game in the Twitch chat. You
All
know
right, I'll press the button, okay.
Yep, Dan, waiting on you. About time you finish that analysis, because I'm trying to get into this game 3. I want to see if Pioneers have what it takes to rebound off a traumatic loss. Trust me, boys, I've been there. I didn't play the ball once either.
Oh, no.
But we got strongholds on streets, and you can redeem that moment. You are still in this tournament. You are still in this series, and one game at a time mentality now more than ever. In Anaheim, Pioneers, can you get it to a game 4 and then push it the distance? We're gonna hop on board with King Nick as this one kicks off, and he's denying any push from driveway. You're seeing Soul Snipe dodge the nades, but unfortunately the melee is true, and because of it, Nick finds one spots Talk as well, and good damage, good information as EUnited already have 3 dead.
It's another Soul Sniper and Talek pinch, but unfortunately it doesn't really work out for them. I think going up driveway off spawn leaves you in such a vulnerable position to all of those grenades. It's such a guessing game as to which position you push yourself into, and Ryan takes full advantage of the drop ball, gets a double, C and B control, EUnited scoring on the board.
Okay, let's do some math here, because for Ryan to be in B already with a Bulldog and the wall, he would have had to go towards shotgun, back tower to get the wall, and relocate to B. Look at how he's been able to influence this map so far. Already 3 kills to his name as well. So Ryan Noob having a phenomenal start to this game. Now trying to hold down Arcade. Is going to have players pushing from the courtyard position, but does he know that there's going to be multiple? Because Tires is an opportunity to get weak. Right now, I love this by him. Doesn't really choose a BR fight. Just wants to get information. Wants to bait them into this situation with Bulldog, but picking up a killing spree with this battle rifle all the same.
Look how smart that is, though. Recognizing that he was a little bit weak, he was vulnerable. Even though he got the double, not stupidly pushing for the triple, just getting the game done. That's what EUnited need to do here. Win this game 3, get it out of the way, 3-0, move on, think about playing for top 3, because that's where they can be. No one's going to remember if you finish top 6. In fact, people might remember it for the wrong reason. You've got to get at least into that top 4. You've got to be challenging the big teams here.
Pioneers looking a little bit sporadic so far in this game 3. Let's see if they can calm down, find their footing. Unfortunately, Druck a little too aggressive by himself right there. He's going to lose his life, and that's numbers once again in the hands of Pioneers. Not only that, but then look at the scoreboard, 80 points already. EUnited with a perfect game so far as Soul Snipe forced to hop into C, but the Slays are not there for Pioneers just yet. Rockets are in the hands of Druck. Will we see them be used successfully this time around?
Well, it was the perfect time for Pioneers to actually regain some control, as you say, with rockets coming up. That's a nice drop ball to at least contest the rocket launcher, and Druck didn't know how to deal with it. He panicked a little bit, it has to be said. Tried to get some splash damage, but wasn't able to get the kill and will fall, and those rockets go completely to waste. And EUnited can stop this trip cap from generating too much time, and now can look towards trying to take a little fight towards Arcade.
You got to be more patient and play your life in that situation if you're Druck, and unfortunately that rocket control once again just completely negated by EUnited. It was a nice wall, but you still got to figure out a way to get around it is the problem. Druck 0-5 right now, so a rough death at the end of game 2, a rough start to the beginning of game 3, but that's EUnited's pressure speaking volumes to me as Spartan and Ryan already have 6 of their own.
Talek just has to stay alive, needs assistance from whoever's in A, but 2 of them have got no shields. They're all kind of carrying away at the moment, the Pioneers, as the EUnited charge is happening towards pillars. If Nick gets away, then that is absolutely criminal. Soul Snipe not able to finish the kill either. Nick's still alive, and there's kills going in favor of EUnited. Pioneers just not able to maybe get those final bullets into players that they've been able to do previously in the tournament.
When it rains, it pours in this moment, appearing to be too big, at least at the start of this game. They did acquire 37 points during that trip cap, but unfortunately right back at it is EUnited continuing to climb over 115 at this point. Slays come through once again, 3 dead for Pioneers, and the next time we hop on board with a Pioneer player, we better see some production, because right now their backs are against the wall, they are against the ropes, and it looks like they're dazed.
EUnited might have had a sloppy start to the tournament, not winning their pool, but they're starting to look more like the grand final team we witnessed in Rally, and I think that is a dangerous and scary sign for the remaining teams in this tournament with the way that EUnited are playing. They've got precision, they've got accuracy, they've got cohesion, they've got all the good stuff that you need to generate victories, and right now if they can get these rockets, then that might be bad news for Pioneers.
Another killing spree for Spartan in this series bodes well for EUnited fans heating up on Championship Sunday. Like you said, Dan, they were in the grand finals of Raleigh. Are they going to make it that far here in Anaheim? This is a great start to their Sunday, but Pioneers fighting back, attempting to at least, as trades come through, but Druck still needs to find his footing in this game 3, and unfortunately, it's just not able to be done when you're playing at such a high caliber from the side of EUnited. Perfect shots from Tog could be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Because of this huge lead now, almost 130-point lead for EUnited, as they can afford to play this very aggressively with a lot of those 1v1 engagements, a lot of those scrappy times that they're trying to actually find here, and Pioneers may struggle to really get any structure to put some real points on the board. And I think that EUnited, because of the starting strategy they were able to find, seem to be in such a good place right now that they're feeling comfortable, they're feeling confident, and I would hate to be playing against any of these players.
I mean, look at how dominant Talik was. 2 perfects back-to-back. They still get no control. In fact, they lose numbers in that situation. So Talik asking himself in the middle of a game probably, what else can I do to get my team some control on this map? Druck finds the first kill of the game, second as well. So maybe Druck heating up is exactly what Pioneers need. But right now, 188 to 48, they have to play so well in order to come back in this game.
I think there's just been some poor decisions made from Pioneers in this game at the moment. Like, EUnited had all 3 strongholds pretty much. There was a player finally capping C, and Pioneers were taking the fight to C rather than prioritizing A or B, which weren't even being contested. So there's just maybe a lack of direction from Pioneers. That could be down to panicking, maybe down to that kind of high pressure situation now of knowing they are so close from being eliminated to this tournament. 196 points on the board, and EUnited, this is becoming a little bit of a victory lap.
Absolutely dominant. We knew it was going to be a strong game type for them. We saw the stats from Rain the first time around. Well, it's not Rain this time. It's Ryan Noob. It's Spartan the Dog, 12 and 16, 30 kills combined. 28, sorry. Math on stream's difficult. But Rain continued to apply pressure. Pioneers cannot figure out ways to finish these kills. And look how difficult of kills EUnited are. Like, Rain buying that much time, doing a little bit of damage before he goes down. It allows his teammate to pick up a kill, and once again, 3 dead for Pioneers.
Well, at least Druck was able to get the rockets, and he secures 1 kill, but what does it matter when B's been taken, C's been taken, A is about to be taken, and we're about to see yet another total control, or potentially one anyway. Well, A gets reset. I give Pioneers that. They've gone to both C and A. EUnited need to win one of these engagements. They win the C engagement, so they're still scoring.
They do have 3 deads. The Pioneers have numbers for what feels like the first time in this game. Does the stick come through? No. And a big kill from Druck to secure B for his team. They have A. Dan, right now, 220 to 66. We need to see Pioneers get a trip cap and hold it for a little bit, because coming back with just 2 strongholds is too much to ask with how well EUnited is playing right now.
Yeah, they've got to fight aggressively for the trip cap, but the dangerous thing is if they lose even just 1 engagement at this point, it probably hands the victory over to EUnited.
We
always say you've got to play perfect Halo, yada, 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 but it literally has to be at this point, and that's a good start for Druck. It's a double kill, it's A control, it's points still being scored from Pioneers. There's still hope left in this one.
How quickly can Pioneers pressure onto C is the question. You see multiple members of EUnited trying to fight out of C. Are they able to trap them? Sparty, he's already found his way out towards the ATM spawn. Unfortunately, Spartan does go down though, so Druck with a nice kill, but can't deny C from being transferred. He does lose 2 teammates as well, so it's up to Druck to try and deny this, but the pre-grenades, 2 calculated from EUnited, and once again, they're just 1 step ahead of Pioneers so far.
Again, maybe just a little bit of a lack of direction from Pioneers. It doesn't seem like they're on the same page in those situations. They're not all jumping to try and fight C. Instead, they've got 1 fighting C, 1 fighting B, 2 over towards A. You need to group up at this point. When you're behind this much, you need to be fighting as a unit. You can't afford these mistakes. And with 236 on the board, EUnited are 1 set of 4 slays away from winning this game.
Druck hesitant to jump into B, trying to scan the area for enemy players. Nobody home. And unfortunately, a brute grenade going to come through, knock him down a little bit of a shield. But still 2 rockets in hand. If he can put these to use, it would be big. But unfortunately, just another no-shield player walking away from rockets. You have to figure out a way to get these kills. You want to be that impact entry fragger with these rockets. He finds 1, but information on multiple players pushing bottom middle, and it looks like EUnited are trying to secure a little bit of map control. They're not worried about the strongholds right now. They're worried about the slaves because only 14 points separate them and their destiny in top 4.
Yeah, they've got such a time advantage. They can afford to slow this one down a little bit and play it perfectly. Look for that entry frag. Once they've got it, that's when you get aggressive. That's when you try and take this stronghold. Most likely B, and there's the opener. Rain gets 1 with the Bulldog. Money going down.
Oh, no.
Druck will probably follow. And with all those slays, Pioneers find themselves all 4 dead. B's going to be taken, and that might be the game.
Might be the game. It might be one more push. Manny already into A to deny the trip cap opportunity for EUnited to put a punctuation on the end of this series. And Sparty being such a nuisance, staying alive once again, no shield, turning it into results as he finds damage onto 1, a kill, and damage onto a second. 245, 3 dead for Pioneers, pressure onto A as well, and perfect shots are not needed to close this one out. EUnited will take this one 3-0, dominant fashion. And if I am the rest of the bracket looking at this series, the last thing you wanted to see is EUnited start to heat up.
The cry of Spartan echoes through this arena. You can tell that meant a lot to this EUnited roster. They lost in pools. There's a lot of questions being asked about them. Are they still that same EUnited team that we saw come second in Rally? Well, I think that answers just that question. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with. They put themselves into that lower bracket matchup with either Sentinels or G2 waiting for them, and I'm sure they will be relishing the opportunity of playing either of them for top 3.
And although that was a 3-0 series, 2 of those games were very, very winnable for Pioneers, so keeping your head up is key. Understanding that, yes, Anaheim was a big deal. You wanted a strong performance. Top 6 is good. It's not great. And I think that they go back to the drawing boards and they can talk about a lot of the mistakes that were made in this series. They can learn from these experiences, and there's a lot of learning to do before the first Worlds in Halo Infinite. And that's where the real money's on the line. That's where the big championship is won. So Pioneers, we're going to see what you have in store first for the rest of the season. But unfortunately, for this weekend, your tournament is over.
And our Game 5 streak ends. We had 4 in a row, but it's fine. It's good that it ends now before maybe one of our casts later on in the day when we've got some really important matches that are going to be coming down to the wire. A shame for Pioneers. I think they've had such a great tournament. Their pool play performances, everyone kind of turned their heads and they were like, okay, Pioneers are here to play. I genuinely believe they even had a chance when they played against Cloud9 yesterday. That's how good of a performance they had in pool play. But today, they looked off the level a little bit. They didn't seem comfortable whatsoever.
Well, that's the big thing about this Pioneers team for me, is I truly believe that they can beat any team at this tournament. But I truly also believe that they're not nearly consistent enough to beat every team at this tournament. And unfortunately, they beat EUnited. They showed you that they can beat them, but they also can lose to them. And unfortunately, a little bit more consistency is going to be what they need. But I hear we have Blaze on the main stage with an interview from the winners. It's going to be Spartan, and I hope he's loud about it.
I think he is going to be loud about it, Wes, as we saw him getting super excited on the stage coming out with that victory. And now, Spartan, you played that squad up in pool play before. Y'all lost in a Game 5. But when it comes down to EUnited, the longer people play y'all figure out how to beat them and dissect them and figure out a way to come out on top. What was the difference in this series?
I mean, the last time that we played them, obviously they played really well, but we just sucked. Plain and simple. Like, we went down 2-0 in games that we should never lose, and honestly, we came out so flat this weekend. We had so many close games and series that like people didn't think we would have.
Yeah.
And we kind of just tightened up. We finally clicked during the FaZe series last night, and we brought that same momentum over to this series, and I mean, it was a 3-0, so like you could just tell how much, the different energy, the different comms, everything.
Yeah, definitely looking night and day from y'all first performance on the first 2 days of the tournament. Yeah. Now, I want to talk about map number 2 in this series a little bit more, okay? Because the last 5 kills for both of those squads were so excited, and the game slowed down so much there. But what was going through y'all head when it was like 49-49 in some of those final moments till Raya seeing Druk casually walk out for that last kill?
So the whole series of events was wild. We were down 48-45, and I had just died. I'm on death cam. Ryan's running away through the treehouse, gets away with his life, and then I spawn in market, and I look over to my left, and I see Nick in the thick of it with a bulldog. I'm like, holy crap, we're about to lose. I didn't know he had a grapple, so he grapples away. I'm like, oh wait, this is sick. And then I forward Talik, grabbed the dynamos, killed the guy that chased Ryan, and then when we got down to that 49-49, I have no idea how I stayed alive. There was like 3 on Nick at the elbow, and I just chucked nades, ran away, and then I literally said, all right, boys, no freaking fear, no fear.
Yeah.
And we all just Ryan's like, dude, let's three walk top rockets, and we 3 walk top rockets, and we won.
It was perfect. You're going to go back and watch that, and when you save Nick down there on truck, I promise you, he was sweating, and y'all got that triple to tie the game up. So, playing so far, so good. Any words, any shout-outs you want to give out there to the fans who've been supporting y'all throughout the progress y'all have been making? Because, as we know, y'all got second in Raleigh. People wasn't expecting it, but y'all have shown up once again and showing everybody that y'all been consistent.
Yeah, I mean, just shout out to everyone, friends, family, fans. I know we kind of underperformed online, but we suck at best of 3s. I think this is the first series all weekend that we actually won a Game 1. We literally have lost Game 1 to pretty much every team. And when you're playing best of 3s, especially online, you lose the first game and then you play a Slayer, and it's just anything can happen. So to get to LAN, we're just a LAN team, man. We get hyped, we get excited, we can see each other screens, it's just a whole different vibe, and I'm just glad people look past the online stuff and continue to support us.
All right, well, that's going to do it for me and Sparty on the main stage, and it seems like the vibes are high for EUnited. Lottie, break this series down with the guys.
Thank you so much, Blaze and Spartan. And you know what? It's got to be said. You got to put some respect on that United name. I mean, that was just unbelievable. And it's really cool to also hear from Spartan saying, like, we get over the hump of that map number 1. It's difficult. And he's right on line. It is difficult with a best of 3 because if you do fall short in that first map, a Slayer can be kind of 50-50 up against most of our teams here. Everyone knows how to shoot. Everyone knows how to snowball. And it can get a little bit out of control there. And that could be a series ending. So it is cool to see that this LAN team is here to play, and EUnited are looking mighty fine. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from that final game in the match. That Strongholds was a pretty decent performance for EUnited. They were holding pretty strong throughout the entirety of this Streets map here, Walshy. What did you make of their teamwork in the Stronghold Streets?
They just got to such a big lead, and then they just parked in different spots, like that first clip we saw there from Ryan. Just sat in B with the drop wall, with the Bulldog, and let players filter into tires and go for easy kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the flip side, it seemed like Pioneers, and I mean, Pioneers are probably reeling after that Bizarre Slayer. We're going to end up talking about Bizarre Slayer because that game was freaking legendary. Like, honestly, that was the series, in my opinion. And I think a lot of their confidence was kind of shot after it. But the biggest thing is it just seemed like they didn't quite know what they wanted to do. Their timing seemed a little bit off. We watched a lot of Druck in that game, too, and Druck kind of, double backing a lot, not quite sure where to position himself. I think they all went through Alley to get to C at one point. They kind of left some of the map open. By the time Druck came back into the fight, he was late to the timing and just got deleted by like 2 nades. So
yeah, it
seemed, and I think it's because of Bizarre Slayer, because that would destroy your mental. It would destroy my mental.
Oh, huge. We are going to get into that in just a moment, but Druck, like you said, he kind of really wasn't in existence on the map for quite some time there, and the lead was kind of heavily in the favor of EUnited, and it was a little too late there. Tony, what did you notice about Druck and his performance? Is that going to come down to that one player's performance on Strongholds, or really is that just a team effort?
Oh no, I don't want to put on just one player whatsoever. You mean you live and die by your team, and that's how it's always been with KCP. As we said before, they were in the top 3 as far as win percentage, and literally none of them were in the top 15 as far as KD. Them and KD just are the opposite. They just go parallel. What their strength is the objective efficiency, their teamwork, and sadly it just wasn't their day. They got swept by EUnited. They showed that they can win. They obviously beat them in pools. Sadly, EUnited showed what they can do as well when it matters most.
They certainly did. They answered back, that is for sure, in bracket play. But we need to talk about that Bizarre Slayer. That was wild. I mean, I hope you guys are entertained at home, because I certainly was. And I think there was one specific moment where we were all kind of on the edge of our seat, and that is when Soul Snipe decided to chase Ryanoob into lockers. He was grappling his way, and Ryanoob was thrusting his way away from him. But unfortunately, he kind of choked it, didn't he, Shyway?
He definitely did. There were a lot of chokes in the end of this game, to give credit to both sides, I guess, because right before that, they had King Nick with the shotgun, with the rockets and the grapple, and he choked big time to give Pioneers this opportunity. But, I mean, this play at a Soul Snipe, it started so well, and then it went so poorly in the end. The grapple rotation, if we play it back again, or maybe we will, maybe we won't. Either way, the rotation he did was godlike, right? He had this nice wide steer on the grapple, and then he aimed it straight through the door, lost no momentum, gave him a perfect angle to finish the kill. He couldn't finish the kill. When he got in the locker, he missed 1 melee, missed 2 melees, right? Like, I've been in that situation before where it's like, I need this kill. I'm flailing. I think I'm in range. So you just kind of go for it again. It doesn't work. And it's just, you're so nervous. You're so antsy. I think Druck at the end kind of underscored it all, coupled with Wes's commentary at the end of that, too, which was just beautiful. Druck, what are you doing, right? He's looking like a deer in the headlights, kind of walking out and dying, unfortunately.
He did indeed. He did let that final kill go in the way of EUnited. I got to say, though, it was interesting to also hear Spartan from his perspective and what happened. He actually kind of talked about those final moments, and he talked about the Soul Snipe kind of choke situation with Ryanoob there. I didn't realize the dynamo grenades came from Spartan, so it was cool to see that there is that team support. Ryannoob's in a bit of trouble there. He's being chased. He's communicating to the rest of his team across the map like, hey, I'm getting chased down here. I need to survive. If we want to get that switch and control here, I need to survive so we can get the spawns that we need here.
Yep, these players are paying attention to what their teammates are doing when they're in a death screen. So as soon as they come up, they know where they can help immediately. And that's why Spartan was able to, first off, help his teammate over in the alley, like he said. He helped Tolic, and after that, threw the dynamo grenades right into the locker. So he saved 2 teammates' lives there in a 1-kill differential game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive, and I think the support system from teams is honestly really what makes or breaks a series for a lot of them, but exceptional stuff from EUnited overall. Let's take a look at the bracket right now and see exactly where we are at. After that one, we're into the elimination bracket. Of course, that one was goodbye for Pioneers. Unfortunately, they are out of the competition. Their LAN is over, but EUnited, they press forward into the elimination semis where they're going to be facing either Sentinels or G2 Esports. Honestly, both of these teams at this point are going to be a tough ride for EUnited. I think the competition is getting pretty close in terms of skill gap here and what teams can deliver. We do have the winners bracket though, and lined up for you after that match, we have Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming in the winners finals. That's going to be pretty damn big. I'm very excited about that. I think a lot of people are anticipating that matchup and want to know really what Optic can bring to the table against Cloud9. We've seen, a couple of other teams really challenge them a little bit this LAN, and I think this is Optic's time to shine. They did a hefty job on Sentinels yesterday, and based on their performance, Walshy, would you say Optic are looking like a more well-rounded team than they were previously at Raleigh?
Absolutely. I think when we looked at Optic before, it was kind of like this Lucid and Trippy show with the supporting cast of APG and Ola, but really APG and Ola have come into their own form here at Anaheim. We've seen Ola actually dropping most kills for his team some games, and not saying that he hasn't been doing that in the past, but overall it's been more of a supporting role in previous events.
Yeah, I think the flexibility of this Optic roster is pretty dangerous right now. The fact that they can switch around and they can do exactly what needs to be done, where it needs to be done on a map and in any situation. I'm excited to see them heat up, and they're looking pretty good. But you guys at home can also look good because I have a discount code for you, and you can gear up in all of this gorgeous apparel here. It's the HCS gear as well. It's our launch collection, and obviously we're celebrating this weekend here at the Anaheim Regionals. You get 15% off using the code HCS Anaheim 2022. Use the discount code at checkout, and you guys can be kitted out. And you've got Brav in the middle there. He's looking absolutely amazing. Elite.
Does the handsome man come with the shirt? Or
I'm going
to
have to get a confirmation on that one.
Okay.
And I'm also going to have to get confirmation from Bravo if he does want to be shipped out to multiple different places.
He's always on the move
and
anyway.
Do the rounds. Yeah, that is he is always on the move.
He's
He's an adventurer here in the HCS. I also do have another giveaway up my sleeve for you guys, the Xbox Series X giveaway. Ooh. You guys could get your hands on this limited edition console. I've got to say, look, non-biased, but that is stunning, okay? That is absolutely beautiful. Golden Boy said he's actually seen it in person, and it's even better than what it looks like on the screen here. So make sure you follow at HCS on Twitter and retweet the official giveaway as well. And just tune in and enjoy the show. That's all you have to do, folks. We are going to head now. I was going to say send, and I said head at the same time, and we're going to head to a quick break. But when we come back, we do have another elimination match on the cards for you. It's going to be G2 Esports versus Sentinel. Somebody is going home today after the end of this series. You're going to want to find out, and we'll see you right after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Welcome back, fellow Spartans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We're live from Anaheim, California, and before the break, we saw EUnited get over their Game 1, their Map 1 slump. They've done it, they're back on LAN, and, you know, they're a LAN team, so they took Pioneers out 3-0, an incredible result for this EUnited team. And despite a couple of chokes here from Soul Snipe, he did kind of bring it back with his team just a touch, but unfortunately, EUnited, they rallied together and were able to close out that Slayer pretty easily in a 1-kill advantage there. But EUnited looking absolutely amazing. You can hear the roars of Spartan the Dog across the convention center, and rightfully so, because it was an absolutely insane performance from EUnited and the boys. But I tell you what, we're on to our next elimination match, and we're on to our next array of guests on the desk. And I gotta say, I'm very, very happy to have you guys here. Gaskin, Walshy, and Jersey. And I gotta say, you're very coordinated today. You're looking lovely. I like this array of colors. I think you look really good. Very cool.
Probably good we're not stood next to each other.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I know I knew he'd go for green because he's Irish, but this was just a coincidence.
We definitely needed the Walshy separation to hold these two away from each other, because we've had illegal transactions happening on the desk. We've had mute buttons being hit, so I think it's safe to say that Walshy in between is a definitely good shout. We have an elimination bracket match behind us, gentlemen. We have Sentinels versus G2 lined up. I'm excited about this one. Obviously, somebody is going to be going home at the end of this matchup. And the question is who? Let's talk about G2 to begin with, though.
Because they're going home.
Yeah.
Okay, just check.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
No, not quite. You don't know. Hey, look, they're going to be putting up a serious fight here. We have some pretty good players in the game going up against Sentinels here today. Talk to me about this, Gaskin. Talk to me about G2 and their journey so far this LAN and potentially why that they could be sending Sentinels home.
I love this G2 roster. It has to be said. I think that they have shown great grit and determination to come back from some difficult situations in this tournament and previous tournaments. And I do think that if the game types are right, they could have a chance of taking down Sentinels because there are some really strong game types for G2, but it all comes down to whether they feature in the series for me. And even though we've got 13 odd game types, when it comes down to a best of 5, like it can be so difficult if some of those big game types for you don't pop up. Whereas for Sentinels, I just feel like they have a better array of maps. They are going to be a bit more comfortable. But I enjoy watching this roster. I think they'll put on a display for us, and I'm sure they'll put on an exciting series.
Indeed. Now, Walshy, when I look at the results for G2 so far in the winners bracket, they did get knocked down by Pioneers 3-2, right? But they've had a pretty clean record through the elimination bracket. They played Auction 3-0, and then they actually met Xset 3-0 again. So a bit of confidence coming forward for them in series. But is Sentinels a different breed of dog on this main stage for them?
Absolutely. I mean, Sentinels have been such a dominant force for so many years now. You can never take any series lightly against them. Not that I'm saying G2's taking it lightly, but even in a situation where you're on a roll and you're on a streak, you're not just going to bulldoze through a squad like Sentinels. I don't recall the last time I've seen any roster outside of something like a Cloud9 or an Optic 3-0 Sentinels.
Yeah, okay. I am understanding of this. But let's give G2 a little bit of credit here. Jersey, talk to me about this G2 roster and why they're so good. What are their strengths? What can they bring to the table that Sentinels really need to watch out for?
Well, I had the pleasure of actually casting over the games yesterday against Xset. They were super, super impressive. They dispatched them with relative ease, it must be said. I mean, you're doing it to the best player in the world, Kratos, as he likes to say. I don't necessarily agree with it, but he's able to say it. I'm really, really impressed by players in particular like Sabinator. I think if they're going to stand any single chance in this game, Sabinator needs to come up big.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they're going to have some big X-Factor performances. I think they're going to have to really be on the ball, if they want to really take down Sentinels here. I'm excited to talk to the boys about the boys in red. Let's talk about Sentinels. Obviously, again, yesterday, not exactly what they wanted, the results. You know, very disappointing loss for them. That game 5 just... It felt so incomplete, I think, in that series. It was kind of strange to look at, to be perfectly honest. So I think they're going to be pretty hungry going into today. Gaskin, we've talked about Sentinels and about their journey so far this season. But in terms of where they're at the moment for you in your head, what are you thinking?
I still think they're champions. I always look at the Sentinels roster and I try to convince myself otherwise, that they're not champions anymore and they're not the roster to beat, but I think they will always be that roster to beat until they are knocked down over and over and over again. And because they had that period where Royal 2 wasn't playing, we haven't really been able to see them take those losses too much. And the last time we saw this roster together, it was online, but they were winning the tournaments online. And yes, okay, they got knocked down to the lower bracket by Optic, but this is something that we've seen happen before. They get knocked down to the lower bracket and they turn into a different beast on the Sunday. I said there's a difference between a Friday and a Saturday Sentinels, but a Saturday to Sunday, they just turn up that one more notch.
They do indeed, and it's got to be said with Sentinels at the moment, obviously bringing in Royal 2 back again. They have their full squad, but there is problems that come with that, right? You know, this is the first LAN back, and really it's the first opportunity they've had to play with him in a tournament environment, regardless of LAN. Walshy, they look a little bit unconfident, actually, going into some of these series, and honestly, on occasion, a little bit lost in terms of objective, you know, having to slot Royal 2 back into the mix here and try and understand exactly what they want to do with objective as a team has come a little bit slow to the Sentinels. But, you know, what are you feeling in terms of that respect?
Yeah, I feel like the stats even show that. I mean, you might look at those stats and say Sentinels have the most kills on average per game, where it's shown like 72.3 kills per game. They're first in this LAN. That's a good or a bad thing, because that's saying, all right, they need to overslay in order to win these objectives. And sure, they can do that against some lower seeded teams, but when they get against these higher seeded squads, they're not going to be able to outslay them over and over again. In fact, when we saw them in a Game 5 slay against Optic, they got staked.
Yeah, they did indeed. And it's kind of surprising in moments like that, but I think it also shows you how good our top teams really are. You know, if you mess up, if you make a mistake, they will take a mile if you give them an inch. It's pretty bad, and it can be very disheartening. Do you think Sentinels should be disheartened coming into day number 3, Shazi?
I think what we've seen in the oddball, they clutched up in the end, but I think it was largely down in perhaps to Lucid throwing the ball to APG and a little bit of a mix-up there, and that handed the initiative straight back over to the boys on Sentinel. I think they've been a little bit tentative, a little bit negative, and I think the Slayer games in particular has been a real soft spot for them, and we've seen that against Optic, and we've seen it in scrims as well against the likes of G2. So I think with the series layout, the way it shakes out, I think if somehow G2 win game 1, they have a good chance of winning the series.
Yeah, indeed. It was interesting also to see that switch happen at the end of yesterday as well. You know, they're meant to be the clutch king, Sentinels. They're meant to have an incredible stat line when it comes to game 5s, and Optic are working on that. That is something that they've been working on. My goodness, it's clearly paid off, because they did an excellent job in game 5 yesterday. But G2 are the opponents of Sentinels this time around. We actually caught up with both of these teams to get their thoughts and feelings on themselves as a team, as a roster. Tell us a little bit more about them. So check this out.
Yeah, I think this event is our just my team's most practiced event. Even just for me and all my teammates, we're just overall just super practiced and prepared the way we should be. And yeah, even our confidence levels and trusting each other is going up, by the day.
Free reign in the base, goes in for the challenge of the APG, ends up getting the first kill, utilizes the second one, and just already starting to heat up, gets a hold of it.
Separate this team, make it 6 points as the ball does get dropped. Let's find one to trade it out, but he's got a lot of work to do up here in red. He finds one. Boobaduba's gonna run away with the ball. Oh my, Royal 2, welcome back. Dive down, you better hide because he's got you.
Only Sentinels get that ball back in their hands, but now we've got to see Royal 2 do something. He gets both of them.
The chain! Royal 2 is wreaking havoc right now with the shock, and he does it again. It's a perfect shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is our event to win just because obviously Royal 2 being back, it's our first attempt at really getting to compete against these top teams, you know what I mean? So someone's got to take out Cloud9, and I believe we're one of the teams that are capable of doing it.
Sentinels have their actual roster now. They used to have formal last events, so they have Royal 2 now, and I think we'll have a really good series with them. Hashtag G2 win.
I gotta say, there's a lot of respect actually coming back and forth there, especially from G2 to Sentinels, but I do feel a bit of humbleness coming in as well from Frosty and the Sentinel side. I mean, using words like attempt and, we're one of the teams that could bring down Cloud9. I think, that humbleness kind of plays into the way that they perform as a team, that, their personality on the sticks, they are kind of calm and collected. They do play like that. I think sometimes also, Dan, a lot of people can call them slow players.
Yeah, I mean, they are slow players. They do sometimes just allow the pace to trickle through a game, but when they need to explode, they will. But sometimes they just need that little bit of extra energy at times, and usually it's the coach behind them. It's Royal 1 who comes in and actually injects that extra energy into some communication just to make sure they don't get too lazy with stuff. I think this squad, they know they're good and they know they can win games, but at times maybe they're too slow. And you've got to have that man on your screen, Royal 1, just reminding them of how quick the pace is of Halo Infinite. You can't afford to drop the ball. You can't afford to be in a spot where the other team is always going to be pressuring your spawns, because then suddenly you could be a significant distance behind an objective game or a Slayer game, which is something we've seen happen to Sentinels. A Slayer game where they were down by 11 to 15 kills against Exit. I mean, fair enough, they came back, but are they going to be able to do that against G2, for example? Are they going to do that against Optic or against Cloud9? We need to see Sentinels start quicker, I feel, in these games.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think their slow pace that they've had previously in previous titles worked out great for them, but this is an entirely new title right now. This is a new game, and I think dictating the pace honestly can dictate the result of a series as well. Let's take a look right now at the series layout there and see exactly what's coming their way on this main stage very, very shortly. We've got Oddball Recharge to start things off. Shazi, what are you noticing here about these 5 potential games?
Well, looking at the game types, I spoke about how Slayers is so important and how Sentinels have been struggling all tournament long. G2 have won in scrim results against Sentinels in both these Slayers already. Recharge Oddball was the closest objective game type, so that's going to be their real chance to win the series. But if it goes to Aquarius CTF, that was a 5-0. Street Stronghold was 250 to 130, both in favor of Sentinels. So G2 are in trouble if they don't win map 1.
Yeah, I think map 1 is going to be a definite big one. And honestly, it's on Recharge, which Sentinels have struggled on in the past. Oddball also has been a little bit of a close affair here, Walshy. You know, let's talk about Recharge Oddball real quick, because if that is going to be the crux of this series for G2, how would they handle Sentinels here?
It's going to be tough, because when we saw it get to a clutch moment, when we saw Sentinels on Recharge Oddball against Optic, Lethal just absolutely clutched it up by making the right plays under pressure. So I'm not too worried about them when they get under pressure. It's going to be more of, can G2 get full control and just hold a setup?
Yeah, control is going to be key. Let's talk about two players on the main stage right now, our head-to-head. It's going to be Snakebite and Sabinator. Now, I've got to say, in terms of overall performance, both of these guys are kind of up there with each other here. I think, obviously, apart from assists in the game, with Snakebite winning that one and edging that one slightly, this is quite a good comparison in terms of performance. I think on the side of Sentinels, what Snakebite does really, really well is the support system he can produce for his team members, the way that he can dictate what they want to do, and he takes control. But not only is he taking control at the moment, he's also outslaying a lot of players.
This is the best I've seen Snakebite play in a long time, and that's no disrespect to how he's performed in previous tournaments, because he is always a player who is on top of his game, but he's stepped up in some areas where the team has needed him to, in both objective work, rotations, and slaying ability, and you combine all three of them in a game like Oddball Recharge, and there's no reason why they can't dominate both the start, the middle, and the end of this game. On the other side, for Sabinator, I mean, he's definitely a guy who individually can win those 1v1 engagements time and time again, and once he catches fire, he's so difficult to put out. So I think Sentinels have just got to be careful they don't give him too much free roam to kind of get behind them, to go for that flank, to pick up those big weapons. If we see Sabinator, for example, pick up a shock rifle and a mangler and just being able to control gold, then I am going to worry a little bit for Sentinels here.
Yeah, the one thing that I think Sentinels really need to focus on here and kind of educate themselves on before they get into the rest of the elimination bracket, if they get there, is pick up the power weapons.
Yeah.
My goodness, you're giving them to your opponents. This is where it becomes so difficult. I mean, yesterday, Snakebite, who was in our head-to-head here, managed to get 45 kills without power weapons, with nothing. It was literally his BR in himself. It would be so much easier for him and the rest of the team if they actually focused and prioritized on power weapons, on the sandbox around, to help them and aid them into some of these games. So I think we should all be watching out for that and see if Sentinels can push through and kind of improve on what they've been performing with. Now, it is time for predictions, folks. So let's get what we are thinking and feeling on the desk ready. And in 3, we're going to be giving our prediction. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Clutch wanted to say he was predicting G2, just that's
yeah. Stop trying to do that.
No,
Don't do that.
He said,
don't
yeah,
do
Dan,
that.
I really
You're not
want to
allowed to
predict
vote
G2.
for someone else.
No,
Don't
that's
do
what
that.
he said. He was like,
No,
oh,
put
I
that
want to
down.
predict G2, I want to be...
Got you.
Put that
I'm
down.
4K doing a felony.
Somebody on the back of mine has written shock, just to let you
would
know.
do that?
But I don't know who would do that. But let's talk to the cast to see if it was one of them. Hello, Onset. Hello, Bravo. How are both of you doing? We got an elimination match to get into. This is going to be a pretty big one here for G2 and Sentinels if they want to continue their journey on in Championship Sunday. How are you guys feeling about it?
Super excited. Understandably
My God,
so,
yeah.
right? We've been sitting here drinking our coffee.
Ready to go.
Got a few waters in front of us, ready to get into the action. We've watched that first series, and trust me, it's a little bit of a fire under us to get into this one. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I think it is. Well, you're both looking great. I know you're going to be sounding great. So without further ado, please take it away.
All right, then. Here we go, then. Finally, we get to get back
Here
on that
we
microphone,
go.
Andy, because we've been looking forward to doing it, what we do best on Championship Sunday, and what a series we have to kick things off. For us personally, we've had a great kickoff to the show with an amazing game that we saw before.
What a series,
EUnited managing to scrape their way through that. But, I mean, this series here is kind of the tale of two different teams, right? We've got Sentinels. Everyone's had their eyes on them the whole tournament with Royal 2 coming back. We've kind of, beaten that one to almost to death at the moment. But on the other side of things, G2 have had a little bit of a run through the lower bracket. They've managed to pick up 2 back-to-back 3-0 victories yesterday to find themselves in this game. They took down XSET in their previous game, and just before that, they took down Oxygen. So good form for G2 coming into this series.
Certainly, they've earned their place here in the bracket, and we're excited to see what they can bring on the main stage. You put it perfectly to me before this match, Onset. As you and I were walking inside this tournament venue, you said, which G2 will we get today? Will we get the standard G2 that people have come to know that's expected to get top 6, but we're not sure where their ceiling is? Or is this the team that can absolutely make a monumental run? That's the question ahead of them before this series.
I think it's a really interesting question that only they can answer as well. And they're going to have the opportunity to answer it now as we're already getting into this series. An opportunity to stay alive in this tournament for both teams. But unfortunately for one, this will be the end of the road here in Anaheim. It's G2, it's Sentinels, and most importantly, everybody, it's Championship Sunday.
It is Championship Sunday indeed. Welcome along here, twitch.tv/Halo, also on YouTube. Also, if you're joining us on the Xbox stream, great to have you with us. We are into the action. It's G2 versus Sentinels, keeping an eye on this opening rush between these two teams.
Not too many deaths either side at the moment. A few engagements going down. Tusky's going to pick up one. Straysig's going to be chasing, but he's going to be taken down as well by Royal 2, who's managed to pick the camo up off the break here. Great shots from Royal 2 as well. But there's actually a very interesting statistic that you saw just before this series got underway, and it's on the side of Sentinels, and it pertains to a player called Lethal.
Yeah, there is a really interesting stat line here for Lethal. In oddball specifically throughout Anaheim, one of the lowest ranked players in terms of a few categories. If you're looking at kill death and deaths per game and things like that, kills per game, you have to think it could be because he's really focusing on that objective. So we can't put too much stock into those stats, but we'll put some stock into that shock rifle shot from Snakebite here. However, no points on the board for either team just yet.
Tusk is going to be challenging, but knowing that shock rifle's in hand, I think it's a pretty smart idea for him to back down. In fact, he's going to be put on his back because that was Frosty who moved in to finish off that kill. But very interesting here, Andy. Already quite a lot of time has kind of dissipated in front of us, and nobody has got their hands on that old ball.
You can tell teams really looking for control here, and this is not something that is rare. And when you're looking at a game like Recharge Oddball, you want to have control, you want to have the opening, the right amount of players dead before you look for those first grabs. Otherwise, you risk overextending a little bit too much.
Lethal, last player alive here. Frosty just coming off the respawn, so this is going to be a chance maybe to get that old ball in hand, but Lethal prioritizing everything he needed to. They're making sure that Straysic didn't get away with that oddball. Most importantly, their Straysic didn't even get second on the board, so we're still tied up at 0-0.
And I think it's a perfect example. You might be wondering, how has this much time elapsed with no ball touches? That Straysic ball grab is a perfect example because when you grab that ball around batteries, you're so exposed to so many different angles, and it's rare that you're going to be able to get time, but Sabinator actually going to be able to grab the ball, start to maybe get over to C-Plat if he can to bring the ball away. Also going to think about doing some damage, just going to hold in long haul. I do want to point out also Sabinator right now 12th in the tournament in KD in oddball specifically. This man knows how to play this game type.
He certainly does, and with the ball in his hands, he's going to be giving the lead and extending it to G2 Esports. The first time we've seen any kind of setup, but this is more of a transitional one here, Andy. Sab's had that ball in his hands. It started off a long haul. He's gone all the way through blue, through tower, now finds himself top elevator. Great rotation here from G2.
Got a lot of info there. He looked bottom elevator, saw a lot going on. Gilkey's going to help the cause as well. That's 2 dead for the side of Sentinels, and the ball time will continue ticking.
Oh,
boy! Gilkey is here for Champ Sunday. That is a beautiful play with a repulsor stick against the sword player.
Oh, it's devastating if you're the sword player, thinking you got everything you want lined up. You get pushed back, you get stuck in the face, and you find yourself just looking at the sword in the death screen. Now it's going to be Gilkey controlling tower. Tusk is getting some pings out, and there's going to be that repulsor coming into play once again. This time a little bit of movement tech, but Gilkey, with this combination of sword and shock rifle, has to be super accurate. Here's the body shot there onto Frosty, who had no shields. 3 players, though, fall for G2. It's a 39-0 lead as a double kill now goes into the hands of Snakebite.
Snakebite there hoping he had a different opportunity to snag that ball, but that's not going to work, so instead just hits a dud of a repulsor. He's going to hold the sword top control, though, but still, look at that. Solid 39 points for G2 early on in the match.
Easy kill there for Snakebite, making it a simple double. 39-0 is still the score, though, and the problem here for the kills happening on this side of the map, Andy, is that even though G2 are 3 dead at the moment, the fact they're getting those pipe spawns means it's difficult for Sentinels to get their hands on that oddball, but this flank from Snakebite might be another double kill. Maybe that's the opening they need.
Snakebite is 11-5. Beautiful killing spree. I caught him in the hotel yesterday. All I could say to him quickly was, dude, your POV looks amazing. Every time we've seen Snakebite's POV this tournament, the man has been clinical and ruthless. Really impressed with what we've seen from him, and if there's one thing we know about Sentinels, it doesn't matter what the score is mid-game. These guys know how to close out a match.
They certainly do. Gilkey should be taken down as well. That's another +1 to add to the statistic line of Snakebite, who now finds himself at 12-5. But even though he's picking up kills, arguably the most important thing on the map, outside of the oddball, the camo is in the hands of Tusk from G2.
Big opportunity here for Tusk. No need to panic. Take your time. Get the kills you need. Get the damage you need to coordinate another push. Great teamwork here.
Sentinel's starting to get back into this one a little bit, but the camo play is vital. Snakebite has no idea that Tusk has changed his routing towards that oddball. Camo now has expired, and the oddball is in the hands of his teammate as well. So G2 looking good in this round, 43 and rising to 17. Snakebite still has that sword in his hand and still picking up kills. Here comes Frosty, 3 dead for G2, but where is that oddball?
Oh boy! Gilkey still with the shock rifle. You thought the Gilkey show was over? You were wrong. He's back here, grappling right back into the action as well. Let's see if he can do it against Frosty as well. No. Frosty answers back, but still very good control here from G2 around Elevator. They know they need to stack right here, right now.
Royal 2's going to be caught out here as well. Lethal picks up one onto Tusk. He's going to be trying to push.
Oh, boy.
But he's only going to run into the charge. And that's going to be Sab picking up another one with the shock rifle. Sab with a triple kill. G2 with the hold, and they cross the 50-point line.
G2 looking very, very strong. Beautiful control here. Like we said, when you're controlling back Elevator, you need to be able to stack players here repeatedly, constantly off the spawn. You need to at least keep one player alive, and anyone who's spawning needs to fly back into this area. That still gives them a nice 40-point lead. Sabinator not done yet. Look at this guy so far looking so strong. He's also 10-8.
Lethal picks up one, bottom elevator, but he's going to have his shields just stripped away here. Has the manga in hand. The next shot is vital. It's going to be a stick coming in, a trade, and a killing spree ended as soon as it started there for Sabinator. Snakebite's still alive as well, but the issue here for Sentinels is it's trade after trade after trade, and that's been the story of their tournament so far.
It really has been 2 dead for each side momentarily once again. If you're wondering why G2 looks so strong in this game type, maybe you're surprised by it. Keep in mind, they did win their last game against KCP 2-0 on this exact game type as well, so this is certainly one of their stronger game types.
Royal 2 now. First time we've seen his POV in this game for quite some time. Sam's going to be pushing him as well, and confidence coming in from G2. Snakebite wins the 1v1. Lethal's got away with a camo though, so maybe this is a chance for the oddball to be picked up here for Sentinels. They've only got 8 seconds on the game timer here, so that's why Lethal is having to sacrifice the map positioning to hold the oddball in his hands, because with 8 seconds to go, a couple of kills going down to G2 here, that ball's not going to get picked up, and the round will go in their way.
He desperately knows he needs to get the ball over to Whirlpool here. The ball's down. Now the time's going to tick. Who is there to grab it? They do get the grab. 4 seconds left. They could bring this back if they get the kill on Gilkey and Pipes.
Snakebite needs to get that kill. Gets the trade, but Gilkey gets a beat now.
2 seconds. Look at the timer.
Snakebite get away? That's the question. 2 seconds left, like you quite rightly highlight here. Royal 2 and Lethal are going to be spawning on the long haul. And the issue here is maybe Snakebite's thinking, I could throw this across normally to my teammates. But he can't let go of the ball. 1 second left on the clock. Royal 2 gets the catch, but here's Straight Sick.
Oh my God, he needs to stay alive. That's going to be it. Oh my God, in the nick of time, G2 ends the round. They will win it, and you thought it was going to be another Sentinels comeback. Not so fast. G2 will take the first round of game number 1.
Such an interesting round though. Sentinels, you know, why was it taking them so long to realize that they could hold that oddball? I know it sounds like a strange thing to say because trades are happening across the board, but you can see how the scrappy nature can work on this map.
Absolutely, and it worked out there. As we said, both teams really looking for control early on. However, it started to get pretty scrappy towards the end, and it was forced, as you said, because Sentinels let so much time elapse. I'm expecting in this second round for Sentinels to be a little bit more efficient, a little bit quicker in the time that they take to get the kills in order to get the right oddball setups.
Oddball going to be thrown back towards Turbine here. Snakebite and Frosty pick up kills now. Can they pick up the oddball? Yes, they can is the answer to that question. Snakebite's going to bring it down towards Royal 2 here, and he looks like he's going to rotate towards Elevator, making sure that he can't get caught out. Royal 2 now playing bodyguard, and if you want anyone to be your bodyguard in a Halo, whatever Halo you're going to be playing, it's going to be Royal 2, but Snakebite's going to have to do a little bit of work himself with this Mangler.
Nice work here for Snakebite. Helps with both of those kills and grapples away. Doing it with style.
Managing to escape for now, but unfortunately gets taken down. Frosty and Sab, they're going to exchange kills as well. 2 dead per side here. Straight Sick now, a little bit of his POV, a player that I'm always very excited to watch because he is what I would describe as a hot and cold player. Sometimes he can go a little bit quiet in a big series, but at the same time, if this man catches fire, oh my, G2 can go on a run.
I think you and I agree. Straight Sick is the key to this team's success. If this team is to go very far in this tournament, you will need to see the best out of Straight Sick. He's a bit of an X factor in that way, but my God, when he is playing, he is frying right now. A small lead for the side of Sentinels, and this one is G2 is going to look to end this game as quickly as they can, but we got to highlight once again on the other side, it's Snakebite. He's already 6-3 when you still have several players in the game only on 1 kill.
Lethal trying to get that oddball back to Elevator as well, but the issue is you can see a little bit of inconsistency already from Sentinels. They knew that Straight Sick was still hanging around bottom middle. Snakebite was the player who got taken out. Lethal tried to force that ball back, but the time it took for him to get the ball back to Elevator meant that G2 have had to respawn. They've managed to push across the map, and now you've got Royal 2, who's going to have to make a play to keep Gilkey's hands off that ball.
Gilkey, last player alive. He knows he needs to play his life as best he can here. He's done very well, but eventually he gets sniffed out by presumably some great comms coming in from the side of Sentinels. They also have Camel to play with now. Here's Lethal.
First time we've seen Sentinels with a perfect setup, and what I mean by that is everyone is in the position they need to watch each other's crosses, to give information to each other, and they're going to get the first kill off the back of it as well. Sentinels now, can you make this hold work for you for an extended period of time?
Oh boy, look at this, Lethal. Drops down. I like that play because you do not want to waste the camo on your top 8 door. Oh my god, somehow G2 just flies through. They win that battle.
Royal 2 is going to have to rotate. I like this, though. Throws it towards tower. You would expect Sentinels to maybe spawning around that C-plat, but there's Gilky again, and he gets no damage down onto Gilk, who's now going to walk forward, grab that oddball, and a little bit of a misstep once again from Sen.
Unfortunate for Royal 2. I loved him hugging that A door. He had a plasma and a repulsor left. There's no reason he should be able to hold that door. Maybe he had a little bit more information than we did in terms of the angles that were going to be coming across from angles like top yellow, but like you said, unfortunate that Sentinels was unable to hold in that scenario.
Straight versus Frosty. Straight has the advantage there. Frosty, uncharacteristically there, just missed a couple of shots in that fight, even though the angle was a pretty difficult one to make sure that you come out on the top of. There's a beatdown from one player above Lethal. Lethal still manages to survive for now. It was Royal 2 who took the brunt of that punch.
All this time, though, look at this. The game is now tied up. They let all that time tick by with that hold. It's just happening right next to this at control, and Sentinels doing what they can to try to get control of the control area, but look at what cost. Now the game is essentially tied.
3 dead. Make that 4 dead, though, for G2 Esports, but they did manage to get the play ball. So even though the work was done there by Sentinels to clean the players out of the setup, it doesn't transfer into ball time, something we're certainly going to be keeping our eyes on as this game progresses.
It's a very good play ball from G2. You see how pivotal that was, because Sentinels, like you say, still has not grabbed the ball after that round of slays. But you got to say, Sentinels certainly with a much stronger start in this round 2. A little bit of a wake-up call maybe from that first round.
Snakebite gets taken down, though. The team fire coming in from G2. Absolutely superb. Sab now trying to move down on that camo. Frosty's trying to do what he can to stay alive, but also keep the hands of G2 off of camo and oddball. Manages to pick up one onto Sab. Now needs to hit a big shot to take out Tuss with that camo. Tuss survives for now, and Gilky keeps him alive as well. And now the camo and the shock rifle are back in the hands of G2.
Oh boy, in the hands of G2, and so is the scoreboard now. Going to be 49-41. They're going to continue holding as well. That's another kill, and looks like if they can just prioritize this kill on Frosty and Lethal, they will get even more ball time.
So much info from Tusk. He knows where every single player who is alive on the map from Sentinels is, and that means that the rotation path can be cleared as well for that ball carrier. But there's Lethal somehow managed to sneak up behind him and pick up a very important kill. Sab's going to trade it out to even up the numbers for a few seconds. Royal 2 will also fall, though, for Sentinels, and now Lethal's got some work to do himself.
He does. He did a very nice job timing that push, as you said, on Tuss with the camo. Now they're going to be able to get ball in hand again, but this is great shots from Sab, first of all, but this is the danger zone for the side of Sentinels. What was just a 35 or so point lead is now a 30-point deficit, 71-41, and G2 only 30 points away from closing out the round and the game.
Sab with that kill onto Snakebite as well. He's going to keep them at bay for just a few seconds longer, and I tell you what, a few seconds might be a game at this point. Lethal's trying to force his way through Turbine. He'll be taken down to no shields, and he's got nowhere to go as well. He's going to have to take a few seconds to wait for those shields to come back, and he's not going to be allowed to because Sab is going to pick up the kill. However, Sab is the last player alive. G2 now find themselves 4 dead momentarily. Royal 2 with the ball in his hands, and now Sentinels need to hold.
That's right, 4 dead, and then the fourth first spawner was killed as well. So this is an opportunity to hold. You're going to see C-plat spawns for everyone, and you can see that they're trapped right now. They have elevator hold, they have the top yellow hold. Here comes the long haul push. You just saw Gilky.
Royal 2 picks up the first kill, though. Sab's going to trade it out, but Lethal gets the numbers back in the favor of Sentinels. Now Snakebite's going to have to hold. Straight 6 trying to force his way through the pipes. 4 dead here for G2, and I tell you what, Sentinels, this looks like a super strong hold from them.
And here's what I think all Sentinels fans thought on that first round. If just a little more time, and also a camo grab for Frosty with the Mangler as well. Just a little more time, and Sentinels has won that. They didn't give themselves enough time. They've stepped it up in round number 2, and they're poised for the comeback. They're only 10 points away.
Now I need to see a little bit of composure here from Frosty as well, as strange as that sounds, but he needs to put himself in the position to get the kills. He gets one, but takes beatdown damage, and you saw one player from G2 sneak through to kill Snakebite, and with that, they've managed to sneak through, get the ball out of the hands of Sentinels, but also managed to get that ball played and get the reset.
Killing spree for Frosty. He's 14-12 right now, stepping up in this second round, as we said. Now look at the clock, though. Look at the ball in the hands of Straight Stick. Gilky doing what he can. 1 dead right now for Sentinels, and they're only 12 points away from winning the game.
I can't believe they let that player slip through. Sentinels just a few moments ago, that was almost a guaranteed 20 seconds for them. Extra at the back of blue, and with the option to play ball as well if the kills didn't go in their favor. Is it going to cost them? That's the question. It doesn't look like it for now, as it looks like Royal 2, with the ball in his hands, is going to put Sentinels into the lead with only 10 points needed to tie up game number 1.
They might be holding on this hold. All they have to do is watch these angles. This should be it if he can get around the sneaky. I think they're going to hold and win right here.
Oh!
Ball goes down!
You say that, but G2 say no. Frosty now has to move in. He's no shields, trying to keep Snakebite alive. 3 players fall now. Lethal falls as well. And G2 have the ball in their hands. And they need 10 points. And I don't think there's anyone from Sentinels there to stop it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And I will gladly stand corrected. They should have the time. There's no way a spawner gets across here. They're not going to let it happen.
Royal 2, Lethal pick up kills. But it's only 3 seconds left. Make it 2.
Wow.
Make it 1. And it's 1-0 in the series here to G2. They clutch up at the end of that round, but I'm looking at Sentinels here and I'm thinking, boys, you threw that one away.
Threw it away without a doubt. Both times, what do we talk about with Sentinels? We talk about objective efficiency, and they are late to the party in both rounds, especially so in round number 1. But in the end, it's great pressure from G2 on that long haul and that sneaky from bottom control, from mid-bridge, to force that ball carrier into an awkward position. They were not able to hold there. They get 4 dead, and they went on a solid, convincing hold. Very cool, calm, and collected to close out the second round.
Yeah, I think G2 deserve all the plaudits in the world there for the way that they played the end of that round. When you've got 1 push left, you have to be so disciplined, and Tusk managing to get those opening kills to finish off the weak players is so vital. But I gotta say, at the end of that round, if you're Sentinels, they win that 99 times out of 100. It was a big blunder from them. They should be tied up at 1-1 in that game.
That was, I mean, look at the totals here you're seeing on screen as well. If we take a look exactly how many points were on the board, as we said, I think in both cases, if those games are a minute longer, you could argue that those are Sentinels wins.
They ain't.
But they certainly are not. You're absolutely right. Those games are not a minute longer. They are exactly as long as they are 12 minutes total on those clocks, and it was not enough time for Sentinels to close it out. We're taking a look at some replays here from that first game. G2 up 1-0.
Now, Shazi was saying on the desk, and quite rightly so, that if G2 could take this first game of the series, they might have a chance of winning the series overall, because now we move towards Slayer, and we're going over to Bazaar, and Sentinels haven't had the best Slayer performances so far in this tournament. You were mentioning, we caught up with Snakebite in the lobby at the hotel yesterday, and he was saying to us, it just feels like the way that Slayers are played at tournaments is different to what they've been playing in scrims. And with Royal 2 coming back in, they're really just struggling a little bit with their pacing, especially when things start to slow down.
Yeah, I think that's what we've seen. And you're going to have to see what the Championship Sunday roster of Sentinels brings to these Slayers, because if there's ever been a time to turn it on, first of all, it was about 15 minutes ago, and now is that was the best time, and now is the second best time to turn it on if you're on the side of Sentinels. Look at that pop off from G2. They are hyped. You can tell how much that win means to them. It's a 2-0 on the board. Not just a game 1 win, but a very convincing one at that, with strong late game performances. As you said, now we go to Slayer Bazaar. Some interesting results for these two teams on their last outings in these games. We did have the side of Sentinels playing against Optic Gaming. Playing against FaZe. They won that 50-41. We also had G2 playing against the side of KCP. They lost that 50-42.
They didn't indeed, but overall, G2 having a pretty good record. It's just that one loss, like you mentioned, on Bazaar. So they certainly are going to be looking at this as a massive, massive opportunity to put themselves onto series point if they can steal this game away. And I was asking the question that you raised quite rightly, like, what G2 are we going to see today? Well, I think we're starting to get the answer here. And if they go up by 2, then there's another question to be answered, but I'll bring that up if they do manage to do so.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's one we would certainly look forward to. Would create a spicy series indeed, but right now, G2, as you say, needs to focus up. Cannot get too much in their heads after that first game 1 win. They have a lot to be proud of, but a lot to look forward to in this series as well. And I agree, Onset. I think we have seen a different G2 here so far in this game number 1. They look very strong, perhaps the best we've seen them in a long time. We'll have to bring that into game number 2. Keep in mind, they're going up against an opponent that won this game type by a 10-kill margin. They lost this game type by a 10-kill margin. It needs to be a different Bazaar Slayer for them.
It certainly does, and we've already seen one pretty crazy Bazaar Slayer today. Let's hope that this one brings just as much excitement. It's game 2 of the series between G2 Esports and Sentinels, and this opening break, as we know, so vital to both teams. 50 kills is the target, but if you can start the game with an overshield, a rocket launcher, and a grapple shot, you're probably going to be a little bit closer than the other team.
That honestly could be the difference, right? When you're talking about 10-kill differences in Bazaar Slayer, the opening rush can be the start. We oftentimes see this one be pretty lopsided, starting things off with Gilkey.
Let's see what Gilkey can do then. He's going to pick up that thrust off spawn. He's going to be challenging Royal 2, and I love that from Gilkey. Not many players will take this fight, but I tell you what, Gilkey's never short of confidence. Tuskie's going to get that overshield early on. He's going to get a little bit fried, but not too much. A little bit singed around the edges there by those dynamos. A good start here for G2.
Yeah, Tusk will be very happy with that overshield grab. Frosty, though, with the rockets on the other side, keep things close.
Should pick up 2, does pick up 2. You can see you're just a little bit hesitant there for a second, deciding if he wanted to waste that rocket and confirm that kill. But as I said out loud, confirming the kill, always a better thing to do than letting that player slip away.
Look at G2, right? They find themselves down by just one. Sab's the first one to go out, but I think that's an overextension. I think we're going to see Sab fall in just a should have. But doing the spike nades and Snakebite pushing, we should have seen Sabinator fall. He doesn't, though, which is interesting. It's going to give you a little bit of space for a moment for the side of G2, but that's shut down right away. And as quickly as I say that, they take their time and they get the lead 6-2. Nice work off the opening from Sentinels.
Sentinels looking like they're starting to click. They're down 1 in the series at the moment, but it seems like the form is starting to come back. Let's jump straight into an Astro listening now with Sentinels to see what the comms are like.
Make sure, I'm holding for shocks. Hold here for shocks. Shocks are soon. Wait for PG to get shocks. I'm watching your door.
You guys, do we have dynamos? Do we have dynamos?
Not yet.
Soon. Okay, let me know because I have spikes. We'll nuke their BR.
We have dynamos now. Now?
Hold on.
You just tell me when.
Wait.
They're rocket side?
Yeah, rocket side.
On their steps into their BR, they're gonna try to kill me.
2 rockets on me. I can't help.
One shot. He's weak their trench. One trench.
Okay, yeah, guys, they're trying to bully me rocket side. You guys can bully. You guys can bully tree or BR if you want.
I'm one shot.
Alrighty. They're trying to bully me.
They're weak in their BR. Alright, 20 seconds, Ovi, guys.
They're doubles.
I'm here, PJ.
Nice, PJ, 2 dead.
Let's push. 3. Nice. Watch the tree.
Watch out. That's just 2. No. We never killed doubles Tusk. Guys, come back for us, quick. PJ, come back.
I'm already marking. Grapples up as well, guys. Let me get this.
Yeah, they're BR. They're tree.
Well, you can see the Frosty's kind of leading the comms here for Sentinels, something we've seen so much in those moments that matter, and always love listening to Frosty because he sees the map top down, not just what's in front of him.
Man, great comms from the side of Sentinels. If you're a fan of this side or even just a fan of high-level competitive Halo, you love what you heard from them, timing every single piece of equipment on the map. You heard even talking about dynamos and the strategy of that. If you have spikes and dynamos, you heard what Frosty said, we can nuke their BR. Right, you can actually send grenades into every corner and actually take players out of these heavily isolated areas of the map. As we say that, though, G2 does answer back with a few kills of their own. It's within 5.
Royal 2 taken down by Gilkey as well. Good cover fire. The Dynamo's not quite managing to fry in the way that they would have wanted there. Gilkey did stay alive. Sab now going to pick up another kill, and all of a sudden G2 starting to get back into this one. Frosty falls, and those rockets are going to be popping in 10 seconds. So even though it was a really strong start coming in from Sentinels, now it's just a 2-kill game, and mid-map control is in the hands of G2.
Strong plays from Gilkey. He will get traded out, but just so selective with the angles that he exposes himself to in that moment.
Looking across the stats at the moment, Lethal having a bit of a struggle at the start of this one. 0 and 4 yet to get a kill on the board. For G2, every single member, just as I started the sentence, had 3 kills, but Sab will pick up another one. But as I say that, Sentinels roar back into the game. 17-3, that was all 4 dead for G2.
Essentially just a few series of trades. They're almost 1-for-1 over that last exchange. In the end, it will be rockets that do come, 1 rocket, that comes in the hands of Snakebite. An opportunity to extend a little bit further. It will stay a 5-kill game.
Snakebite's hunting. He finds some prey as well. Tusk is going to go down. Royal 2 picked up another kill as well, so that's now going to be a 20-13 swing in the favor of Sentinels. And with that, again, mid-map control this time is in their hands. They should be able to secure this next overshield, especially with those spike grenades flying towards the bar.
Now let's remind everyone, in the first few weeks of Halo Infinite, you did not hear players and coaches saying the exact times on the dynamos. People have learned just how important they are. You need to be timing the dynamos. Look at that. There's a perfect example of that. They're also going to grab the overshield. We'll see if he can pop it. It's a great drop from Snakebite. He pops it. He locks it. But unfortunately, he drops it.
Straight Sick is going to pick it up. And G2 are going to look to use this overshield now to just bully a few players from Sentinels, maybe create a little bit of a space. And this is what they're doing now. Royal 2 is going to have the Mangler trying to work with Frosty. No. And I tell you what, Tusk and Sabinator were just a second off of keeping Straight Sick alive there. 2-4 for Sentinels, but it is a commanding lead now for them.
2-fall for G2 as well. Those are trades they didn't want on bottom rockets. You saw they had the angles there. They would not have wanted to trade out those kills. That's going to keep this an 8-kill game now. Sentinels just slowly extending their lead, and they're very happy to trade 2-for-1 for the rest of the game. They're playing very well, but just to get back to the timing there as things slow down just a bit, you also heard Royal 1 calling out the exact timing on grapple, things like that. These guys are on top of everything they need to be, and it's showing on the scoreboard.
It's a stressful time to be a coach. That's all I can say.
You know? Let me tell you, as a guy who coached during Halo 2, that was a stressful time, but now this is once again a stressful time. It feels like we're back on Beaver Creek.
One thing to note here for G2 esports fans, and maybe people who are watching who don't know too much about competitive Halo Infinite, is even though this seems like a pretty big lead here for Sentinels, Bazaar Slayer is one of those games that can snowball out of control very quickly. It's not uncommon to see 8-kill swings, 12-kill swings if you control everything on the map. Sentinels getting the trades they need to, but as I say that, look at this score once more. A few moments ago, Andy, it indicates my point perfectly. This was a close game, now it's just 4 kills.
4 kills was an 8-kill game just moments ago, just like you said, and the Sentinels is the team that we're actually seeing that we're used to seeing on the comeback in Slayers, but now it's G2 giving them a run as well, keeping this game very close. You might have placed a bet moments ago that this was a runaway victory as it was 28-20. Just like that, 30-26, 4-kill game.
Lethal playing this top Rockets position. Rockets are going to be popping up as well. Tusk should be finished off here by Lethal. Snakebite picks up another. Mid-map control for Sentinels. They get 3 dead. Lethal leading the charge this time. And now the Rockets should be in their hands
Overshield
as well. Overshield pops as well. And that's going to be in the hands of Royal 2.
Hasn't popped it yet. Gonna wait and wisely just conservative pop there. I was wondering if he might try to go tree first, get an angle, and then with a late pop to try to win the victory, but I like this from Royal 2. There's no need for that at this stage. You have a comfortable enough lead where you can just use that overshield to get the damage.
Now it's just baiting because all of G2 know where Royal 2 is. They know where the overshield is. What does that allow Lethal to do? Walk across the map, pick up 3 kills, and that's exactly what he did. G2 now find themselves down by a considerable margin again. It's a 8-kill difference between the 2 teams.
Once again, perfect timing from Frosty and Royal 1 on the Bulldog. The second it pops, they grab it in hand. They are on top of everything across this map, 38-29, and continuing to patrol. If they can continue trading at this pace, they will close out this game number 2.
Still 8 kills here for Sentinels. Need 12 to close out game 2 and tie out this series. Snakebite picks up one of those 12. As Frosty now drops down into the sewers, and look at this, Tusk got no idea, but he's going to have to turn around quickly. The call-out comes through. Tusk stays alive, Frosty will fall.
Not over yet. 8-kill game. Snakebite trying to fight out of bottom sewers. Not going to be easy, make it a 7-kill game, and the Mangler actually topping the Bulldog in that instance. Going to be 3 dead as well momentarily for the side of Sentinels. As we said, still just a 6-kill game.
Sab's going to send it as well. He saw the players in bar. He's got the Bulldog. Frosty's trying to stay alive. Frosty will not stay alive.
Look at this play.
And also Sab will. So a swing of epic proportions again towards the end of this game. It's 3 kills now between the 2 teams. That was 4 dead for Sen.
G2 constantly answering back, and absolutely beautiful technical plays from Sabinator there to jump out against Frosty with the Bulldog and then grapple up to stay on height rather than having to take a route up top. Just min-maxing as much as he can. And as you say, 3-kill game with 4 minutes to go, and this is one hell of a series so far.
This is the definition of nail-biting now for both these teams. G2 know if they win this game, they're up by 2. They only need to take 1 of 3 games, and they win the series. They pack the bags of Sentinels, but no. Sentinels find themselves on the receiving end of the kills they do not want to be on. 41-39, and with those kills, Overshield now in the hands of Straightsick.
Lethal stays alive and he gets the information, but you can see he was helpless against that Overshield. Nothing he could even do, and they're going to be have to be content sitting in the back of their base.
This push could be the game. Lethal tries to work with Royal 2 to negate that push, but there goes the sending. The grapple shot player goes into bar. All of Sentinels are trapped to the back of this base now. G2 have the chance to push. Royal 2 has no idea that Straightsick is there. Tusk picks up 1. Royal 2 gets taken down as well. It's a tie game.
Look at that push from the side of G2. They'll trade out just a little bit here, so it will go with a minor lead in favor of Sentinels. Once again, 43-42 now. G2 going to have to be careful.
This is a scrappy 2v2 inside of this base as well. Sentinels have a 1-kill advantage. As I say that, Tusk takes down Snakebite. It's all tied up at 43-all.
My God, G2, as you said, with the full send, you saw Gilkey with the full Geronimo there, flies into the bar. Somehow they get the kills that they needed to tie this game up.
Rockets and Overshield are up as well.
To lead.
Snakebite's managed to get the Rockets, even though G2 got the lead. It's only a 1-kill lead. Snakebite has all the pressure in the world on his shoulders here. He needs to pick up kills with these Rockets. G2, they can stand still. They can wait for a pick. They have that lead.
46-45, a few things happening in the kill feed there, but regardless score-wise, it will stay with a 1-kill lead for G2. You could just tell from Snakebite, he's actually going to lean back for just a second, a rare scratch of the nose. He knows this game has slowed down. Little drop of the rocks as well.
I tell you what, Frosty says, I'm going to go and win us this game, boys.
2 rockets in the chamber.
Had a little look across there just to see if he had a grapple. He doesn't have a grapple to play with, so Frosty now is going to be the player to watch here. We need to stay on this POV. He is the man with the power weapon in his hand. Overshield pop it in 5 seconds too. Takes a little bit of damage from that spike grenade. Checks the vent. Nothing there for now.
Could pre-rocket this.
Sab. Take it down to no shield. Snakebite picks up the first kill. Sab's going to fall as well. Snakebite picks up 2. Huge from the captain. As now Frosty can move in with the rockets. It's 1 kill to go here for Sentinels. And with 1 more rocket in the hands of Frosty, this should be the series tied up at 1-1.
Oh my God. Talk about a SWAT team moving in with clinical precision. Just like that, they wipe out all 4 members. It was a beautiful set of exchanges and only 1 kill away.
Last time it was Former with the rockets. This time, It could well be Frosty, but it's the Overshield player instead who flies in. It's the captain Snakebite who picks up the 50th kill. And Sentinels tie up the series at 1-1, but boy, was that back and forth.
I cannot wait to watch that on replay, the entire end of that game as Frosty had those rockets and just perfect timing. 1, 2, 3, 4 players fall, and who else but Snakebite to fly in with a grapple overshield in a 1v3. Still the confidence to know that he will hit the commando shots to close it out, but that is Sentinels at their best. When the game slows down, you don't want to give them the time to calculate those plays, because guess what? They're going to put every single piece together.
Well, I think that's why it was good for Sentinels, because what they struggled with? They struggled with a quicker pace when they need to go, when they need to slow down. When it all slows down, that's when you allow for the best minds in Halo to work out what they're going to do.
How about the fact that Frosty is top rockets, watching the overshield pop up, and there's all these players around bottom middle on the market? If that's me, I'm panic rocketing everything bottom middle. Instead, he's got his BR out, he's picking the kills, he's assisting bottom middle, even saves a rocket for the end of the game.
20 and 10 from Snakebite. Unbelievable stats from PJ. Incredible stuff. Royal 2 picking up 12 as well, but that's the PJ show. 20 and 10. Without a doubt, the standout player in that game number 2.
His stats have been incredible. Also in Slayer, he's performing even better than he has been over the Thursday Pro Series here in Anaheim, and even higher KD. And you're not surprised when you see numbers like that. It's a 50-46, and they have really held it back together here in this second game. As we said, a game type that they had a little bit of an edge on in terms of historical performances, at least this weekend here in Anaheim.
The good thing now that we get to a game 3 is we just take some replays from map number 2 is Sentinels, you would feel, have the advantage in this next map, Andy. You were looking at one of the stats that came out of G2 earlier on when we got to Street Strongholds. They struggled a little bit against a team maybe you don't expect them to lose maps to.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at their first pool play matches on Stronghold Streets, we saw them narrowly win the match versus Incognito, 250-242. And if we look at the Stronghold Streets on the other side, it's going to be Sentinels winning their pool play match pretty handily. So if you look at the numbers, like we said, of the matches that have happened so far in this exact game type, Sentinels might have an edge here, an opportunity to go up 2-1 in the series.
Well, this was the push towards the end as well. You can see that. Basically, Sentinels threw everything. That was the definition of a nuke. And unfortunately for Snakebite, he was stood in the middle of it. But the game ended before the full detonation went off to take his life. But as we say, now it's tied up at 1-1. This is a massive game as far as the series is concerned. If G2 can take this one, CTF Aquarius is a strong game type for Sentinels. We've seen them be very, very good on it. And then we go to the Slayer Live Fire, which could go either way. I feel like if G2 want to come out on top in this series, it has to be here and now that they get themselves into the lead.
It is, and I think even though this is not one of their stronger game types this weekend, they need to make it their strong game type, because I agree, they also have problems with their results on Aquarius CTF, even in their most recent series against Kansas City Pioneers, where you have instead, on the other side, wins coming in for the side of Sentinels against FaZe. So that game type doesn't look good for them either. So like you said, if you're G2, you need to really clutch up, understand what your priorities here are on this game type, and make sure that you execute.
Yeah, if they get that win on the board now, it's Live Fire Slayer, game number 5 as well. And that can go anywhere. We know how fast-paced that can be. We know how a couple of kills can completely change the complexion of how that map can play. If you can grab a snipe, if you can grab yourself a heatwave, if you can get your weapons in the hands that you need to, G2 can take that game number 5. And with the way that Sentinels have been struggling with Slayers a little bit, taking that last game maybe out of the pool that we're looking at because they played that extremely well, there's an opportunity here for G2 if they can win one of these next 2 games.
Exactly. I think one thing to mention too is if you look at how G2 played that, we got to give them credit because they kept that game close. They were down by 8 multiple times and they brought the game all the way back. If we look at game 1 and game 2, that's a dominating G2 win, and that's a Sentinels Slayer win by 4, right? Keep in mind, G2 still looks very strong.
Another thing just to throw on top of that as well was Sentinels had the weapons the majority of the time. Overshields, rockets, it seemed like
Dynamos,
they were always,
grapples, everything.
Always in the hands of Sentinels. And as you're barking in my face.
Hey, that's the bark of the Bulldog.
It is. Don't worry, I'll pet you on the head. It's fine. Let's go into our next map because G2 have the chance to go up 2-1, but so do Sentinels as well. We're tied up at 1-1 here as we see ourselves flying through the fly-through of Streets. It's going to be a little bit of Strongholds action here, and I'm very interested to watch both teams. G2 because of the pressure that's now on their shoulders after that loss, but Snakebite Let's see what the pacing is like for Sentinels after that win.
That's the question. How do they come out here? How do they start things off in this game type? They know that opening starts so strong here on a game like Strongholds.
One thing to keep an eye on as well is how are Sentinels surviving after they're picking up kills. One thing we noticed from the statistics, they're #1 for kills, but they're also pretty much #1 for most deaths at the moment. It just seems like trades. They're not being particularly efficient with how they're picking up their kills.
I agree. It's about slaying efficiency, right? You can have the most kills, but if you also have pretty close to the most deaths, it's not going to translate to a lot of control on the board. G2 with an early BC hold.
They do indeed. Frosty taking on Sab. Sab having to get that beat down. Onto him to take him down after the thrust did come in. Snakebite's going to get the conversion onto B. So now Sentinels have an element of control here, and Snakebite's just going to be playing his life. You can see he's just waiting for some information from the death screen of Frosty. The rest of G2 just trapped inside a tram at the moment. Good shots from Snakebite. They're going to force Straight down. But I like how he's playing his life here. Just making sure that once he does damage, he's surviving so that he can hold some angles and hold some lanes down. One of them with this AR, but no!
Unfortunate timing. I don't know if you saw that. Snakebite was actually just screen watching a teammate's screen to see exactly where opponents were coming from. So he was a split second late on the AR trigger. Might have cost him there in Red Room.
Split second has been the difference so far for Sentinels in the majority of games that they have, unfortunately, come out on the wrong side of. Here comes Straysick now. Tusk picks up a kill here at C. No trade, though, with the Bulldog this time. AC now in the hands of Sentinels. Snakebite, again, trying to survive here, but gets cleaned out by Sab.
It's a great job by Sab, especially as one of the only players alive who'll be jumping with G2, and they're off to an early deficit here, but a chance to take this game if they can get things clicking. Let's go to an Astro listen-in with the side of G2 Esports.
Rockets in 10.
There's Bulldog.
I have Bulldog.
Be stairs, pushing.
Hey,
C-box. One in Frosty, be stairs.
Do that. Free rockets, guys. Keep
Music, guys. Be
stairs and music.
Stairs, go me. Push
Last
me.
two
Close.
I couldn't, dude.
Rockets are now.
Yo, Shotty's on B-box.
The last one.
He's pushing bottom middle. Close to you. Might be behind you with Shotty. Nice, Tusk might die with Shotty. We spawned it.
That's fine, Tusk. 2B. I wasted the last rocket.
Tires. Let me get this.
Yo, ATM gonna flank you guys.
One hit.
Help Sab on it, guys. Help.
One hit. My flank push.
Nice.
I don't see him.
We can hold this. We can milk this.
Yo, I'm gonna look B.
He's on your cafe. I'll get him. Oh, fuck. Watch out.
Thrust is back. Thrust is back also. Good.
Shoot C.
Yeah, shoot C, guys.
Yeah, we're literally good here.
Well, the comms here from G2 maybe a little bit more chaotic than we see from the side of Sentinels, which is to be expected as well. It's different teams, different energies here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one thing to notice if you're maybe new to competitive Halo or competitive FPS. You might hear a lot of what sounds like chaos and a lot of high energy communication. Not always a bad thing. It really comes down to individual preferences and playstyle here. This game, though, essentially tied up as G2 will take the lead now, 38-36.
Slim lead, though. Fine margins in this game, number 3. And it will be fine margins all the way through the series that we see played in front of our eyes today. Tusk will be taken down. Great shots again from Snakebite, just protecting his teammate here. But look at the push now coming in from G2. They will get the reset onto B. They hold AB, even with Snakebite doing so much damage.
Yeah, really interesting there. You would have thought the Snakebite would have gotten called out, but I think G2 actually just disregarded and over-prioritized. They knew that a player who's on B stairs like that could not take down everything that was pushing towards B arcade. So instead, they'll hold back. Great prioritization of that kill on back A as well.
Kills fall in the favor of G2 here as well, so Sentinels are going to have to just take a second, wait for those numbers to get on the board. Look at the timing here from Frosty, though. He'll get an easy kill onto Straightsick, who was just kind of hanging around those pillars. Lethal will get a trade onto Sab as well. 2 dead here for G2. Maybe the assault now coming onto B. It looks like that's the call coming in from Sentinels. They want to get the conversion here at Arcade.
Big numbers all the way off screen here. If we take a look at Sab, already 10-5 in this game. On the other side is Snakebite, unsurprisingly, at 8-5. Frosty not far behind him at 8-6. One thing we do have to point out is we do see Sentinels grabbing BC. Once again, they'll maintain scoring, but we should mention that was a long hold from the side of G2. It's already 83-46.
It was a long hold, but it was never a triple cap, and that's the important thing here in this particular game type, I feel, is getting in a triple cap. Even if it's for a few seconds, you get stuck on those difficult spawns to fight your way out of. You're always giving away a position when you jump into a stronghold. So Sentinels, even though they were under pressure for quite some time, they've turned things around now. Wow. It was never allowed to get out of control.
Straightsick not aware of the angles and maybe the PD spawns that came in, and also the flank from Sentinels. They will lose both rockets, and we got to see where those rockets go, because that will determine how this plays out.
This might be the first triple cap of the game as well. Snakebite has the rockets. Just saw it pop up in the kill feed. He took down Sab, and here we go. Sentinels will go into the lead. Plus, they have rockets, and they've just been given the information of spawns as well. It will all be Pink Street. Royal 2 goes down, so G2 do a good job of making sure that they at least get one stronghold on the board, but Frosty's got to survive for now. Picked up 1 kill with the rockets, but 2 teammates have fallen.
G2 certainly did not have the information they needed there. You saw Straightsick with a man advantage. Also, rockets in hand. He's going down B Street and gets taken down without even firing a rocket. And just like that, it's Sentinels now with a 112 to 83 point lead. As you said, they waited. They let the time tick when they were against a double cap. And once they were able to grab those rockets, now they're starting to run away with it. And that is an unfortunate series of events for the side of G2.
Stalker rifle in the hands of Frosty as well. He's going to be able to lock down so many lanes, deal out so much damage as he goes 5 in a row, picking up that killing spree as well. 131 and rising. The push from G2 coming in, but look who's looking at it. It's going to be Frosty, who's putting so much damage down. Royal 2 and Snake by cleaning up the kills. Easy work, light work for the rest of the Sentinels.
Straightsick's going to hop in, but I bet they're going to get this kill on the reset as well. That will be 4 dead for the side of G2. And Frosty, like you said, anchoring with that Stalker rifle, knew exactly when he had to leave the balcony, come out of the nest, and go ahead and pick up the kills as well. Now they're threatening another trip cap.
Spawn information coming in as well. It looks like the push is going to come in from G2 towards C, but the Stalker rifle is just going to be shredding through shields from Frosty. None of the kills been cleaned up quite yet. There's Royal 2 picking up 1 though. And here's Frosty saying, I don't need too much help because I got a Bulldog. This will be another triple cap coming in for Sentinels as G2 are struggling to even stay alive on the map.
Oh my damage. Frosty is heating up, folks, and he's going to be a melted snowman in no time today on Championship Sunday. He is 13 and 6 with 9 assists, doing so much damage all across the map. It has led to an enormous 100-point swing here. It's 196 to 83. Sentinels looking good.
Lethal not quite getting the kills with those rockets, but getting a lot of information from his position. It looks like the call has come in now just to give up C. Maybe think about going back to B for the conversion, but he gets shredded. This time it's the Stalker rifle in the hands of G2, and if you're wondering how influential rockets are, yeah, they're pretty good. But the Stalker rifle, my word, Andy, it can completely dominate this map.
In the right hands, as you saw earlier, it can entirely prevent an entire hold. It can help to get a 4 dead scenario. 3 dead for the side of G2, 2 dead for the side of Sentinels here. An opportunity perhaps for G2 to come off this respawn, but they need to act quick.
Lethal going to be moving towards C. It looks like they're going to try and flip things here. They're going to give up A. Frosty is playing sneaky at the back of A, and maybe we'll be able to work with Royal 2 here to sneak in and not get a reset, but maybe pick up the kills and look to turn it back over. Gilkey does a great job, though, of flushing that player out. Not even just 1, he picks up 2, and that's vital for G2, who now have control of A and C.
You cannot even put a price on how valuable that was there. If you looked at that from this POV, we thought that was a Frosty flank that was maybe going to result in a double kill. Instead, Gilkey picks up both of the kills in the back. They will continue scoring. This game isn't over yet.
This is a difficult moment here as well for Sentinels. They're trapped to B. Royal 2 gets a trade. Frosty picks up another with a stick, but Lethal last player alive. Straightsick will be able to get the conversion onto B here, you would imagine, and that means a triple cap now for G2.
Wow, look at the timing there. Straightsick pops out for just a second, pops back in. They will finish it. A momentary triple cap, but they cannot afford to lose complete control over that, and it looks like A and C will be ticking.
Needs to be a play call here. Do we protect A? Do we protect C? It looks like it's going to be A, and Tusk is going to pick up a trade on Lethal, who had those rockets. Now Straightsick finds himself as the last player alive here. He's got to defend against an onrushing Sentinels. It's only going to be a matter of time, but I love this play from Straightsick, not showing any presence whatsoever as Lethal is trying to work with his teammate Frosty to convert A.
Keep in mind here, it's now 209. They just want to avoid anything around the 230 mark. If it gets to 230, that is not enough room for error. They need to make sure they stop this within the next 15 or so points.
Oh, but look at that. The challenge comes in mid-map. I don't think Snakebite was expecting that, and understandably so. Rockets fall out of their hands. Frosty
Big
flies into C to get the reset. While he's doing that, the rest of his team are converting B. A triple cap here for Sen.
Frosty 17, 10, and 10 now. No other player on double-digit assists. It's him and him alone in that camp. And right now, like we said, now it's 240 with a trip cap. This one's going to be over soon.
It's going to be over soon. Frosty has the flank as well onto A. He should be able to clean up some of these kills on his way towards a victory. But no, look at C. It looks like a member from G2 managed to, at the last second, sneak into C. This game ain't done yet.
Not done just yet. But they're going to have to once again now play some absolutely amazing Halo here. A is getting flipped now. B will start to get flipped as well. So C also going now for Frosty, and it looks like if this one ticks,
look what just happened to A. straight to get Gilkey picked up kills. So we thought this game was done, but at the last second, it looks like G2 are coming back into this one. Oh my word, Sentinels only need 2 points, but G2 are saying no.
They don't want to give up just yet, but like we said, all it will take is a single Sentinels push on the stronghold that they've picked. They just need to take their time and get a play call here. They have enough of a point cushion where they can just decide exactly where they want to go.
Snap gets 2 though. Snakebite with that Stalker Rifle trying to get these kills, clean up these kills, but it ain't happening for now. A is the play from Sentinels. Snakebite's going to pick up 1. This should be the game here. C is being converted as well. Is anyone going to be able to challenge B? It doesn't look like they are at the last second. It will be the points on the board as Snakebite gets the kill. Snakebite gets the reset. And more importantly, Sentinels get that game on the board. They're up 2-1.
You got to think that last volley from the side of G2, just an opportunity for Frosty to pad more of his stats, to be completely honest, as I think he ends that game with 21 kills, an enormous game from him and the side of Sentinels. And as you'd expect, not too much emotion from them. They know they need to close out this series, but it's a very good performance in that second game. Once again, G2 able to keep up in terms of points. However, it was really that devastating triple cap. It was an over 100-point swing. And as you said on set, they were totally fine letting the time tick. They're ready to play the full length of the Stronghold's game, and when the opportunity arose, they struck with the triple cap.
I find it fascinating to watch Sentinels at the moment because we can see how good they can be. Right, when you got that triple cap, G2 could spawn on the map. I think they killed them 3 times in a row without pretty much taking a death themselves. But then you see those moments of awkwardness in the game as well, where maybe they get a little bit split across the map. There isn't a clear play call on, do we want to try and rotate to A here? Do we want to go back and defend C? It's all of these little things. It's fascinating to watch. And you know when that bottom level gets raised up a little bit more, becomes a little bit more consistent, the Sentinels are certainly going to be a team to watch moving forward. If they can do that through this series and throughout the rest of the day is the question for sure. But Frosty, my word, my friends, 21 and 11, and surprise, surprise. Who else is joining him on 20? He's Snakebite.
That's right, 21-11 with 10 assists. That's what we call a royal flush where I'm from. Leader in every single category, not only on his team, but in the game. And I got to tell you what, if you're a Sentinels fan, you're pretty happy with that result. We're taking a look at some highlights.
This was the play as well. I think the Stalker Rifle in the hands of Frosty is something that should be prioritized at all times for Sentinels as well.
Also should be illegal.
Yeah, 100%. He was locking down so many lanes. Every single player from G2 who tried to step foot in B, it ain't happening without you getting there with no shield.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable set of plays, like you said. And I think Sentinels, here's the danger in this team as Frosty just keeps going, killing spree, double kill there on screen for you. Also Snakebite getting the final reset on B just to make sure they close it out. But once again, when Sentinels moves as a force, we've seen it on Bazaar, we've now seen it on Streets, when they move together and they are firing on all cylinders, when they're clicking as a team, they are so dangerous, they're so tough to beat, and now they find themselves 1 game away from advancing on in the tournament, and G2 1 game away from being eliminated.
Yeah, a very interesting series indeed. Sentinels do have the opportunity, like you say, to close things out now as we move over to Aquarius capture the flag. Now, if we look through scrim results here, it's been a 5-0 in favor of the boys on your screen right now, Sentinels, so they've been pretty good. 0 flags been given up when won this weekend as well. That's pretty good record.
Not bad. Not bad at all. These guys are a defensive powerhouse. Once again, as we go to Aquarius CTF, we'll take a look at the most recent results from these teams. As we said, it's a 3-0 win for the side of Sentinels against FaZe, that one going to time. However, it's a loss for G2 against the Kansas City Pioneers, 2-3 in the end of that game. So if the last game's results were any indicator, we could see Sentinels with a slight edge in this one. As we say, it's an opportunity to close out, but the G2 that we were hoping to see largely on set has shown up in this series. I don't know if we've seen the best out of them, but they're going to have to dig deep and find the best.
That's the point. It's we see these flashes of brilliance from G2.
Yeah.
Game number 1, clutches. Majority of the game is in control. They make good comebacks in game number 2, but they don't get over the line, and that seems to be just a consistent pattern of things at the moment for G2. So close to being brilliant, but just not being able to add those final pieces together to get the series victory on their side. They're going to have to do so now if they want to send this to a Game 5 as we head over to Aquarius capture the flag. First to 5 flags will win the game. Otherwise, it's the most amount of flags capped after that time limit runs out.
That's right, both teams wearing red and white on our main stage, but only one red and white will advance on after this series now. 2-1 in favor of Sentinels. This is a must-win for G2, an opportunity for Sentinels to close it out.
A man who's been playing some crazy Halo over the last couple of days. Snakebite going to be taken down on our screens A good start here from G2. They have map control. Can they get that camo, though? That's the real question here. Gilkey is going to pick up another kill onto Royal 2. He was one of the respawners, and now the move is going to come in onto camo. This is a really, really strong start for G2. A lot of map control for them. They did pick up that camo, I'm pretty sure, as well. Frosty now trying to flank bottom middle. Gilkey will get the trade. Snakebite also going to be in the feed as well. Tusk is the player who has that camo in his hands. First power goes to G2.
Yeah, 2 dead for both sides and an opportunity for Tusk to at least establish some map control, get a lot of information for his team just like that. Could actually elect to shoot. Somehow might get away with it. No, he will die in the end. One thing we got to point out is Sentinels did so well to shut down Gilkey. His stats in Strongholds is a 1.39 KD, pretty monstrous. They really shut Gilk down in that last game, but got to point out, unsurprisingly, Frosty with huge KD also in CTF this tournament so far.
I thought you were just going to say Frosty with huge KD in Halo, just in general. It's something that we're very used to talking about, but for the moment, the first flag pull of the game is actually going to be G2's. It isn't going to get too far and should be returned pretty quickly here, but Gilkey is still being a nuisance. Snakebite picks up a kill onto Tusk, but speaking of nuisance, it's going to be Snakebite who feels the wrath as a little weapon drop comes in, this time with the heat wave. And now Gilkey has to be dealt with here by Sentinels, because when you got a player in your base who's got that heat wave, you never know what can happen. He picks up 1 kill across map here, gets that flag moving. Things look a little bit different, but Frosty ain't going to let that happen. 3 dead for G2.
Beautiful pre-nade from the top mid to prioritize killing the player in your base. You never want to pull a flag when there is a player in your base. It just creates way too many cross lines, way too many options for the team that's pushing against you, but Frosty knows to prioritize that kill. 2 dead for the side of G2 yet again.
Huge damage being done by Lethal as well. Managed to put 1 player to 1 shot. Also managed to clean up a kill on a player respawning, and now it's just a case of pick up 1 or 2 more kills here for Sentinels. They're playing it perfectly, they're playing it patient, but at the same time, G2 have managed to get up the map a little bit, so they need to get these kills to get that flag home.
Nice patience, like you say. It's 3 dead. They're going to look for that last kill, make sure that no one's in position. That flag's going to come up, and Sentinels, there might be a team that, no better team, excuse me, that knows how to prioritize that patience. A lot of teams are in that situation, are going to rush. They're going to do whatever they can to get the flag into utility. They're going to panic. No, they drop the flag front base. They get the kills they need. They bring the flag home.
Experience and veteranship coming in those situations from Sentinels on display for everybody to see. Let's see what Tusk can do, though. Frosty will get taken down. That's exactly what he can do. 2-4 for Sentinels now. An opportunity for G2. Maybe to take a little walk up the Stairmaster here into the base. Lethal, though, is going to slow things down. And oh my word, his Royal 2 just jumps out of nowhere, slides into the vision, and hits the perfect 4 shot.
And as we said, G2 is going to have to dig deep here. 2v2 on the map at the moment, but we have not seen signs of brilliance and control from them, honestly, since game number 1. We have seen them on the back foot, on the receiving end of damage, really for the past 30 minutes of play, and it has not been them in the lead. They need to find a way to get control, get some flag runs started, and maybe find some more momentum as well.
2 dead for G2. Royal 2 starting to warm up in this game as well. He's 5 and 5, excuse me, with 6 assists to his name. So even numbers, but a lot of damage being done. And he's not missing too many bullets, as you would expect. Controlling this utility room at the moment. Lethal also picking up kills, and he's just being a turret now as he moves forward with Frosty to try and get a pull moving here for Sen.
This is Sentinels at their most dangerous, just pushing in, baiting and switching on the base. We've seen what they could do with the buddy system, and they will wreak havoc in your base. Right now, G2 doing whatever they can to fight out of it, but they do well. It's 2v2 at the end of that exchange. 3 dead, make that going to be 3 dead for each side. Gilkey versus Lethal top mid.
Camo popping in a few seconds as well. Sab coming off respawn's going to fly up that pink street, and with that kill, should be able to pick up this camo. Will be able to escape back to his teammates. Is he going to engage with that camo now? Yes, he is. Frosty picks up a kill onto Gilkey, though. So even though they have the power up in the hands, it's going to have to be used in a defensive capacity now. Big grenade coming in and takes him down to no shield. Lethal has no idea that he's here as well, and he gets taken down. I love what I'm seeing here from Sab, just prioritizing everything he needs to keep that flag at home. But here's Royal 2 with the double as he takes him down.
Sab, just like you said, Sab doing everything he can to stay alive, and the trigger discipline there with the camo to make sure he didn't waste it. He can get spotted out faster. In the end, though, it's good pressure from Sentinels to make sure that camo wasn't too effective.
Beat down from Frosty. Sab going to win the battle, though. As G2 really, at the moment, struggling to get past that 50-yard line. All these kills are happening, all the trades are happening in their third of the map, which is not what you want. If you get caught on your third of the map and you find yourself losing a couple of battles, you're in that respawn screen, and Sentinels can get inside of that base. Get that flag moving. Straight Stick, though, finally wins a battle on the car side of the map to give them a bit of space to play with, but then it's just answered back again. Straight Stick taken down. Royal 2 picking up that kill onto Sab as well. 3 dead here for G2.
And just as quickly as you thought, you might see some momentum, some energy from the side of G2 Sentinels. As you say, he gets 3 dead, and that flag is already halfway home.
Royal 2's responsibility. Watch those overextenders on the P side of the map. Snakebite's responsibility. Pad those stats, buddy. Put that flag home. And double the lead in this game. It's now 2-0 to Sentinels. G2 reeling in this game number 4.
Snakebite there certainly getting the comms that he should take the shortcut up the stairs. Don't go all the way around the back of the base and risk those nades. And great communication continues from the side of Sentinels. You got 3 players now on double-digit kills. Snakebite not far behind with 9.
Dynamite is going to be tickling away at the shield. Stracy going to look to finish off the kill, but it's actually Tusk who comes in to finish off the damage. 3 dead here. Lethal last alive. Tusk is going to be able to spot him out as well, and the flag is moving here for G2. So even though they haven't had too many opportunities to move a flag, this is the best one so far. Sam's back to his utility. Frosty picks up 1, but it looks like this should be a clear run home, and G2 will be able to put their first flag on the board.
Oh boy, a little bit of scary territory. The flag does not go. There. Right away, Gilkey was the last player alive from the back of the base, made sure to get that flag in.
But they've overextended for it. They had to as well. They had to throw resources at it. Tusk is going to get put in the blender by Frosty off the respawn, and now there's a counter cap opportunity here for Sentinels. It was 3, 4 dead, and 2 players still stuck in the respawn screen as the flag is past the halfway mark. Sen answer back almost immediately. They just have to convert.
That's it. Could be a 3rd flag coming in right now as we take a look. Snakebite also looking at his opponent's screen, knows that there's someone in the utility. Great communication once again, and just like that, that was 4 dead for a second. This flag will go.
And this is the pieces of Sentinels that are starting to click. These are the decisions being made and being responded to. Everything is starting to work here for Sentinels. We're not seeing the little mistakes. We're not seeing the little errors that lead to G2 being given a lifeline to get back into the series. At the moment, it is efficient Halo at its very best coming in from Sen. This is scary on a championship Sunday.
It is. This is the Sentinels of old. I think this is the Sentinels that people have been waiting to see. The return of Royal 2 here for the first time in a very long time, over 3 years in LAN play. Frosty picking up where he left off. The man is 20-12. He is popping off.
He certainly is. Gilkey picking up a kill. He's at least going to allow Sab to get forward with that heat wave in his hands, but it's just been the Sentinel show so far. It's 3-1 in the game. Only that 1 pull that came in from G2, they were able to convert on, but that is something to worry about if you're a Sentinels fan. The fact that it only takes 1 pull, and G2 know the pieces they have to put together to get a flag cap on the board.
Flag carrier goes down. Take a look at this. Stab was trying to get top mid angles, but behind that, Gilkey actually goes down, and Lethal with a great push out of the base, and now it's going to be a full collapse. And the G2 pull just gets absolutely annihilated by Sentinels.
Yeah, great play from Sentinels defensively there. A little bit of a misstep, a little bit, maybe a miscommunication coming in from G2. Gilkey going to be in a 1v1. He's going to lose that one. Snakebite ain't lost too many of those today. I can tell you that. Every time we see him in a 1v1, his POV seems to stay alive a little bit longer than his opponents.
He's also dropped the heat wave there. Sharing is carrying on the side of Sentinels and able to grab a side kick and a thrust to try to push into the enemy base, but we'll see exactly where that heat wave went. He dropped it for Frosty. He said, Frosty, you're popping off right now. You got 22 kills and Camo, I'll give you the heat wave.
See what we can do with it. See if he can get in the base. Lethal's going to be able to pick up 1 kill. Stracy going to be taking damage from that Dynamo. Easy cleanup here for Frosty, and I like this, just wrapping back, realizing that a couple of teammates have fallen, and there's going to be a couple of weak players that are just going to add to his tally around the 50-yard line on this map. 24-13 now is Bradley Bergstrom, and he's looking for more inside of the G2 base.
He's just 1 away now from having 10 more kills than anyone on the opposing team, and that doesn't convince you. First of all, my God, they have no idea where Frosty is. Beautiful double kill in the back of the base. This should be a pull as well.
4 dead for G2. Frosty picks up the double on the overextenders. He runs the flag. He's got it past halfway. He's got support across the map as well. Snakebite giving the pings, but it doesn't matter because it looks like Frosty is going to be picking up wins here. He makes it 4-1 now the score for Sentinels. 1 more flag to go.
And you asked yourself on the G2 side of the stage, what on earth can we do in 2 minutes and 41 seconds to try to get 3 flags on the board, especially when Frosty is a few kills away from the 30 mark.
Yeah, I'm looking for the 30 bomb. Lethal stolen it, but that one you can't take away. Frosty picks up another kill. Stracy going to be challenging. I've got the feeling that Frosty might jump back out there, feeling confident, but Stracy at least wins 1 battle here, but it's not enough because every single player from G2 back on that respawn screen.
I was going to say, the only thing that's going to prevent Frosty from hitting 30 kills is going to be the objective efficiency of Sentinels here, because they're thinking about that 5th flag very quickly now. Still thinking about it, and Snakebite still applying the pressure. He'll fall eventually. That flag will go back home, but still with 2 minutes on the clock here, G2 needs a prayer, and a really good one if they want to have any chance of putting flags on the board here, and you'd have to bet that this one's going to be a Sentinel series.
Takes me back to the Halo 3 days where we used to load into an Onslaught game and matchmaking, go up 4-0 against some poor Brigadiers who maybe have only just accidentally entered the playlist. Go 4-0 up, pad those stats, excuse me. For now, Frosty, though, is going to hit 30 and 15. for the man they call Frosty. Lethal now just patrolling around the bottom pink. Flag is moving though from G2. For the first time in quite some time, it's pressure onto Sentinels to make a defensive play.
It's a difficult final minute here for G2, and they're trying to get this flag back. We'll see if they can get one more flag on the board just for a better score line in the end, but you have to think it's a difficult final moment for them in this series. They're going to bring this flag home, presumably based on 2 dead for the side of Sentinels. So with 1 minute 15 left, if they're able to get 2 dead 2 times, they could run this.
I'm just saying, I've seen some comebacks on this map. You can go back to back.
Here we go.
They need to go back to back. Here comes the push from G2. And while we're telling the story of Frosty having a merry old time, picking up some kills, G2 listen,
again.
And G2 say, hey, we ain't done yet. They've got 3 dead. They got that flag moving again. They've got 54 seconds to make a play. Gilkey makes the play.
Had to stay alive there, and they need all the help they can get here. They need more kills. They're 2 dead again. 2 fresh spores on the fridge. It's Royal 2 from the fridge to pick up that kill. Look at the cheeky angle.
Royal 2 had to get that kill. If Gilkey gets away there, that's probably an opportunity for another cap for G2. Tarsky's going to be trying to force this, understandably so. Frosty says, I'll add my 32nd kill to my tally. And with just 28 seconds to go now, Sentinels relieve the pressure for a few seconds after a good push coming in from G2.
G2 with signs of brilliance, and you might have started to panic as a Sentinels fan there in the end when you saw players dropping around the base and 3 dead. Frosty's just going to fly in. Why not? 33 kills. It's a little bit of double dynamo action there. Gilkey is the last victim on the base here. They'll pull the flag even with 9 seconds left.
33 kills for Frosty. I'm taking off 1 because I'm pretty sure you took Lethal down as well. Snakebite with the heat wave's going to pick up another kill. Frosty's going to run the final flag home here by the looks of things for Sentinels, but it doesn't matter. The time expires. As so does the time on G2's tournament. G2 fall out. Sentinels will win the series 3-1.
Once again, it's what we expect to see from Sentinels in their top form. Royal 2 is back on the stage, and even after dropping game number 1 to a huge deficit, 2 rounds to 0, they answer right back, and they'll win the next 3. A very strong performance from the side of Sentinels.
Really, really impressive, and I just feel like the more games they play, the better they are looking at the moment, and it's almost as if that's kind of been the story for Sentinels this season, right? They'll go through the open bracket with Formal with no practice whatsoever. That was their practice. They got better every single series, every single game. And now it's feeling like the same story here as they fall down to the elimination bracket. More game time. Things are starting to click with Royal 2 again. And those mistakes that we were kind of highlighting yesterday seem to be disappearing and put to the side.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing with Sentinels is they are finding a way to regroup much faster. When they find themselves, say, 2 or 3 dead, they're able to find out where do we need to push, who is available, who needs to stay alive, and how are we going to make those pushes together. And that's what we're seeing from Sentinels. Like, it doesn't matter the map. When they're pushing in packs of 2, they're so efficient. They're on the same exact page. They're sliding straight into the room at the same time to pick up those 2v1s and get exactly where they need to get on the map.
I think one thing to point out as well is when I'm looking at statistics from Sentinels as well, I look across each stat for each player and I'm like, that's what I expect to see.
Yeah.
I expect to see Frosty at the top.
Outliers.
I expect to see Lethal around evens, but doing a huge amount of damage. And you know what I mean? Everything seems to be lining up statistically as well as reflecting on what we're seeing on the maps as well. So Sentinels look like they're starting to click, and it's scary for anyone who's going to be taking them on today.
Yeah, they also shut down the players that we were talking about. Straightsick and Gilkey. Really, we didn't see them after game number 1 popping off on the scoreboard. And I think, like we said, for the side of G2 to win games, they need to have players that are going huge and much bigger than the top 6 performances that we're used to.
Let's put you on the spot a little bit here. Have you seen enough from Sentinels to think that if they go into a rematch with Cloud9 a little bit later on, that they can overturn what we saw from them on the first stage? Do you think they've got enough to win a tournament here?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where my head has already gone, right? After that series, that's the one thing I'm thinking about. Personally, I don't think even that was convincing enough to tell me that C9, that they have what it takes to take down C9 without a doubt. I think they have a chance, but I think we're going to need, we have Sentinels right here. We're going to need to see them right here if they're going to take down Cloud9.
Yeah, and that's the margins, isn't it, at the moment? I feel like, you know, Sentinels have gone here to here to here to here, but that little bit at the top
that 10%, that's it.
is even more important, and we're going to have to see if Sentinels can find that extra little bit of juice as they do progress in the tournament. But for now, we're going to go down to our main stage. The man who's got more swagger than anyone on this broadcast is alongside Blaze, who also has the most swagger on the broadcast.
Thank you very much,
There's a lot
guys,
of swagger
all right?
here at the moment. It's Frosty from Sentinels.
All right, here we go. Frosty coming out on top once again. We got the Frosty and Blaze broadcast on the main stage. And now, coming into this series, you guys lost map number 1, and then you go into that Slayer, and things looked a little bit more scarier. Talk to me about some of the final moments of that game, because if you watch the first series we had today, it looked reminiscent of that map number 2.
Right. Yeah, I mean, well, going into the first map, first off, I mean, we kind of just chalked it up to like a little warm-up game. They're really good on that map. We scrimmed them a lot coming into this event, so like we knew not to take them lightly. And first game, honestly, that might have been the case. They came out hot, we didn't.
Yeah.
So game 2, obviously, towards the end, it was getting a little scary, but I mean, everyone just stayed composed. You know what I mean? It wasn't over until it was over, and we just kept our heads in it the whole time.
Yeah, and then from that point on, you guys tie the series up 1-1, and then from there, you guys go start making some moves on that objective work, okay? Running the flags, playing the strongholds. There was even a portion in that strongholds where they started to come back a little bit because they had some shooters on their team. Gilkey was popping off, Sad was popping off, but, you know, going up against them, you dropped about 35 kills on that last map to close it out. How are you guys playing today? Because I know you want to be a champion again.
Yeah.
And do you feel like you guys are in that championship form right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely are. Obviously, Championship Sunday, you got to battle. And then obviously, if you want to win a tournament, you got to beat every single team. So that's what we came to do. I believe we play EUnited next. So, I mean, we're just eyes forward, and we're all locked in, ready to go. All
right, my last question for you, and it's a simple one, okay? How do you teach the players out there who's trying to be as frosty as you, okay, when it comes down to getting kills and looking so smooth? If you had to give them any tips, what would it be?
Just have fun with it. That's it. That's all it comes down to. Just have fun.
Hey, good luck. Have fun with it, okay? That's going to do it for being frosty for now. Lottie, break this whole series down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Thank you so much, Frosty, as well. Yeah, you got to have fun with it. You got to have fun while you're doing it. If you're in a good mood, then you're probably going to be getting the kills, the slays across the board. But I've got to say, one epic performance from Sentinels across the board there. And, you know, I think, you know, Blaze put it quite well. The first map was a little bit shaky. It was a bit nerve-wracking. But I think Frosty answered back pretty well. They have been scrimming quite often against G2. It is one of their favorites to come and practice against. And they have to take them seriously. At this level in the competition, you have to give respect to every single opponent that comes against you on that main stage. Oddball is just looking a little bit difficult for Sentinels at the moment. Objective-wise, they look like they're a little bit lost in terms of what they want to do. I feel like they're getting separated quite a lot. Gaskin, talk to me about what you saw there with some of the mistakes, and we'll get into some of the best bits.
I think that they were, you know, Frosty said it best when they were just a little bit slow to get it started. It was almost a warm-up game, and because G2 are so good at that game type and they were so quick, Sentinels found themselves falling behind, and we touched upon that before the series started. They are a little bit slow out of the block, so they were fine with losing it because they knew they had a series layout that was going to benefit them. I wouldn't say there was loads of mistakes. I just think it was a case of G2 seemed to have a little bit better teamwork when it comes to setting up and making sure those crosses work, putting yourself in those scenarios.
Indeed.
I spoke about at the start of the series how G2 needed to plant the seed of doubt in Sentinels' minds by winning game 1. They done just that, but what happened then was there was no water for the seed, the soil was barren, and unfortunately for them, they lost the Slayer, which I put down to that they would necessarily win. Last time they scrimmed against each other, it was 50-49. What happens is, Snakebite drops the rock as the Frosty, now it's the Frosty show from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, I love the analogy there. I think you're totally right. It really was indeed. It was quite a pretty decent showing from Sentinels thereafter. Let's just quickly talk about that last map, that CTF Aquarius. You know, that actually previously has been one of Sentinels' kind of weaker maps, actually, and it's evolved into this really well-rounded team situation there when they come into that Aquarius map. They know exactly what they want to do. They're pretty quick as well on the flag pulls, and often we're seeing back-to-back pulls from them, Walshy.
Yeah, the most impressive part is when they're pulling those flags, they're still keeping control. So they're not desperating anytime they're bringing those flags back. There's so many teams you'll see out there that in order to get that flag capture in, they're giving up a lot of deaths. Not the case with Sentinels.
No, it's not at all. And I've got to say, I also like the conversation between Bravo and Onset about, you know, do they have what it takes right now to be that level up with the competition? Can they defeat Cloud9 in a rematch? They want to see 10% extra. Well, they still have a ways to go. They're going to be going up against EUnited. This is going to be a huge elimination match. And this is going to be quite a big task, a tall task for both of our teams here. So I'm excited to see if they can give us that 10% going into that elimination match. But let's right now bring up the bracket. Let's see exactly where we are at into your Sunday. It is, of course, Championship Sunday. And as I just said, in the elimination bracket, we do have EUnited versus Sentinels for your elimination semis. And then the elimination finals will be whoever wins this elimination semis versus, in our winners bracket, whoever's going to be falling short in that winners finals, which is going to be coming up next. And it's going to be Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. Gaming. My goodness, I'm really stoked to see this one happening on the main stage next. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. It really is for me at this point in time a battle of two titans. And you know, does this come down to series layout for you, Gaskin? Do you think?
In my opinion, it always comes down to series layout, doesn't it? We do have the kind of better games for one team and better games for the other, but I will say that Cloud9 do seem to have a better map pool in general. I think you can put any series layout in front of them and Cloud9 are like, bring it. The only kind of worry I have is when Cloud9 played against Fnatic over in the pool play, there were a couple of games here or there that I think maybe Optic will be hoping feature in this series, and because there's been a few rounds since then, it's quite a high possibility that they will.
There is quite a high possibility. We'll find out what that series layout is just after this break, because when we come back from it, we have our winners final set up on the main stage. It's Championship Sunday. One of these teams is going to bound forward into the grand final. One is going to fall short, but they're going to be facing some pretty fierce competition if they want to get back into that grand final spot. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
This facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck.
On your feet, Spartan.
Ninja.
Zone captured. captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals live from Anaheim, California. Things are spicing up a bit here on Championship Sunday, and before the break, Sentinels went head-to-head with G2 Esports in an elimination bracket match. G2 Esports, were sent home packing. That is it for their LAN tournament, and Sentinels will be going forward despite the first map loss at a pretty convincing oddball from G2 Esports on Recharge. They really did seal the deal going forward here in the Slayers, in the CTF. They were looking pretty strong on Strongholds as well, and Sentinels, they will be going forward in that very cool, calm, collected fashion. But it's all about that trophy right there in the middle of the stage, and this is exactly what these two teams next are fighting for. We have our winners finals lined up for you guys. We have Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming, and it is going to be an absolute banger, I can guarantee it. Now, we need to talk about our first team. Gentlemen, Bravo on set. Clutch, it is so lovely to have you joining us.
Good to be back.
Good to have you back, man. Good to have you back. Now, let's talk about Cloud9. You know, I mean, this team, they have been so consistently winning. It's untrue. I mean, it's just unbelievable what these guys are capable of achieving. Yes, they have been dropping maps so far this tournament. It isn't like them. However, you can't really think too much into it because they are able to adapt on the fly. But Cloud9, for you, Bravo, why are they so consistently a cut above the rest?
I mean, I think they've just been playing simply at a different level than the rest of the teams in this league for a very long time. And we've talked a lot about during the Pro Series about the timing, the pacing that they play, and the way that they approach every single situation. They make themselves the most difficult to deal with in every single encounter, and they give teams no breaks.
They don't give them a break whatsoever. On set, you know, I think a lot of teams, when you ask them the question, you know, how are you going to approach this series? Their answer is, well, we're just going to play our game. We're going to play totally how we like to play. Is that the same answer you want to be giving going up against Cloud9? How detailed do you need to be in this series?
You have to play your own game. It sounds very simple to say, right? But everyone has to play their game because that's the way that you play your best Halo. That's how you've worked out you play your best Halo. The problem with Cloud9 is they're so good, but it's also the lack of mistakes that they make. They just don't make mistakes. You can kind of pick out in some of the other teams we've been watching through the weekend, that didn't quite kind of go together. The puzzle pieces were a little bit off there, but C9 don't do that very often, and it's almost like a shock. It's more shocking to see a mistake than it is to see a ridiculous play.
Not very often, but Fnatic took them to a Game 5, and that shows me that they're human. They have bled already this weekend. Nobody can take them down in a best of 5, but I have high hopes here for this finals, this winners finals, and I honestly do think that with a few openings, Optic Gaming may have what it takes, and we've seen those openings already from Cloud9, which means which Cloud9 is going to show up today, because if it's Championship Sunday Cloud9, we could be very shortly discussing this series in just a moment.
Yeah, indeed. I think, look, if we get the hot to trot Cloud9 that we have been used to online and honestly on LAN as well, then it could be game over for a lot of our teams here today. Let's talk about the other team on the opposite side of the stage. We have Optic Gaming, who will have something else to say about that. These guys are gunning for that first position. They have been pretty clean in terms of their record so far on this LAN, and they're looking to clean up once more. Optic Gaming, Bravo, what are they doing for you right now in terms of the team, in terms of the cohesiveness of this roster? They're very flexible at the moment, aren't they, in terms of individual skills?
Yeah, I think Optic Gaming, I got to talk to these guys. Specifically, I talked to Ola on the phone shortly after Raleigh. He just said, hey, listen, after Raleigh, going into Raleigh and after Raleigh, we were traveling. It was the holidays. We weren't getting the scrims we needed. We know we needed to change things up. And in Pro Series, they did that. They could have gone one of two ways. Optic Gaming could have stayed in this questionable top 6 territory. No, they're right back in the top 3 conversation, and they are still a conversation, of course, for a potential tournament winner. And I think we're seeing a different Optic Gaming here. The question is, what does Championship Sunday Optic Gaming look like?
That is a very good question. Another question I might have to add to that is, what changes have they made? What notable changes in this roster are coming forward this event?
It's efficiency from all players, I think, has been a standout for me. It's not, Lucid just running around picking up kills. It's everyone taking their turns to do that, and then everyone taking their turns to hold Nodball. Whatever it might be, everyone on this team is willing to put in the work they need to get a W on the board. And the one question I had coming into this tournament that I was always looking for, like the secret thing that was missing from Optic Gaming, can you win a clutch Game 5? Can you beat one of the big boys in a Game 5 when everything's on the line, when the pressure is on? Because that's where they struggled a little bit before. The pressure has got to some of these players. I did that yesterday. That was the one missing piece for me. I believe they can go on and win any tournament now.
They did indeed, Clutch. We kind of talked very early into this LAN event, and you were talking about Optic and kind of the trajectory this team were on coming into Anaheim, and you were liking the odds here for this team. You were liking what they look like. Are you still liking that right now in this Winners Finals?
Absolutely, I am. I've loved everything I've seen from Optic Gaming so far this tournament. I mean, Mark, you said it best. They've put themselves in a difficult situation, and they've shown that they have what it takes to get out of it already once. Now, going into this series, I expect this to be a very highly contested series, and Cloud9's not going to roll over, so we could be looking at another Game 5. For them to have already gotten those Game 5 nerves, an opportunity to show up in this tournament, set those aside, that bodes well for them.
It does indeed. And another thing that bodes well is a certain individual that I think has been lights out, and he's our AMD power performance, and that is going to be Stellar from Cloud9. I think this guy has been honestly the lead of conversations recently from this Cloud9 roster. The stuff that this guy is able to achieve for his team, he's outslaying, but the plays that he's making, the openings he's giving Cloud9, the control that he's managing to catch for them, is unbelievable. He's lights out.
Absolutely is, and the scariest thing about Stellar is every time you go to his player cam, every time after a game, doesn't matter, during a match, after a game, after a tournament, I mean, that's the most emotion in that photo that we've seen out of Stellar in years. Just the fact this guy's a ruthless killer. He knows exactly what he needs to do, puts so much trust into his teammates. Look at these plays, and unsurprisingly, also the trust in him, right? Jumps on that flag with the information he needs. He turns a triple because of the great team shots.
Yeah, I call him the silent killer because that's exactly what he is. He's like an assassin, right? He's like a ninja almost, kind of moving through these games, moving through brackets. And I think the most important name that I called him yesterday, I think he's the best player in the game right now. I really do. You're looking at players for everything, right? It's consistency, it's decision making, it's lack of mistakes, it's big game performances. This man does absolutely everything, and the crazy thing is, a lot of the time he does it without a power weapon in his hand as well. It's just the BR, it's positioning, it's classic Halo knowledge, and he is just, I don't think many players, if you put 4 Stellars on a team, I don't think there's many rosters you put together to beat that at the moment.
The communication might be rough, but the gameplay is going to be stellar. No pun intended, but the big thing for me, when you look at this Cloud9 roster, from front to back, any of these chairs, it's unbelievable the amount of talent they have. There's always that discussion, like if you could start a franchise, which one player would you start with? People say Snakebite, Lucid, people say Renegade. Any one of these Cloud9 members, especially Stellar, can just be the rock, the pillar that you build around. And for Stellar to be that for this Cloud9 team, the consistency that he's able to play at, I mean, he's second to none in this league.
Yeah, and I think another thing for viewers to watch out for here, Stellar not only gets the kills, he not only, gives you the montage reels at the moment, but it's what he does for the other players on his team that really bodes well for Cloud9. It's the openings he gives them. He allows Renegade to be Renegade on the map. The kills that he gets defines the other players on his team, and that's really, really important if you want to beat some of the top teams here today. Now, we actually sat down with both of our teams to find out how they're feeling about being in this situation, in this very, very important Winners Finals, to get to that very important grand final. And here's what they had to say.
Structured, but EUnited really took their time with that one, and look at these snipes coming out. Lucid maybe putting a
Posted with a nasty double kill.
I think the team that's improved the most overall is us, and we're starting to really understand just the way the game flows, not just map specific, but everything.
So he has to fight tooth and nail to stay alive.
This is dangerous, though. They do get a pick on the roll, too. Frosty's going to end up coming back. 2 players alive are at Woos's base, and he has every intention of pushing these guys.
I feel like I've been putting in extra effort and work into things that can get me even further ahead in any gunfight or any moment in a match.
Get the backstab.
Oh my God, the repulsor on roll 2 takes them down, but the play ball comes through, so Woos to get the double kill.
C9 is, of course, the team to beat. They're the champions from last time. I think the fans can look forward to some good games.
Securing a whole part, the needle right there.
I'm definitely aware that people want to beat us because, you know, we're like the #1 team right now based on like the results. So we like as prepared as we can be.
Through there from Penguin, I love it. Like Renegade's gonna keep this going.
For me, losing's not really an option. I just want to prove everybody that, you know, we're the real deal and we're here to stay.
Points on the board.
He's got 2 players pinned down in Cafe with the commando. That's gonna be 1 pop, maybe looking for a triple kill, and he gets it.
You guys are a really good team, but we're gonna win.
Well, there you have it. You've heard from Eco. I love that. We're the best team right now, you know, just based on results. You know, very humble coming forward. And I think that cool, calm, collected is pretty dangerous, especially when paired with a series layout. Let's see exactly what is going our way today. We've got CTF Aquarius on the board first. I mean, Clutch, I just saw your reaction to that. What are you thinking?
Talk to us.
It's tough. It's tough. Optic used to be so strong on this map, but I feel like Cloud9 has shown me everything I want to see on Aquarius. They set the bar in this week when it comes to CTF Aquarius. If Optic can take that, that's big, but it's going to be more than hard to get that done.
2 live fires.
Oh,
2 of them.
Spicy.
2 live fires.
That's what stood out to me as well.
Optic have lost a couple of games on live fire, but I would say their record overall is better than anyone's. Yep. 2 of them in a series. I'm telling you what. We've got Optic fan backstage at the moment or something. That's pretty good for them.
All I'm going to say is this could be tight. That's exactly what I want. I'm sure at home you guys want that as well. Let's actually look at 2 of our players, though, that are going to be going head-to-head on main stage. These are the Pro Series results as well. We got Stella versus Trippy here. And look, I mean, both of these guys bode well for their team. I mean, they do a lot. Honestly, all 4 members of the team do well. But, you know, in terms of head-to-head here, Bravo, what do these 2 players in particular do for their team when it comes to really, really important clutch matches like this?
I mean, as you see on the screen right here, great numbers, of course, from each of them. As you see also on the screen, great beards from both of them as well. They're looking strong here without a doubt. And you got Trippy ready to go with the Championship Sunday beanie on as well. The man is ready to, and like I've told them, you've seen the clips on Twitch, you've seen the clips on Twitter as well. There's only one way to hide those big brainer pro gamer plays, and it's with a beanie like that, because this guy knows how to pop off.
I want to just quickly talk about Trippy as well. I kind of highlighted him yesterday as someone in Game 5 who's kind of gone missing a little bit. Yesterday, he was the man who stepped up and went, oh, I heard what you said over there. And they put in a massive Game 5 performance on Slayer, hitting huge shots and making plays.
Kills or something,
it was ridiculous. I love the fact that Trippy's done that, because it just puts all the negative energy to bed. And you don't even think about what's happened in the past. It's about, now get me in a Game 5. Let me win it.
You painted that picture so perfect, because Trippy, a lot of the times, he's so good in games 1 through 4, but there have been times where the shot doesn't look nearly as on point as it did at the start of the series, at the end of the series, in those big moments yesterday. Trippy showed up. The experience starting to find its suit in him, right? He's starting to feel more and more comfortable on that main stage as he's gotten that experience under his belt. And we've seen the highlight reel that he can be already this weekend. I'm expecting big things from Trippy as well.
Indeed. It was cool to also hear from Lucid yesterday saying, look, hey, if any of my teammates are popping off, I'm like, go for it, man. Take it. Take the shock rifle. Here you go.
Yeah.
And that flexibility, that's very, very dangerous in a series. Now it is time for predictions. Fellas, we need some quick predictions because we are pretty much ready to go. So without further ado, if we're ready on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Wow, what is that?
Boom.
What on earth is this? This is the first time we've seen this one, that's for sure.
That's weak.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. Well, I tell you what, it's a split one on the desk here. Team Cloud9, Team
100% so far this
Optic
weekend.
Gaming. Let's see what the casters are thinking right now. We do have Walshy and Sherzy. Boys, we've got the winners finals coming up. I'm really excited to see how this one is going to pan out. I know we have to go, so it's no time to chat, so I'm just going to throw it over to you guys.
Dave, cannot wait to jump into this, sink our teeth into it. I'll tell you something, a ticket for Grand Finals up for grabs here.
Yes, this one's going to be huge. The fact that we're seeing Optic Gaming, the squad that was dominant at the emergence of Halo Infinite, versus Cloud9, the undisputed #1 team at the moment. We're going to see if Lucid is correct in saying that Optic Gaming have improved the most since Raleigh. That's a really tough thing to say. Saying like, all right, going into Raleigh, they were arguably one of the best teams. Now he's saying they're the most improved since Raleigh. This could be scary.
Scary indeed. Game 5 Achilles heel has been a problem they have had in the past. As rightly Mark says, that they've managed to beat out Sentinels in that Game 5 yesterday. Do you expect to see similar stories emerge today? Will Cloud9 clutch up, do you think?
I mean, that one is so tough to predict. The fact that they highlighted 2 live fires coming up here.
Yeah.
We did see Lucid and the Optic Gaming Squad just doing so much work on that map. However, even though they've been so strong in live fire, we did see them kind of bobble an end live fire game.
Yeah.
Last night, we saw how strong Lucid was doing at the very end, and yet they still weren't able to close it out.
Game 1 is going to be Aquarius CTF, and I tell you, in recent form, Optic Gaming actually won that one 4-2. So we know Clutch said that they've been setting the bar at Cloud9 for Aquarius CTF, but last time they performed against Optic Gaming, they took the win.
Yeah, recency bias is a huge thing when it comes to especially specific game modes and recent scrims.
Here we go then. Winners Finals about to get underway. Not only a ticket to Grand Finals, but you also have that insurance policy of a bracket reset, Dave.
This is the position you want to be in. You want to be in Winners Finals to start off. And then, of course, you want to make your way to Grand Finals. You want to be the team to beat. You want to have that cushion, that double limb factor to knock yourselves out.
Camouflage going to be super important to control for these teams, but here we go. Game 1, we're underway.
Renegade prioritizing not only the commando, also getting the thruster. And this player is just so dangerous when he can get up in their face. This is also interesting from Cloud9. They seem to prioritize the dino grenades, or as you like to call them, the sizzle sticks, rather than focusing too much on that camo.
Pick up those sizzle sticks. GPS location down by Electric Avenue. That's where you're going to find them. Closet, though, for Renegade. He's got full control of the enemy side already and looking to put down some damage.
And I love this positioning from Renegade, just taking over this util. If anyone rounds that corner, they're just going to get met by a couple of shots. And just like that, Renegade knows he has the advantage. And even when he doesn't have an advantage, he's going to be going on the hunt. So right here, Renegade doing a 2-on-1 against the Optic members in the base. Staying alive for so long.
Staying alive for so long, ultimately shut down the end. Trippy gets the job done, playing defense for his team. Gonna try and push out towards Closet side. Met by 2 members of Cloud9. He's in big trouble here.
What a huge kill there from Trippy, taking out Eco in that moment, but gonna meet his end by the grenade from Stellar.
Lucid then, heat wave in hand. Fires down a couple of shots, evaporates one into dust. Unfortunately for him, Renegade will answer back in that one in anger. And now Heatwave has transfer control, and it's in the hands of one man you don't want to get his hands on it, Renegade.
And similar to the very beginning, you see Cloud9 and Renegade focusing on this utility side of the map. The reason they like to hold this side is you have a much safer flag route. Once you get the kills, you can safely run across that bridge, and look at that kill on Ola. Ola, one of the toughest kills to get, but not too bad for Renegade as he has the Heatwave in his hands.
3 dead then momentarily. Down to 2. Flag over the halfway point. Trying to push it all the way home. Getting tagged up in the back. Will drop, will fall to Trippy. Eco's in touching distance, but has to back down.
Yeah, gonna have to re-secure the kills here. That is 2 down for Cloud9. Looks like Penguin's still gonna try to force this in. And this is gonna be one of those situations where Cloud9 gets the cap, but they're giving up control. They do not have control on the map right now, as you see Lucid and APG controlling the top side of the map and the camo.
Cap secured, but at what cost? APG, camouflage in his chest. Backsteps just a touch to pick up a thruster pack. Only 1 though, so he'll have to use it wisely. 2 kills in favor of Penguin and indeed of Cloud9. And now 2 dead momentarily for the boys on Cloud9.
I'm not sure if you're seeing a thematic little positioning here, Shurzy, but everyone is on the util side of the map. This car side of the map is so valuable, as we talked about. These teams prioritize controlling that side of the map to get the flag runs.
APG, unfortunately, chewing a couple of grenades, and that's going to take him to Pain Town. Eco gets a kill over towards that Closet side of the map, like you spoke about, can be so important. Getting the return for his team, pistol in hand, can't get the job done.
Also, I love how Eco looked all the way at the ceiling. He's like, all right, they got an Ola on the other team. I cannot be too certain of where he's at. Check the ceiling just in case.
The Wizard can be rappelling down from any which direction. Gotta keep your eyes on him. Melee comes through, not gonna be enough though. Lucid fires the heat wave, connects 1, can he turn 2? Just gonna miss the clamber a touch, and that could be the mistake that opens the door to keep this base alive.
But even though he slightly missed those shots, Lucid is just taking his time and staying alive. Not gonna be a one-time thing. Gonna try to go for that finish on Stellar and just barely missing it. And these are some rare mis-executions we're seeing from Lucid. We're used to seeing him hit every single shot, every single time. And he is running into a little bit of trouble with these Cloud9 members.
Optic had control of the base on a couple of occasions, unable to get the flag significantly over the halfway point, or even get a decent pull of their own. Penguin's got the heat wave once more. We've seen it be instrumental so far in opening the door for the team. Gets a kill, top middle APG. It's the respawn screen. It's a double kill for Penguin. He's cooking.
And And this is so huge. Getting these kills on the pink side of the map, they now know that these members are going to be spawning over in the fridge. And so anyone that's going to try to push out the fridge from Optic are going to be met with quite a bit of resistance here from Penguin at top pink. Right there getting the melee on Trippy, but not enough to get those kills. That's usually such a strong corner to hold with the Heat Wave.
Unaware he only had one shot in the chamber, and unfortunately when he went to fire the second one, Camo's going to fall too. So both these teams fumbling it at times when you don't expect it. Stellar's got the flag over towards his pistol. Shots go down. Gonna lose that fight though. 2 dead. It could be a counter cap opportunity.
And Eco wisely backing down, not just gonna give up his life to try to die inside the util. Tries to use those sizzle sticks, and somehow Lucid lives out of that. Anytime those things have been near my feet, I'm dead, Jersey.
Yep, getting fried. Right through to the core. How do you like your Jersey? Medium rare, it would seem. But melee goes down onto 1. Lucid picks up 1 in the feed. 2 down for Optic Gaming here. 3 still alive for Cloud9. Big kill for Penguin here to try and help his team secure this flag cap.
Yep, Penguin trying to help his squad migrate back on over towards the util and escort this flag in. This is like the 3rd or 4th attempt we're seeing from Cloud9, getting it all the way back, and this time taking a little bit of extra patience because Stellar and the squad have been stopped previously. Not gonna make that same mistake.
2-0 then to Cloud9 in game 1. Very close to securing this game. It can be so difficult to secure those flag caps, and Optic Gaming just haven't been able to get anything going here.
Yeah, and what I've been seeing though is it's been many more opportunities here for Cloud9. It's not like we've been seeing so much of a back and forth where Optic's getting the flag back to their base and Cloud9's getting a counter potential cap. No, it's been Cloud9 making attempt after attempt and keeping control on the map.
Optic Gaming huffing and puffing, unable to secure a flag cap though. Over towards Fridge, gets fried, does APG. Stellar will fall after locking in a killing spree for his team. Lucid picks up a double kill and a killjoy to boot, but will also fall. 3 dead now for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, too little too late right there, as we see, like you said, Lucid gained a double kill, but he was one of the last people alive on his team. So that's not really going to give as much control, and Renegade having the heat wave still over on the Optic flag. This is such a difficult position to be in if you're an Optic Gaming member.
Renegade just taking the attentions of one player to try to help his team secure the flag cap though. While that's been all going on, Pistola has snuck away with the camouflage front base, but he's been spotted out by Eco. He's got those camo eyes. Flag already nearly home.
Eco not only just helping finish that kill, but also bringing this flag, and that's going to be flag capture number 3 for Cloud9, and they also still have control. The 3 members of Optic Gaming are dead.
Eco then. They're so far on top here. Optic Gaming just haven't been able to get anything going. APG picks up 1. Will this be the catalyst then? Lucid in the feed. Gets another. 2 dead momentarily. Make it 3. Renegade the only one left alive. Ola pulls that flag over towards the closet side. First time we've seen something out of Optic.
Yeah, first attempt, but I also don't know if this is the right play, because sometimes what teams can do is when they get their first sense of control on the map, they try to go for that objective right away. Sometimes maybe you need to get another round or 2 of slaying just to get comfort.
Will they be a victim of being overzealous here? APG gets 1, but will be traded out in the end. And there we go. Flag return, Dave. You called it.
That's always such a difficult and delicate balance to have, because you're getting to a position where you're around to, run your first flag across the map, but also you're starting to get some sort of control in the map for the first time. So it is really tough balance, and I feel like when you're down 3-0 in flag and you only have a few minutes left, I don't know which is the right answer.
3-0 the score then. Can Trippy come up with the answers? Can he solve this Rubik's Cube? Happy to sit back base. Waiting for some movement. He's been spotted out. Grenade's going to come through. Penguin in a 1v1. He's buffing some shots here. Does finally get the job done, but he made a meal of it.
But look at that awareness from the Cloud9 side. Nobody spotted exactly where Trippy is at, but these Cloud9 members or Hoaxer is keeping track of anyone slipping by, saying, all right, there's someone near our base. We don't know where, but do not let them catch you off guard.
Yesterday in an interview, Hoaxer said they recognize numbers as the heat wave goes down once more. Renegade gets 2. They're well aware when they haven't got all members' tabs open, and that's what we've seen there. Trippy unable to get anything going for his team. Renegade looking to apply more pressure to the enemy base. Optic Gamer in trouble. They're wobbling.
But even though Renegade gets back down temporarily, still has control of this util, takes a pistol battle against Trippy, gets a little help from his friend Penguin, and it's once again control for Cloud9 over at the util side of the map.
You get by with a little help from your friends. It's exactly what we're seeing here from Cloud9. Lucid getting tagged up just a touch. Has to get back down here. Pistol in his back pocket if he needs to. He can draw on that if required. A couple of shots, warning shots, it will be down towards Stellar in the fridge area. Optic Gaming have to start doing something now. They're running out of time, only 3 minutes left on the clock.
I like this play. Optic collapsing in together towards the flag. Trippy's going to be the one to run this. We got Ola trying to take control of the util, but it's not quite enough. Somehow, 2 members of Cloud9 snuck into the util or spawned over there while they're pushing in on the flag.
Penguin, 4 dead now for Cloud9. This should be and could be a flag cap here for Optic Gaming, getting 1 on the board, but time is very much against them.
I like this from Trippy. Keeping control. They have all these members spawning over at the bridge, and look at this collapse coming in from Cloud9. They so desperately want to get control of their flag. Instead of prioritizing going towards top card or getting control of a different spot of the map, they want to get control of their flag first. And it looks like this might be the Cloud9 strategy. Get control of the flag, get control of the util, worry about the rest later.
Cloud9 recognizing they weren't going to stop that flag and deciding to turn their attentions towards their own flag. But unfortunately, they have lost those engagements. That scramble, that Royal Rumble has gone the way of Optic Gaming here. Another flag out on the move. Doesn't quite catch the slide there. This might slow him down just a touch. And 2 members down. APG last alive with the flag in his hand.
And I like this play. He was contemplating hiding with the flag, but instead drops it. Bust out his VR. APG has such an incredible shot and needs to do as much damage as possible, but it's not going to be enough when you're outnumbered 2-1 in the util.
Sizzles take over towards Fridge. Not going to tag up anybody that way. Couple of ticks back flag onto Ola. He's in big trouble. He loses his life at the hands of Eco. Camouflage too for the man himself. What can he do with it? Trying to finish off APG. Not looking to expose himself any way, shape or form as APG scampers away with his life, but they've also scampered away with the flag.
Yeah, the damage has been done. Looking like Cloud9 has this on lockdown. However, I believe Lucid has snuck by, and we do see Lucid make it all the way to the util, getting that 1v1 against Stellar, as you see in the kill feed, and that's going to be Lucid and the Optic Gaming Squad trying to go for this recover, but it's now Lucid 1v2 in the util. Did not hop on the recovery right away, so it kind of felt like a disjoint effort. Cloud9 Optic Gaming trying to push back in too many different directions, and even though they got the kill on the flag runner, you can't just get that instant return. You need some more force on the map.
Hesitancy from Lucid, going to pay the price. Flag cap secured once more. 4-1 now the score to Cloud9. They have gone 4 dead momentarily. Trippy's got control of the base, but they're running out of time. But dare I say, there is no time.
Yeah, I mean, you just see a desperate attempt right here from Trippy. If they have any chance whatsoever, they need to start running a flag now. Do they have control at the moment? Not exactly, but somehow still making it work. And even if they get this flag, they somehow have to make that happen 2 more times. Ola is in position to get the second pull. So the miracle is somewhat possible, but I don't know. I'm not a big believer. I'm not, big into horoscopes or miracles or whatever you call it, Jersey.
We'll see here then. Renegades will come out on top of that current engagement. 2 dead apiece here. Big kills coming through. Stellar jumps in the return once more, and that should be all she wrote here in game number 1 for the boys on Cloud9. They're going to lock that in. They're happy with what they've seen. Job done here. Game 1 secured.
And look at those slays. I would have to look back on the Cloud9 side. I didn't really see anyone significantly sticking out from the Cloud9 side as far as going off, dropping 30+ kills. It felt like they all put a pretty equal effort in. Once we see the stats again, it looked like everyone was around like the 17 to 23 range.
Game 1 in the books, locked in. 2 more required then for Cloud9 to punch their tickets into grand finals and of course secure that insurance policy of a bracket reset if need be. Live Fire Slayer is going to be game number 2, but we don't need to talk about that just yet. Game 1's so impressive. Hoaxer on top of things for his team.
Just doing so well. I can't wait to see how we see Optic really react to that. This was a game mode, as you said before, that in their last scrim, it seemed like it was an Optic 4-2 situation. However, these teams know how to make these alterations. And as I said before, it looks like everyone pretty much even across the board from the Cloud9 side, between 17 and 21 kills, everyone putting in about the exact same amount of work.
Ola, though, having a game to forget here. Walsh, 9 and 23. When you call on big game players, Ola's one of them. When he has a performance like that, it doesn't put them in great stead.
No, I mean, it's tough during a situation like that. I mean, the stats don't always reflect the impact on the game. And unfortunately, though, for Ola, some games can be a little rough.
4K damage for him. He'll be looking to bounce back in game number 2. But talking about the players that were highlighted before the game, Stellar, he had a decent performance, but his teammate Renegade, nearly 7K damage. Super impressive there from him.
Yeah, not too surprising seeing how often we saw Renegade in the opposing base, how often Renegade had that heat wave and just consistently doing damage, just finding so many engagements. There's very few times where you see Renegade just kind of hiding somewhere, waiting for something to happen. He's always the aggressor.
seen Optic pick up a couple of camouflages along the way, but they really weren't efficient with it. There was a couple of false starts. They only came to life towards the latter stages of that game, but by that stage, it was 3-0 Cloud9.
Yep, and you can almost start to discount the end of the game as far as how the stats go, whether it gets another flag cap or how many deaths you start to pile up at the end. At some point, the game is almost statistically impossible to come back, especially when you have two strong teams like this. They know how to just delay the flag enough, just get a couple slays, force the other team into making mistakes.
Speaking of slays, that's what's up next here. Live Fire Slayer is going to be our game 2. Aquarius CTF already in the books like we spoke about, 4-2 to Cloud9. Recent scrim results will suggest Optic Gaming can get the job done here. Last time they performed 50-37, they got the win in the scrims, but we're on land now.
We are on LAN at this moment, and we're also not seeing the top performance here from Optic Gaming.
Yeah.
As we saw them yesterday, we are seeing some of the absolute best performances we've seen in Infinite from Ola, coming out and dropping some of the biggest numbers. We've been seeing Lucid, as of yesterday, hitting absolutely every single shot. And in a situation like this, we're being very critical, saying like, oh, Lucid missed a heat wave shot here, or didn't get this finish here. However, that adds up in the long run. And in order to take down the current #1 team, you need to be playing your best. You need to be hitting all those shots. You need to have execution on point, and we're just not seeing it as smooth right there. So hopefully, if you're an Optic Gaming fan, you want to see them pick that up and play as smooth as possible.
The heavyweights, the juggernauts, Cloud9. 1 game to the good, though, here, Walsh. And business as usual for them. They head into the Slayer game, and we'll just do it again here. As we line up then, looking at those face cams, the boys over on Cloud9 very rarely show emotion, whether it be good or bad performances. They've been looking to ice up here in game 2. Not looking to go the distance in this one. Save their energies, preserve themselves for the grand finals if they can get there. Optic Gaming have their work cut out for them here. Live Fire Slayer though, Live Fire in particular has always been sort of their holy grail. It's home base for them, and they need to do it here.
That's always such a comforting feeling when you're a team and you have what you can say like a home map, something that just feels really good. 07 Final Boss, we had Beaver Creek Team Slayer, where we just knew when we got to that one, we're like, we got this W. We kind of nearly perfected this. We were just in other teams' head. It was a good reset position. So that could be this for Optic. This could either be the equalizer as they bring it back, or it could be the nail in the coffin if they lose their home map.
Game 2 underway, then straight into the action. To the eyes and ears of Penguin. Back green. Grenade's going to come through. Not going to do enough damage to get the job done on him, though. No slays to talk about. As I say that, 1-0 in the good for Lucid. Picking up a kill onto ABG, sorry.
And look at this play here from Cloud9. Generally, you see the team that spawns over at C run towards pillars and try and make some sort of flank over towards sandbags. But in this case, Cloud9 are the ones that are pushing towards Nest and making a flank onto C.
4-2 the score then. Opening engagements favoring Optic Gaming. Camouflage secured for Lucid. Just downloading information for his team here. Eyeing up his next moves. Puts a couple of shots into Penguin. He's been spotted out though. Penguin desperately trying to stay alive. Did a really good job of milking that one, and because of that, Lucid put in a world of hurt and dies.
Yeah, and it felt like maybe Lucid trying to do a little too much, or felt like he should have gotten that finish a little bit quicker. That's a difficult spot to be in, just trying to be so helpful for your teammates over at that sandbags. But at some point, you're the camo player. You have to be a little greedy, get a little bit of damage or poke damage, and then move on to something else.
Optic Gaming then need to have their communications on point, and we have an Astro listening to see exactly how that's going for them.
Watch out, dummies.
Weapons are guys are talking.
Pillars.
Hear that? I spawn A. I spawn A.
Yo, they're still on me, elbow.
We're killing the weapons off.
Nice. I have weapons at elbow.
I'm pushing open field to it.
He's still at elbow.
Yo, Ness and River.
They're doing the jump to C
He's messing
plat.
up the jump. He's going elbow right now. Elbow right
Looking
now.
right now.
I just needed that, Justin. I needed that.
Alright, hear that. I'm backing up then.
Yeah, River again.
Watch
just
the
elbow.
Just
He's got. They have a heat wave, guys. Careful. Watch the Cambo's coming in.
Elbow right now.
Guys, can we
That green, guys, that green.
Can we leave?
Bottom tower, shot you guys.
I got one.
And
Top tower. He's top tower.
We have Cambo's coming, guys.
Leave for camo with me.
Guide Nest. C-box and top tower with E-wave. E-wave and snipe. E-wave
We're
and
done.
snipe.
We're done. Cambo's up right now.
What's you? One's nades with the
Nice.
finger. One's top middle with the finger.
Communications calm and collected. 11-10 now the scoreline. Lucid trying to put emphasis to his team that he needs this camouflage. He's done that. Second of the game for him in succession. But what can he do with it? Not able to get up ahead of steam with the last one. Hoping to change his fortunes right here, right now.
Would love to see Lucid get a little bit more to work with when he has his camouflage. In the past, we've seen him getting control of that heat wave or a sniper or even a mangler. But right now, it's just been nothing. He doesn't even have any grenades to go with this.
Renegade in position back tower, and just like that, Camouflage being completely evaporated. Gets one kill for his team. They did open up the map just a touch. Stellar trying to get into a 1v1. Lucid says no, shuts him down. 14-12, the current scoreline.
APG walking away though with both these power options. We saw how powerful these can be in the hands of these Optic Gaming members, but they first have to survive this initial engagement.
APG missed his clamber. No chalk in the hands to grab onto that ledge, and he just signs over the weapons to Penguin. And indeed, the Cloud9 snipe shot to the spine of Trippy. Headshot! See you later, pal. You're out of here. Next.
It's so easy just to highlight at some point specific players on these teams based on how many clips they get, you know, the snipes from Renegade or Lucid. But every single player here is so dangerous with this weapon. Penguin's 3 for 3 with a sniper rifle.
Cold-blooded killer. Penguin on a killing spree here. Positioned back tower. All tied up in the scoreline.
I mean, I don't want to recorrect you there. Penguins aren't technically cold-blooded.
He is.
Yeah, warm blood. Okay, moving on.
Penguin then. Back tower gets absolutely nuked, evicted from his position. A beautiful push from Optic Gaming. Renegade tries to answer back by securing one onto APG, but gets shut down without landing that body onto Trippy.
This is such a pivotal push here. But even if Optic come out ahead in this engagement, the damage has been done. There's no more sniper ammo left in that sniper. So if they push and take over, they don't get the benefits that they'd normally get for such a successful push.
This game's been back and forth, but that triple kill on Optic Gaming going down, Trippy last man alive, has put breathing room between these two teams and a bit of an insurance policy for them now.
And look at all these Cloud9 members spread out. They're taking over tower, they're taking over garage. They know they are spawning over at B, and unfortunately for Penguin, his teammates are getting taken out across the map, so this is an engagement he can't really help out in until they push over towards sandbags.
Penguin lines the sight down top middle. Eco position on C platform here. We've just hit over the halfway point then. 25 kills to 21 to score here. Stellar, under a tiny bit of pressure, has to back himself out of dodge. Does so successfully, gets his shields recharged. Thought about going top middle. Trying to get information this whole time, but he seems a little bit hesitant.
Yep, you're right, getting that information. But in addition to that, knowing when you can fly out and help and when you have to sit back. And Stellar has his eyes on a prize down there. I wonder if he's going to be the one to drop down and grab it or just kind of step for his teammates. And it looks like he opts to get a little bit of a flank, knowing that somebody might be over here on this B side.
Deciding not to wait for the heat wave to come out of the oven, put damage down on the Lucid instead. Trade comes through, but kills go in favor of Optic Gaming this time around, and Penguin unable to get that finish. Still a 5-kill game now.
How long has Penguin been up at this tower? It's such a powerful position. Any single time that Optic has been making push out towards Nest or going maybe towards back C, they can't really do much about it. Penguin is just a constant threat in this power position.
Now, real distance between these two teams. Optic Gaming, we talked about it being home base. I'll tell you something, Cloud9 have moved in and they're not looking to pay rent as a Mangler shot melee to the jaw takes down Lucid.
Look at this maneuverability, just regrouping up with his teammate over towards top center, but APG somehow has something to say about that, clearing off both players in top center. Huge double kill by APG.
APG clocked in, ready to go to work. Renegade, though, victim to Trippy. Lucid, position top middle, trying to get his shields back. Here's the snipe rifle. He can be lethal with the thing.
This is one of the moments we're seeing Snipe get in the hands of Optic and see if they can actually step with it. Lucid wisely backing down, not going to fall into the Cloud9 trap, and has Eagle Eyes picking off Renegade, getting that first shot in that camo player. Not only does that spot where the camo is, it's going to run out that time on it. Renegade has to fully reposition now to get some effective use out of that camo.
Playing patient, Penguin shields popped. Power position, back tower. 2 kills go in favor. He throws the sniper rifle off the map. Recognizing Renegade, perhaps, the spidey senses were tingling.
Yes, that is such a big brain play. And I don't know why I don't see that even more. If you think about it, with this new dropping mechanic in Infinite, we still see people just jump off the map. Why aren't we just dropping the weapon off the map? It's like, all right, wait, why don't I just throw it off? I don't have to go with it.
If I go with the weapon, I know it's being played. That's it. I can tell my team, listen, I made sure that went down with me.
Actually, good point, Jersey. Yeah. I'm going to be old school in that fashion. I'm going down with that ship. There's no way if that sniper's going off the map, I'm not going with it.
Captain will go down with his ship. I will go down with my sniper rifle. Scoreline here, though, 42-31. Cloud9 just 8 kills away from securing game 2, and we could be well within our rights to say a clean sweep could be on the cards if Optic did not get their act together.
This is a difficult position. Every single push, it feels like Cloud9 does, has success. We don't see them get shut down. It feels like when they are the aggressors and dictating the pace of this game, they come ahead with the kills and the trades.
5 kills required then. Lucid with the heat wave. Has to be a huge life from him. Looking at the stat line once more. Ola had a slow game 1. Game 2 has not gone according to plan either for him or APG. 3 and 8, 7 and 14 respectfully. They need to show up big here for their team if they have any hopes of winning this game. Lucid being tagged up though by the Needler, gets the job done. Your favorite weapon, Walsh.
That is such a huge kill coming out right there. Realizing that, all right, their playmaker, their player with a heat wave, push across top center, just take him out. Obviously, Renegade did not realize he was going to get flanked and go for one, but he put himself in a position where he was not going to get randomly stuck, not randomly get melee traded and go down to 0 shield. He just played that so smart and at the right time.
There we have it then. Game 2, locked and loaded in the books for Cloud9. Really impressive performance, almost a steak dinner there, and Optic Gaming, we spoke about it, they need to get their act together. They're showing no signs of life here, Walsh.
Such a difficult spot, as we talked about before, with that being, you know, their arguable home map. We're not sure if Optic feel that way. We know that they feel strong on Livefire. Do they feel strong enough to say, all right, this is a 100% win map against the likes of someone like Cloud9 or Sentinels? Probably not, but that is a heartbreaker. That is such a difficult position to be in. You're here in the Winners Bracket Finals, Cloud9 are on fire. Optic clearly slightly off their game. Even when it comes to something like Lucid, making that jump from bottom C to top C above by that plasma pistol. That's just something you just normally don't see him miss. And that's such a minor thing that played into no real effect. It's not like if he hit that jump the first time, he lives or gets some sort of kill. But it's an observation saying that things are not well-oiled right now on the Optic Gaming side.
Recharge Oddball is going to be our game 3, then that's where our eyes will be beaming onto next. And Hoax are doing a great job for his team, Cloud9, but what does Lunchbox need to say to the boys to get them back on side with their heads down?
Needs to get them coordinated. At some point when we were seeing different kind of separate pushes, like for example, on Aquarius CTF, we saw Lucid get a nice sneak by on Aquarius and get all the way towards the util. But these are individual plays. You can't win an event against Cloud9 by individual plays. Those can be small difference makers, but that's not going to be the main reason why you're winning. You need to be playing as a cohesive unit. So in this case, if I'm Lunchbox and I'm talking to the Optic Gaming side, I'm going to say, play together, run in twos, do something together.
Insult to injury, Needler to the spine. Ola, usually known as being the wizard, but in this series so far, he's been a bit of a muggle, no magic powers thus far.
It has been a rough series for, you know, I don't want to see the day that I see a Muggle Ola. He will always be a wizard, and he is just having a little dry spell at the moment.
It's a slow day for Pistola. Plenty of time to turn it around here and now. Oddball recharge. Talk to me about the keys to success. Not for Cloud9, we know what they need to do, but Optic Gaming have to claw their way back into this series.
Optic Gaming at this point just can't be getting those 4-down scenarios. We've seen how Cloud9 puts that vice grip on Optic as soon as they get a strong setup on them. And so in a case like this, I feel like Optic, they can't just be putting themselves out too much to help each other in a situation where, you know, if one player dies, don't need to go fly across the center to try to finish off some desperate one-shot kill. Instead, play your own game. Allow Cloud9 to actually make a couple mistakes. Right now, it feels like both these teams are just trying to force action and make everything happen on their end. But Halo's a game of clearly hitting your shots, but also making as few mistakes as possible.
Seeing there a little stat line across the bottom of your screens. Cloud9 have a super impressive performance in Oddball recharge in particular. And I tell you something, last time these two teams played, it was 200-35 in 2 rounds. So it's not looking good here for Optic.
This is going to be a real difficult feat here for Optic, especially given how these last couple games have gone. However, each game is a new game, a new fresh start. Even if one of these rounds don't go so hot, you get to reset here in this new Oddball rule set. So I'm not counting Optic out. They've shown fortitude. They have so many veterans on their squad. They've been down 0-2 in series before. It makes it a lot more difficult, but it's still possible.
It's ride or die here then for Optic Gaming. We're underway in game number 3. Eco throwing down a couple of prediction nades. Not going to land on anybody, but he's able to claim that map because of it.
And look at that, a little bit of patience here from the Optic side, allowing a couple members like Eco and Stellar to fly in out. That's also going to be Penguin kill acquired. This is going to be the camo going in the hands of Optic. Oddball should be going in their hands very, very soon. This is a little concerning since they had 3 dead, that they're not picking up immediately. But we're going to have to see if they get at least some stronger positions across the map to make up for not grabbing that oddball.
Trippy then, surveying the land, uses that grapple hook, brings the ball straight towards him. Penguin trapped down bottom middle. That's not where he wants to be in a world of hurt. And you see Trippy recognizing that he doesn't want to hyper-focus that and gets the kill onto Pipes.
So
and Stellar
smart.
hits the respawn screen.
You can't tunnel vision on someone one shot across the map. You have to have the trust of your teammates. Even though Penguin did not get picked up there, Trippy did his job. He laid down a shot or two, gave up the location, and focused on nearby threats.
You talk about the value of kills in a game. That kill onto Penguin would have meant nothing. It was irrelevant. The kill behind him in Pipes, though, far more important by Welsh.
And that's always such a difficult balance as even a top Halo player just realizing, well, what kills or where should I be focused? And in general, if you can get something near the objective, that is the more important kill. Yes, certain flanks and power positions are valuable, but as a general rule of thumb, if you're out there and if you're matching, especially with me in matchmaking, play near the objective. Please, I beg you. I want to continue rising in CSR.
CSR can be hard to come by these days, particularly when you're playing with me. 24 points to 4, the score on the board for Optic Gaming. They've had the better of the opening engagements, though a couple of kills have gone against them here. APG and Ola in the respawn screen. Lucid trying to make a move towards Pipes, as is Trippy. A backstab here from Renegade. A beautiful shot to the back of the dome.
We're gonna now see the shock rifle in Renegade's hands, and on top of that, he also grapples the ball to him. Grabbing time, grabbing the power weapons, just doing it all here for Renegade.
Is there anything the man cannot do? Shock rifle in his hand. We'll be looking to make some hair stand on the top of the heads if he can find the faces of some players, but opting to get himself out of dodge, getting tagged up left, right, and center from players behind him. Still manages to pick up a kill on the way out onto Lucid. Spider-Man's his way completely out of danger, and now he's got new lines of sight, but Optic Gaming have the ball now.
And that's so difficult trying to keep track of, you know, they're going to call out when Renegade has these power-ups or power weapons and try to keep good track of them. But at some point when he has the grapple like that, you really can't. You can't assume when you hear Top Glass call out that now long haul or repulsor is a massive threat. That's just not the reality of the situation.
Renegade rotated almost completely around the map now. Over towards top tower. Ball has been played out front.
But we're going to have to see how Cloud9 are going to use these weapons and the steps to their advantage. We see him Spider-Man across the map, but let's hear it from the man himself. We're going to go to an Astro listening with Renegade and Cloud9.
Both there, use one.
Kill me.
Bottom Ellie's.
Nice.
Last guy bottom Ellie's. Last guy's Ellie's. Last guy's Ellie's.
He's gonna have weapons and turbine, alright? Lucid. He's gonna have shock and sword. Shock and sword.
2, 3 guys elevator.
Heaven. BR on me.
Hell.
Killed
BR, one shot. APG.
Yo, half shield turbine. Ola on stage.
He's weak top cat, Kevin. He's weak top cat.
Nice shot!
Nice, 2 dead guys.
Mango pit maybe?
He's weak.
In turbine to red.
Nice fucking balls.
Top cat. Behind the top cat.
Bottom cat,
BR1. APG top cat. BR. 2 guys BR.
That right corner.
2 guys BR. I spawned red.
Okay, there's a guy grapple.
Yeah, 2 guys make like
3 on you, John.
One shot on me.
Dude, on me Trippy.
Pushing
bus.
Another one.
Spawn Ellie's. Camp on you guys.
2 on me, C.
You guys are fucked. You guys need to take it.
Put shots on these guys.
Yeah,
weak C plant and
was
weak
really
silo. Silo and weak C plant. Weak red stairs.
Communication, cool, calm, and collected from the boys on Cloud9 here. Recognizing they're down in the game, but not getting flustered in the communications.
Yep, just very stoic from the Cloud9 side, giving all the necessary information. One call out that really stuck out to me, which might not be as pivotal to most people listening at home, is Renegade calling out they spawned at red. Now what this does is it gives a couple pieces of information. One, it says, hey, you're not gonna get any help over where you're at right now. When you're by Whirl or where you're by Long Haul, I cannot help you over at red. But secondly, it should deduce where the opposing team from Optic Gaming are spawning. It says they're not spawning over here near pipes. Be careful, they could be spawning out near C, near the oddball.
Do go down here for Cloud9 though. Renegade still has that shock rifle, not been able to do the optimal damage that he would like to here. Lucid getting shocked in the back, and that's going to wake him up just a touch, and he can't be pressing snooze on that alarm clock as Renegade finds the skull of Ola.
We saw him Spider-Man across the map, but we saw Ola saying, I don't feel so good, Mr. Willett, right there after getting eviscerated by that shock rifle from Renegade.
APG in trouble of falling victim the same way Ola did. Wisely decides he doesn't want any of that smoke. Backs himself down and out of the line of sight of Renegade. Ball's being scrappy over towards Pipes. 2 kills go in favor here now of Cloud9 as Trippy and APG fade to black. But Renegade's just patrolling up here towards top tower, or top A, excuse me, putting down damage all the while.
And that's such a difficult position to be in when you have someone like Renegade all the way towards top elevator. There's no easy route to go attack and engage Renegade. And even if you do, you're nowhere near the objective. You're really stuck in such a difficult position. It's, all right, do we send a couple members over towards elevator, try to kill the shock rifle player, or do we focus on where the ball is at? And while you're making those decisions, the entire time Cloud9 are racking up points.
66 seconds of points to be exact, to 37 of Optics points. Remember here, folks, if Cloud9 win this game, they will punch their ticket to Grand Finals and send Optic Gaming down to play against Sentinels for the rematch of the Aegis. But there's still a lot to do here, still a lot of Halo to be played as Stellar puts Lucid away.
And just looking at that frustration from Lucid's face, it's tough to read his countenance from time to time. But in a situation like that, you can just say, like, all right, this player's flying out towards top center. Why is Stellar not getting finished off here? What is going wrong? I think some of us ask those same questions when we watch Lucid's POV, and that there is some sort of disconnect between how Lucid is playing with its Optic Gaming roster. Yes, Lucid is a top player, but at some moments it's saying, all right, why is this help not coming in? Why is this finish not happening? And you can just see the frustration in his face.
Cloud9 milking all the while. Seconds in his hands. Ball's going to get dropped here, only requiring 2 points to win the round, but it's important to note as well, only 38 seconds left in the clock, so they can just play Slayer if need be.
However, I don't think Cloud9 are going to play it that way. If they get near that ball, it just looks too appealing. You're going to say, all right, I'm going to quick grab that. It's just 2 seconds. 2 seconds is not too long. Come on, let me just finish this game and be the hero.
That ball's looking awfully shiny, and if you're a Magpie, you need to keep your hands off it. I'll tell you something, it'll get you in awful trouble. 2 seconds is all that's required then. Optic Gaming, the old cliche is going to ring through once more as the ball does reset. That's going to be spelling trouble here for Optic Gaming. Potentially have a player down towards batteries. Can he get his hands on it?
Like
no,
we
he
said,
can't.
Too shiny. I think Penguins, they like to grab rocks and objects like that for their nests, and Penguins just getting ready. He's like, don't worry, guys, I got it. I'll grab this. I'll fish it off.
Pistolix can ill afford to drop this ball. 3 seconds is all he has left to play with. Getting shot in the back, that's going to be enough to get the job done. They played Slayer in the end. Round 1 of a rot ball goes towards Cloud9. They're 1 round away from that clean sweep.
And this is a series we didn't expect to have happen. You know, a 3-0 sweep against Optic Gaming in the winners finals. Cloud9 has been a squad, as we called out in the interviews, or as Eco called out in the interviews, that they have a target on their back. Teams are watching them and preparing for them. So they should have an idea of how they play, what sort of flanks they're taking, and how they're doing it. But no matter how much research and study they've been doing, it doesn't add up to enough to stop this Cloud9 roster right now.
The series layout suggested Optic Gaming had the advantage ever so slightly. Last time they played in scrims, this series would have finished 3-2. We've already seen Cloud9 secure 2 maps and 1 round in this final. Oddball game. Optic Gaming, you have to come to life here. You're on life support.
Not looking good for them, and even in situations like that, it's so frustrating. You have members of Cloud9 that are near 1 shot. APG, out of frustration, feeling like he has to charge in there and finish off that kill, because if he waits any longer, those players are getting the shields back in pipe. So it's, do you charge in, try to be the hero and win a 1v2 against a 1 shot and a full shield? Or do you just go back and try to fight another day? And when in doubt, your instinct kicks in and you have to go fight. You have to get those kills. You have to be a hero.
Well, Penguin has a charge in that shock rifle. Looking to shut down the electricity builds of any one of these players. APG gets bodied. Not going to get finished. Penguin wisely backs away, but the bait and switch comes through. He's going to pay the price. He's out of here.
There are 3 down for Cloud9. This is all 4 down. I believe this is the first time we're really seeing, outside of the very opening break of this game, that we have 3 to 4 members of Cloud9 down, and Optic Gaming should be in a very strong position with a full setup.
Full setup, ball and pipes, shock rifle and sword in the hands of Trippy. He has all the goodies to help secure pipes for his team. He can ill afford to die here, and ball starting to rotate. The push is coming through from Whirlpool.
One thing that's scary though, Shurzy, is all these members of Cloud9, they're able to just run around through these pits, through bomb center, in a spot that should be a bit more vulnerable. I don't know what missing piece there is to the Optic setup that they could maybe use to help get these finishes a bit more, whether that's someone towards top control or someone towards top A to have that angle there. But I just feel like Cloud9 have a bit more room to roam than they should during a full setup time.
Cloud9, too much freedom on the map here. But all this time, Optic Gaming have been scoring points. That's exactly what the doctor ordered here. Just passing over that 50-point threshold. If they can do that again, they will secure round 2 for the team. Trippy whips out the lightsaber at the back pocket. Sends boys off to Coruscant. They're out of here. Top glass. Lockdown. What can he do? Renegade's going to get touched up close and personal. And he says, see you later, fella.
Such smart plays by Trippy, using his advantage where he can do long-range engagements and close-range engagements and forcing these members of Cloud9 to continually guess anytime they're rounding the corner. Is this going to be the corner that Trippy's around? I hope not.
Couple of prediction aids. Down towards bottom tunnel. Not going to find a home, though. 2 kills go in favor here of Cloud9. Eco gets back down. Not before getting a kill, though, onto Lucid. Trippy still with that combination in his hands. The game possibly in his hands if he can get up ahead of steam, but we're not seeing too much from him.
Look at that. Neither of these members charging into these pipes just yet, realizing that's threatening. And look at that trade from Trippy taking down Penguin. And I believe this Eco. So there's 3 down again for Cloud9. Cloud9 have to get their bearings. They've been getting heavily outslayed here in these last engagements. However, they're not down by that much if you consider for how much slaying that Cloud9 or that Optic Gaming have been doing. They're only down by 30-some points.
Stellar has control of pipes for his team. Unfortunately, Ball's going to join him now for Optic Gaming. They need to try and break this out. Trippy's going to be the first point of contact. He gets the job done. He gets traded out, though. 3 dead momentarily. Lucid last man alive and not in a position to be any sort of influence.
We're seeing this camo pop up early in the game. We saw Cloud9 just go
Lucid's
directly for it. This time, Renegade and the Cloud9 squad baited out. And this time, Renegade's walking away with the camel and the Mangler. See how many kills he gets out of this.
Renegade.
Answer 0.
Too lazy to walk over and get the camouflage for himself. Waits for Lucid to pick it up. Says, thank you very much, pal. I will have that. Pops that into his chest.
Hey, dude, you heading over towards the pit?
Yeah,
if you're heading to the pit, if you don't mind, just grab the camo on your way back, and I'll just meet you over if you're coming over my place anyways.
Well, not quite the Starbucks order is a camouflage, but it'll get the job done for him. Shots down bottom elevator. APG gets the job done on the ball carrier. 2 members down now for Optic Gaming. APG has his work cut out for him. For his team. Eco's in big trouble. Down to no shields. Renegade get back up by 2 members of Optic Gaming. They're starting to heat up.
Look at this. Optic taking their time with these finishes. Earlier on, when we saw someone that would be weak over in the pipes, like APG, just charge right at him. We said that was a specific scenario where it was likely the correct play. However, in this case, they're taking their time. They're letting Cloud9 just get confined to one small area. That's one shot, and then they collapse in as a team.
72 seconds to Lucid's boys here. Cloud9 on 56 seconds. Optic Gaming need this round, or they will be heading down to elimination bracket.
One thing that is concerning is Optic Gaming are playing well. Don't get me wrong. They're ahead right now. They're playing well, but it feels like they're having to outslay quite a bit to get the time that they have. Right now, Optic Gaming are ahead in slays, but they're only 20 points ahead in ball time. And look at this, Stellar, Renegade, Penguin. They have a nice elevator set up. This is such a tough step to break because you only have a couple confined ways to go, whether that's through Top Bridge, Mangler, or Turbine.
Cloud9, excuse me, making Optic Gaming fight tooth and nail for every single point in the map, having to overslay at times just to get the points on the board. Sword now and Shock Rifle, that deathly combo once more in the hands of Cloud9. Unfortunately, though, Penguin and Eco have fallen over towards blue, so the ball in a position now possibly to play if need be.
This camo could be the deciding factor. Trippy holding this ball in such a strong position. The power of holding this over near Whirlpool, especially if you're by yourself, is you can get the play ball. You don't have to have everyone right next to you at all times, and there it is going to be Optic Gaming taking round number 2, breathing some life back into the series.
That's exactly what Optic Gaming needed. Round 3 then of game 3. Already off the bat. Will they be able to catch them cold, baiting that camouflage once more? Trippy's looking to do a little bit of a backstab, and he's caught Eco unaware.
One thing I love about this new oddball setup and rule set is that we get to see the starting strat a few different times. You know, each team gets to play from one side twice in a elongated game where you go to all 3 rounds. But there's those situations where it's like, wait, that person went straight for camel. I would react to this differently if I knew that. And so you get to see these mind games. You get to see these rock, paper, scissors style plays that come out of these players, realizing that they can make slight adjustments or tweaks based on what they saw during the original opening round.
Stellar, Mangler in his hand. damage on his mind. Gets one in the feed, puts Ola to no shields, but wisely backs himself out of there, recognizing not desperate for that kill.
Yep. You might be wondering why Stellar did not challenge that. They were both one shot. You know, Stellar could have maybe had the jump, dictated the pace of that fight, but it's just not worth the risk versus reward. What does Stellar have to gain in that? A single kill. What does Ola have to gain? A kill and taking out the camo player? There's so much more to gain from there. And so that's what Halo also is a big part of, is knowing which fights that you gain something more out of than your opponent. You can take even some lower risk fights if you gain a lot more.
You have to recognize how important your life is in the map. In particular, if you have good weapons. 2 go down here, 3 make it now. Stellar last man alive, he's in a world of hurt. Eliminated over towards Pipes. We're gonna see a setup here for Optic Gaming. They've got control of yellow.
We're gonna see also what APG can do with the shock rifle. This is such a momentum killer if he plays this right. If he gets one of those headshots and takes out one member of Cloud9, they're in a world of hurt trying to make a push across the map.
He's being backed down from that power position though.
Look at that prediction grenade. These players just know, all right, you get someone weak in gold or red pipes. What's the first spot they're gonna check out at? The bat ledge.
No chance of him climbing his way up towards bat ledge. Lucid getting into a 1v1 with Penguin down bottom middle and getting by with the help from his friends once more. Renegade gets the job done. Camouflage will be secure for the boys on Cloud9. At least it should be, unless it's been whisked away.
I love these collapses we're seeing from Optic Gaming. I don't know how they flip a switch like that in a scenario here, because when I actually look at the slays, it looks like Optic are actually getting outslayed by 1 kill at the moment, but they have full control. It felt so good when they got a couple members of Cloud9 weak and they just collapsed in. They didn't hold back. They weren't just waiting for a Cloud9 member to jump back up. They said, all right, there's some Mangler pit. We have numbers. Fly at them. Get those kills. I don't care. Go in and get that melee trade.
Tied in rounds. Tied in score in round number 3. 47 here. Kills getting traded back and forth, but it's 4 dead now for Optic Gaming, and a setup once more for Cloud9. They've got the sword in the back pocket. Stellar can pass this off to a teammate if need be.
Looks like they're opting to have Stellar just hold on to it. They realize that Stellar can avoid some shots, maybe even force a close range engagement over at Mangler or top elevator. And just like this, look at that. He brings the grapple on over, slice and dices Ola, and still gets ball time. The man doing it all.
Fatality as Stellar locks in that kill for his team. Slices the head off Optic and maybe carving out the hearts too in the process. Only needing 24 more seconds here, and Optic Gaming will be heading down the elimination bracket.
Looks like Stellar was gonna play this, but no, does not get to play ball. This is actually a pretty massive mistake if he doesn't have backup, but looks like his teammate Kevin Eco Smith gonna pick up that kill, not only on Lucid, also gonna get the kill on APG and scrap a little bit more time. So what I thought was a dire mistake there, from not play balling it, turned out to be okay. As long as you have the members there, you don't have to force play ball it.
Communication came through, no play ball required. He's got to eliminate here before being able to play that ball, only requiring 8 more seconds, but they've handed the initiative over to Optic Gaming. 4 dead now.
That was
for
a mistake
Cloud9.
there this time, though. I'm gonna highlight that one and say that last one should have been a play ball.
Should have been a play ball. Will it come back to haunt them here? Now Cloud9 have to break the setup of Optic Gaming. APG can choose to drop this ball on a whim, put damage down if he sees a player getting aggressive. Mangler in the hand of Lucid once more. It can be a deadly combo in that man's hands.
One thing that's a little terrifying here, though, for Optic Gaming is they have everyone confined over here near Control and C. They want to get some people out. That's why you saw Lucid actually kind of going out towards Control for a moment, going towards the center of the map, trying to get a little more space and see if he can catch any flanks on members of Cloud9. So I really like that he tried to move in and out a little bit, but I did feel like during that setup, you just had Optic Gaming kind of backed into a corner.
3 dead momentarily for Cloud9. Now almost back to a full complement of players. Lucid trying to get that ball up towards Batledge. Fumbles it, unfortunately for him. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the clock in the game, but all the while Cloud9 need 8 to Optic Gaming's 23.
And look at that desperation play there from APG trying to get the finish on the ball.
Here we go.
I don't know if I agree with that one, but it felt like,
It's
you know,
game
with
over.
them having too many seconds on it, someone has to get the ball kill.
It's game over then. GG, no re. Optic Gaming dumped down the elimination bracket. Cloud9 progress here to our grand finals and have that insurance policy of the bracket reset if need be. What a performance out of Cloud9, a clean sweep.
I mean, a couple of our top teams here at Anaheim, but I don't know if we expect 3 O's in the winners bracket finals. This Cloud9 roster, like we said, everyone's been studying them. Everyone's been trying to learn from them. Everyone's been trying to figure out different tendencies that someone like Renegade or Stellar does. But it's not enough. They're still just rolling over the competition.
Convincing, commanding, almost unbeatable Cloud9 at times, showing no hangovers from that series against Fnatic, making sure they get the job done over Optic. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Optic now have to play against Sentinels. They have the advantage of knowing they beat them in the best of 5 before. They have to mentally reset here.
I believe we still got one more series before then. But I already see your predictions coming in for Sentinels, so I don't disagree with you. But no, I mean, one thing that is still telling for this tournament is 4 of these teams were, within the top 5 at Raleigh. So some things have changed, some things also haven't changed. You know what I mean? It's like you still see all these teams being so dominant between EUnited, Sentinels, Cloud9, and Optic. Those are, I believe, your 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th place teams at Raleigh. I might have one of the spots flipped around because I know FaZe took 3rd or 4th.
There we have it then, folks. Cloud9 secure their ticket to Grand Finals. Optic Gaming do dump down, unfortunately for them, and it was a fantastic performance out of Cloud9, it must be said. But Optic Gaming, now, like you say, have to await for somebody to join them. I'm perhaps thinking it's going to be Sentinels, almost putting my heart on my sleeve. If I'm wrong, I know Clutch has 100% predictions, and I'll tell you something, mine's not anywhere near it.
We got Sentinels EUnited matchup first to get in there, but we shall see how that goes. But, you can't get too far ahead because every single team here is so dominant. But let's hear it from the desk, or actually from the stage. Blaze, you're down there with Stellar. What does he have to say about that dominating 3-0 performance?
Yeah, Wash, we're about to find out because Cloud9, it was a dominant performance, a 3-0. I was talking to your coach, Hoaxer, up on the stage today, and I was like, man, it seems like y'all going to a lot of Game 5s, and it's getting a little bit harder for you, but on Championship Sunday, it seems like the game plan is working out for you so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and what is it when it comes down to that game plan? Like, what's working out about it? Why is from yesterday you guys are kind of pushing a lot of these Game 5s, but right now you're looking really comfortable again?
I think it just has a lot to do with, like, the pressure, I mean, it obviously depends on what team we're playing, but I feel like the better the team we play, the better we play. Like, if we're playing sloppier teams, we're not going to be we're not going to be playing our best Halo because, like, we just fall into their bad habits and, reflect that onto them.
Because,
but,
I was going to say, because at the end of the day, y'all know when y'all kind of, backs against the wall, y'all can turn up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we have faith in that, so that's what we do.
Now, coming here is Championship Sunday. I'm asking myself, and as I was watching this series and getting my questions ready, I was like, what do I ask this guy, okay? Because they're beating everybody, and y'all are doing it cleanly. Who out here can stop you? Is it anyone?
That's a great question. I don't know. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell, okay? And I agree with that. So now you are in the Grand Finals, and you got to wait for a squad to play. Is there anyone you want to play in particular, or it don't even matter?
I mean, I would like to see Sentinels make it to the Grand Finals just because we've been playing them in finals for so many years. So I think that would be a fun finals.
All right, Stellar. I think it would be a fun finals as well. You hear it up here, Lottie. He's waiting for Sentinels to make it to the finals so they can knock out the last bit of competition which they got when it comes down to Cloud9, making another dynasty.
Just saying, Blaze. Just saying, Stella. We guys had you winning this matchup, didn't we, Rob? Yep.
Oh, did we ever?
I had to go for the risky pick because I know that Wes was ahead, so I had to kind of.
Well, you can't catch up with me if you pick the same team.
Yeah, exactly. Wes, see what he did.
Can I tell you what? I saw Wes didn't have all his cards straight, and I wanted to force him to pick Optic. I think he was picking Optic no matter what. But I gladly gave you my Optic card.
First things first, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. But I am disappointed.
I knew it.
Talk to me about the feelings there as well, Clutch, because obviously, you're a big Cloud9 fan in terms of their gameplay, what they're producing. They're producing the goods day in, day out, every single time we see them in a series. But you had faith in Optic there. Talk to me about that, and did you see lack of faith in that series? What was really going wrong for the Green Wall?
I'm just a big fan of good Halo. Yeah. And fortunately for us, Cloud9 consistently plays that. Some other teams do not. And right now, I did not think that Optic played their best in that series. They're going to go back to the drawing board, obviously, with the opportunity to come through the losers bracket. But what we didn't see out of them was, I mean, let's be honest, the first 2 games were very rough for Pistola statistically. We didn't see much of a scream, but those kind of numbers usually don't result in series wins, and you need to have numbers across the board in order to take down a team like Cloud9.
I think if you compare that to the likes of Cloud9, like how often do you look across and see like a one player like completely outstanding from the rest and someone having to pick up a bit of slack? It's so rare. Everyone gets their kills, and it's a lot of the time, a lot of the kills are shared between the 4 players.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes down to decision making, right? How often do you see C9 making mistakes on their POVs, which is crazy because at any given moment, right, there's 1,000 decisions being made, micro decisions being made by these players, and it's so rare to see any C9 player making a mistake, choosing a bad route.
Yeah, it really is. And the adaptation that you get from Cloud9 as well, just in terms of their opponent. I also thought it was very telling that Stella said, look, we actually play better with better competition.
Yeah.
You know, it's not easy to go up against, I think, you know, unknown entities in the likes of AM teams or teams that really haven't had a chance to play Cloud9 before, because, you know, it's difficult. Cloud9 don't really know what they're going up against. This team coming up against them has nothing to lose. And I think that really does tell a story in terms of their series and their scores coming into this winners finals. But when it came to Optic, they made pretty quick work of this team, which is honestly, I'm a little bit shocked by that. Clutch, really quickly, I want to talk about Oddball because Optic did manage to keep themselves in it to that 3rd round.
Yeah.
What did you see in round number 2 as opposed to round number 3? Why couldn't they quite find their final form here to bring it to another game?
I mean, it took 2.5 games, but Optic finally looked a little more comfortable at the end of those last 2 rounds in that series. So if that series continues to go on, if somehow Optic win that game, I expect them to put more of a fight. But those first 2 games, you could see how sporadic gameplay looked from Optic's point of view. Cloud9 is famous for being able to put on those kind of performance, making their opponents feel that kind of pressure. Optic couldn't find their feet in the series until it was too late.
Yeah, I gotta say, Cloud9 were over Optic like a bad rash in certain moments of that series, for sure. But I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the bracket though and see exactly where things lie now. Cloud9 winners finals 3-0. That is a pretty statement score there heading into the grand finals. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think many of you at home are shocked by this. Cloud9 have been consistently winning. They are the dominant team here in the HCS so far. But we do have an elimination finals because of that loss. Optic Gaming find themselves waiting for an opponent in the version of our elimination semis, EUnited versus Sentinels, which will be coming our way very, very shortly. I do have a little something for you guys at home. I always do. Got to deliver the goods here on the desk, of course. We have Twitch drops. If you are watching on Twitch, then be sure to check out all of the drops in the chat, and you can also find them with our co-streamers. All of these wonderful people will be streaming alongside us here for Championship Sunday.
By the way, formal watch parties are one of my favorite things of all time now. I'm going back to watch the VOD. Like, he is hilarious. I don't know why it's so good.
Yeah, also a Maniac watch party.
Yeah, Maniac, Drama King Matt, I love him as well.
Got King Jay on there.
Maniac's responses to Kratos' comment yesterday alone was worth checking out Maniac's stream.
We got Oath up there as well. Oath, absolutely incredible BTB. If you remember back in Raleigh, she was stellar as well. But we've got lovely co-streamers, and you can be getting your hands on this lovely free stuff here. We've got weapon coatings. Look at how stunning some of these are. You guys could be kitted out. Keep your eye on the Twitch drops. And obviously our special grand finals pose. I mean, this is pretty cool. It is the one, right, Clutch?
This is the one you want to win, so make sure you're tuning in during that grand finals because that's the only way to get this one.
Throw some cat ears on that. Hell of a look.
Don't do that.
I've heard about this cat ear meta. I have heard about this cat ear meta.
Not a good meta.
Two different sides to that tale for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I also have a little something extra for you guys as well today. We are giving away 33-month PC game passes. That is correct. Today, 30 of them. 30 of you lucky people will get your hands on those PC game passes. You guys get exclusive games from Xbox on launch. So really exciting stuff across the board there. So make sure you're keeping your eye out for those 30 game passes as well. Fellas, it's about time to head to a break because we need to get our next match set up. It is an elimination match. One of these teams will be going into the elimination finals against Optic, and one will be packing their suitcase in the hotel because they're going to be going home. Who will it be? We'll find out right after this.
Nice play.
Woo!
I've
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California, and it's Championship Sunday. We just saw our winners finals before the break, and Cloud9, they haven't missed a beat here. Absolutely insane stuff from this team. And look, they're playing better against the best teams in the world. You guys need to be very scared heading into this grand finals because they made Optic Gaming look like an easy team here. Optic have some ways to go if they want to rematch Cloud9, but honestly, I believe in them. I believe that they can sort themselves out, get a little bit more flexible with their adaptation to Cloud9, and really give it to them when it comes to that grand final. So hopefully they can make it the distance. But we do have an elimination match behind us right now set up. We've got EUnited versus versus Sentinels. This is going to be a huge match. We've seen this rematch many, many times. This is a little bit of a rivalry here. I think Sentinels honestly got on the bad side of a lot of our teams. We have a lot of rivalries with Sentinels, but EUnited I think hits a little bit different. They don't scrim each other for a start. So coming into this one, I think both teams are going to take that first map from one another. And Clutch, what do you make of EUnited as a whole right now?
EUnited looked good earlier, and they've been heating up all tournament. It was a rough Friday for them as they expected to come out first in their pool. They did not due to Kansas City Pioneers, but they have already redeemed themselves today with that series against Kansas City. A quick 3-0 for them, and it was in dominant fashion. So EUnited, they've used the momentum that they built through some of the series yesterday, taking it into today, and they look damn good.
They do indeed. I saw some really good supportive plays from EUnited in their Pioneers series. I was really impressed with kind of the support system that they had, especially in some of our harder maps and modes. I mean, CTF, Bazaar, let's just talk about it real quick. I mean, absolutely insane stuff coming across from EUnited and managing to seal the deal against Pioneers, who had been heating up all tournament long, Gaskin.
Yeah, I think what impressed me most about that comeback and those final moments from EUnited was just
a Slayer.
Was the ability for them to turn around a situation that so many teams would have probably failed in. Okay, some of those moments were probably down to Pioneers choking a little bit, I will say it, but you can only play what's in front of you. And EUnited, they calmed things down, they made sure they focused on the areas where they needed to, and you saw the eruption afterwards from Spartan and Ryanoob, and they're the two loudest on the team. Rain kind of just went, yay, but that's okay, you know, you've got the players on the team that are going to hype up the rest of them, and I like the dynamic of EUnited. I think this is a scary roster to play against.
It really is, and Jersey, speaking of Spartan, he has been stepping up in a big way for his team. Does he need to step up even more so going up against Sentinels?
Well, I think he can be confident in the knowledge that, of course, Wes said that they had a slow start on Friday, but Saturday they took down FaZe relatively easily as well. They dumped them out of the competition, claimed that scalp, and Spartan was a huge integral part of that on the squad on EUnited, so I hope to see him do the same thing here again today, and you know, the sky's the limits for him.
Sky is the limits, and I'll tell you what, they're going to have to push that limit a little bit higher if they're going up against Sentinels, which are on the other side of the stage. Let's talk about them. The boys in red, historically winning team here, absolutely insane and lights out. But they've had a bit of a shaky start to the season. They're coming in fresh. They're coming in pretty hot as well off the back of that G2 series. How are you feeling about them, Clutch?
Not great, honestly. I need to see more. I mean, the expectations for these guys is championships, right? And knowing these guys' career, that's all they want to have. They find themselves very deep in the losers bracket right now. But I'm looking at one guy on that stage, the most prolific player on the Sentinels roster. That's Lethal. He's got to step up, man. Some of these games, statistically, he is falling behind, and that cannot happen. You need all 4 players gunning to beat teams like EUnited, and everybody else left in this tournament has 4 players that are gunning. Lethal, you got to have a big series, and it starts now.
It does indeed. You know, in this series, Gaskin, are you looking at a particular mode here that you really need Sentinels to step up going against EUnited?
I think the first objective game is very important here because we've seen EUnited have the ability to come back into series, but at the same time, it does rattle them a little bit when they lose that opening game, and it just puts the point of Slayers being the big equation of that series if you win the initial one. And I think the Sentinels have struggled in Slayers here or there previously in certain series, so I'm hoping that if you start things off hot with an objective, that gives you a little bit of momentum going into game number 2, win that Slayer, and then suddenly you only need one more, and you'd imagine with the experience on that roster, they could follow from it.
Very true. Well, I'll tell you what, our elimination semi-finals brings one of our teams into the elimination final. They need this win on this main stage. We sat down with our players to see exactly how they're feeling about getting this dub.
Okay, I think he was maybe trying to burn the ammo or something. Shut him down with this snipe. You know what? King Nick is one of the snipes. Maybe he'll shut down FaZe. Oh my! That was such a... Oh my God!
I really don't think we'll have an issue making our way far into the bracket.
Our flag stairs, our flag stairs, our flag stairs. Kill disadvantage still there, and Spartan still getting kills. What? What? He lived? Oh my gosh, he repulsed himself onto the sword platform. He did.
Flag touch, that's last guy. That is last guy alive. That's last guy alive. Our losses this event have been kind of heartbreaking in terms of how we've lost. If we can really just focus on the minor mistakes, I really think we could beat any team.
A little bit more scrappy time being picked up here or there as Frosty manages to get one. We'll make it 2 after the melees.
Have some success here. Frosty
to 1 the score between the 2.
Yeah, pardon me. Look at how Frosty goes.
someone's got to take out Cloud9, and I believe we're one of the teams that are capable of doing it.
This normally does not happen with this back and forth tug of war scoring. And on ball! Sentinels still dominating in the Slay department.
Overshield in their hands as well. I'm pretty sure that Frosty's going to pick up the rockets too. Lethal versus Suspector. He'll win that one. A double kill here for Lethal, who is now 13-8.
Good luck, that's all I have to say.
Confident tones from both teams over here, but let's see what that first objective game is going to be, and it's Bazaar CTF. What does that tell you, Gaskin?
I think Bazaar CTF is certainly a matchup that is going to be a fun one because EUnited have beaten Sentinels on this map, but it's also flipped vice versa. I think it's fairly even. What worries me is Slayer Aquarius being game number 2 for Sentinels. That has been a loss 9 times out of 10, pretty much, when you look at their performances historically. So this is a real chance for EUnited to open up.
They're really struggling with Slayers, Sentinels, all tournament long. I don't know what's wrong with them, what's off in the ingredients. The recipe seems to be off. Maybe Royal 2 has been his first LAN tournament. They're learning all the time, downloading all this information. But I think they're struggling in the Slayers. There's obviously 2 Slayers in every single series. So if they're going to lose both of them, it's a hard job for them.
Sometimes you don't get to the second Slayer, though. So it's a big game 2, obviously. But Sentinels having won the Slayer against G2 showed me a little bit of wherewithal there. But the game I'm looking at is game 3. Sentinels, you guys are one of the worst oddball teams I've ever seen in my life. The least efficient team I've seen. It's going to come on the back of all 4 players getting some objective time because there's always players in these oddball games that have 0 to 2 seconds, and that kind of stuff cannot happen. Everybody's got to be doing their job. Everybody's got to be playing the objective, and you got to be versatile, especially against a team like Cloud9. EUnited. EUnited is one of the most versatile teams we have in the league. If they're in a position to get the oddball, it doesn't matter who it is. They're going to get it, and they get an advantage because of it.
Yeah, it's very true. There are major holes in that oddball gameplay, and we've seen that basically all tournament long. And I think EUnited are going to be happy with that oddball right there. I mean, I think they're going to be looking at that thinking, we got this. We know exactly where the holes are, and they're going to capitalize on them. Let's take a look right now, though, at the head-to-head player versus player. We talked about him. Lethal versus King Nick. Now, you kind of spoke a little bit about Lethal having to step up here, Clutch. You feeling the same way when looking at this comparison with EUnited's King Nick?
Yeah, I mean, it's not Lethal versus King Nick, obviously, but a 0.79 is not good enough to get the job done. King Nick, closer to 1, obviously, not having the best tournament himself, but it really is the entire EUnited roster that has been impressive in their run since that loss to KCP. I am looking at Lethal to get a few more kills in this game, but I think the player to watch on Sentinels as well that's been popping off all tournament, he's had probably the best individual performance I've seen is Snakebite. I'll say it outright. Snakebite has been taking over games. You guys gotta stop making Snakebite play the objective and let him do his thing.
Well, focusing on these 2 players and that player on your screen in particular, Lethal, even though he hasn't had as many kills as the rest of the squad, there have been really impactful ones here or there, most notably yesterday when he was in a 1v1 on Bazaar. Well, actually, it was a 1v3 situation, but he took a 1v1. He won that fight, and he kept the mid control on the map.
He has made plays.
That's what you need. You need players like that to step up. And on the other side, King Nick has done similar things. He has had some fantastic moments, double kills, triple kills that have really changed the tide for his team.
I think we're used to seeing impactful kills coming across for Lethal, but I think when it comes to the Slayers, however, I think he is, in terms of his ratio, it's a little bit lower than what we are used to seeing from Lethal putting out here. How much is that affecting the Slayers for these teams?
Yeah, I think it affects everybody. It makes you have less space to play with. And what do we know about Royal 2? When he's got space, he's a serious problem to try and deal with. He doesn't have that space right now because not everybody's clicking, not everybody's on the same page. I know we've talked a lot about how Lethal needs to step up, but it really is a collective effort from Sentinels to help Lethal in the positions that he's in. He has made several plays to get his team wins. It's all about what's going on before that needs to step up.
Indeed. Support, adjust. That's the recipe for this win here for Sentinels. But I'm excited to see how this one goes down. I'm also excited to see what you guys are thinking on the desk. So it's predictions time. Let's see. Who are we going with?
I will say, I accidentally already leaked the script, so I'm pretty sure and confident that Sentinels win.
Okay. I like that, Shez. I like that, Shez. It's, yeah.
The Sentinels win.
I've kind of leaked who I am now because I looked at my own card to try and clarify it's this way for sure. I'm going to go with Sentinels as well. EUnited, totally understand that.
He's one of the most prolific careers in Halo. I'm expecting him to understand the severity of the moment, understanding his impact on this series. Lethal step up here and now.
What was it that Jen said on desk about Spartan's left cheek? I think the right cheek's going to get involved in this one. Both cheeks are going to be slammed, and we're going to see EUnited win.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Spicy. The cheeks, they're coming out. Apparently they're coming out for EUnited. We'll see right now. Boys, our casters, they are ready and waiting to cast this series. Tony, Shyway, so good to see you. So good to have you here. I am very excited to see the result of this series because obviously one team is going home and one team is going to be meeting Optic. How are you guys feeling about this matchup?
All I can say, Lottie, is just, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I feel like a kid in a candy shop. This is Losers Semifinals, main broadcast. I got my man Tony here with me. Tony, I mean, how you doing? We got a hell of a series coming up. And Lottie, thank you so much for teeing it up for us, too.
No, go for it. Please take it away, gentlemen. Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, man, it feels so good to be here. This is my first time casting on the main stream before, and what a better matchup. We're talking EUnited going up against Sentinels for their tournament lives right now. They're already both guaranteed top 4, but now to make it into the top 3 and to be one series away from making it to the grand finals, a lot of implications right here, right now.
A lot of implications. I mean, first off, like you said, top 3. Winner of this, they make it into top 3. A massive, massive opportunity for them, and a situation we haven't seen in a long time for Sentinels, right? Championship Sunday Sentinels with Royal 2 on the team, we haven't seen since 2018. And if I know anything about Championship Sunday Sentinels, Tony, they play different. EUnited, I mean, I think they're prepared, but we'll have to see in this matchup. Of course, our first match in the best of 5 Bizarre CTF. Can't wait for it.
It's going to be a CTF on Bizarre, and there's plenty of resource on the map that both of these teams are going to be fighting for. You're talking about the Rockets. You're talking about the Grapple. Don't forget about the Overshield, but then you even have Manglers on each side along with the Bulldog that all these teams will be going for. Snakebite going to quickly start off by making his way towards the Grapple, but ends up being shut down almost immediately.
So much to control. And so little time, it might seem, as the Dynamo's already flying straight up through the doorway. That player will back off, but Lethal does get away with the OS. And he's going to face off against Nick, too. But the Mangler already coming in play here, Tony. You see how quick it deletes those shields.
And Snakebite having a Mangler going to quickly trade it off for a Rocket's not able to take down the one shot, so he's going to back down and reset the situation. He even has a teammate with him that they're going to try to advance forward. And here comes a Dynamo grenade from downtown, ends up taking down Rain, and now going to be advancing forward. Sentinels looking pretty good in the first half of the game.
Artillery advantage, Sentinels off the opening strat, that's for sure. And because of it, Snakebite already up on BR. Sparty, McFly forced to fly down off the bridge, and now Snakebite has earned some positioning for it. Can he work with Royal 2 to make it through the doors? This is the most difficult part of his RCTF, is just fighting your way through with a clean round of slays, and so far, Snakebite gonna take his time.
Snakebite backing down all the way towards the market side. Meanwhile, his teammates are actually pushing up. Dynamo grenades coming in. I think I hear a bit of audio cues coming in, so there's most likely a teammate there. Frosty getting into an individual gunfight against Ryan, who takes him down, and now Snakebite gonna advance forward, but has to deal with Timothy first.
Yeah, Frosty stealing the attention, lets Snakebite slip through the cracks, but his teammate's now dead. Snakebite now alone in the doorway. He's got advanced positioning, and somehow Ryan not aware of it. They know he's back here now, though, so how does Snakebite play? You can see trades going off in center. Grapple now up. Snakebite with an opportunity to collect it, too. EUnited already pushed up, though, so Snakebite, he's coming back to get in the fray.
Ooh, melee kill comes in. Snakebite goes down to one shot. You're seeing the denial nades being thrown. However, Rain throwing an even better nade to finish off Snakebite. Lethal gonna fall as well, so 2 members down for the boys in blue. And EUnited gonna take advantage of that. They now have the overshield in hands. That's not good, Alex.
Definitely not. I mean, it's good for EUnited. Nice little battle of patience for them, right? To whittle down the resources of Sentinels and then find a moment to then push up and counter. And you can see that at Ryan Noob. 2 down already. Flag out for Ryan Noob as Snakebite, a line of defense. Snakebite might be able to stop this at the doorway, assuming he can take Ryan Noob. And he does slow him down, but Nick is there to retrieve it. So the flag's still moving, but that might be just enough for Sentinels to make it difficult.
Love the play coming out of EUnited right there. Ryan doing maximum damage over towards the cafe, backs down, and allows his teammate, King Nick, to get the cleanup kill. Unselfish play coming in from EUnited, and that's exactly what they're known for. But here comes the MVP, Frosty, getting the challenge onto Rain, taking him down and earning himself a Bulldog, and he's going to combine that with the thrust.
He's about to combine that with a whole lot of things. You got a rocket up in the map, too. You gotta love the fact that Snakebite was able to delay that flag and give Sentinels an opportunity to earn back the map here. Can they get the rockets? So they've been picked up, and Snakebite has them. And we talked about this pre-match. You gotta shut Paul down. He's got the grapple, he's got the rockets, he's got quite an opportunity, and that opportunity is now.
Grapples up to Cafe, but not able to see any anybody contesting him over here, but there is some players down below making their way towards the rocket alley. One ends up going down. Snakebite now looking for the second one, able to get the double kill. EUnited going multiple down, and the third one's gonna come in. That's gonna be a triple kill being earned by Snakebite. The IGL putting in the work as well.
Snakebite with the opening he needs for his team, and this man's still hitting shots. Can't quite get out, but they couldn't press him just yet. The OS is about to pop up center. Sentinels did not want to fly. Instead, they want to continue to slay and delay this team and give themselves another chance to push up. This time it's up to Lethal and Frosty to do the damage. And you can see how well they're set up on the map here, Tony. It's just a matter of time before they break through the doors.
Locking down both sides of perimeters, and the collapse once again coming in, but 2 down goes Sentinels. So they're going to have to slow things down just a bit. Luckily, Lethal having
Royal
the extra
2.
shield.
Look at that.
Royal 2 ends up getting a double kill on screen.
No way.
Lethal putting down the challenger. We might see the first flagpole coming in out of Sentinels, but they still need to slay out one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to pick up the AR off spawn. I don't know if you saw that on the kill feed, but Royal 2 with 2 AR kills has now given Lethal a little bit more time to make a flag play, though unfortunately EUnited, they stop it short, and it looks like there's nobody on Sentinels in position to continue the run.
Spartan currently 8 and 7, also having an assist on the board as well. The leading slayer of this EUnited roster. Royal 2 gonna shut him down almost immediately as numbers going back in favor of Sentinels. Royal 2 gonna go down as well, courtesy of King Nick's Bulldog. The man's barking.
Oh, he barking. He might have to bark a little more. There we go. Sparty will drop Snakebite. Shoddy still in play. He's also got the Mangler as well as they walk out front. EUnited looking to earn center map here. King Nick will play anchor from behind. Does not want to flank. He'll hide in the vents for now. And he can use the grapple to get up through, too. So nice use of the grapple to get the rotation and positioning on the Sentinels here.
King Nick putting the shots in onto Snakebite, but not able to finish off the kill. Bradley Bergstrom coming in with the nade, getting the double kill. And now we're seeing Frosty start to advance forward. But hold on, that nade coming in seemingly out of nowhere, having 2 players in his sights. Frost can be forced to back down, but here comes the cavalry out of Sentinels.
The movement and awareness out of Frosty in these situations, he knows exactly where they are. And look at him dipsy doodle his way out of bottom mid and just give himself opportunities. Can they find the man? He's still being elusive.
No.
Nick's gonna try to stop him, he will, but the live out of Frosty gives Sentinels opportunities. OS now up, Royal 2 on top of it. Okay, it looks like he wanted to grapple it, but Matt will take it instead and use the grapple to barge through the doors. Let's see if Sentinels finally pull it off.
Frosty being elusive, playing his life snake by utilizing the grapple to get into the enemy base. So lots of movement tech coming in out of Sentinels, and the first flag cap is going to be pulled here and actually hopefully making out of the door all the way towards the bomb. Snakebite getting right behind enemy lines, ends up trading out kills here. So now it's a 3v3 scenario. Sentinels need to slay.
Oh, man, actually such a huge trade out of EUnited there. If you let Snakebite survive, then that's an extra player on the map and an extra nuisance for EUnited. Instead, they go down in numbers and the flag now sits in the locker, and now it's up to Frosty to win that 1v1. Unfortunately, did he just shoot a body? No way. Did he just shoot a body game 1 against Sentinels, against Frosty of all people? I hope I didn't see that, Tony.
Hey, I mean, a lot of these players in the lobby don't mind shooting some bodies. I feel like that's what Royal 2 and Snakebite were famous for back in the day. And Frosty doing it. And we already know Sparty and Ryan will shoot some bodies as well. Ryan was shooting some live bodies, trying to put them onto the black screen, backing down over towards the Rocket side. And now he's going to slow things down completely. They want to get one more pick before they feel comfortable enough to push forward.
Damn, all of a sudden we can breathe here. I guess Ryan Noob's not breathing, though. He dead. Frosty's got a shotgun, and it looks like the entirety of Sentinels now pushing up through the cafe side. And the entirety of EUnited, they're all going to run in file and take out Sentinels. There's a double for Sparty. Didn't expect to see that one, but EUnited, they always find ways to bounce back.
Well, that's why they call them EUnited. They run united. They run in unison with each other.
Yeah, apparently.
3-man pack gonna pounce on them, led by Sparty. The dog overshield coming up in about 2 seconds here. Easy slay going in from Sparty, earning himself that overshield. EUnited have Sentinels 2 down, and they're about to take advantage of it.
Oh, my Needler? Okay, get out of his face. Sparty gonna knock him down. All of a sudden, Sentinels on the ropes because of Spartan, who takes the double.
Is that enough, though? EUnited, they still have members in position. Rain's up front. You got Ryan Noob up above on Rockets, and King Nick going to take his time. With the grapple, they could still earn an aggressive play out of this.
And look how evenly matched both of these teams are. They both have had positions to be able to grab the flag and make some moves, but coming right off of spawns, they're slaying out and defending that midpoint of the game, so nobody able to get that flag very far. King Nick is going to go down quickly, and Ryan Noob is starting to make his move.
Oh, baby, it's a bloodbath out center map. We got bodies dropping left and right here, but Sentinels, they still find a way to win their exchange in center map. Royal 2, he's moved up. What can he get off of this position? He's got Lethal with him. King Nick, not too much you can do in a pinch. Can he keep it up, though? Sparty McFly, a line of defense. Lethal got to come in, but Lethal getting tagged by nades. He'll back down.
Lethal going down to one shot here on the palm tree side, goes in for the challenge, but did not have the shields to put up a fight on that one. Spartan now going to be advancing forward. Meanwhile, off the screen, Frosty able to take down Ryan Noob, and the Dynamo Grenades getting some maximum value out of it. The Mangler coming in as well. Easy kill onto Royal 2, and Spartan somehow still alive.
That's right. Royal 2 might have needed to check that 8 o'clock. His Sparty, he's just spinning and dropping bodies. There goes Snakebite. Another down. That's Frosty on the feed, and somehow Spartan the dog, he will scamper away from the action. This is an opportunity for EUnited yet again.
2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and we have not seen a flag cap on neither side yet. However, King Nick and the Cafe, Spartan starting to advance forward. They also have Ryan Noob as well. Frosty is going to be the first one to go down. So does Snakebite here. So 2 down for Sentinels, and EUnited are about to pull yet another flag.
EUnited might be able to do this. Sparty does not want to. Actually, I take it back. He's going to get the flag right away. And his timing might be perfect, too. Overshield up. Ryan Noob, if he collects it, he's a line of defense to escort the flag, but doesn't have it just yet. Flag out center. Snakebite Frosty, they're still up to fight Rain and Ryan Noob. But can they kill him? They're still alive here. Ryan Noob takes one. Spartan going to drop into the action. The OS still on the map, and Sparty can't use it. He gets back smacked, and I think the return is inevitable.
Frosty now advancing forward over to the palm tree. Does have a teammate with him, so working a 1-2 combo. The bait and switch should be coming in. However, Rain gonna come into the party, ends up going down quickly, and another flag being run here by Sentinels. But how far will they get this one?
Sentinels turn to run the flag over extenders. Do you see any, Tony? I didn't see anyone over. Actually, no, there's one above. It's Sparty McFly. He's waiting in Cafe. Rain already got a kill. Lethal died. Because of it, that flag didn't get as far as intended. Now Frosty, options limited. Man's got to back down, and the flag's being taken on the other side as well. Double dilemma here for Sentinels.
Oh, Frosty tried to make something happen. He had a Mangler and a grapple right on the ground, but sadly is going to be taken down. Ryan Noob now having that position over toward the top. Rockets chasing the player down to bottom. Bulldog spawn, but doesn't want to spend too much time with them. He has to go for this flag. 44 seconds on the clock, and he doesn't want to go to overtime.
Ryan Noob just going to zip on into the base, drop Frosty as he does it. Flag in hand. He'll take it through alley. 2 already dead as well, but Ryan Noob got to get out of dodge. He's got a Snakebite behind him. Nick will pick up the flag instead. Ryan Noob's still alive, and because of it, they got to deal with this man. That's going to slow him down as they chase the flag, but somehow the flag did not get far.
Ryan Noob having a grapple right there definitely could have made some plays, but he never was able to get up to full shield, so the return gonna come in, and with 18 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure that anybody's in position to get a pull. We might just be going into an overtime.
Oh, we
Alex.
might, Tony. I think we definitely are going into overtime at this rate, unless somebody gets on that flag in 2 seconds, which not happening. What a battle to start our series, Tony. It just goes back and forth, and nobody breaks away with a flag past that halfway point.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the elimination semifinals that you want. Both of these teams having to go big or go home, and one cap will take it all in this overtime. Spartan immediately going in for the Mangler, but not going up rockets like he normally does this time, going in down low, trading it out for a Bulldog, and looking to make a play with his flank.
Sneaking up on the Snakebite, he's now dead. Ryan Noob with the OS as well. All the artillery in the favor of EUnited, so a heavily won exchange for the opening strat, but Ryan Noob still can't quite find the chance to push up here. You got 3 members of Sentinels playing defense.
Ryan Noob having the overshield in hands here, now going to start to advance forward over towards that flag. The first flag cap has been pulled, but sadly he's not going to be able to get very far, but here comes Spartan. He's down to one shot. He has some friends. EUnited now going to advance the flag over towards the double doors and onto the 50% portion of the map.
Is this enough for EUnited? You can see Sentinels already on the return. 2 members of EU still up, still in the bar, getting pelted by nades. Options limited here for Sparty, so he has no opportunity to get back to that flag. So once again, reset, but not their positioning. They still have that. Nick with him as well. They can go back for the flag. Sentinels on the opposite side map, though, so they might overextend to the opposite flag, and what we might see is a standoff, especially if Spartan stays alive. Does not want to deal with Royal 2 there.
And with Sentinels recently getting that return, EUnited fighting back here, why don't we go into an Astro listening and find out what the comms are sounding like with Spartan and friends.
They're doubles.
You gotta look at Flag Spider?
I don't know if I can.
Flag I went with Megler on me, guys.
I died to their tree. I died to their tree. They're both. Grappled it. Grappled it. Grappled to it. Weak.
He's one shot. He's throwing.
Dead. Our nerd.
On flag as well.
2 shots. They're blocked. Frosty. Dynamo's weak.
Obi's in 5.
We try to play block.
He's weak on it.
Watch out the beer, Frosty. I said the beer, Frosty.
And their library weak. On Obi weak, guys.
I can spike their library. I can spike their library.
The library one shot. Another one go. Bottom mid weak.
I Dynamo library. He's one shot truck. 2 on OB weak. One shot spikes.
Rating OB weak.
Watch out their library.
He's got OB.
Watch out their library.
Living.
We got a lot of damage in OB. He's out of OB.
Comms are fast, not frantic though. They seem very collected, very controlled, Tony. It looks like they know what they're doing, and I mean, only to be expected. A top 4 team currently in this tournament, looking for top 3. And Ryan Noop, he's the impact player at this moment, closest to flag.
Great kill by Ryan Noop, but that's the initial one that they need to at least start the flag coming in. A fresh 3 down here coming in out of Sentinels. And I'm not sure there's anybody in position to contest. Ryan Noop making it towards the 50% portion. And at least someone has to be out rotating and overextending over toward the palm tree side. Otherwise, this will be a flag gap.
Snakebite might be able to do it. He's still there at the doorway. Ryan Noop going to try to get the last link. He's getting tagged up. He's now dead, but he hands the flag off.
Oh my!
And Sparty plants it in, and that's a game 1 to EUnited. They'll start the series strong.
EUnited. Utilizing that teamwork, that aggression, but also the patience as well. I talk about it all the time. EUnited know how to change the pace in the game. They can slow things down when they need to. They can speed it up when they have the numbers. They showed it right then, and now they're up 1-0 in the series.
Tony, let me just tell you, we better conserve our energy here because this is looking like it's going to be a long one. That went down to the end of overtime, and it was just a brawl back and forth, trading blows. But ultimately, like you said, EUnited, the control of the pace, the control of the weapons, they found their footing, especially in overtime. They just continued to hammer them, and finally they broke through thanks to the flank out of Ryan Duke. The man, so elusive. He found his opportunity, and he played it so carefully, too. The handoff at the end, the teamwork communication to be able to hand that flag the moment he dies with no lag time in between, they get that cap.
And we're looking at the stats here. 29 kills, 9 assists coming out of Spartan, leading as far as KDA. But look at also King Nick, royalty in the house. 25 kills, 10 assists as well. Why don't you tell me some of the stats here on Sentinel's side, and what are they telling you?
You said King Nick, royalty in the house. I see a Royal 2, I guess, I mean on the other side. And a stat line that I think is uncharacteristic of Royal 2. The man had 14 kills. He was very negative. So if anybody's got to step up in that next game, I hope it's Royal 2. We know we haven't seen him on land in a long time. There's no routers in play this time as well, so he's got all the opportunity in the world. He's popped off before, but I mean, this is it. This is the end zone. We got to see this man make plays and get slays.
So happy to see Royal 2 here. I mean, as much as I love you, Alex, but I'm sorry. Royal 2 is my favorite
if you want to drop me for Royal 2,
he's my favorite
that's
Canadian,
okay.
man.
That's okay, man. You know, I think he's earned it. The man's a world champ. Twice.
That triple kill coming out of Snakebite was nice, but sadly, even that wasn't enough to stop EUnited from coming out on top here in overtime. We're going into game number 2, and guess what? That's going to be a Slayer. And mind you, I don't know you've been paying attention to the stats. EUnited are one of the best Slayer teams that we have here in the tournament. How will Sentinels respond?
I don't know. This is worrisome for Sentinels, and this is something that was mentioned on the desk as well. Sentinels, they do tend to struggle in Slayer historically, but especially on Aquarius. Aquarius just is not their map, not yet. And of course, you know, having Royal 2 come back into the fold more recently for Formal, you know, maybe it takes some time to get that chemistry, to find those roles, to find that footing once again. But they don't have that time. They don't have the luxury. It's got to happen here. It's got to happen in Aquarius Slayer, because if they go down here and they're down in an 0-2 situation, I mean, making that reverse sweep, Tony, I don't know. It's hard to say if they can do it.
Well, you know, we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. As of right now, Sentinels do have a chance, and whenever you have Frosty and Royal 2 and their slaying ability, I feel like you always have a puncher's chance, no matter what. It's any given Sunday, if you ask me. And as of right now, I'll be happy to put my chips in on Sentinels.
What I'm thinking is they can't let EUnited control the game, because we've watched EUnited play Slayer time and time again, especially on recharge. The way that they control the map with the perimeter and just don't budge, they don't give up any opportunities. Other teams, they get aggressive, they pounce on spawns. EUnited, they don't really do that. They hold position, and they make you come to them. They really preserve their lives. I think Ryan Noob is the key person, the key player to shut down to ensure this doesn't happen. Because as far as I know, Ryan Noob's entire game plan is to just stay alive. His entire game plan is just survival, just to poke and prod and annoy you and give Spartan the chance to go ham and do his thing. So if they can shut down Ryan Noob, imagine combining those two together. If they can shut down Ryan Noob, then I think that Spartan's options are limited, and maybe Spartan can't go huge like he normally does.
I remember when we were on the analyst desk, we had multiple people saying that they wanted to see some nerdy plays, and Ryan Noob nerds definitely going to make some plays happen. But I've also been impressed by his slaying as well. He's kind of that secondary slayer on the team, so it's crazy because you have Snakebite, that IGL, Ryan Noob, that IGL as well, and they both can slay out at any given moment while also making those play calls. I always found that very interesting because normally an IGL will play back and maybe bait his teammates more, play a little bit more slower, but both of them are always on the front lines.
Well, I would say Ryan Noob is that type of player who will play back and play safe and play annoying and play to live. Snakebite, though, recently, like you said, the man has been in the fray. He's been popping off. He's been making plays, and you love to see it. But you'd also love to see Frosty steal the spotlight. You'd like to see Royal 2 steal the spotlight. You'd like to see Lethal stay alive and be a nuisance in situations he has no business staying alive. If they play their game well, I think they got a shot. It has to happen here. Slayer, Aquarius, Game 2.
I've been so excited to watch this rivalry develop. There's sometimes a little bit of bad blood between these two teams, but I'm sure they've made it up since then. Either way, both of them super talented, and they're bringing it here. The fight here in game number 2, it's going to be on Aquarius, and who else will we start off with other than Spartan the Dog?
I mean, you talked about a little bit of drama, a little bit of storylines. Sparty, I mean, he leads them with the energy out of this man, and the energy in his play. What a way to start a double, and you can see his face when he hits it. He is heated.
Spartan quickly advancing forward over towards the P side of the map. Meanwhile, Ryan Noob kind of over towards that bottom mid side, going to be slayed out quickly, and so is King Nick. So Sentinels doing a great job of bouncing back literally right off of spawn.
Like you said, they bounce back. It's a relatively even start here. Sentinels with a 1-kill advantage, but Sparty playing it slow. Do they know he's in the corner? He's going to pounce down on Frosty. Frosty now got to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge out of there, and that's exactly what he does. Though he dies shortly later, 2 now dead, and Sparty with positioning.
Royal 2 having the camouflage in hand still, and now advancing forward toward that top car side. Very important player, but the heat wave ends up spotting him, putting him down to one shot, and eventually taking him down. Meanwhile, Spartan making some plays and letting them know about it. You see it in his face. I love these face cams coming in. Spartan, let them know.
There's so many things I love about LAN Halo, and one of them is the face cams. Look at Sparty's face every time this man gets a kill. He is an emotional leader for this team. When he's popping off, everybody does in unison.
And now Spartan still having that heat wave in hands, but catches a stray grenade here over towards the fridge side. Tries to be crafty, play his life, ends up getting his shields back, and now going to fight back. But he's going to have multiple players here on the P side. How we get out of the situation?
I don't know.
He's still alive.
Caught in the fridge, in the back of the fridge, and they're all dead because of it. That's 3 dead, and Frosty with a big opportunity on his hands. They are still at a deficit. Did they know Rain is back there? Oh, they do. Watch out. Wait. Oh, okay. I got scared for a second, but the man's dead and the camo's up. So Frosty got to reconsider his positioning here.
13-11 lead in favor of Sentinels. Frosty gets a big kill coming in. Camouflage now in the hands of Lethal's going to try to make something happen here on the P side, and he does have some teammates with him. The shots quickly going on to Nick, but Nick has some friends on the fridge.
Big trade out from Sentinels. Lethal going to drop, gets a trade as well. Score dead even because of it. Frosty still with the heat wave. Multiple thrusts out. Frosty could double back for one himself. Up the survivability because he's going to need it. All members of EUnited out on car here as well. And Frosty looking for that opening kill. Looks like multiple already died. EUnited numbers advantage, but the pounce in the utility. Here it comes. Frosty, he'll take Rain. Snaps onto Ryan for the double, but can't. quite land it. We talked about Ryan coming into this, Tony. He's difficult to kill.
Daddy is great job of Ryan, who prioritizing his life and using the dynamo grenades. If it wasn't for that grenade, Frosty would have played for the one shot, but sadly, the dynamo grenades forcing the back down and reset for Frosty. Very good at resetting, ends up going 9-3. Now gonna advance forward over toward the blue flag, ends up getting himself a double kill, and now gonna swap that empty heat wave out for the command. Oh wait, no, it still has some ammo. Get that back, get that back, Bradley.
My man Bradley Bergstrom looking ice cold out here in game 2. He's got to keep it up though. 21-18. Royal 2 gonna pounce on from above, and Frosty trusts that he has it, and because of it, he takes a second kill and extends their lead a little bit. Snakebite up, he needs help though. Nick and Sparty coming in for the collapse. Snakebite lives, gets 2. Snakebite turns 2 out of that situation with the help from Frosty, and because of it, they're now 4 ahead.
Great damage coming in out of Frosty, the communication for Snakebite to come in for the cleanup kills, and let's not go anywhere. Frosty's going off. The man's 11-3 at the moment, and clearly making some plays.
Championship Sunday Sentinels, they hit different, especially when Frosty is popping off. Rain trapped like a rat. He's dead. A frenzy for Frosty, who is now shut down, but I mean, that will help pad the stats, that's for sure.
They currently have a 2-kill lead to the boys in blue, but EUnited looking to eat away at that. And Spartan now going to swap things out and grab himself a heat wave. Looking to make some plays and ease somebody over to the black screen as he's advancing forward towards utility. Has it horizontal right now, ends up shooting, but nobody home just yet. Has to throw a denial grenade. Excellent damage coming in out of him. Ryan Noob ends up being awarded the kill, and EUnited are about to collapse.
Chef Sparty looking for victims to fry. And it looks like Royal 2 might be the first one. He'll go down. Snakebite does get the trade. Sparty, can he get Lethal as well? Lethal gonna poke and prod, and he might want to back down. Sparty, I mean, when he's popping off, he doesn't miss, Tony.
Yeah, but I love that play out of Lethal, putting down the damage, forcing Spartan to back down, prioritizing his life. Sentinels are all being very hard kills at the moment until Biden started to drop. The assists come in. Spartan's actually not done yet. Ends up getting a second one as the Slays going in favor of EUnited. And as they have numbers, they're now putting pressure on the spawners as well.
Like you said, EUnited starting to speed up here. If they take a clean round of Slays, Sentinels on the back foot, they don't need that. They don't want that. So they got to make sure they get trades in these situations, and Spartan going to make it difficult. Royal 2 drops 2, though, and that's a great answer. 32 now because of it. And a slight advantage. You can see they have top map control. Frosty on one side, Lethal on the other, and Ryan spawning opposite base. This is a great little setup for Sentinels. All of them spawning opposite base and a perimeter for Sentinels as well. Can they pinch and collapse?
Both of these teams have been fighting for the heat wave control, and Royal 2 ends up having it in hands. You're noticing that EUnited are really stuck over towards the yellow base, and the nades are flying in. They might have actually done some damage. Here comes the collapse in for Sentinels. Ends up earning himself an assist, and now is going to take the back way, as there's still might be one more player back there, but Royal 2 the final one alive. EUnited doing a great job of defending their spawn.
Royal 2 ultimately not present in that fight, but I do like the fact that he runs back to center immediately to get positioning to ready himself for the spawns. Unfortunately, Ryan does split spawn out, and now he's getting pinched from 2 sides, so he has to back down. Unfortunately, EUnited also have positioning on the camo because of it. Royal 2, he'll snap onto Nick, do some damage. Nick now weak, drop down to bottom mid. Can he get out? He cannot, and shutting down Nick, that's massive.
Snakebite letting King Nick know who's New Jersey's finest right there, taking him down. As Frosty is over here on the bottom B side, doing a great job of staying alive. Again, Sentinels really valuing their lives, and that's one of the reasons why they're still within striking distance. Frosty now to try to advance forward, ends up getting the big kill, not done yet, tries to get the melee, but Spartan's able to take him down.
EUnited with the best of that exchange. They got a numbers advantage. They're going to push up on the map because of it. Snakebite does take a trade. Spartan, he'll grab the nade. No, he doesn't grab the nades as he goes up. He's going to have to double back now as well. They're starting to slow down the pace of play. End zone here, Tony. Final 10 kills for Sentinels, 40-39. Positioning across their side. Map for Sparty. He'll tag up a couple, but Sentinel's going to push on through. Sparty recognizing he's out of the field to play. Man's got a curb slide his way into the action and into his death. Now 43.
I don't like the play coming in out of Spartan right there. He wanted to get aggressive. He thought he needed to kill, but sadly there was multiple Sentinels players, so he ends up hitting the black screen, and Snakebite is once again still taking advantage, taking down Ryan Noob, advancing forward over toward the P side, and here comes the nades out of young PJ. Not getting the kill just yet, though.
EUnited are battered, and Sentinels has them on the ropes. Sparty, Sparty with the wiggles. No, he bounces back a little bit. 43, 3-kill deficit and a double for Sparty. A camo popping up shortly here. They got top map control. Royal 2, he is alone, and he's about to die. Tony, this is dicey territory.
Spartan advancing forward over towards the top P. Shots are starting to fly. Has Lethal and Snakebite in his sights. Off-screen, Frosty taking down Ryan Noob. That was his teammate over towards the
48.
B side. Frosty might be jumping over towards me. That's going to be Frosty with the sidekick, ripping apart Spartan's shields and forcing him to run away with his tail between his legs.
Limited options for EUnited. They were forced to back down, and now Sentinels has the map. Lethal, he's trapped though. Look at that push out of EUnited. That was beautifully timed to collapse onto, wait a sec, 49. Despite it, 46 to 49 here, just one to close it. Frosty out front looking for him. He might find him in utility. Oh, he will. Can he take the kill? No, he won't take the kill. Oh, but the nade will do the trick. Snakebite will save what could have been pretty heartbreaking for Sentinels, but they do give us a series, Tony, 1-1.
Tied up at 1 apiece. Beautiful bounce back coming in out of Sentinels, which notoriously have been one of their weaker game types and one of EUnited's strongest ones. But throw the stats out the window, because right now in the elimination bracket semifinals, both of these teams won. It's all about who wants it more in this one. That's why I throw stats.
That's what I was getting. The moment you said stats, I grabbed the paper out in front of you and I moved it a couple meters away. Because last time you had stats, you were not very kind to them. You threw them on the broadcast, Tony. That is not acceptable. But what is acceptable is that win at a Sentinels. That's beautiful. That gives us a series. Now 1-1. And like you said, uncharacteristic for Sentinels to find their footing on Slayer and Aquarius of all maps. But now, because the series is tied, I think it's anything goes. We got an objective coming up next, Tony.
That we do. And I might be a bit premature with this one, but I think we're going to Game 5. I have a feeling. You know, I like to follow my heart. I believe we're going to a game number 5. I don't know who's going to take it, but we're about to see some incredible Halo. EUnited going up against Sentinels. The winner of this advances forward into the elimination finals to play for the grand finals. They're guaranteed top 4, but neither one of these teams are happy with that. Let's take a look at some of these replays.
Some beautiful plays on both sides, that's for sure. Frosty starting to shine, which is great to see out of Frosty, right? Sentinels typically play around Frosty, or Frosty, I guess, maybe plays around Sentinels and finds his big moments because of it. But I want to say, you know, kind of uncharacteristically quiet in this tournament leading up to this point. And all of a sudden, Frosty with a killing frenzy to start the game, I think that's exactly what Sentinels needed to regain some of that confidence. So seeing him pop off again, I mean, it brings me back to H5, Tony. Maybe Frosty has something to say today.
Man with 18 and 10 right there in a Slayer. Really going off. We're going to find out if we can replicate that same amount of success in the kill columns here in Oddball. Because if they can slay out, most likely Sentinels will be able to put some more time on the boards. But obviously, it's obviously hard because EUnited trying to do the same exact thing.
Right. And here's the thing. Oddball Livefire is up next. And Oddball Livefire, I don't know if it's just, you know, bad luck or whatever it is, but that's 2 maps in a row that I'd say were not really favored for Sentinels. Despite me saying that, though, they did beat Optic yesterday in Oddball Livefire. Wild finish to that game. But can they do it again against a team like EUnited? Tony, the last time I witnessed EUnited on Livefire, the way they play this map, the way they control the top of the map and hold position, they're so difficult to break through. I don't know.
And as you saw towards the bottom left corner of your screen, 30.4 kills per game coming in out of Royal 2 and Oddball. He's actually ranked 4th here in Anaheim, so clearly going off here. And then when you have somebody that can slay as strong as him, he can open up so many avenues for the rest of your team to push forward, make some moves towards the power-ups, or even steal away that Oddball and get into your setups earlier. That's the power that Royal 2 brings. And not only that, but they've been teaming for how long? I mean, how do you replicate that chemistry?
It's nice to see the boy back. It's nice to see the team back together, the chemistry back, like you said, and I think it's continuing to form as the tournament goes on. Royal 2 going to be the one to watch out for on the side of Sentinels, on the side of EUnited. I mean, I think Sparty is always in the spotlight, but this is it. Game 3, the tiebreaker for the series and the momentum setter for it as well. Livefire, Oddball. Who's going to pop off on this opening strat?
Both of these teams will be fighting for that sniper rifle, the power-up, and the yeet wave.
Oh, the
at
yeet wave.
At the bottom mid. Let me say
yeet?
You yeet the players to the black screen, just send them flying to the black screen. They're both going to be fighting for all of the weapons and the powers. So those who control the sandbox most likely will come out on top. We have to start off with the MVP Frosty.
About to get yeeted off the map. Unfortunately, Sparty just locked down his options early on there. Now he's dead, and the ball taken, I believe, by EUnited. Nope, I take it back. Sentinels still found that ball despite the deficit, but can they hold on to it? Sparty's here to hunt down Royal 2. Royal 2, a jiggle peek won't save you. He's now dead, and Nick with the ball and a snipe in his hands.
Man, Spartan's always had an incredible shot, and we're starting to really see it here in Halo Infinite, as we've seen him get some incredible shots with the shock rifle, with the sniper, and now the heat wave coming into play, making that player one shot, ends up coming in onto the cleanup kill with Lethal, but not done yet. Wants to advance forward, but the ball carrier's going to be taken down, courtesy of Snakebite getting the double kill, but luckily Spartan going to shut him down.
Sparty definitely needed the shutdown on Snakebite. Can he do a little more? Royal 2 going to get melted. Ball in the hands, or not in the hands of Sparty. Sparty doesn't want to pick it up. I mean, he's got all the weapons. And if he hits shots, then Sentinels are in trouble. There's a body on the Lethal, and A gonna go off. Sparty gotta get out of dodge here, but Frosty now dead, so limited resources for Sentinels. They might need to rethink their approach. And as I say that, they're pinching him from both sides. That's a great way to shut down Spartan.
A little bit of Slayer 2.0 being played at the moment, because both of these teams having to get a full round of slays before they're able to commit to that ball time and getting it over towards their setup. You can scrap some ball time 1 or 2 seconds here, but it doesn't mean anything until those seconds start to turn to minutes. Lethal advanced that ball just a little bit forward, but he knows he needs the slays, so quickly backs down. Meanwhile, there is a power-up that should be coming into play very soon.
Lethal about to walk into multiple here. Gonna have to back out. Does take the ball. I like the little rotation with it, but his options so limited. Doesn't take the trade on Nick either. Rain and Nick, they get 2 kills. And now EUnited with an opportunity to set up for the ball. Camo about to spawn too. They get all this. They've got playmaking opportunities here, Tony.
EUnited having heat wave and camouflage in the hands of Spartan. Doesn't get spotted as he makes his way over towards the sandbag. Easy shot onto Frosty. Now gonna work towards the top mid. Ends up getting himself the double kill, but 2 out of 4 players go down, and the information coming in for EUnited knowing exactly where the final 2 players are.
Pretty wild out of Sentinels, right? Sending, I think, 3 or 4 through that hallway. And if there's so many players there, it's just, you know, there's only so much Spartan can do to deal with the resources. Despite it, though, Ryan still holds the ball on B. If he's in trouble, he can toss it off the map, but you know this man, he will wait till the last second. 2 already dead, Royal 2 still milking. Or sorry, Ryan still milking. Either way, the man's dead, and he's off the map, and so is Snakebite. He took a dip into the water. I mean, sometimes you gotta clean yourself off when you're playing so dirty.
He's getting ready for the big game today. You know, he tried to get that interception on the ball, but he ended up diving right out of bounds, and to make mistakes were made there.
Okay.
As 2 down go EUnited and Sentinels. So a 2v2 scenario, Rain gonna try to back down with the sniper rifle, not able to do so, and now Snakebite gets a turn with the long rifle.
Nick's gotta watch that left butt cheek, because Snakebite just tagged it, looking for more here. Ryan Noob with a nade in, and Nick back for the challenge. Snipe now down, and can they collect it? Royal 2, no opportunities to survive here. With 53 on the board and a snipe in the hands of, actually it's in the hands of Frosty. We better see what he's up to. He's on the death screen. Where is that snipe going to go? Because I think it's going to dictate the pace of the match.
Rain now going to make his way over towards the C side of the map. They say when it rains, it pours. Here comes some nades. Not catching anybody just yet, but we're going to out-rotate the enemy team and go right over towards that sandbags. And you wanted to know where the sniper rifle was. It's in the hands of Timothy Tinkler.
He's about to make it rain, Tony, if he gets a shot. Camo about to spawn as well, so a dilemma for both teams here. Lethal near it, ball also on the scoreboard. Might have needed a teammate there, but trades go through. Rain. Oh my, that's a 360. You know, sometimes you just get a little extra on the scoreboard for your kill.
Rain hitting the 360 kickflip, taking down the first one, goes in for the second one, but rotating the ball forward because his eyes on the prize. Same as Frosty, camouflage, and heat wave. There's any chance that they can shut down the setup, it's going to be on the backs of the former MVP. Frosty now getting sneaky. Here we go. Gonna make a play. First one goes down. Second one has the ball. 2 fast hands. That's gonna be a double kill. Not able to get the triple as Frosty goes down, but the damage has been done.
Not enough damage, though, because Sparty's still on the ball. 65 here as he manages to play it off despite the loss in numbers. EUnited, they're so efficient. Not only do they play the ball, Ryan Noob's in position to collect another one, and Sentinels, if they don't find a way to deny this efficiency, they're not going to deny this game.
Loving the plays coming in out of EUnited. Finally, Ryan Noob is going to fall. Spartan gets a big kill and lets the enemy team know about it, and the denial grenades coming in. and so is the heat wave. Ends up finding the player over towards top mid. Easy kill coming out of him. Having another one towards bottom tower. Going to try to work on the double kill. Tries to be crafty, but finally is going to be taken down.
Snakebite gets the best of him, but there's still bleeding time. 72 and counting. Snakebite will push up mid. Shots into Rain to back him down. A minute left on the timer here, and Snakebite tagging out the house. You got two members on his right-hand side with the push, but Snakebite got to watch his own right. Man's getting tagged up. That ball looks like it's in the hands of Sentinels somehow, and 2 kills as well. Maybe a moment to breathe for these boys in blue.
And the power coming up very soon here, so Snakebite needs to get the slays, but they also have to make sure they keep control of that power up street. One player goes down, Snakebite advancing forward towards Sandbags, gonna drop down to bait the oddball. Shots going in, takes down one, and Repulsa is right up to top mid to avoid all of the nonsense over towards the bottom of the map.
Beauty.
And Repulsa Sparty off the map. He thought he was gonna play the ball. He played Spartan.
he plays, that's exactly what he does. Snakebite, my God, the big brain on this man as he just dips and dives out of the action. He's coming in from awkward angles here, too. Ryan Noob, does he know he's there? Nick gets a kill as well, though. Advantage slays EUnited, so now it's up to Snakebite once again, and he's got no ammo to do it. A bit of a ring around the rosy with the scoreboard, but he's now down. Snakebite gonna try to hold it. Frosty with a kill, too, and they got 21 seconds with this ball. Tony, they'll rotate it to safety, but they gotta play perfect. Halo and Frosty hit a shot.
That they do, because all EUnited is going to do is try to get the slays and then bait the ball. Frosty ends up getting the double kill. That's going to allow Snakebite to hold onto their setup, but they need some spawners. They need to make something happen. Yep. Smarty McFly does end up falling on the death screen. Very good here for the boys in blue.
A setup for Sentinels, the first we've seen, and might be the last. Snakebite, he's got to play it or get near it. And I like this positioning, too. Going to get as close to the end of the line as he can. Can he pick up Ryan Noob? He cannot. Ryan Noob will be elusive. Snakebite still getting time. They're starting to close the distance on score as well. He'll toss it off the map. That's the best he could have hoped for, but now that they're down numbers, they got to find a way to get back to the ball. They're bleeding resources.
Yeah, somebody has to be baiting the ball. They don't have to go for it, but they just have to bait it. Now, with 10 seconds, you know what? They got to go for the ball right here, right now. Rain advancing forward ends up getting the initial kill that they need. And round number 1 going to EUnited.
And that's the tricky dilemma for Sentinels, right? If Snakebite holds that ball for too long and then dies, they're down resources to get back to it, back to center, and they didn't have time to get back to it as well. So Snakebite, maybe he would have had to play the ball earlier. Hard to say. Either way, first round done and dusted, and a temporary pause here as we wait to figure out where round 2 is. We got a couple replay. Oh, no, we don't. No, this is the round, I think. We're jumping in. Okay.
We're jumping right back in the action here. EUnited up 1 round. Sentinels have to put back-to-back rounds on the board if they want to take control of the series. Beautiful shots coming in out of Rain. He definitely did not have the health advantage, but the shot really looking good.
Sentinels, what can they do to answer the efficiency out of EUnited here? Especially with Rain taking trades here too. Sparty gonna take one as well. Ball now up, Rain with it with the heat wave, and a setup about to form on A side. EUnited, it's back in their hands to open round 2.
EUnited quickly getting into their 8-side setup immediately as fast as possible. Sparty going to be the first one to go down. Ryan Noob holding down the back green side of things, ends up getting the assist. Now working on to Lethal. Doesn't end up trading kills, but even better, gets the kill of his own, and 3 down goes Sentinels. So EUnited still holding on to that ball and putting some good points on the board.
Viewers in the chat, in case you're unaware, the red bar is not a glitch. It's an actual mechanic in this game. If Ryan Noob is enough, if he's up enough shots on that melee trade, the red bar will take place. And there's a bit more depth to it, but there is a reason behind the mystery there. And despite it, that 33 seconds on the board for EUnited off those plays.
And I saw in the kill feed, King Nick getting another remote detonation kill. The man's the king of shooting those freelance grenades. Royal 2 trying to bait the ball, puts down some shots, backs down, lets it collect a different angle, but it looks like there's a player contesting him over towards the green side, and of course, it's gotta be Rain.
It's gotta be Rain, but Rain is in a tricky position, and Sentinels are looking for their first opportunity to get to the ball. Frosty, that kill might help. Gonna try to stay alive around the door here, stay alive in time for Camo. They can't quite seem to find a moment to get the ball. They need Slays to do it, and Nick gonna knock him down. Trade still coming in. Royal 2 does collect the ball. He'll get a second in a rotation. Where's the Camo, though? Okay, answer to the question.
Camouflage in the hands of Snakebite, gonna slow things down completely, wants to make a play with it. Nobody on EUnited pushing up just yet, but Rain on the nest side along with King Nick. It looks like Spartan might have gone for a bottom tower side flank, so watch out for that. Today's gonna come in, making Snakebite weak, goes in for the challenge onto King Nick, ends up going down. Frosty now getting some value here out of the heat wave, but he's gonna be taking some heavy damage as well.
Frosty needs to make a play. He knows Ryan Noob's down below, but does not want to waste time with him. He'll try to bounce out. Thankfully, he's got Snakebite for a little double team action here, but Ryan Noob even smarter. Ryan Noob gets out of that. He rotates back to his team, and so does the ball. And now a setup for EUnited, but the snipe about to spawn. Frosty, if he can get to that snipe, maybe he can make a play here. Still a 10-kill advantage for EUnited, and they're going to wait this out. Frosty went for the flank instead. I like this.
Rotation coming in out of EUnited. Sentinels trying to match that aggression. Coming in with the heat wave is Frosty. Ends up taking down one, but going down to one shot. Goes down from bottom mid to check onto Sparty, but Royal 2 making quick work of him as Sentinels now rocking another setup, and Frosty already at the perimeter.
You gotta love that curve slide out of Frosty. You see how quickly he rotated to get the angle on the Ryan Noob, but he wasn't ready for it. Closes the distance on Nick, but Nick does get, okay, he does die. Is that enough? They do manage to bring it to 41, and great play out of Lethal to drop the ball off the ledge, but ball now spawning out center, and Rain about to yeet Royal 2 off the map, or he'll take the kill with the BR. Either way, he's off the screen.
I've seen people utilize the repulsor when somebody's at the same level with him, but he jumps up and actually gets that height over towards the bridge and almost sends him backing, gets the kill, but man, Rain out of control. You know, Ryan Noob has said multiple times that he's one of the most underrated players that we have in our in our series, and we're seeing that right now. Rain making some plays.
They've been so objective efficient, so quick to get the ball, but maybe that ends here. Lethal snipe. Can he hit the shot? He's over his head. Where's this man going? Ryan Noob with the nerdy plays. He gets above him, takes the kill, but the snipe is in the hands of a camoed Frosty. He doesn't have many resources. What can he do? They do have the ball. That'll bring the enemies to him. Frosty needs an angle. Doesn't hit it. And he's actually out of ammo here, too, so Frosty got to play carefully.
Out of sniper rifle, almost out of camo, and about to be out of time here is Sentinels as EUnited continuously putting some points on the board, but 3 down they go, and I don't think they played the ball off the map. Sentinels might be able to take advantage of these numbers. Why did that ball not go off the map, Alex?
I'm not sure. Sentinels doing a pretty good job of just rotating and playing scrappy here, though. They do have it at B. You got Snakebite there as well. Frosty, a line of coverage on the nest. Rain will put shots in. Ryan Noob, he's going in for a flank across center here. All 3 members of EUnited going to push up, but the ball now off the map, and whoever wins the trades will get back to the respawned ball first, and looks like EUnited might be doing that. There's still Royal 2 nearby, but EUnited, they might be in position to collect this ball off a spawn. Royal 2 got to make sure it doesn't happen.
EUnited doing a fantastic job of shutting down Lethal in this round. Here's currently 3-11. EUnited getting really aggressive and really throwing off his time, and King Nick steals away the ball, but has to try to get the kill with the heat wave, not able to do so, and you do not want to give that to Frost. Don't give him no free heat waves.
Definitely not, especially when things are getting so scrappy at the end of the line here, Tony. 1:37 on the clock. Sentinels looking to take a round. 2 dead on the feed. A hold for Sentinels in the back of A. A snipe about to spawn. A camo about to spawn. A lot in play here to control. And EUnited, if they get it, then they can swing things. Sentinels, if they defend it, they can win the round.
Sentinels having to put back-to-back rounds in order to come out with this game here. Royal 2 gets an easy kill onto Spartan. Now to try to work onto King Nick. Beautiful double kill out of Royal 2. Welcome back, baby.
Welcome back, Royal 2. Great to be on land and great to see Sentinels with a little momentum. That's 100 points and a 1-1 in the score. And of course, this is going to the 3rd round in Oddball. I mean, of course, it's going to Game 5 too, Tony. We're following the script. You're currently writing it, Tony, or you're following your heart, right, with the script you're writing? We'll see.
Royal 2 last round, dropping 19-7.
Wow.
Doing a great job of keeping his team in it. And like I said, opening up all of those angles for his teammates. King Nick opening up a few angles as well, taking down the leading Slayer. Royal 2 as 2 down go the boys in blue.
EUnited advantage off the opening, but Sentinels quick to turn it. Nick has a heat wave, though, and that's all that's needed for a double. And all that's needed for a couple more kills, too, because he's got a snipe. Snakebite at least getting some ball time here, but Snakebite dead. He didn't play the ball. So EUnited, they can turn this into a setup, and Nick can start to take brains.
whenever you're controlling the B or the A side of the map, you have to control the sandbags, and that's exactly what King Nick was doing. But World 2 walking over rent-free with the camouflage, throws an excellent nade, puts Spartan down to one shot, ends up killing him before he's able to play it, and now starts to work on King Nick, but the cleanup comes in, and once again, EUnited having control.
EUnited so quick, so efficient. They don't let the ball get out of their hands, but they let the snipe get out of their hands, and they let it go into Frosty's. Every time Frosty has the snipe, he's only got one bullet, though, and that's the issue for Sentinels. The moment they get to these weapons, their resources are limited, and they can't make big plays. Frosty, he needs this. He'll take it. That's 2 dead. Can they get to the ball, though? Was it played? So, ball back out center, and once again, rinse and repeat. EUnited, they make things so difficult.
I mean, yeah, they just went 3 down, and Sentinels weren't able to hop on that ball immediately, but finally World 2 able to get it away. Meanwhile, EUnited coming right off of spawn, slaying out, and like you said, making it as difficult as possible. Frosty, the final player alive, he's going to go down. That's a squad wipe going in favor of EUnited, and look at that scoreboard. It ain't getting any prettier.
Late game oddball for EUnited, and once again, they have control. Sentinels, they need an answer, and Tony, I want to hear the answer. Let's jump into a listen in with the boys on Sentinels and see what they can do.
Okay, heard you. Guys, go straight to ball. Right, Rain's weak, TJ, go, go, go. Cut him off cave. Cut him off, cut him off.
Yeah, he's one shot going to B. Absolute Rain.
I got PJ.
Cement.
Okay, I'm gonna be A flat, guys. 2 dead. All played. Let's hop on ball. Let's try to kill C. Okay. One screen door, Rhino. I got one. Tell me don't respond C. Yeah, heard you. I'm beyond him. I got him.
Nice.
2 dead.
I'm bringing the C.
Yeah, come C. We're going C. Yeah. Guys, one tower.
I got you, TJ. One's bottom mid Rain.
OS, on OS. Deep right.
Rain one at Keter.
And one's bottom mid. Gonna get that.
Hey, top mid.
TJ, small door, PJ.
Grounded. Two top mid. One top mid.
I need open us. Alright, Brad, you're I'm good.
Good time.
Yeah, go.
I got it, TJ.
Okay, I have like 2 heat.
Comms coming in out of Sentinels. You can tell that they can feel the pressure coming in, but I love what I'm hearing out of them. I mean, they're making sure that every call out is getting addressed, and they're working it as Frosty taking down Spartan, getting the kill, and now going to start to advance forward. Another setup coming on the C side. King Nick having no idea that Frosty there, so free shots coming in. Cheeky angle, finally able to take him down. Love that angle coming out of Bradley, but he is going to be cleaned up.
Finally killed, though. I mean, you might have been listening to comms, Tony, but I was just mesmerized by Frosty's gameplay there. He found so many opportunities to survive and be a nuisance for his team. That collected 37 points with the ball as well, but Sparty got away with a snipe, and when he has snipe, the momentum of the game starts to turn. Lethal, watch your face. Nick will get the ball. They'll bring it back to Tower 63 now, and Sparty a line of defense.
Spartan still having the sniper rifle in hands, probably the most important player in the game. No scope to the body, ends up taking down Snakebite. Now going to advance forward. There's another one over to the bottom tower. The quick scope comes in. Body shots lethal, but that's not going to be enough to take him down. Rain going to fall in as well, and Sentinels having control.
In a battle of attrition here, though, EUnited, they continue to pull away time. 72-37. The camo might change things, but they need to win the slays to get to it. Snakebite gonna try his hand. He does put it on the body. Can he stay alive, though? Multiple looking. Nades coming in. Sparty wants it. Frosty there to defend, and Snakebite. Look at how elusive he is. Royal 2 takes the kill. Ball out center, too. Snakebite gonna take another. Almost hits the stick, but Rain's still dead. That's a double for him. Ball in their hands and a setup for Sentinels.
72-37 lead going in favor of EUnited. The team that takes this round will not only take the game, but control of this best-of-5 series. Snakebite knows that, wants to make something happen here. Alex, what are we going to see?
I like this. I think are they trying to rotate the ball back to tower? Because Frosty's currently up in tower. I think he has the snipe, too. They got all the resources right, so they're rotating the ball back to tower, back to high ground. Unfortunately, Frosty died, and now that he's dead, Lethal very quickly changes his mind. He's going to go back, and Snakebite going to play safely. No nade hit markers to expose him, so they don't know he's here. And Sparty, goodbye. But now that he's called it out, Snakebite with a very quick curve slide to get right to Rain. And you gotta love the use of the movement here to waste no time and stay in the fray.
A squad wipe going in favor once again of Sentinels, who quickly move into the A side setup. You have 2 players now rotating over towards the garage side as shots are starting to ring out. And what does Snakebite do? Just rotate the ball.
They're playing it beautifully. Sentinels starting to clutch up in the end of this game. They've now taken the lead at 77 and counting as they continue to rotate the ball away from EUnited. Frosty, he's been found, And Sparty takes him. 2 dead. They take the ball with no play, so maybe EUnited can turn this back in their favor as well. I believe the snipe's about to spawn here too. Sentinels, they gotta act quick.
EUnited once again gonna take the lead here. Spartan taking some damage onto the bridge side of the map. Ends up trading off for a Mangler, but goes down to 1 shot. Somehow gets the melee kill onto Royal 2 right as the power-up is coming up. So easy camouflage grab for Spartan, so the ball ends up being played. Spartan now has Mangler and camouflage. This is dangerous for Sentinels.
It's definitely dangerous for Sentinels. Oh, it's dangerous now. Spartan just took the snipe. He's got the camo, he's got the Mangler, they got 90 points on the board. Lethal with a trade. Royal 2 will pester Spartan and keep him back, but they gotta watch the ball as well. You can see Lethal's fighting for it. Bottom map. Spartan gonna take that time to bounce out. 95 and counting. He gets a kill under Royal 2. Ball still in their hands. They can't get to it. And EUnited, they lock the map down and lock down game 3.
Look at the excitement out of that young man. Spartan really going off in the comms. I can't even hear, but I already know what he said. He said, let's go. He starts to pound his teammates. I love the energy coming in out of Spartan. And on the other side, a lack of energy here on Sentinels, rightfully so. That game was within striking distance of Sentinels. And a couple mistakes go their way, and they come out on top. But now it's EUnited with a 2-1 lead.
Definitely a rough exchange at the end, right? Because Sentinels, they had the advantage in those slays. They killed more, they had numbers, but Spartan, despite it, managed to get camo, and thankfully for EUnited, they managed to play the ball. And because of that, that had to bring them back to center map. And Spartan, he had the freedom on the map to use the camo to make a play. He snuck into center map, he got the kill into Frosty. The moment that happened, it was game over. So maybe Frosty would have had to play back on tower, play in a safer position, knowing the camo was not in their favor. Maybe Sentinels got confident because they had a numbers advantage. I don't know. I mean, it's not the moment to look back and recollect your thoughts because the series continues.
That it does. And EUnited must be feeling good. They are 1 game away from advancing forward into the elimination finals. Sentinels have a bit of a mountain to climb, but if there's any team that knows about adversity and knows how to bounce back and almost click that mental reset button, it's Sentinels. Been there, done that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they send us to a game 5. I called it earlier. I said it. We go into a game 5. So. I'm staying with it.
I mean, I'd like to see it. We'll have to see, of course. Tony, I'm going to jump back to an old statistic. I don't fully know if this is correct, but I think since Royal 2 and Snakebite started teaming together, how many times have they placed outside top 3 on a LAN? I think maybe once or maybe never. Right? I can't remember the statistic. Right, there's a monstrous
definitely
statistic.
Single digits.
Yeah, single. Yeah, for Royal 2 and Snakebite, since they started teaming together on LAN, they don't place outside top 3. So if they lose this, you know, not only is it damaging for them to take a 4th place, but it's also damaging for the statistic, I guess, too. But what I'm trying to say is they tend to clutch up, Tony, and this is their opportunity to do it.
Got to protect the stats.
Sure.
I mean, with that long of a run, you got to go. I mean,
got to protect them from you, too.
Meanwhile, Royal 2, Snakebite, like I said, having a road to climb here.
Yeah.
It's going into strongholds on recharge. They want to tie things up. They want to force a game number 5. We know how icy Sentinels can be. What are your keys to success here in game number 4?
I think the shock rifle really dictates the pace of this game. You got to get to that shock. You got to make sure you're controlling it. It's the playmaking device on the map. If you got it, I mean, you can run the show. And you got to have it in Frosty or Royal 2's hands. On top of that, you want to see Lethal be elusive. There was a play in the end of that phase series where Falcated was trying to get a kill onto Lethal to get to the ball in the elevator. I don't know if you remember it, Tony, but Lethal was at a deficit. He's on the bottom of the elevator. Falcated is up on the top of the elevator above him with all the high ground, and Lethal does not go for the challenge. Instead, he repositions and stays alive, and because he milked his life, his team got to him in time to overwhelm Falcated and give themselves an opportunity to get the ball. So Lethal, if he can be that nuisance on the map, if he can take attention, then Frosty and Royal 2, they're going to have more opportunities to get kills with a shock.
I'm going to agree with you. Same thing. I want to make sure that Sentinels get the shock rifle in hands and get into the hands of a playmaker.
Yeah.
But for another reason, too, you can't put it in the hands of Spartan. Every time Spartan has the shock rifle here on recharge, he goes, there was 3 times that he went on an 8-kill spree or better with the shock rifle right here on this map. You got to make sure that he does not get the shock rifle in hands. And obviously, you know, when Frosty has it, he can make some plays. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4, going on to recharge. And at this point, Sentinels fighting for their tournament lives. They'd have to get this win to force a game number 5. Meanwhile, EUnited want to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. What's going to happen, Alex?
Ain't that the question, Tony? This is it. This is the moment for both teams, and more so for Sentinels, because like you said, they are out of the tournament if they don't get their act together. Now, who else to start with but Sparty? And 2 quick slides for a rotation. Look at this. Where is he? He's already at the shock.
Of course, Spartan the Dark prioritizing the shock rifle, quickly getting it into hand. But now we're going to see if Sentinels can do better of shutting him down than other teams before them. Smarty immediately going to take away Bravo, so an early double cap going in favor of EUnited, and now we're seeing Spartan just perch up right towards top gold where he normally is.
What a calculated opening strat at an EUnited Spartan. You know Spartan's practiced that strat to shock, and you know his teammates knew exactly what to do to help him, and now it's up to Spartan to hold control here. Frosty Royal 2, they got 2 kills. Sparty got a strong side his way out of dodge here. 26 and counting, but numbers down, and Sentinels maybe a chance to act, and a sword in his face. Now it's Frosty's turn.
The shock rifle might be really good, but the sword, when it comes to close range, is always going to be king. And now we see Frosty with both of them in hands, not able to get the kill. Ryan quickly going to shut him down. Going for the remote detonation, but nobody home. But man, the sword play coming out of Snakebite ends up getting the double kill. Ryan ends up going right back at him and earning himself that shock rifle.
Despite EUnited getting obliterated there, Ryan, he found an opportunity to break through and stay alive. He'll take a perfect kill because of it. And now he is a hawk on the top of the map. You better watch out. Frosty now down as well. 32 for EUnited as their bodies are dropping. Finally, they deal with Ryan and maybe Snakebite can do something here.
That boy be nerdy. Ryan do be nerdy. He's nerding right there. Meanwhile, Snakebite trying to bite back, sliding in towards Bravo, working his way in, and we're going to see another double cap, this time going in favor of the boys in blue. And now how will Sentinels fare with holding on to their setup as the spawners are quickly going to be funneled over towards the C side of the map?
Let's go, Batman. Right up into A, gets the reset on the cap in a position he needs. Sparty, he'll join him up top, but you might want to go back down. Snakebite here to guard the top of the map. Looks like Frosty has a kill. You can see Ryan Noob opposite side waiting for his moment, and that moment might be given to him if Rain makes a play.
Rain having the camouflage, but the early shots is going to let Frosty know an idea of where he is. So I know that communication is coming in out of Sentinels. Rain going right up through the front door. Shots go in on Snakebite. Forced to back down over towards bottom mid. Somehow still alive. But here comes the nade. Ends up running out of camo and running out of time. He's going to hit the black screen. Spartan now advancing forward here from Whirlpool.
Despite the strong opening here at EUnited, Sentinels, they found their footing. They found control. They got A, B, and C locked down. And which do they elect to hold on to? Looks like Spawners split out into pipes. Spawners split out into elevator as well. So interesting positioning here. Snakebite needs to find a flank, and he'll find it onto Rain. Rain gonna come back for the fight, but Snakebite ready. Looks like EUnited will get into A to try to stop the bleeding, but Sentinels just out-rotating here to hold a point. They got 129 off of this.
Trip Cap was momentarily in favor of Sentinels, and they utilized that to get a 129-32 lead. It looks like EUnited are going to answer back by taking a double cap, also taking down Snakebite as well. Another one, Mangler on Mangler crime, but the double kill going to be earned by young Ryan Noob.
Ryan Noob staying alive, or getting the trade there, was massive for EUnited, because now Rain has A. They also have C. Frosty, the impact player, though. Can he knock down Rain? Rain going to try to stay up. Getting tagged from behind. Royal 2 does help. And now if he gets back to A, an A-B hold would be optimal here for the team. Of course, there's the camo as well. And you can see Lethal's already in a fight, so Frosty instead, he's going to push up. Royal 2 takes A. You got to love the teamwork communication here as they hold control and positioning as well. Frosty, what can he do?
Goes down to one shot. Frosty now advancing forward onto the C side of the map. Goes right in onto Rain. Gets the early kill. So they're losing Bravo, but they're out-rotating the enemy team, working their way to Charlie. But with 2 players in front of him, Frosty, high IQ, backing down, prioritizing his life. There's no reason for him to die, even though the return is going to go in favor of EUnited.
Like you said, it's okay if they jump back for the reset. As long as they hold on to their numbers, they can get back to the hill immediately after. They now have AC yet again. Frosty just looking for a flank. And what beautiful awareness from him to spot it. Can he survive, though? Sparty won't let him. He'll take the kill. EUnited looking to bounce back here, but you can see, once again, Tony, we spoke about it, the out rotation. I mean, as I say it, though, looks like Ryan Noob was ready. So BC hold, spawners up in A side, and Ryan Noob with a shock yet again.
So now rotated their way to the black screen. The Sentinels as EUnited once again getting a double cap. Ryan Noob with the shock rifle in hand, not connecting on the first one, but he has several shots more to go, and also having a grapple as well in case he puts himself in a non-advantageous position.
Pay attention to the efficiency with Ryan Noob's reticle movement here, snapping onto important locations, and so aware of where to look to react quickly here. Snake bite will try to challenge him, and he still hits it. Can he stay alive? He has a grapple in the back pocket. If he needs to, he can rotate out here, but still wants the angle, still wants the pressure. And here's where you use the grapple. Quick rotation out to A, and now he's taking control of this side of the map. And AB hold. EUnited, they can turn things around with this.
Ryan getting very aggressive here with the shock rifle, even taking a base with it. Normally, you have a shock rifle player that plays back, but Ryan playing forward and putting down the damage. Two members quickly go down here for EUnited, and Frosty looking to take advantage.
Sentinels need to get back the A side of the map. Most powerful spot to have is an anchor point here. And if they can do that, they can get an AB hold. As I say it though, BC seems to be working out for them. EUnited trying to find a point to pounce. Looks like Sparty does take that opening kill. Royal 2 can't quite get it. Frosty gets the trade. Royal 2 going to continue to pester him as Lethal takes another. They're still finding time despite this though, 179. Lethal in position for Camo. And if he grabs this, maybe they can make a play.
Camouflage in the hands of Lethal, down to one shot, but slaps it onto his chest like Iron Man and continues to advance forward onto Long Haul. Gets himself, does Atlas not to go for the disruptor, and ends up being taken down, melted onto the B side. But Royal 2 takes down one, works on the second one. Damage comes in, players are going down here. Numbers back in favor of Sentinels.
You can tell Lethal was not happy about that camo death. Despite it, looks like Sentinels ain't hurting too bad. They got BC, EUnited spawning up over in Long Haul, and Royal 2 still hitting perfect shots cross map. He'll jump back up to rejoin the fight here, but now he's got two to deal with. EUnited, they're starting to put on the pressure here. A and C, they can hold this, especially if Ryan Noob stays alive. Tony, I've watched Ryan Noob's YouTube videos, and he is difficult to kill on Elevator. He plays to survive.
Ryan Noob looking to survive here in this game. They want to put the nail on the coffin. Frosty trying to advance forward onto the C side of the map, but he's going to be shut down. And so the snake bite. Rain going in for the challenge onto Lethal, ends up getting the kill. And now another double cap going in favor of EUnited, who are putting some good points on the board. They have caught up to Sentinels.
Not the most ideal setup to have. Of course, by having this setup, spawners will be up in pipes, and Sentinels will get access to attic and a high point to control immediately. But as long as EUnited play things carefully, they can continue to hold this and maybe flip the map. King Nick needs to live for that to happen, though, and unfortunately he does die. Frosty takes one, Ryan Noob with a trade. AC still held down. Lethal needs an impact, but he doesn't want to give up his life for it.
Lethal staying alive over towards the B box. Camouflage finally coming up. He actually hesitates to go for it. Rain going to take advantage of that momentary lapse of judgment. 2 down goes Sentinels. Rain still alive, but Camouflage still up. And I know that he wants it here. Sparring working over towards Bravo. Rain finally able to get the camo, but has 2 players coming out of Long Haul who shut him down immediately.
Quick 2-man rotation out of Sentinels. As they do it, though, they lose the plots. AB in control here for EUnited. Sentinels trapped in a corner because of it. You can see Frosty already moved up, though. He's in a sneaky spot. Frosty, because of his positioning, just got a kill into Sparty. He got dropped. But can Lethal make something off of the opportunity now given? He's up on attic. Ryan Noob down below. He'll jump into C or B. Maybe they can get a BC hold off of this, but Tony, we are going down to the wire with this one.
Lethal gets the kill onto Ryan, who tries to get some shots onto Spartan across map, but not able to get the angle. Multiple players, one shot, are getting away alive. And looks like Lethal now wants to try to get closer to the gunfight. Ends up going in for the challenge onto Nick. Down to one shot. Lethal goes, somehow staying alive. Puts the damage onto Ryan Noob. But man, Ryan Noob putting his 21st kill on the board.
EUnited, they've broken the 200-point mark here in the end zone. Sentinels need an answer. You got Royal 2 already up in A. Rain here to make things difficult. He gets the reset on the stronghold, and they now have points
in their favor. 2:19 and counting. Rain locking it down from A. Snakebite in trouble. Where do they go? They got C. They got presence in B. And Rainy is moving and grooving to get a flank.
EUnited just had a trip cap, but somehow Sentinels sneak in and steal away 2 bases at the same time. 220 to 201 going in favor of EUnited. King Nick sliding into the Bravo base, and it looks like they're able to steal away yet another one. Sentinels are on the ropes.
King Nick's quick rotation here just tricked up the timing of Sentinels, and they were not ready for the flank. And because of it, now 230 and counting, and resources in their favor. Sparty, look at this, split spawns up in long haul, and Sparty down below. Royal 2 does not know what to do with this. That's 240. Final 10 seconds for this series. Sentinels, can they find an answer? Frosty gonna die to Spartan as well. They get into B. 246 here, they need to play perfect, and Nick not gonna let that happen. They'll die. And Tony, that's it for the series. EUnited, they find the win. They take top 3 and knock Sentinels out of the tournament.
EUnited putting the nail in the coffin. Who knows what would have happened if Sentinels came out with the win on that one and sent it to Game 5, but we don't have to worry about that. EUnited are going to the elimination finals. They are now 1 win away from making it back to the grand finals. Can they make back-to-back grand finals in back-to-back LAN tournaments?
I mean, at this point, I think they can. I don't doubt it. EUnited just playing like a different beast on Sunday. They would not go down. So difficult to deal with, too. A lot of signs of life from Sentinels. Early game, they had control of that map. They had control of the points, too. EUnited, the moment they got their resources, I guess they regained, right? The camo in the end, that play at a Spartan, my God, I mean, you can't put him down. He milked that perfectly, right? Snuck out from under. The spawn was still open for Royal, too. He's got to push. Their options limited. Spartan played it beautifully. Just took their attention, got 2 kills.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great win for EUnited.
Great win for EUnited.
Sentinels getting top 4, I mean, it's not bad whatsoever. I know if you ask them, though, they're not going to be happy with that result. It's really championship.
Is that twice in a row? That's top 4 twice now, right?
It's really championship or bust with them, and even though fully loaded, they weren't able to come out on top over EUnited. But you know what? It's the first LAN tournament we're seeing World 2. I'm sure they're going to grow. They're going to polish off and probably going to go back into Kansas City better than ever, because, I mean, they do qualify for Kansas City off of these results. What are the stats telling you, Alex?
Definitely they qualify, right? There's still plenty more to come up with this team, and I'm sure the sky's the limit for them. We've seen them dominate before. The stats, I mean, the one thing I noticed there, unfortunately, Frosty, right? I think he was 10 and 15 in that last game. Frosty, we know, a high-impact player for his team. He tends to be a playmaker. Couldn't make the plays this time around. That might be part of it. But, I mean, all I think in part due to Spartan on the other side, making massive ones, and Ryan Noob. One of the most difficult kills, especially on Recharge. I do, based off of what I've seen, I kind of do think that Recharge might be one of the best maps for EUnited. They play it so sneaky. They're so careful, especially the angles they take to get nade shots, right, across the map. The, what is it, the self-destruct. Or not, no, the remote detonation is what it's called. Either way, hell of a series of plays for EUnited. And apparently we got an interview on the stage as well with Blaze. Feel free to take it away, man. They've earned it.
Very much, Shy, as I'm on the stage with Ryan Noob, and man, how you feeling coming off this victory, okay?
Dude, I mean good, but I mean not good, but good, you know.
Why are you not feeling good? It's a dub.
Dude, just recovered from COVID. I'm still still feeling a little under the weather, but I mean I'm good enough, you know.
Yeah, now you are good enough, okay? And I ain't gonna lie, I was casting on the Xbox Play stream back there with a Kitna. Okay, I need to use this mic because my mic is dead, all right? And so that's how this one works. Hey, Spartan, can you hold this for me, man? Thank you very much. All right, so as we're up here with Ryan Noob, and so now, Ryan, I know you're feeling, like you said, you was feeling sick because of COVID. I was asking him how he was doing, but, you know, I was in the back on the Xbox plays, and you were making me a little sickly because I was watching what you were doing with that shock rifle and picking up multiple triples back there, and you have been playing phenomenal in this series. Now, EUnited, y'all make it back towards the losers finals, okay? Trying to get back to the grand finals and get some revenge against Cloud9. How are you and the whole squad feeling after that victory?
I mean, we're feeling good. We've recovered a lot from the first 2 days and have figured out our playstyle on how we want to win. We're just shaping up, really.
Yeah, you guys are shaping up, okay? You've been playing great throughout the day. What was the most difficult part of, for you in that entire series playing against these guys? Because in map number 1, it was super close where you guys, y'all get that victory in the OT because you were in the base. What was going through your mind there? Because you were by yourself and you were like, yo, ain't nothing's been working. Let me just pull it down towards Rockets.
Yeah, so I think playing against them, I've talked about it for years now. They don't play the game the right way, and I think it shows going into Halo. Like, they're great Halo players, don't get me wrong, and that's why they've won many tournaments. But they don't play the game the right way, and I think that I think that that game showed it. And everything that we've ever practiced going into this tournament, we pulled off. Being able to defend our base from, not letting them touch our flag, and they weren't coordinated enough to get a good pool going. And the one time that we got a good pool going, we ended up capping. Again, it goes back to me throwing the flag up into our base into a teammate who's I told him to Spartan, yeah, he got the layup, and it was because he was full shields. It's something that we've been focusing on for a very long time, is making sure that that guy stays full shield, so they shoot the flag guy that's throwing it up. I die, I take all the damage, and he caps the flag.
I was watching and I was like, that looks so coordinated, but I'm happy to understand that it was coordinated because he was flying from top BR to meet you there and it worked out. But the entire series was so close like that. But it seems like when people play you guys longer, y'all figure out ways how to overcome them. It's like y'all start just picking them apart. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. I think our biggest mistake, and I think what everyone else is really good at this tournament, is getting picks. And our biggest thing is if we don't get picked, we win the game. So we're trying to figure out how fast the other team is playing on each map and then play around that. Like, are they quick to the objective? Are they slow? And then we play based off that.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you get back with the boys and so you guys can start chopping up and getting ready for the losers finals because I know that's going to be a super important matchup for you because you want that revenge on Cloud9. Now, Lottie, that's going to do it for me and Ryan Noob on the stage. Break this series down with the guys.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you, Ryan, for that one. Such an impressive series from EUnited, denying that Game 5 potential it could have been. I've got to say, just lights out gameplay from the EUnited boys there, and Strongholds, I think, on Recharge really is a strength for them. What did you make of EUnited and the gameplay in the series?
Unbelievable gameplay all series long, in all honesty. I mean, they did such a good job of working together and denying a lot of the power-ups in the last 2 games specifically to keep themselves in the game, give themselves opportunity, and with that opportunity, they had a lot of success.
They did indeed, and obviously this Strongholds game, Sentinels had quite a big lead at one point, but EUnited were just able to kind of bounce back and work their way through the control of the power weapons and where they were situated throughout the map. Gaskin, what did you notice about this final game?
I love that Strongholds is in the rotation because it is one of those games where you can have quite a significant lead, but it can be overturned by a team who knows how to take total control and knows how to flip those spawns and focus the spawns, be aggressive at the right times, but also know when to sit back and when to bait things out, like the camouflage, for example, which is something that EUnited were doing so successfully. They weren't just jumping on it unnecessarily at times. They always made sure there was a game plan, and a lot of that comes down to the leadership and the ability this EUnited roster offers. And it was something that I saw on social media that Ryan Noob said. He says we should focus on the positives of Halo plays rather than the negatives, more so the fact that in that 49-49 we saw against KCP when he got that final kill, and we were kind of saying, well, what's Struck doing? But he was like, let's talk about what we did to get that kill. EUnited's decision-making has been amazing in this tournament.
Yeah, it really has.
Focusing more on what Ryan Noob said in that interview, he said that these boys don't play the game the right way. And this is a comment he made in Halo 5 a couple of years ago. And at that point, Sentinels boys were 2-time world champions. And you have to say, he said back then, the reason why they won the games were not because they were playing the game right, just because individually they were so good. This game is more about teamwork now, so maybe that's why Sentinels are having these struggles.
Yeah, I think the teamwork definitely needs to come together. I think the more reps that Sentinels get under their belt here on LAN and online as an actual team will obviously do them justice. They're not going to be very happy with the result here.
Yeah, no more reps this weekend for these guys. They're sent home, and rightfully so, they did not play well enough to beat EUnited. EUnited showing once again, second place might be in their destiny again. They might get back to a grand finals, and wouldn't that be a story for these guys that have had very inconsistent placings throughout their career from one event to another? For them to consistently be in that grand finals, that would be a big moment. But can they get the job done when they get there is a big question as well.
That is the big question. Let's take a look at our bracket because they have Optic Gaming standing in their way, fellas. We obviously have our elimination bracket pretty much done and dusted, apart from, as you can see right at the end there, the one that rebounds you back up into the grand final spot. So our elimination finals, Optic versus EUnited now. And on the other side of things, the winners bracket, the winner of our elimination final will be meeting Cloud9 with a pretty decent record as well. They really haven't had, you know, much of a journey for them. Honestly, in the past few months, they've had a pretty clean sweep through a winner's bracket. They don't know what it's like to be in the elimination bracket, and that's because it's pure greatness that comes out of these C9 boys.
Yeah, they've found some consistency and greatness with that consistency, and they've continued to do it ever since. I mean, if we look back at the Splice roster in Halo 5, several times did they have to go on a loser's bracket run in order to win tournaments, and they did that too. So they've shown me, these group of players, they've shown me that they can do it all. It doesn't matter the bracket, doesn't matter where they are in the bracket. When it comes to play, when their backs are against the wall, Cloud9's at its best.
The two teams that are left standing here, Gaskin, we got EUnited and Optic obviously playing very shortly to see who will face Cloud9. Do you think either of these teams have what it takes to reset that bracket and win the grand finals? Ooh, spicy.
I don't think they do. I think Cloud9 at the moment are just too good. I'd love to say yes, and I'd love to believe, but I need to see something in this lower bracket from one of these teams. I need to see a demolishing. I need to see a 3-0 from one of them to then say, all right, okay, you've got what it takes to go up against Cloud9. Realistically, Optic, after taking down EUnited earlier in the winners bracket, they're going to be the confident ones going into this series. They will want a stab at Cloud9. EUnited, though, they did play them in Rally in that finals. There would have been a lot of VOD to go over, a lot of research they maybe could analyze here, and maybe they have a game plan because they've not faced Cloud9 yet in this tournament.
They have not. They're going to need a one hell of a game plan, I think, going forward here into these grand finals. But they do have a hurdle in front of them yet. They have to win the elimination final. Well, I'll tell you what, though, just to cheer things up a bit, it's got a little bit intense on the desk here. I have a discount code for you guys at home, so listen up closely. We have a celebration happening. You guys get 15% off all of the gear in the HCS store. It's in the Xbox Gear Shop, and it's during this weekend, of course. And if you haven't had your hands on any of this yet, please use the code HCS Anaheim 2022. You get 15% off. Head to that link right there, and you look pretty swaggy, just like Bravo, our friend right in the middle there as well. So make sure you get your hands on all of that epic stuff. We are also doing a pretty big giveaway. If you haven't heard, I've been screaming it in this convention center for the past 3 days.
It's been
pretty
so
much.
loud.
It really has. I have been screaming from the top of my lungs. Yeah. We are doing an Xbox Series X giveaway. It is absolutely stunning. Of course, it is a Halo Infinite limited edition console. All you have to do to get your hands on this is follow at HCS on Twitter and retweet the official giveaway tweet while also tuning in and enjoying the show. We do have a grand finals to get through, so I don't know why you wouldn't be tuning in. We need to find out exactly who's going to be lifting the trophy. But standing in the way of a trophy are 3 more teams. Now, the 2 teams lined up after the break have an elimination final to get to. They don't want to go home. They want a chance at lifting that trophy. We'll be seeing who is going to go up against Cloud9 right after this break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are still live from Anaheim, California, and it's Championship Sunday. And my goodness, have we had some bangers on the screen for you today. One of them came in the form of EUnited versus Sentinels. It was the elimination semi-finals, and one of these teams went home, and it was indeed Sentinels. EUnited proved to be a little bit too much for this Sen squad, and unfortunately, despite as much as possible, Sentinels fighting back here in the strongholds and having a bit of a lead actually, EUnited bitten back. I mean, absolutely insane stuff from this EUnited squad, and I think they continue to surprise a lot of people. I think the storyline that they've actually created themselves here based on interviews is that a lot of people doubted them. They doubted really the opponents that they had leading up to the first LAN in Raleigh. They doubted what they're capable of in terms of results, and obviously getting knocked down into the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than I think that they would have wanted. But nonetheless, here they are going up against Optic in our elimination final. EUnited, going up against Sentinels here. What did you notice, Bravo, that could really aid into this series here now?
I think EUnited plays best when they have or whether the chip on their shoulder is real or not, and whether they feel like they have a chip on their shoulder, they play their best. And I think that's what we just saw. You heard Ryan right away in the post game saying, very specific words for Sentinels. These guys don't play the game correctly. That's not something you've heard many times in his post-game interviews in esports, period. He's got some choice words.
I will say it's always a smart thing to say after you've won a series
Yes,
as well. We see that a lot of the time, don't we? A little bit of trash talk before a game and then things don't go your way and it looks a little bit foolish. But I kind of like that from Ryan Noob. As you say, he's getting his team fired up. I think he's firing shots at people as well. And I said on day one, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to.
I'll pat you on the back as well.
You know, when do we stop saying that EUnited are underrated? I think at this point it's like EUnited are one of the best teams in the world. You've got to give them the credit.
Yeah, and also I think it's pretty funny after you win and you say that. Instead, I would like to say they played 100% perfect gameplay, but we just somehow overcame that.
It's true. It's two,
and just, you know, kind of gas yourself up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's true.
But,
it's two different styles of trash talk.
Yeah, we no longer can say they're underrated now. I would say I also haven't been saying they're underrated.
Yeah, who is saying that, by the way?
It does feel like this EUnited squad plays different from day to day, though. We aren't seeing that same consistency. This squad lost in pool play. This squad lost, you know, to so many different game 5s on Friday and Saturday. And then here they are, 3-1ing a squad like Sentinels and getting all the way to top 3.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to say the least, and the inconsistencies might later on come back to bite them. However, right now, they're pushing through. They're pushing through against some of our top teams here in Halo Infinite, and that is what counts. And can they do it again against Optic? And they're the other team in this elimination final. Optic Gaming, they're looking pretty good right now. I mean, I've got to say, I'm really happy with their gameplay and what they're kind of producing on the field here. But Bravo, when you look at Optic right now, going up against EUnited with this momentum they're carrying forward, you know, this team is very, very confident. So what have Optic got that EUnited don't?
For me, they play their game. You see this right here, 12-3 against EUnited over the past few weeks, and I just feel like Optic, over the course of the Pro Series, they started to edge out and take away EUnited's second place throne, if you will, from Raleigh. And Optic is also coming in with a higher seed than EUnited, EUnited being in the 4th seed. So I think Optic plays their game and their best. They win over EUnited's best. The question is if we get both of those.
I think it's a really good question. Is this going to be Optic's best? Because earlier on when we saw them play, they looked really, really flat. Yeah, they're playing against C9, one of the best teams in the world who have been, you know, devastating everyone that's come in their path. But it was just kind of, they rolled over a little bit for me. And I wanted to see a little bit more fire, a little bit more of a challenge part by against Cloud9 from Optic Gaming. I didn't see that. I hope they've gone away and they've discussed that, because you know there's going to be fire coming from the other side of the stage, especially if EUnited manage to take game 1 here.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at Optic right now, and I think you said it right, they did come out a bit flat against Cloud9. I don't think that is what we kind of expected from them, but regardless of that series, and if you look at all the other series that they've been in, it was pretty clean, and we saw a little bit of a different, you know, change, a shift in this roster, so to speak, in terms of the way that they are playing the game. And Ola had said, we've been practicing different things, we've been working on our weaknesses. Would you say that Optic are a little bit more consistent in terms of their gameplay and their playstyle than EUnited, Walshy?
Overall, yes, I would say that's the case, but I'm going to have to go with Mark on this one. When I think of today, I think of an EUnited who are playing so well. They knocked out Sentinels. They look like they're on fire. And then when I looked at Optic earlier, I saw a couple lackluster plays. They weren't as smooth. They were not doing what they needed to do to win that game against Cloud9. They just felt like they were missing jumps. They were missing shots. And so based on just history today, and, you know, it's a tournament day, it's Sunday, I'm going with EUnited based on that alone.
Okay, love to hear it. Well, you know, I think it's safe to say, gentlemen, that the players up on this stage are pretty good at multiplayer, would you say?
They're pretty good.
Pretty good. But the question is, how much do they really know about Halo lore?
Oh boy.
How much do they know about the game that they know and love and they play regularly? How much do they know about the storyline? Well, we put it in the form of competition. Let's see how the results turned out.
There's no shot I get any of this right. Which character says the famous line, "Were it so easy"? What's the line?
Were it so easy.
What? Were it so easy.
Were it so easy, ...
Bro, who has like a deep voice in Halo?
Master Chief.
Oh.
Who said it?
Master Chief?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
The prophet of truth.
No.
Dang it.
Arbiter. Yeah.
Oh my
God.
Finish this quote. Wake me
when you need me.
Like,
that one's easy. Everybody knows that. Like,
yeah, that's correct.
Iconic.
That is very correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Wake me when it's over.
Who was the captain of the ship, the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in Halo CE Combat Evolved?
I was like 1 year old when that game came out.
That doesn't matter, what?
Yeah, I should get this too.
That's the first ship.
I'm gonna get made fun of for this one. I don't know.
There's only like one captain, bro.
Master Chief.
Bro, are you
Oh, Sergeant Johnson.
Dude, that's a sergeant. Like, what?
Dude, I didn't play Halo 1.
You ever play the campaign?
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Captain Keys.
Captain Jacob Keys. Captain Keys, bro.
Dude, I was 1 year old when that game came out.
Bro,
right?
I know you played it before.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all we got.
Did pretty good.
Wow.
I did okay. I feel bad for you.
That's
You're
all
gonna get
good.
roasted
I
by the
mean,
chat.
It's all good.
It's okay.
But
yeah.
My goodness me, Cloud9. I mean, they're just terrifying all through and through on the all-round squad, Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from Sabaneri, 1 year old when that game came out. I was 16-year-old or something like that when that game came out. Moving on, other subjects. Yeah. Take it away, Lottie.
Well, you look really young, mate. You know, you don't look a day over 21.
Yeah, you still got your hair.
Don't
Come
worry
on, man.
about
It could be worse.
You still got it. You still got your hair. You still got your thumbs. I know your rank. It's all right. Don't worry about it. You still got it, Walshy. But I tell you what, they're incredible stuff from all of our pro players there. And it's good to know that some of them know what's going on in Halo and the lore, but others don't.
Select few, I would say is the best way to put it, yeah.
I don't think anybody has anything on Barcode, though.
Shout out to Barcode.
No.
The man held it
I
down.
just want to say right now. Let's take a look at the series layout for this elimination final, bringing it back to the table, or should I say main stage. We have Stronghold's live fire to kick things off here. Now, obviously, Optic Gaming would prefer a live fire start here. They have been pretty lights out on this map, pretty much since the start of the game. It's been one that I think a lot of teams have wanted to take off them. But in terms of this series layout, you know, what are we expecting out of these both of these teams? Excuse me.
I think Optic obviously always happy when they see live fire. I don't want to kind of consistently beat the drum on it, but until that narrative changes, it's always going to be something strong for them. But I think at this point, you know, all the teams have played every single iteration of the maps and everything on land now, and it comes down to the simplicity. It's who is playing better on the day. The outliers are live fire, understandably. Optic, we've kind of talked about that, but EUnited showed that they can play Strongholds, they can play live fire incredibly well as well when they played against Sentinels. So at this point, it is the simple things. It's more taking yourself out of, you know, what we're good at previously, and now we need to be good at everyone right now.
Yeah, I think it's moment to moment, right? Just like Onset said, it's moment to moment. When you're in these games, you've done all the prep, all the work's done. Dave, your thoughts as the one with the national championships on this guest? How do these players, you think, on stage think about each game type, game to game?
I mean, honestly, when you get to this level of play, sure, you have different preferences around game modes or game type to a slight degree, but for the most part, you should be able to go in any series, not know what the game types are, and you're like, we feel confident. You should always kind of do your due diligence. Any weak cases you have in your portfolio of game types, you want to work on those. You want to bring those back up so that you're not looking at game modes and be like, oh man, this is a bad series for us. We're in trouble.
Yeah,
we're 2-0 down.
Totally.
That is true. That's true. But if you do look at the series out, just a little bit of an edge with EUnited, I would say, just because, you know, it's lined up the first map, yeah, potentially Optic's favorite map, but you look at Slayer Recharge, EUnited are fantastic at Slayers, and then you also have Aquarius CTF. I mean, come on, EUnited are really, really, really good at that map and mode. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to Optic here and how Optic are going to really answer maybe some of their preferences as well. But I'll tell you what, we need to talk about our head-to-head players who are on the main stage. We've got Ryanoob versus Lucid. Now, I think two very different players in their own rights. If I was honestly going to compare anyone to Lucid, it'd probably be Spartan from EUnited. But I think the comparison really here is that Ryanoob opens the door for the likes of players like Lucid, like Spartan. And Lucid, he just loves to pop off, doesn't he?
Yeah, you got two different playstyles here. I think Lucid right now is all around one of the most mechanically skilled players in FPSs, and I'd say the most mechanically skilled in Halo Infinite right now. And you even see, even when there was a game reset, and he just jumped into bar and started curb sliding off of every little piece of bar. I think it's like habit now for him. He just knows how to min-max every single piece of the map. And then you got Ryanoob on the other side, a little bit more of a play caller, right? He's the man. You saw him take to Twitter. He was the one that called the 3 players on Rocket. So just different styles, different strengths between these two. But my God, do they ever bring a lot to their teams?
I just want to quickly touch on Ryanoob as a player as well, because one thing that's super impressed me about how he's played so far in Halo Infinite is to do with his ability to actually switch how he plays depending on game mode. And what I mean by that is when he's playing objective game types, he plays like the Ryanoob of old, right? He's kind of being pretty aggressive, a little bit nerdy, trying to get those objectives done, get inside of hills, or all of that kind of stuff. But if you look at this man's stats, in Slayer game types. He is putting up some really, really big numbers. And Dave, I'm sure you can attest to the fact that actually switching your mindset sometimes from being a hyper-aggressive player when you're playing an objective to then kind of going into your shell and playing lives can be difficult to do sometimes.
Yeah, I think that was most notable when we saw Ryan Noob playing on Bizarre Slayer earlier today, where he's just doing such a good job hiding around the market, going to dynamo grenades, throwing those up in the bar, going back and forth. And so he didn't always have to be up in front in the enemy's face to still cause a distraction and make them jump out and panic and try to kill him in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Ryan Noob's the guy who, we saw it happening. Ryan Noob's the guy with the Bulldog bottom rockets who every time you poke a little bit, he just pop, pop, pop with the Bulldog. Yeah, he's obnoxious.
I also think it's a really good note. I think this right now is about to be a huge battle of power weapons and the sandbox. Both of these teams love to really lean on those, and I think, you know, it has been said that really is the meta, right? It's how you use the weapons around the map, but both of these teams are powerhouses when it comes to this sandbox and Halo Infinite. It's time for predictions, gentlemen. I hope you're ready, because we're getting really close to our own championship here. Just want to let you guys know. So you can't, you know, you can't just make a lazy pick. You've got to really think about this.
There's no lazy picks here.
Okay, good, fantastic. Right, on
Ready.
3. Just making sure I got the right team. 1, 2, 3. Oh gosh.
All right, split test
Go,
again.
Dave.
All right, we were right
Split
before.
I don't know if we're going to be right again.
Optic hurt me earlier.
This is a bit more of a coin flip, yeah.
Optic hurt me earlier. I'm sorry, Optic fans.
This one's so tough to call. For me, it's just how they've been playing today. We only saw, you know, one series out of Optic. It was against the best team, Cloud9, but I felt like we just saw mistakes.
Yeah.
Straight up mistakes and misexecutions, which we don't normally see out of them.
You know, this is my thought process. You learn from your mistakes. I know brick by brick this Optic roster will bring it back. Let's bring our casters into the mix, though, and see what they have to say about this matchup. Clutch, Gaskin, this is a big, big game. Are you ready?
Big time series, right? And yes, Vladi, we are ready. Thank you for handing it to us. And man, Dan, is this going to be a big one? Because EUnited wants to make it right back to the grand finals, have a similar performance to Raleigh, but they actually want to take the whole thing. Optic Gaming, they put on those white jerseys for a reason. That's Championship Sunday. Optic is famous for when those jerseys come on, championships are what the results are. So coming into this series, Dan, what did you see from Optic this morning that they need to improve at? Because I like what they said on the desk. I like the fact that they pointed out Optic was making mistakes. Those mistakes need to get fixed and fast.
Optic were making mistakes, but they were making them against Cloud9. And I think Cloud9 are a team that is always going to punish those mistakes, where it seems like everyone else in the circuit may not punish you as much. You can afford to make those minimal mistakes here, but at the same time, you need to start tightening them up now, because the next task would be Cloud9 once more. But you've got to get through EUnited here on live fire strongholds to begin with. I think the Dash were right. I think this does favor Optic Gaming. We know how good they are on live fire. They also have already beaten EUnited in this tournament on this game type, because remember, they played each other in winners bracket, and it was a 3-1 victory overall.
The elimination bracket finals has now begun. We have live fire strongholds, EUnited versus the Green Wall. We're hopping on board with the man of the series last time around, Ryan Noob. He's taken down immediately. Rain found himself a heat wave in the meantime, though, trying to wait and buy time for this camo to come up, because EUnited, they did such a good job with the power-ups last series. They want to repeat that this time around.
The reason why we see Optic so good at this game type is how quick they are to pressure the spawns, rotate, but also they know when to slow it down, whether that be for the power-up, whether that be to try and just isolate some of those spawners. Their speed of which, when they play this game, is a pleasure to watch.
This is such a difficult spot for Rain to be in. He wanted to wait for camo, but as he lost numbers, he had to maneuver himself towards the Brutes. He's done a little bit of damage, but it's not enough for EUnited to get control. 3 go down for EUnited, and in the meantime, Pistola was that player that picked up that camo. He had a very rough winners bracket finals, but if we know anything about Pistola, he's right back at it. He's going to pick this one up, and I expect him to have a hell of a performance here and now. But on board with King Nick, knocked to no shields, forced to back up into A. Being locked down. 60 points already for Optic Gaming, a dominant performance at this start.
It's actually Lucid we're on board with at the moment. We'll get those pips sorted in a second, as EUnited are really holding so much control, and Optic are trying their best to break this setup and get hold of C right now.
Yeah, my bad. In all honesty, it looks like Optic's actually the ones that are down as they score their first points. EUnited is going to be the team that starts off hotter than ever. Looking at the kill difference, only 2 kills for Optic Gaming. I know the observing is going to be a little difficult with this graphic on screen, but we're going to work through this one as You see the green wall start to push towards B, and right now the double kill is everything Lucid needed to open up the map for Optic.
Right now, whilst the pip's incorrect, just follow the little arrow you see at the top left next to Lucid's name, and now next to APG's name. That's how we know who we're focusing on temporarily, as we are going to see Sniper Rifle in the hands and a chance maybe to get some kills here for APG. And it is going to be a scenario here, realistically, where EUnited, they got so much early control, but if Optic can break through, return things, then maybe we might see the crumble on the other side.
It's honestly pretty funny to have Spartan on his little cam and have like everybody's point of view starting to watch, because things aren't aligning and Spartan's like not looking at his screen as the guy's like shooting his gun. So that was actually pretty funny. Unfortunately, it does get taken away from us. So now we're focused strictly on gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Pistola yet to get a kill in this game, pressured by Ryan Noob, and that's a big win for Ryan Noob, but it's immediately traded out by Trippy. In the meantime, Spartan with the second camo of the game finds Lucid, takes him down, and Spartan the dog, he's been hot all day, and what do you know? He's hot right now.
Camouflage will dissipate, but we are going to see the time still ticking up for EUnited. And the way that Spartan moves around the map and the confidence that he shows every single engagement always impresses me. And I guess you could say about any of the 8 players on this roster and on this team right now.
Here we go.
We'll see whether EUnited can hold on to this small lead that they've been able to take.
Graphic is fixed now. EUnited is on the right side of your screen. Optic Gaming on the left. Spartan the dog in the center, and he's doing work with the Mangler. A double kill. Way to get that last shot melee off, and that's so much damage from one player. It opens up the opportunity for the trip cap now. EUnited 124 and climbing.
This would be such an important start for EUnited. If they can take one of Optic's better maps away from them, it would give them so much confidence. These guys, they scrimmed here on LAN, and it was an 11-2 victory in favor of Optic Gaming. But EUnited seem to have learnt so much. It's Tournament Sunday now. They're always a different team on that Sunday. And Rain just holding green at the moment with the sniper rifle. Optic a little bit reluctant to push out.
Optic with 1, 2, 3, and 4 kills to their names, rightfully so. They need to do a better job of slaying in order to get some objective done. Rain, can he deny that from happening? Is pressured by Oa and Nest. Gets taken down to no shield. Can't quite hit the no scopes. He's taken down. That's a big 2 kills for Oa. You say his name once, and he's going to bring some opportunity to this green wall. Camo now in the hands of Optic as well. So what do you know? Power-ups, power weapons, they make a big difference in control of the map. They said that on the desk. We're seeing it here live.
Finally a little bit of control for Optic Gaming to put some points on the board, but that small lead that EUnited had has become quite a significant one, and Optic need to start probably thinking about maybe pushing a trip cap here just to gain some of these points back, and that's exactly what Lucid's doing right now. He is going to transition to A, but I think that's because EUnited have already moved their way around to try and take potentially C or B.
Yeah, it's just a matter of can Lucid get to B, or is he even going to play towards B to help his teammates defend that? Right now, Oa and Trippy find the first 2 kills, so he doesn't even need to make it to B. That allows this opening to push to C. Picks up a heat wave on the way. Just a knockback that doesn't hit him too far, but enough to get some damage done. Trippy with a big responsibility. Gets another player to no shield. The Needler, it's not that time of the day. Nick taken down. Trippy with 2 kills there were big to give Optic the control once again.
This is a big fight right now. You've got to win it, because if you can carry on, if you can hold B, there's going to be a lot of points to be scored for either team. Ryanoob is always the player as well who's in the toilet, and he's going to flush the player down the drain as A and B still being held by EUnited, points still being scored, and I love the push that I just saw from this EUnited roster. They sent one player as a decoy, the rest of the team went towards B, and they've got control because of it.
We have seen this through Ryan Noob's career. Days where he makes decisions, they are often every single time. Ryan Noob's shot, maybe not the most consistent, but today he has been lights out in both decision-making and shot-wise. Look at him wisely back down, relocate to camo, but it really is impressive how well he's shooting today. We saw it with the shock rifle in the previous series, the Mangler in hand now. He does lose 2 teammates, can't really compete for this camo anymore, but can he get Trippy before he gets taken down? No. Spartan does find one to trade out some of the damage. 3 dead for EUnited, and Trippy once again in a stronghold, trying to get his team back into this.
Those are always the most detrimental moments of a game as well. When you set up for a camo or a power-up, whatever it may be, and you lose that fight, whilst the other team is already in control, there is going to be a significant amount of time that goes in favor of the opposition, and A and C being held still by Optic Gaming, and they're going to now transition to try and take B. EUnited are pinned back here. If they see 1 kill go towards Optic Gaming, then they could be in real trouble.
Look at this trigger discipline, choosing which player to to target first. Lucid placed that situation perfect to a T. It's allowed that double kill to transpire, and because of it, now Optic Gaming able to double cap B. That's going to get them very quickly that B stronghold control. And what was once a blowout in EUnited's favor, Optic Gaming are right back in this now, only down 60 points. They still have a lot of work to do, but it's at least obtainable.
Love this from Optic as well. They had the timing, they knew Heatwave was coming up, and Lucid went to protect it with the Mangler and caught Spartan unaware, and now is rewarded with a Heatwave of his own. It's going to slow down ever so slightly.
Why is it so quiet?
Lucid just checking to see no one sneaking through bottom middle, and EUnited, they're just making a plan of action here.
So quiet until Lucid drops bottom middle, spotted Rain, gets an easy kill. EUnited tried to slow down the pace to maybe throw Optic Gaming off. It didn't work this time around. Lucid with that first entry. Does he expect Spartan to be here on the right? Does he even go in that direction? The answer is no. Look at Lucid. He's slightly confused. Wait, where is EUnited? They have been alive for a very long time. The points are still adding up in Optic's favor. This game is almost tied up, Dan.
Elsewhere, the sniper rifle on APG's hands, he's picking up kills. EUnited aren't really doing anything with this slow
they're playing
pressure,
a battle
this slow
royale.
push. They're literally just sitting there at the moment in A, trying to come up with a plan, but they keep losing the first player, so then they wait once more. They need to get this first pick, or they need to get this camouflage. Spartan's got the first kill. Ronan follows up, but Lucid
what a play.
Still tearing shit up on the other side.
What a play with the equipment and the repulsor and the heat wave. Phenomenal job by him. Does get taken down, however, so maybe just that patient play from EUnited was good enough to get the job done. Unfortunately, a couple of members from Optic Gaming are going to get taken down. Can Ryan play his life here? Trippy hunting him down, getting that kill. That's a big one as well, because taking down Ryan Noob at this point in the game is massive.
Finally, we see EUnited get a little bit of control. And because the amount of points they were able to score in the early stages of this game, it means they are still ahead of Optic Gaming, despite such a long period where Optic had it. But now you've got to fight tooth and nail. Spartan, a lot of responsibility here on tower. Gets the double. Won't be any more than that just yet.
The double and that much damage onto a third player is massive from Spartan, but it doesn't prove to be enough. Nobody there to clean up, saying he's already got some damage done onto EUnited, but Optic need to work fast because 230 points are what EUnited have. They have two strongholds as well. You're seeing Optic try to compete for C here. Spartan does what he can, Rain does what he can, but they can't get it done enough. But Ryan Noob does get the player out of the stronghold for now. No reset will come in because Ryan has to refocus his attention onto B. Multiple pressure from Optic will be into B, and that's going to be B as he goes down, going in the hands of Optic. 205 and climbing, but no room for mistakes as EUnited is at 238.
You could see how badly Ryan Noob wanted to survive there because he could have made the difference to hold on to B, but APG waiting down by pillars. There's Ryan Noob, the first player creeping in, but now this will be where EUnited launch their attack over towards B. Maybe they'll press one player towards A as a little bit of a distraction technique, but you can see B is their target.
There's a player right next to Brad on his right. Is he able to get the melee? Yes, they trade melees. Both players not to no shield. 2 kills in favor of Optic Gaming. They do lose 1, but that gives them the numbers they need. 233 and climbing. They're about to take the lead for the first time here in game 1.
EUnited have one spawn. They have one push. Ryan Noob knows he needs to go. They need to get in one of these strongholds, either A or B, right now.
Will they be able to get it? It is going to be A from Spartan, but he's already no shield. Perfect job by Optic to anchor this position. One player does get in, 2 players get in. APG with a lot of responsibility can't take down both players, and they are going to lose A. So EUnited with A and C control. But yes, Optic Gaming are here into A. They are able to jump into it, get the kills. Can they finish it off? Trippy, he's no shield. They get into B last second. 1 point is all Optic Gaming need. But look, 241. You're seeing everyone from EUnited climb into the hill, but it's not enough. And Optic Gaming, after such a rough start, have done it. They had the comeback. They have switched positions completely in the middle of that game, and they have taken game 1 from EUnited.
A very animated Ryan Noob on the side of EUnited, may I say. Not happy with how the end of that game went. And I'm not surprised. That was so close. They were this close, 9 seconds away from taking arguably one of Optic's strongest game types away from them to open up this series in the losers bracket final. And that would have put them on the perfect platform for the rest of the series. But now they just have to move on, forget about it, and focus on game number 2. So dejected faces on the side of EUnited. However, for Optic, pure relief. they would have been panicking when they saw that kill feed, when they were heading over towards B. There were so many deaths going down, and actually if it wasn't for that final kill with the BR on the side of Optic, I think that probably would have gone in favor of EUnited.
I think APG plays that situation at the end there so perfectly. Not only does he get the first kill on a Spartan, but 2 players coming up through that big door area jump up into the stronghold. He's able to knock both of them to no shield, and because of the damage he does, it makes his teammates opportunity to push back into A, to get those kills quickly, get stronghold and back in their favor and continue to score points was massive for Optic Gaming. Yes, at the end we saw a swarm to B, but unfortunately that's an act of desperation from EUnited, and they had to do it, but it wasn't enough.
Did we need to see more desperation from EUnited during that kind of 40-second to a minute period where they just hesitated? They stayed in A, they tried to make plays, but it didn't really work.
Yeah.
However, if they had showed the same kind of keen ability to get into strongholds that they showed right at the end of this game when Spartan was diving in, when Rain was diving in, if they had done that mid-game, maybe some of the points they gave away during that period, they might have been able to scramble back.
Yeah, you saw EUnited turn this game into, they just stalled everything. They looked for a pick, and a pick never came. For 45 seconds, we saw only 1 player for EUnited die. Strongholds is typically our fastest game in Halo Infinite, and they tried to slow it down. They tried to say, hey, all we need is 1 setup break and we can close the door in this game, and it took too long. Like you said, Dan, it was a very interesting strategy. I don't hate it, but if it doesn't work, you look back on it saying, did we waste too much time?
Game number 2 is going to be Recharge Slayer. They might not have faced each other at this tournament, but they did play each other against each other in a LAN scrim just a few days ago, and this one went pretty heavily in favor of Optic Gaming. But I've said this before, and we've gone on these stats, and we've gone on these previous games, and it does seem like, even though scrims do teach us a lot, it seems like a lot of these teams who have had these scrims on LAN have really benefited from losing, because then they've gone into the theater, they've watched the VODs back, and they've actually realized where they're going wrong, and quite often we've seen these statistics get completely flipped, so perhaps that is going to be good news here for EUnited. Maybe they have taken something away from that loss in scrims against Optic here.
First things first, somebody get Lunchbox a white jersey. I don't know what's going on there, but
that's a bad luck omen.
That's disrespectful. I'll just say that he needs that white jersey. It would look so clean with all of them up there, but damn, we're going into game 2, and like you said, EUnited pretty much in a must-win situation and not a favorable game type for them, but that's been disproved already today. As favorable game types don't mean everything. We've seen so often this weekend that better decisions can be made. Players can improve. The meta is shifting, and with that, your percentage wins on some of these map mode combos will change as well. Going into Recharge Slayer, we saw how much success EUnited was able to have just not too long ago against Sentinels on the same map. Will they be able to find the same success here and now? They need to find that success if they do not want to go down 2-0 against Optic Gaming. And you know Optic Gaming want to make slight work of this, because if they have any intention of winning this tournament, that grand finals is going to be a long double series.
The 3-man push is completely counteracted by a grenade from Pistola as the EUnited fall, and Optic will take advantage of the camouflage in a 3-1 lead. What I will say is that EUnited's decision-making and the IGL skills we've seen from Ryanoob at times have been amazing in some of these slower maps. So if we do see EUnited slow recharge down, then maybe they can take advantage of that. But Optic are a team who don't like to let teams slow it down.
You need to stay alive if you're staying there. Beautiful shots by him to get that kill. Secure camo. At least EUnited doesn't have camo. We saw how much work they were able to do just not too long ago on Recharge. Good job by Optic Gaming to win the opening break. It's awarded them a 6-4 lead for now.
6-4 lead. EUnited backed into blue, but Spartan has got the sword. So I wonder what the communication is like with this EUnited roster. Let's jump into an Astro listening and find out.
Get one ledge on me. He comboed me.
He's
chasing me, chasing me.
Trying to look. Can't see him.
I don't see him. He's naded me.
Yo, I can repulse.
Two on me. Two really weak on me.
It's okay. We're not there. It could be pushing. Repulse those.
It's us. That's us.
Okay. Yo, bottom elevator.
Bottom elevator.
Yeah.
All right, get back to it. Get back to it.
There was 2 red, 1 ledge, weak.
Nothing blue.
I'll hold blue with sword.
All right.
Camo's gonna be 30 seconds.
One circle saw me, Ren.
I got sniped. I'm fine.
Okay.
Top red on the BR, Lucid.
Red ledge weak. APG. I shot him twice.
I jumped up
as well.
I'm going bottom mid. I'm gonna go bottom mid. One needle sees
Camo
me.
25.
I'm gonna shoot needles.
I'm just hiding. There's a sniper.
There's a sniper guy.
Red ledge. I shot him once.
Coming with you?
Yep.
Can you get to his stairs or no?
Hot Cat's trying to snipe. Okay, Rain. Sprint out, melt cat guy, and then turn left.
Let's
go.
Nice and calm. Game is slow. A lot of plans trying to be developed there as Spartan eventually is rewarded for his patience with the sword. Camo's coming up in 4.
So often have we seen players bait shots from that window and then push immediately knowing that they are ADS across the map. It's an easy kill when you have sword in your back pocket. Ryan Noob has found the opening to secure this camo, has made his way into control. Can he find the opening that he needs? The shock rifle on the ground is going to help him. A mangler as well. And now all of a sudden, Ryan's power spike just out the window right now. Let's see what he can do with it. He did it against Sentinels. He's doing it now. A great shot onto Pistola, ripping his head off. And now look at this play with shock rifle, mangler in hand, looking to be aggressive. Swarm on the members of Optic Gaming. Trippy, he's not long for lived. How does he get away? How does he turn that corner? Does eventually get down, but I mean, things like that cannot be happening for EUnited. They played so perfectly not too long ago, but mistakes like that, players turning the corner no shield, making it a little bit more difficult, will be such a nuisance for EUnited. But the game, once again, slowing down. EUnited controlling the pace once again.
Past the parcel as Spartan is given the shock rifle, and Ryan Noob wants to get back to getting up close and personal with the mangler and the sword. But Spartan now and EUnited, that whole period of play, they were stuck over towards control. They slowed the game down. They got the camouflage, and now they've got control of gold over with the shock rifle. This is a perfect demonstration of how patience can pay off.
I love how EUnited just has dictated the pace of just about every single game that they have played today. You're seeing them control the shock rifle, and look, Spartan gets that kill. What does he immediately do? He relocates, tries to find another pick somewhere else. 27 seconds for camo. Trippy is going to be jumping up on mid-bridge, but Trippy is down again. Lucid down again, a double kill for Spartan the dog. Can he get the trip? The repulsor into the window is enough of a distraction for Ryan Noob to get a sword kill there. And although Spartan has lost the shock rifle with that life, the damage has been done.
Those are the kind of kills you need from the player who has the shock rifle in their hands. We know Spartan's been picking it up more on recharge. We know he can hit those shots in online play, but the fact he's doing it on LAN is so crucial for EUnited and getting a victory as another camouflage goes to EUnited.
Back-to-back camos for Ryan Noob, doing a phenomenal job as an individual to make sure he is in a position to compete for these camos. A great relocation with the grapple, making that so easy for him. Now camo sword, I mean, Dan, you couldn't ask for a better combination. Maybe mangler as well. So Ryan Noob, once again, with so much power in his hands, so much opportunity to take this game into his own hands, is going to be right behind Lucid. That's an easy one for him, but only a mangler in his hand. Dropping the empty sword for this commando is important because he's able to kill APG very easily, and now EUnited are starting to click.
The pace of which this game is being played is exactly what EUnited were required to do every time they go up against Optic Gaming. Optic, a team who thrives in an environment where it's fast-paced play, like on live fire strongholds, but suddenly when things are at a different pace, Optic don't seem to know what to do with themselves. They're trying to push out of spawn, but they're just being watched from every corner of the map.
Now, Dan, I've seen this Ryan Noob before, and every single time I feel like I've seen this Ryan Noob on a championship Sunday, Ryan Noob's at the end of the day holding up that trophy. He is playing phenomenal right now. Shot is on point, decisions are perfect, and Ryan Noob's making his claim for the best player in the game.
25-15, it's a 10-kill advantage, which once was a 4-kill deficit for EUnited. So even though the game has been slow, they've been able to be rewarding themselves with kill after kill. Maybe this could be a period, though, where Optic do something
what a
as
play.
Lucid walks into Spartan with his back turned. A sword is the reward, and now EUnited look to launch their attack.
How often are we seeing the sword be put to use this weekend? Once again in the hands of EUnited, but the BR is going to do the work for the entry frag from Spartan into Pipes. Chooses to back down, but great job by him to not only find Lucid with that sword, get that kill very easily, but to follow it up with some damage as well. APG, great shots across the map from him as well. Can he stay alive is the big question.
Camo's just come up. Is there anyone from EUnited to watch it, or is this going to be Optic's turn to try and do something? Trippy finds it, Trippy slams it into his chest, and he's found a Spartan on the other side. But Spartan, his spidey senses were tingling, and that nade will make Trippy back up.
Everybody's got senses nowadays. A Spartan able to find that camo, able to trade with camo, and Spartan the dog, the kill of the game right there. Any chance Optic had of coming back with that camo is immediately erased, and that is a win condition off the board for Optic Gaming.
What I will say is one thing that Optic can do is adapt and adapt quickly to any scenario, any situation, but maybe a 10-kill gap might be too much. Rain, he's backed into a corner at the moment. Ola's got the sword. So if Optic can get EUnited into some sort of split spawn where they're constantly looking for that final player to get up before they make a push and Optic start collapsing on them, there could be a comeback potential. They know exactly where EUnited are. We'll see, though, whether they do go for a collapse here.
The style that EUnited plays is so interesting to me. Look how slow they like to play. Optic Gaming, typically a very fast-paced team, is opting to play at this pace. Ryan, with a little bit of an overextension, makes that an easy kill for Pistola. Now, Pistola has the shock rifle in hand, deciding to drop it, though, and I actually like that. Can we hop on board with that shock rifle? Thank you, L-Town in the back. Lucid now on board. We know what Lucid's capable of. Everybody's got TikTok. Everybody's seen the show that this guy can put on, but will he give us a highlight reel here today?
He has been spotted out, so he's going to have to reposition. Very smart. Whether it be a sniper rifle or a shock rifle, when you've got the ability to one-shot someone, that one goes a whiff, and he will give his position away, and that could lead to a push now from EUnited if they want to go for it, because Rain just got a kill with a grenade. They know Optic are down to 3, but this camouflage is popping. So I think that's probably why we're going to see EUnited start to set up around it a little bit, maybe from control, maybe from bottom blue. Just keep their eyes on it right now.
I like this by Lucid to relocate. You know EUnited is not going to give him an angle if they know where he is at. Ryan Noob does get that information as he jumps across the window. Ryan Noob will not miss the fact that Lucid was in this window, so you need to see him relocate once again. With Camo coming up, you'd love to see him get a pick here for Optic Gaming. Rain wisely not challenging this, knowing, hey, Lucid typically doesn't miss. He actually pokes back out, but look at that. Optic Gaming, with all of the space on the map, are able to get a few kills, and that should be Camo as well, going in their favor. 3 straight kills for Optic Gaming, a grapple and a shock in the hands of Lucid. Optic Gaming have some momentum to work with now. It's just a 3-kill game.
Yeah, from 10 to 3, and I've got to say that something that Optic did very successfully there was they realized the EUnited were not going to play into the hands of a shock rifle pick, so instead they got aggressive and used the shock rifle as a support weapon instead.
All 4 players for EUnited in pipes right now. A very interesting push that could either work out heavily in their favor or they could get trapped in here. And with Camo Sword, Trippy has such a good chance of getting a kill, but slowly playing that might have been a terrible decision because Spartan able to spot him out, but now Trippy relocates, finds one, but he brought EUnited the sword. The sword actually gets put to work against Ola. And now APG, a little late to the party, can't find out where these EUnited players have run to.
And this is exactly what Optic want. They want the pace to pick up a little bit. They want EUnited to get a little bit flustered with their play and not be as comfortable. Great nades coming in from the EUnited players. And no, that is going to mean Trippy manages to grab one. Still a 3-kill deficit right now, but there's still plenty of power weapons available for Optic. It's been that kind of constant fight for who's got the shock rifle, who's got the sword, and once you have those weapons, you can kind of walk freely around the map and decide where you want to push the enemy team.
An interesting decision here for APG to drop that sword because he does not have a secondary, and the fact that he only has a shock rifle is going to put a lot of responsibility on him to hit shots with this shock rifle. He needs to find a secondary that maybe is a little bit easier, that has more consistent damage for him to have more success, because if he gets into an opportunity where he needs a different gun, he's not going to have it in his hands. Camo is grappled. That was awesome by APG to relocate, to be able to grapple that Camo, and that's not the first time we've seen Optic Gaming do that today.
Always a risk when you put yourself in that doorway. Grenades could very much fly from every direction. 38 to 37, and now finally rewarded with sword and camouflage. Everything, and this game perhaps is in the hands of APG right now, so he knows he cannot make a step wrong. Does give away his position with those shock rifle shots.
I'd love to see him drop this shock rifle and try and get a BR, but unfortunately not in a situation to do that as of now. None of the headshots are coming through. Good damage, but will it be taken down? Will any of it be capitalized on? You saw Lucid try to push, but 3 members of EUnited, too much for Lucid. APG passively sitting here. Top Blue doesn't want to give these power weapons away, but now he's losing teammates. He's lost multiple teammates. EUnited still up 2 kills.
Get this man a battle rifle ASAP.
Oh no, he's out of ammo.
He's got no ammo. Finally, a teammate goes down. A mangler will do, I guess, but it's 42 to 38. In that whole period, EUnited have been able to pick up kills, and we've only got 1 minute left on this clock. We might not even get to 50 at this point. point, EUnited will be desperate to slow this one down as much as possible.
EUnited enjoys slowing the game down. They know it frustrates other teams, and right now, Optic Gaming is going to be forced to push at some point. 40 seconds and counting down. Lucid taking an aggressive angle here on Turbine. Doesn't spot anyone. Does see a nade being thrown. Sees shots across the map. Multiple members of EUnited trapped in long haul. It's all four. The entry frag. It's here. The double. Lucid has found the picks.
Here comes the collapse then. 43 to 42. Optic take the lead. EUnited get a trade. It's going to be a tied game at 17 seconds to go. But Lucid swoops in and gets to 44.
He's a lunatic and he's out of there. Lucid gets the kill, gets out. 8 seconds remain. And now EUnited all of a sudden, with their backs against the wall, they have to get a kill. Tied it up. Now 44 to 44. We have overtime. 3 minutes. Counting 6 kills for both teams to go. Camo is up. And it looks like Optic Gaming have the favorable positioning for now. They have so much space. A missed shot on a Spartan there could have been an unbelievable kill for Lucid to get, but now look how slow the game has gotten, Dan.
That's what I was going to say. They get a chance to slow things down. That's how the overtime works in Slayer. It's not like it's next kill wins. You get the clock added. 45 to 44. Spartan gets the opening. And are they going to push on this, or are they going to play for the camouflage instead?
He's got 2 players to work around. Unfortunately, Camo does get taken from Nick. Nick tries to relocate the shock rifle shot. It's so close, but it's not good enough. Nick goes straight for the Mangler. Now he tries to get into the combat loop. He has to impact this game with this camo. He's going to jump up blue box. I love this. This route is going to be so big. He takes down Lucid with the double shot, drop shot, Mangler. And I love this by him. Look at this, Trippy. Oh, knocked in no shield, but commando shots from Trippy. Everyone's shooting at such a high level.
Where's the cleanup? 3 members of Optic are all stuck in gold, but they're running as a wolf pack. But they're going to run into the other wolf pack of EUnited. Still 47 to 46.
EUnited running with the tails between their legs into control where they expect Trippy to push. Great job by Spartan to anchor that side of the map to get information and damage onto Trippy to stop him from being able to kill his teammates.
The sword is up in blue. EUnited could grab that, and they could use this sword to their advantage to ensure they can hold control and make sure that Optic are going to struggle to push them here, because it's Optic who have to make the move. They're still down by 1.
How are they going to do this, though? Trippy understands that he just gave all the information to EUnited. He's over there, wants to relocate. Once again, 2 members of EUnited opt to go towards long haul. They cannot get trapped 4 players in long haul. We saw what happened last time.
That's what I was going to say. Exactly the same scenario. 2 players over in long haul, but the difference, no shock rifle this time to hit them with those headshots, but we are going to have a camo popping. And that's going to be a big, major fight down bottom middle. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams just sit back, bait it, and we're going to get another standoff with 1 minute left to play.
Mangler in Owa's hands, Trippy right behind him. What can this duo perform? Spartan the dog trying to extend the long haul. Ryan with that information, though. That's such a good job by Ryan, but is he going to get flanked? Top Cat, they have to push. Lucid with the shock rifle off screen, able to get a kill. But Nick, somehow, once again, Nick has gotten camo, been able to activate a tie game. 38 seconds. 3 kills on both teams. I love that by Ryan. Drops the sword right to him. Doesn't even make him come get it. And that allows Nick to keep as much time as possible with this camo. Is anyone near elevator? The answer is no. They've all retreated into pipes. Optic Gaming are now trapped.
This could all come down to just 1 kill. And I think both teams know this. That's why they're hesitating. They know that Nick can be lurking around any corner. He's going for the big play with the grapple, but he fails the grapple. Has to back off.
Trippy jumps up and he drops down. And oh my God, Nick overextends, goes down. Another sword's in hand. Trippy finds 1. And Optic Gaming do it. Trapped in pipes with nowhere to go. They use teamwork, baiting and switching, predictive nades. They get the kills. They use the sword that Nick had planned to end the game himself. And because of that, Optic Gaming are now up 2-0 in our elimination finals.
What a missed opportunity that is for Nick and EUnited, and I think Nick will know it. 2 grapple attempts, both of them whiffed. And I know we're not that far into Halo Infinite's life cycle, and I do think that maybe a year down the line, people would have perfected the grapple a little bit more, but you know, that's what pressure can do to you. It's a kind of a millimeter from one side to the other, a pixel difference, and that could have been a kill, even 2. In favor of EUnited, but what a game of Slayer that was. We go into overtime and then we almost go into another insane stuff from these 2 teams.
I mean, how heads up of a play was that from Trippy? He jumps up on the ledge with the plasma pistol, immediately sees Nick with grapple sword, and drops down. And because he drops and just doesn't back up, he drops, it doesn't allow Nick to have an angle to use that sword. So Nick has to take the entire grapple to the back where those nades spawn in back pipes. Because he has to go all the way back there, no one from Optic just happened to be there, and because of that, Optic are able to melt him. Trippy has the awareness to pick that sword up immediately and follow up with a kill of his own that made the difference in the win. We want to talk about Trippy and how he seemed to get nervous at times in some of the bigger games. Maybe not play as solid as a rock as he has in the past in some online tournaments, but this tournament has been completely different. Trippy's experience early on in Halo Infinite have made all the difference, and they're showing out here and now.
And you saw what it meant to him as well. The smile on Trippy's face means that Optic Gaming are 2-0 up in this elimination finals. And we're heading into Aquarius capture the flag. Another game type that we saw both of these teams play in the winners bracket when they faced up against each other. And it was a game that went in favor of the green wall, but it was 3-2. A very closely contested Aquarius capture the flag. So I wouldn't be guaranteeing a victory here for Optic Gaming, and considering the turnaround we've seen from EUnited on some of their arguably worst game types, I think they'll definitely have a chance here. But Ryanoob not looking as energetic and kind of like one of those positions where he's just feeling himself earlier on in the tournament. He looks a little bit down, he looks a little bit tired, and maybe we need something to pick him back up.
How much gas in the tank do they have, Dan? We saw how much energy Spartan and the boys on EUnited used throughout all of the earlier matches today. That level of energy is so difficult to keep up. And now that you've lost 2 matches in a row, 2 heartbreaking losses in a row, it's so difficult to find that level of energy that EUnited need. They thrive on it so much in their success.
And in the brains of all these players, it's going to be thinking of the what ifs. What if that grapple had been okay? What if we had got that sword play? What if we didn't get hit by that shock rifle when we had a 2-kill lead with only 30 seconds to go? Whereas for Optic, they can forget about that game. They can move on and think, well, let's focus on Aquarius capture the flag, boys. We've got the series right here in our hands. Cloud9 are waiting in the grand finals. We need one more map from Optic Gaming if they're going to join them. However, on the other side, EUnited, they need to reverse sweep this one. They have been in this position before. Actually, several times in this tournament, they've been down a couple of maps, and we've seen them at least bring it back to a Game 5. So they need to find that energy once more. They need that Spartan roar to come through to give them some belief.
Aquarius CTF is going to be Game 3. EUnited Optic Gaming. Elimination finals, everyone. No need to tell you what's on the line. A trip to the grand finals, a chance at Cloud9. That's all these teams want. Optic Gaming are not happy with their performance earlier today. They want an opportunity to redeem themselves, and APG is going to be a player to watch on this map. BR's only no power weapons on Aquarius, so you know APG loves maps where it's his BR that shines, but unfortunately, EUnited's break looks to be strong, and with that, Ryanoob with camo in hands already.
The closest thing to power weapons, though, a heat wave and the dynamo grenades. We're going to see a lot of dynamos coming to the equation, and the heat wave is definitely going to make a big impact. Ola's got that heat wave, but the camouflage wins on this occasion, and we're going to see a lot of plays like that where teams are going to focus on P when that heat wave is up, but other than that, they're going to prioritize the car side because that's the best place to run the flag.
Look at Optic Gaming, all trapped in the back of their own base. I'd love to hop on board with the listening and listen to how they get out of these rough situations, or if they're able to even.
High gen.
I'm
Love you.
Our pink door.
Already our shrooms, like through our shrooms.
Yeah, he is. He's our shroom stairs with
Flag
us
weak.
right
Brian
now.
did one shot.
Nice kill.
They got our flag.
No one.
Yeah,
No one. No one. Our shit.
our flag.
Try our back flag.
Yeah,
They're
they're
alive.
Tommy got to their base, guys.
What's our shroom
Our
stairs?
shrooms and our flag running.
Going flag. I'm trying to help you, Tommy.
One is on spawn, remember that. Yep. Just
You're
spawn.
huge here, Tommy. Tommy, I'm literally coming to you.
Our flag's
One's still our flag. We can just leave this guy.
Yep.
I'm looking for them, Tommy. I'm right here. Let their
Nice
base.
job. One
They're
dead, guys.
They're brick.
They're brick.
They're brick. Are going pick one. You went pick one.
Yep, he's P1 right now. P1 right now.
I'm gonna get
I'll
flag.
see him.
I'm
He's
throwing the
picking one
flag out. I'm throwing flag out. Pink
He
one.
was pink one, Joey. One shot pink one. He's dead.
I'm coming to you, Tommy. I'm right here. I'm right here, Tommy.
Pushing through.
There's still no one around us. L somewhere. L somewhere.
We're on re. Make sure we get this re. We got re.
One shot. They're P. They're gonna spawn their flag.
Fridge, they're fridge.
Let me get this pistol. I'm living. It's like they're from
Yo,
base.
they're P jump, Joey. P1 one shot. P1 is one
I
shot.
love the calm small talk when you go into an Optic Gaming listening. I'm joining you, I'm pushing with you. I'm just going to toss this flag out quickly. It's all these little things that make the difference, so you know where your teammates are or how your teammates are performing in that moment. But we had a little brief spell of Lucid just doing Lucid things with the Commando. He's always got that extra weapon. You speak of lack of power weapons here, but there's always these extras. You've got the sidekick, you've got the Commando, which makes such a difference in these close-range battles.
There are definitely upgrades on Aquarius CTF, but that kill on a King Nick while he was hiding in the back of that base saved his team from going down 1-0. EUnited would have loved to have been able to start this game off on the right foot, putting a cap on the board already, but right now it's going to be starting to get another run. It's Ryan New pulling the flag into the closet. He's got it in hand, but wisely decides to stop and slay. 2 members of Optic do go down, and you want to see Ryan New continue to run this flag, but 3 members of Optic trying to come off spawn, overextend towards the pink side. Now Ryan New doubles back, pulling this flag, hits the slide, makes that gap so little. No opportunity for Optic to land any damage onto Ryan, and as the kills come through, Ryan should be able to punch this one in, but a great grenade and a better angle from APG make it more difficult than it might have been.
Really good follow-up from Spartan. He knew full well there was going to be a potential death there from Ryan Noob, and he was waiting in the wings to put it away. And I think Optic knew that that one was not going to be retrievable, but they were at least able to get that kill so they could secure some map control here. Because look at EUnited, they're retreated into their base, they're turtling up, they need to find a way to try and break out, but the grenades are stopping them do that.
Yeah, EUnited with an early lead here. If the Green Wall thought they would go quietly into the night in this series, the answer is no. They're fighting for their tournament lives. Spartan fighting for his base, gets 2. That's a big double kill from him as he's now gained control of the map with a clean wipe of Optic Gaming.
This is exactly what EUnited need. They need Spartan to pop off, get loud, get that energy back into the team, the belief back into the team. He's picked up a heat wave, needs to escape with it though. You can't afford to give that away and allow Optic to just run riot in your base.
Yeah, look at this, runs all the way back to his base. I can't say that I would have made that play, and let's see how it pays off now that Spartan has got heat wave in this close corridors side of the map. Closet's definitely where you want to control that heat wave, and Spartan has got it right where he wants it.
A lot of information he's giving to the rest of the team. Camouflage is about to pop, so they all need to help each other. Dynamos haven't spawned just yet, but Spartan just checking them in case because they're so important. He's really controlling this car side, but he needs a little bit of assistance to try and get this camo, and here comes Ryan Noob. These two have been working in tandem so much throughout this tournament.
Lucid somehow gets away with his life for now.
Where's he going?
Will he go down? No, a trade does come through though, so Lucid plays his life so well there to even get a trade, but just like that, Optic Gaming go 2 dead. Spartan is actually still on the flag, so he's able to pull that, but in the meantime, Pistola with this camo is going to try to be a nuisance once again to stop an opportunity at a second cap for EUnited.
Well, we talk about players who can make a difference when they're behind enemy lines, and Ryan Noob is that on EUnited, but it's definitely Pistola on Optic Gaming as well. I think this flag is going to be eventually touched, but
look at Rain.
Pistola's got the perfect view. He can just relay so much information, but he does run out of camo.
Yeah, camo nearly wasted as Pistola doesn't find himself an engagement there, but does stay alive, is still having the opportunity to deny this flag, but this flag, look how patient EUnited is. They knew that a member of Optic Gaming had camo. They knew that they could not run this flag without slays, and that's why they have decided to stop running it, but they do have it across halfway now. So EUnited playing chess right now with this flag, trying to find the perfect way to get it punched in, but just like that, Optic Gaming actually double return this flag. The return comes through, and that's a big return for them because they stay within striking distance now, only down 1 cap at this time.
It's almost like EUnited were just using that flag as bait to try and work out where that Optic member was with the camouflage. They probably worked out eventually that the camo had run out, but I do like that EUnited just left the flag and focused on map control instead of getting too desperate to run it.
It's so smart to bait the flag, trying to make that player come out of where he's hiding. Pistola eventually does get that return, but at the cost of neutralizing that camo, that is a heads-up play by EUnited, and that's why they're one of the best teams here.
Neutralizes the camo, and just like that, we get another camouflage that's going to be on the map. It's Nick this time who gets away with it, but can he punch it in? Looks like he should be safe. Again, all EUnited members seem to be retreating to their base before they use these power weapons or power-ups. It's almost like they want a fresh start. You can look at what's happening, look at the lay of the land, and then you push and use them to their best effect.
Yes, they want that power curve so bad that they're willing to make sure that they're not going to risk him going down as he activates it. I love that by them. Oh my God, Trippy doesn't spot Nick. He does get a melee, but he thought it may have been a back smack. Unfortunately, no. Trippy's melee is going to allow King did to get taken down, and now Optic Gaming with numbers in hand look to push into the base, but 2 members of Optic do go down. Trippy has to fight for his life. He has to retreat now because his teammates, they're in respawn. EUnited, somehow, even though the camo player doesn't do much, it's just enough from the rest of the boys to clean out their base.
Spartan and Rain with an absolute god hold in their base, but Trippy starting to pop off, will get shut down immediately. This time, Nick gets the back smack. 1-0. 5 minutes left. Again, EUnited playing this more slow, methodical style that Optic have to try and break through. But I do feel like all it's going to take is that one set of slays, that one collapse from Optic Gaming, and then it's going to be EUnited on that respawn, desperately trying to stop a flag run.
But they haven't gotten that set of slays throughout this game. They've done such a good job playing defense. Even on Bazaar, CTF against Sentinels, they did such a good job playing defense. Ryan Noob said it in his interview. The team is so focused on making sure that they do not go all 4 dead, that they do not give a clean opportunity to the enemy team to get a good flag run. And so far throughout this game, 8 minutes into this game now, the same result.
You only need 1 flag to win if you don't allow the enemy team to score any. And EUnited playing with that method. Right now, Optic are unable to break through. They're unable to even get that flag moving. As I say that, Lucid swoops in, pulls the flag, but is there anyone to run it? Because on the other side, EUnited have done exactly the same.
Rain under heavy pressure. 3 members of Optic focusing on Rain. He takes down one with him. And King Nick in a very interesting opportunity here. He chooses not to hop the return. He wants to get top mid control because Camo was up. It was activated by Oa. He hunts him down, gets him weak, and a beautiful grenade. Great communication, great teamwork, awareness, all of EUnited doing it perfectly. Able to kill Oa as he instantly drops bottom middle. You know that communication was on point.
EUnited, they don't look phased by the fact they are 2-0 down in this series right now. They're still playing with so much successful of an approach to this slow, methodical style. They know exactly how they want to play Halo. We heard it from the interview. Ryan Noob thinks some teams don't play Halo in the correct way. The 3 of them are down right now. Maybe this could be the push for Optic Gaming.
This is a big trade, and Ryan Noob gets it, and that is so good for EUnited fans to see because they would have been 4 dead with complete map control relinquished to Optic Gaming. But yes, Ryan Noob with the ability to get that kill will stall their pressure for just a little bit. Look at this, Ryan Noob coming off spawn as well, already able to impact the rest of this flag run. And once again, Optic not able to get that clean 4 dead.
It's an intelligent way to play, right? Look at the amount of slays that EUnited have been able to find because for Optic to push up, they have to put themselves in vulnerable positions. So it's got to be now with these dynamos from Trippy to maybe get 2 kills here.
You want to find an opening, send Trippy in with some dynamo grenades. He's got 2 to his name, 3 dead for EUnited. Ryan Noob, last guy alive. Can he do it once more? Can he stall this flag and buy enough time for EUnited to come off spawn? Nades come through, and they're beautiful nades as Spartan the dog finishes that kill onto the flag carrier, but saying he's right there to pick it back up. Unfortunately, though, Trippy, APG, they've both gone down, so it's up to Pistola and Lucid for now.
Lucid will get a touch. And Lucid's going to attempt to put this one in. 2 teammates are down, and the flag's going to be pulled. So EUnited have got to the other side. They've delayed this one. Ryan Noob's top middle, but Lucid is still on a tear right now.
He's running the flag. He's getting double kills. Somebody get the return. Lucid's begging. Maybe he'll do it himself. He'll do everything. 3 dead. I got the flag to our base, and I got the return. Somebody punch it in for me, please. Camo's up. I'm going to go for it, too. Is anybody for Optic Gaming there to punch that flag in? Surely somebody there. Yes. Finally, the game being tied up now. 1 minute and 45 on the clock. Lucid making the play to have Optic right back in this.
A flawless defensive approach for almost 9 minutes from EUnited, but eventually Optic, they break through, they got that opening, and it came from Lucid playing in a way where he had to get aggressive and use every single tool on the map. But now with only 125 left, how is this going to affect EUnited? They've had so many of these close games, these close quarter matches that end in favor of Optic Gaming, and with Lucid playing in this way, you've got to favor the momentum being on the side of the green wall.
The first 10 minutes was all EUnited, but only 1 cap on the board, like you said, Dan. Is that going to come back to bite them? EUnited now in trouble. The flag being pulled. 4 dead! Optic Gaming get the kills. Everyone on the team doing their part, and the flag being run by Pistola. Clean shield as well as he gets it into his own util.
Will fumble it ever so slightly. That will give a little bit of a chance for EUnited to get to the other side of the map. Grenades, though, are going to be peppered towards Pistola. 2 down for EUnited. This could be the second flag for Optic Gaming, and will be the second flag for Optic Gaming with only 40 seconds left.
The EUnited collapse will remember if 35 seconds doesn't change. right here and now. You have one, maybe two opportunities if you're EUnited to get across the map, get 4 dead, get a successful pull, and punch that in to tie this in and put it to overtime.
So now EUnited, they're on the aggressive side. Optic have to defend. There's the first kill. This is the opening they need. You've got to collapse, but Lucid is top middle, and when Lucid's top middle, he's got free reign to shoot whoever he likes.
So much damage, no one paying attention to him, and 9 seconds is all they have to do to get to the grand finals. Optic Gaming know they want to defend their flag. Multiple members of EUnited are there. They're there, but they don't get the touch. Somebody's got to get that touch, and unfortunately for EUnited, Optic Gaming are going to take this one 3-0 in very dominant fashion. Back to the grand finals they will go with a little bit of momentum. We can only hope that we have one hell of a grand finals on our hands.
Optic Gaming will face Cloud9 in the grand final. EUnited bow out in a very respectful 3rd place. But oh, what could have been. Time and time again, whether it be one kill, whether it be just one flag grab, they were so close in this series, but it gets noted down as a 3-0 loss. You've got to say, it looks bad on paper, but we know, you know, it was way closer than what that paper score would suggest.
I mean, 8 points in a stronghold, 3 kills in the Slayer, 1 flag in the fight. That's as close as the series can get. But EUnited, not clutch enough. Maybe ran out of gas there at the end. And unfortunately for them, that's going to be all they wrote for this weekend. A hell of a performance here on Sunday from them, but not enough to get the job done back to the grand finals, but it really is the green wall. Those championship jerseys remain the same.
Well, I mean, I got asked the question from Lottie, do I feel like either of these teams in the lower final, can they contest Cloud9? Can they topple Cloud9? I said, well, first, I want to see a team get a 3-0 in that lower final. I want to see some dominance to make me believe that, yes, they can contest Cloud9 in the final. I mean, it wasn't incredibly dominant if you consider how close the games were, but it was a 3-0. So maybe there is still hope. Maybe there is some belief that this Optic roster can actually contest the giants that are Cloud9.
For me, with how well EUnited was playing all day, that was a very impressive win. Even to win that series, whether it's in Game 5 or in 3-0 fashion, Optic Gaming have shown me enough that they're here to play. They have woken up. And I'm hearing now that we have Blaze on the main stage with Coach Lunchbox from Optic Gaming.
Yes, yes, we are. Lunchbox, Optic Gaming makes it to the grand finals for the first time in Halo. What a close series that was. Tell me how you feeling, because honestly, 3 plays go to a different way. That series is 3-0 the opposite side of the stage.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as close as it gets. The Slayer went to overtime. We ended up clutching that. Strongholds was close. CTF came down to the wire as well. So it was intense by us, and I'm super proud of the resolve that we showed there.
Yeah.
Like you said, every game could have went either way, so we clutched up.
And exactly. And so tell me, let's go into to the mind of Optic at the end of that game too, because it was so close. APG gets shocking camo, nothing big comes from that. Then you see Lucid says, man, give it to me real quick, get some big kills. Next thing you know, we're all tied up. From there to the end, what was happening?
Yeah, I think one of the game-changing plays, Ola grappled a shock rifle for Lucid. Lucid ended up getting a pick towards the end of the game to tie it, which then sent it to overtime. And then we knew they got camo at the end. I actually missed the camo, so they got it for free. So we all turned up in yellow, and they made a push, and we ended up clutching up and getting a few kills there.
Now, you know, we know about your history and how iconic you are in this Halo scene. Coaching this group of men over here, tell me about this team and what makes them so special.
Yeah, when they first asked me, immediately I knew this team had a lot of potential. You know, there's 2 veterans on the team, and then the 2 kind of young guns on the team, and Lucid and Trippy. So, yeah, I mean, when we're clicking, everything usually is going our way. So hopefully we can bring it a little harder against Cloud9 this second series.
And that leads me to my last question. Cloud9, last time y'all played them, it wasn't the grand finals, but it went to Game 5, and y'all took the L. But now, going up against them again, what do you want to be different?
Yeah, I mean, we here in Anaheim, we just had a really slow start against them. We just kind of sluggish. So we had a close series against them in Raleigh. Ended up losing Game 5. We were leading kind of towards the middle half of that game and ended up throwing it away. But yeah, I mean, we just need to stick to our game plan. I think Cloud9's very good at kind of getting you out of your own game plan with the pressure they put on you, and they make things very hectic on you. So we just got to do a better job of kind of playing at our pace and not letting them get us out of our rhythm.
Well, I hope y'all stay focused. Any last-minute shout-outs you want to give to the fans? I know it's been a while since you've been on camera here.
Yeah, it's a little different than this event with no fans, but you know we feel that support on social media and in the Twitch chat. So we appreciate you, Greenwall, and hope you guys are cheering loud for us back at home.
All right, Lottie, that's going to do it for us on the main stage. Shout out to the Green Wall. Break the series down.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much to Lunchbox as well. Just want to quickly say it that Bob and I, 2 for 2 with our duo picks.
Easy.
Just gonna let everyone at home know that as well. Optic. Good job, Green Wall. Fantastic stuff, though, from the guys in green. I got to say, you know, a discussion that's been happening on the desk is the clutch factor of Optic. And, you know, talking about game 5s and whether or not they can close those out. Well, if you want to talk about clutch factor, I think that entire series gave us the clutch factor we're looking for with Optic. What did you notice in particular about the gameplay versus EUnited? EUnited, very aggressive, very scrappy, but Optic kept it calm and collected.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think normally we're asking, can they close out game 5s? Here we saw them close out every single game and in a pretty convincing fashion when it came down to those final moments. But I think we also saw some EUnited blunders that led to that. So certainly one thing we got to talk about as well. But Optic Gaming, they look good. And I think the reason I'd chosen Optic there is to take a look at some of the highlights, just because I think the best Optic beats the best EUnited. Now, will I say that we got necessarily the best Optic there? Maybe not, but I do think the higher level Optic beats the higher level EU.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Andy's saying there, and it's been a very interesting kind of progression for Optic, right? The questions that we had coming into this tournament were based around game 5s, clutch factor. They kept getting so close, losing 3-2s, losing, you know, in best of 3s, 2-1, whatever it would be. It always seemed that they were kind of on the tragedy end of the story, right? And now it's looking different. All of a sudden, yesterday they won that big game 5, and today you never felt like they were going to throw it away. It was always going to have to be EUnited making a crazy play, and they clutched up not just in one game like you were saying, but it was 3 in a row where they managed to just hold it together and just keep calm and composed. Everything you want to see from Optic and everything I wanted to see from Optic that suggests to me they can win a tournament is here. The only piece that is missing is challenging Cloud9.
Yeah, I think it is going to be challenging Cloud9 right now. And I think we also talked about the fact that Optic, they are kind of changing the dynamic of their roster and the way that they look in terms of their playstyle. Walshy, talk to me a bit about the playstyle you saw going up against EUnited. Do you think that playstyle is going to be working for Cloud9 in just moments?
I mean, Optic clearly played very well during that match against EUnited. However, we did see some misses during those power-up and power weapon opportunities, and they can't have mistakes like that. For example, when APG had camo, he needs to either give the shotgun rifle to someone else or hit those shots.
Yeah.
And they can't afford to have any of those misses against Cloud9, because when Cloud9 gets those power-ups and power weapons, you know they're going to take advantage of it.
Indeed. Talking about misses, though, Bravo, we kind of watched this happen and fall. I mean, we all watched this happen and fall, but Recharge Slayer, let's talk quickly about EUnited and the chance they had at the end of that Slayer game on Recharge. I mean, my goodness, camo, we had sword, grapple, King Nick. Talk to me about what happened there.
Yeah, I think we have the replay actually on screen. So here we go. It starts all the way back when we see that Ryan Noob drop the sword. Then you see this push, and there's a few things that happened that we should just talk about. But as you could tell, that is not the push with 10 seconds on the clock they were hoping for. They even put the sword in the hands of Trippy to close it out. You'll see Ryan Noob tossing this down. In the end, a few interesting things happen in between there that, Dave, that you and I will talk about. And I think the first thing we could talk about, this is how that scene ends, but Dave, you and I noticed backstage as we were watching this, the first thing is that he does not pick up the plasmas. And I think our theory was, okay, you know, this is going to be a giveaway. If someone's trying to eagle eye a camo, they're going to be watching that, or they could try to remote detonate the plasmas. You don't want to be near them. But I think after that, he maybe had an opportunity to grab them.
Yeah, they're eagle-eyeing that mangler or those plasmas. And so it's smart to avoid those plasmas immediately. However, once you knew that was safe, grab those. You knew that the opponents were likely confined over in pipes. You have a couple plasmas, you can corral them in a little bit closer, or even just get the kill from a distance. Even when you have sword, just feel free to plop one of those grenades over in the corner.
Yeah, really interesting that just the fact that I think they had all the time in the world, and I mean it wasn't a ton of time, but I mean that just based off the positioning. They had all the time to work with. They had about 30 seconds on the clock. They had sword grapple. And I even saw Nick, he goes up to top yellow. He grapples up to top yellow and he thinks about it.
He sees Lucid.
He sees two players, but then nopes out of it. And with that information, just surprising, I think there's a lot of pressure on that situation. Certainly could have used the plasmas in the end. It's easy for us to break down on the desk. High pressure situation, but yeah.
I think high pressure is the best way to describe it as well. And I think it was almost made even more high pressure by the fact that I don't feel like EUnited were in a position to capitalize on any damage that Nick might have done anyway. It was kind of here you go, here's the toys, here's the camo, here's the sword. We believe in you to go and make the play, but sometimes things don't work out. And even a trade in that situation, grenades following if King Nick gets taken down in that situation, you know, takes the pressure off of him a little bit, and maybe they can clutch up in those moments. But I do feel for King Nick. He's a young player who's coming in, a lot of pressure on his shoulders in that moment. Unfortunately, it didn't work from there.
Yeah, in most cases, when you think you need to make that play, you equate that just to kills. However, what King Nick did that was really good is like corralling all those players into pipes. So sometimes getting all 4 players on the opposing team in the same area is just as good as a kill. You don't need to get those kills right away because now your team can collapse and just suffocate them in that small area.
Yeah, I also think it's a great example of decision making and that split second that you really have. I mean, you see him go up to top glass. He wants to go in that commando entrance, sees Lucid with the shock rifle, kind of literally just putting another one in the chamber. There we go. And I think he decides to back down. He grapples somewhere else, and unfortunately, it was a really rough situation, 3v1 if not more. And you know that was the end of that because you haven't got that many slays to compete with. It's really difficult.
On the other side of that, he could have been a hero. That's the thing as well. You know, it's all these ifs, buts, maybes. You can see why the decision was made from EUnited. They wanted him to go and win the game. If King Nick makes his way into either of those entrances and picks up 1 kill and escapes or whatever it might be, he's the hero here, but unfortunately, sometimes you've got to be the villain as well.
That is very true. Well, I'll tell you what, it's hero plays, it's villain plays, whatever you want to have it, but it does update our bracket, and indeed it has. Optic Gaming, here we go. They beat EUnited 3-0 in an elimination final, and they will rebound right back up again. But actually, let's be honest, it's a repulsor bound up, isn't it? Let's be perfectly honest. It's probably Lucid going up top mid on live fire, but our grand finals, Cloud9, Optic Gaming, this is going to be huge. I think Optic Gaming right now are going to be looking to clean up on a few things if they want to really highly contest Cloud9 at this point. It's going to be a really difficult series because not only do they need to beat Cloud9, folks at home, they have to reset the bracket, which means they have to beat them twice. This is so difficult. You know, just really quickly before, you know, we get into it a little bit later on, what do you think the odds are here of Optic, just based on everything you've seen this weekend?
Oof, man, odds. Luckily, I'm not a big...
Go with your gut.
Yeah, luckily I'm not too big of a gambling guy, so I'm not going to give you the most Vegas-friendly odds, but I'd say it's going to be a pretty tough one. I'd say right now I think a lot of people are going to be betting on C9, and I think if the same C9 comes out, we're absolutely going to see them take it.
Yeah, I think it's hard not to, but I'm really hoping that Optic are going to step up to the plate here today. Now, folks, talking about stepping up, I'm going to step the game up for you guys right now on Twitch. We have Twitch drops to be had, so make sure you guys are looking out for them. And as well as if you are watching with our wonderful co-streamers who have been with us all weekend long, a huge shout out to them. I know, what a squad that is. Absolutely insane.
We talked earlier about Formal and Maniac and Oath. I mean, Ubernick, King J, Gigabrit, Coven, Aliak.
So many of them. It is an absolute squad. And if you are following alongside the squad and the squad here on the desk, you guys get your hands on some epic stuff. And it's all free because it's in Twitch drops. So you do get some amazing weapon coatings. We also have the grand finals pose. And I think, gentlemen, it's only fair that we are into the grand finals. So I'm pretty sure we should be doing a celebration on the desk. If you guys don't mind just doing it with me, everyone.
Gotta kind of look down a bit.
Yeah. So you got a little dip of the head.
The little dip of the head. Just making sure that we're in line with the spot here. But it's absolutely amazing.
Which way do I dip?
We're going to lose Dave.
I don't want to
dip this way. We're going to lose Dave. Okay.
Perfect. I think Dave is the spitting image of it, to be quite frank. So
well, I don't really have armor coating coloring on my...
But you do have the championships, which is good point.
You've heard it here first. You can get your hands on the Dave Walsh pose, the celebration pose that you can get in this grand final here, so make sure you guys are tuning in. But also listen up closely because there is a giveaway happening today. That is right. It's the Xbox Series X giveaway. You guys can get your hands on this incredible limited edition console. Of course, it is in the style of Halo Infinite, and it is absolutely glorious.
I just say, I want to know who's hoarding these because these came out in November.
Yeah.
They sold out in like August. So there's a stockpile.
We might be onto something.
There's a stockpile of them somewhere, and we are going to find out where that is.
We'll sniff it out. We will. Yeah. But if you guys don't have the luxury of sniffing it out like we do, make sure you go to @HCS, retweet the giveaway tweet, and make sure you're tuning into the show because you guys could be going home with one of those bad boys. We're going to head to a quick break right now, fellas, because we need to reset ourselves. We need to regain. We've got quite the series coming up. It is your grand finals, people. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming on that main stage. The trophy is on the line, and so is Pride. We'll see you right after this.
under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
HCS Anaheim is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, the Marines, Zowie, and Xbox Plays.
Hello, Halo fans from across the world. It is a very good time to tune in right now, and I'll tell you why. We are into our grand finals of day number 3 at HCS NA Regionals here live in Anaheim, California. Before the break, we saw Optic Gaming go toe-to-toe with EUnited. It was a pretty close affair, but Optic Gaming managed to edge them out in pretty much every single map in this 3-0 series. Optic feeling pretty confident about the gameplay right now coming into this grand final. Of course, this will be a rematch of our winners finals, and they're really going to have to step things up if they want to play up to Cloud9, because Cloud9, they're expecting Optic right now to be a little bit shaky, I think, based on the results we've seen from C9 in the past, the results we've seen from C9 so far this weekend. Optic obviously slightly on the back foot here, and I think a lot of people will be maybe going with Cloud9 at home in terms of the edge of this series, but Optic, they need to be fighting fit, clutch. Before we talk about the champs, let's talk about Optic. Let's talk about the guys who want to dethrone Cloud9. What do they bring to the table?
They bring a lot of momentum after that big series. I mean, 3 close games going in their favor. That can fuel you. That can give you the energy you need. Clutching up in games, showing you have what it takes, and rewriting the ship after a poor performance in that winners finals. Optic know they have what it takes to beat Cloud9 with a little bit of confidence. I have a feeling they just may.
I have a feeling that something could be happening here. Gaskin, it is grand finals time. What does that kind of pressure, what does that kind of, elite feeling being on main stage do to players?
I mean, these guys, these are the regional champs.
No, I want to know from you.
Hey, I've been there, even though it's not on NA regionals, European main stages, I've been there as well.
But you've also seen it happen many times too.
There is a lot of pressure, but I will say that both of these teams won't be feeling that pressure because they've been here time and time again. They're champions, or champions in their own right for some of these players. Cloud9, this is just going to be another day in the office. Optic have got to find a way to disturb that peace, to make them a little bit unsettled, put them out of that comfort zone. Otherwise, this could be a blowout.
Well, obviously, we do see step-ups from teams throughout a weekend, but grand finals, are we looking to see different teams on the main stage right now because of this illustrious event, because of that trophy on the line?
I don't know if we're going to see any different teams. Like you said, these two battled it through. They deserve it. We have just such a great matchup on our hands. 2 legendary organizations in Cloud9 and Optic. You have superstars going head-to-head with Renegade and Lucid. And then you also have a brother versus brother matchup when it comes to coaches. We got Hoaxer and Alumni. Just so many great intertwining of storylines to end the perfect tournament.
Ooh, I love that, Walsh. All right, a bit spicy.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I was thinking Alumni was he's not the coach. He's part of the org.
He's part of the org.
I'm old.
Just all right, we'll let him off because he's
really cool though.
He's aging just a little bit. Walsh up on here. But I'll tell you what, we did actually catch up with both of our grand finals teams coming into this event, seeing how confident they feel about being in the position right now in this grand final. Let's hear what they had to say.
About grappling into control and starting to light things up a bit against Frosty. Finds another one.
All up this is Spectre to hit shots.
Do it.
Oh, are you kidding?
Envoy is right below him. He does not know Envoy is down there. Will be able to impact his ball. Envoy with the assassination. Envoy with the double kill.
Bunch of players are taking individual fights in G2. They're collapsing before our very eyes. Oh my word.
This man is a beast. EUnited really took their time with that one, and look at these snipes coming out. Lucid maybe putting a shutdown to this.
Sentinels get that ball back in their hands, but now we've got to see Royal do something. He gets both of them.
The chain!
This tournament has really been crazy, a lot of game fives. Did I believe I'd make it all the way right from the start? Yes, the answer to that, of course. Like, if you don't think that, then you're probably not gonna make it.
With how much experience we have together, it's definitely helped us in our matches, and I think we just continue to keep on improving.
Giving Optic Gaming the advantage here in round 2.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I think C9 is, of course, the team to beat. They're the champions from last time. They're individually skilled, and they have, you know, the teamwork to match it. But I think we're well prepared, and I really hope you guys are too.
Full part of the map for his team to be.
Threads the needle right there.
To get the trophy, our team is willing to do like whatever it takes. You better be prepared to dig really deep, deeper than you ever have, because there's a 100% chance that we want it more than you. Let's get ready to play some Halo.
We kicked off this weekend with 16 of the best teams in North America ready to battle it out on this stage for the hearts of the fans at home and the glory of the community, as well as this trophy. But only 2 are remaining. 2 squads looking to add to their dynasties. 2 squads looking to go to war and put on a show for y'all at home. To set the stage now, I introduce to you Cloud9 and Optic Gaming. Boy, this stage is set. We got a little stare down here, okay? Ooh, captain, stay with me. Everybody else, go back to your seats. Yeah, because Renegade, Lucid, you guys are back once again. And Renegade, you guys are looking to get yourself another chip after coming off a rally. Looking to go for that 5-peat and add to the dynasty of Cloud9. You feeling good about doing that?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident. I think we are the most prepared team at this tournament. We went through our downs. We played these guys 1,000 times, so I think we know how to beat them.
He said they played y'all 1,000 times, and if it's 1,001, they're gonna just keep adding chips to the trophy case. How you feel about that, Lucid? Because y'all have played them over and over. Y'all have came close, but haven't been able to do it on land.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that, just like you said, they played us, we played them. We know how they play, we know how they like to play, but at the end of the day, they're just another team. So we just got to play our own game. I think that's where we slacked a little bit and we regained, and we really tightened up last series. Just got to carry it over to another team is all.
They were looking clean last series, okay? I watched it, and I know you guys watched it as well. But, you know, even after coming off that series, you guys have shown us that you have been able to stay consistent, stay at the top. What are you looking forward to most?
I mean, the matchup, this is the matchup I wanted, so I'm glad I finally get to play these guys in the finals. I think we are the best 2 teams in the game. They a little bit underperformed at Raleigh, but, you know, they proved themselves to be like the second best team.
Right, yo, they definitely did. And I know you ready to come out here and be the first. Any last words before we get the fist bumps and get this one started?
Just prepare for a long-ass series.
We prepare for a long-ass series on the main stage, everybody. Shake it up. It's Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. Let's get it.
Alrighty then, my goodness, I'm very prepared. I've got everything settled down. I've got a chair behind me, so Lucid, I'm ready for a long series 2. Let's get some resets happening. Let's get it a little bit spicy, because I'm ready for this big storyline coming out of this grand finals. You know, Optic, looking at the way they performed against EUnited to get into this position, I felt like in the series they were kind of overcoming a couple of different hiccups that we saw, because EUnited kept it very close, the 3-0s. But, you know, they got the job done. Is that job good enough to go up against Cloud9?
They're going to need to step it up even more, I think. I think to win 2 best-of-5s against Cloud9, it's got to take all you have. And Penguin said it best in that interview. You're going to have to dig deep, deeper than you ever have. Optic Gaming may have that in them, but we'll find out very shortly.
We certainly will. Let's take a quick peek right now, though, at the series layout. Gaskin, you're always my man to come to for this series layout.
Best of 7.
Best of 7.
What are we looking at? It is a best of 7, and it is a bracket reset potential here as well. This is a lot to take in, Gaskin, but what are you spotting?
I mean, I'm spotting that Wes now, if it's going to be a difficult best of 5 to best of 5, best of 7 to best of 7 becomes even more of a task because that takes so much energy. But just looking at the game types, Oddball Live Fire is a fantastic one to start with for Optic Gaming. We know how comfortable they are for Live Fire, so a really good start to the series for them. But when you move over to Slayer Streets, the fast-paced game that Cloud9 play on that map, I'd like to think that Cloud9 should be able to take that one. But this is going to be a series layout where it features every single map and every single opportunity to play game modes that now the map pool and the kind of favored game modes we've seen happen in best of 5s, it doesn't come into the equation as much. And especially if we got a bracket reset, we pretty much see every game possible. So this is where you really truly test how good you are at every single game and map here in Halo Infinite.
It really is a true test, and it is the grand final, so where better to put the true test of Halo Infinite? I've got to say, the third game, CTF Bazaar, I'm a little bit worried about that for Optic. I just have looked at the way Cloud9 play CTF Bazaar. It honestly is an education on how to play that map and mode, and it makes me a little bit worried. Should we be looking into the series layout in terms of what is stacked up against each other? You know, what is back-to-back in terms of these maps and modes?
I don't know if you have to look at which ones in which order. I mean, ultimately look at that layout and you see 2 maps of Live Fire, 2 maps of Streets in that best of 7. And maybe that's what Lucid was alluding to. He's like, there's a Bazaar CTF in this. Be ready for a long series. This is going to be a long game. They're clearly going the full time limit on Bazaar.
Yeah, you know what? They would like to hope so, wouldn't they?
I mean, we had overtime in the previous series, and potentially we almost had a chance of a Slayer getting restarted, which is not something we've actually seen in Halo Infinite so far. But that was in the previous against an EUnited roster who do like to slow the game down considerably, whereas this is now against Cloud9, who do exactly the opposite. They like to speed this game up. They completely fly at you time and time again.
Yeah, indeed. Now, if you are Optic, and I think it's fair to say they are on the back foot in this situation, they're coming out of the elimination bracket. They're on the back foot because they have a very, very long series ahead of them. They have to reset the bracket, don't they, Clutch? So what would you give to Optic right now? If you could give a piece of advice going up against Cloud9, who are already in a pretty good spot in this grand final, what would you say?
I would give them a lot of energy drinks because they're going to need it. Because if they want this to be a long grand finals, to push this to a second best of 7, I don't think that they win 4-0 in the first one, so that's going to be very difficult for them to grind throughout all of these matches. I mean, these guys are gamers, but this is a lot of video games to be played if they want to try and win this championship. And the advice, one game at a time, one life at a time, one kill at a time. Let's get it done, but it's so difficult to try and put yourself in this gauntlet, but that's the mistakes that were made earlier today. This is the only option for them.
It is indeed. Now, Walshy, you spoke about superstars on these rosters, and I have them on a head-to-head right now. Let's have a look at this player versus player matchup. Renegade versus Lucid. You know, both of these guys' performances have been so important to their teams, you know, getting these slays, getting these heads-up kills. But I think I said it actually on the desk earlier on, but a lot of the time, our superstar players for these teams open up doors for opportunities in either objective play or in Slayer games. How important is that, Gaskin, right now coming into this grand final to really be on your game if you're one of these guys?
I mean, if you drop the ball in a grand final, then you are going to lose that grand final. It's as simple as that. You've got to focus on playing at your very best, and we're seeing average of what, 20 kills per game for those players, and I know some of that's going to be skew-if by the pool results and some very comfortable and easy games, but that's still an insane amount of kills to be getting on average. But I want to know how many of those kills were in those kind of Game 2 Slayers, in those Game 5 Slayers when you needed them. And even though Cloud9 usually come through a bracket of 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, they have been pushed to those Game 5s. They have been pushed to the limit by other teams. And if I'm Optic Gaming, and the advice that I would give to them is, did you watch that tape of Fnatic taking Cloud9 to a Game 5 in pool play? Because Fnatic did something that no other team has done for quite some time, is push Cloud9 to their limit.
Yeah, indeed. Now, talking about pushing to your limit, I'm going to push you guys to your limit right now because I'm going to ask you to give a prediction for this grand final, and it's going to be pretty hard. So I hope you guys are pretty well on your decision.
Let's do it.
Are we ready? Alrighty. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay.
I'm on board with the green wall. I'm a believer of these guys. It's about time somebody does it. Somebody's got to take down Cloud9. Optic Gaming have had so much success in Infinite, but this championship, it would push them over that wall. It would put them with the greats, and I think that they're capable of it. Let's see if they got what it takes.
I went against Cloud9 once with the KC Pioneers, and that's the only time I've been wrong. I was burnt once, I won't be burnt again. I think Cloud9 is the obvious pick. I also can kind of guarantee my victory against Wes if I do get this one right, so I've got to make sure I focus on that. But I'm glad he's gone for Optic. He's doubled down, and I tell you what, if Optic win it, we'll gladly bow down, and we will call him prediction champion.
I want to see people on their knees praising.
Two pieces there. We will not bow down. And secondly, if it happens, it will not be gladly.
Can't confirm that.
Dave, you don't have to do it, but I'm expecting both of these.
Can't confirm that. Well, Sha, I'd love to know kind of what you're thinking here with your pick. You know, you have gone with Cloud9. Is there a particular reason?
They've just been the favorites for so long.
Yeah.
This has been since the end of Halo 5 up until now. They've been winning every LAN event they've been attending. You hear it in the confidence in their interviews, whether it's Penguin saying, I'm not surprised we're in the grand finals, whereas Optic, I don't think they can say the exact same. It's a breath of fresh air to be like, yes, we made it to the grand finals. We had to get over that hurdle. Lastly, with Renegade, as they're talking through, he even said, these guys are such great players in Optic. I think they are the second best team in the game, and that takes a lot of confidence in your team to say, we are clearly head and shoulders above everyone else.
Not just to say in an interview, but say in an interview where your opposition team is stood right there in front of you as
it's
well.
Like, dude, I can hear you right now.
Yeah.
You realize that, right?
It just takes an extra little bit of confidence, and he said it with a little bit of flair as well, and you can understand why. Cloud9, they've been untouchable, but we need to see Optic Gaming take them that little bit further. Yeah.
I think one final question I have about this matchup, and I think it's difficult because obviously Cloud9 have been in this position for quite some part of the day now.
About 100 times at this point.
Yes, that is true, but I'm talking about in terms of timing-wise. Like, they have been in this position in the bracket for a large portion of the day. They got there way earlier on than Optic did get into this grand finals position. How much does momentum really play into going into a series? You know, I know Cloud9 have been warming up, I'm sure, you know, but Optic, they've warmed up against really hotly contested teams. You know, they have been fighting it out. They know exactly what they need to be doing, what they need to work on. We can't really say the same for Cloud9 because they haven't been challenged too much. So how much does momentum play into it?
Yeah, I think that goes a little bit into my prediction, right? It's the fact that if Optic has enough gas in the tank, that's a big if, because this is a lot of Halo to be played.
Yeah.
They are at least coming in really warmed up. They just got done clutching up 3 straight games. They look good doing it. They are confident. Individually, they are confident. As a squad, they are confident. Cloud9 having to wait could come back to bite them. Yes, they've done this in the past where the wait has not affected them, but I do think that there's opportunity there for Optic to come out swinging, potentially steal a game 1 and 2, and then make this first best of 7 much more manageable. And then once you get to the second one, you have the confidence, hey, we just did it once. Let's do it again.
That's true. And good news for stamina, right? You know, scrims, they tend to be, you know, in the double digits in terms of gameplay. So that's always good. Practicing that one just in case you do get to a best of 7 grand final and you need to reset the bracket. And I want to now reset things because we're going to head on over to our 2 wonderful casters. They call themselves the duo. We got Onset, we got Brav in the house. Gentlemen, grand finals time. Optic versus Cloud9. This is going to be wild. How are you feeling about it?
Super excited. I just want to get into these games. We've been sat here, we're kind of jumping around a little bit, trying to get the nervous energy out. I'm sure like the players are feeling as well. I think we've got the 2 best teams at the event here in our grand finals. And you know what, Wes? Sometimes I question some of your decisions, but if there's one thing I can agree with, I would love a bracket reset here.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think with the 2 teams on here and the caliber of these players, I think you guys are going to be casting over a highlight reel, to be perfectly honest. So enjoy that. I'm going to give it over to you, so please, let's get into our grand final.
Oh, thank you very much, Lai. Wonderful setup here for our grand finals, Andy. We've been waiting all day. We've been waiting for 3 days to find out who's going to make it through. We have our 2 teams now. We have Cloud9. They've been here for a while. They've been waiting for their opponents, and they will be Optic Gaming. They've fought their way through that lower bracket, and now they find themselves with an opportunity to maybe cause the biggest upset of the HCS so far.
Yes, here you go, perhaps a tale that is becoming as old as time. It's C9 versus Optic Gaming. This is the match that we came for. This is the match that many expected to see. One side of the stage in blue, one side of the stage in green. At the end of the day, though, that stage will be decked out in one single color. And the question is, which will it be?
We can see both teams just want to get into the series. Last minute adjustments being made. Last little bit of team talk going down. as we head towards our first game. The trophy is there, all 4 players on each team just locked in for what could be a very, very long series.
Could be indeed, and I think as neutral fans of competitive Halo, and as many of you at home are as well, you just want to see the best gameplay. That's what we want to see too. This series could go the distance. Either way, we will have a ton of games. This is a best of 7 to kick things off.
Well, it's Sunday night, everybody, and you know what that means. It's time for your grand finals here in Anaheim. We got a best of 7. We got Cloud9. We've got Optic Gaming. And we're starting off here on Livefire.
It's going to be a hot start needed for the side of Optic Gaming if they want to compete against the best team in the world. It's Cloud9. Here we go, game number 1.
No messing around here, everybody. Strap yourselves in because we could be here for a while as we start off watching the POV of a man who has put up some crazy statistics today. And that, of course, is Optic Gaming's Lucid.
Crazy stats, some crazy plays, and some crazy baits as well on the ball. He's going to pick up that first one and just one step ahead of Stellar on that opening.
Last player alive, though, is Lucid. One player who can even it up, though. It's going to be him. Here comes Eco.
Oh,
there almost goes Eco as well. The grenade will take him down. More importantly, though, Cloud9 have their hands on that ball.
Early time for Cloud9. Heat wave in the hand for Eco as well. But if that doesn't sum up Lucid, I don't know what does. He's the last player alive. He almost takes down 3/4 of Cloud9.
Pistola going to have an overshield. Going to have it stripped away, but not without getting away with his life. A couple of players going to be rotating here from Cloud9, just trying to use that ball as bait at the moment. Penguin going to be challenged here by Pistola, and you got to do that if you're going to take down C9. Renegades top middle, though. Lucid left alone again.
Early control here from side of Cloud9, and Lucid just trying to stay alive, finding himself pinned and pinched once again. Oh, hits the body shot. Somehow the nade comes in to help, but already early control, early points on the board for Cloud9.
21 points and rising here for C9. A really, really strong hold from them. It was Stellar who slid out to get that double kill. Renegade will pick up the first in the team fight now. APG will manage to take him down. Stellar trying to chase down this kill, though. Manages to do so. 2 dead here for Optic. On the same side, though, you could say. And it's even numbers as Eco's going to have to rotate that ball towards Stellar. But what a play that is.
Yeah, look, Renegade's pointing tower. Perfect at rotate. All they have to do is find out if any players are coming bottom middle. One of them is named Ola. That's already a man advantage once again for the side of Cloud9. It feels like every single moment there's at least 1 player or 2 players dead on Optic Gaming, and that point will continue.
2v2 on the map. Penguin with ball in hand, though. Eco going to drop behind Trippy. Takes him out with that Heatwave APG. Going to be there to clean up the kills, so it'll be trades either side. But while all of these kills are being traded out, the oddball's still in the hands of Cloud9 here. It's 46-0. APG now trying to put the pressure on that oddball carrier.
Optic Gaming certainly conceding a lot of points early on. Generally, when you see Cloud9 play this game type, they're pretty happy just playing control-based, but they're not just playing control-based, they're also playing point-based. They have a ton of points on the board.
They do. However, this is a chance now. Trippy picking up the first kill is going to give them numbers, as well as that, Pistola has the HP to take any kind of fight with that overshield in his hands as well. The ball has been rotated back to the garage here by Optic Gaming. This is the opportunity they need. They have 24 points on the board. Renegade, though, with the opener here onto Lucid. Penguin follows up with a kill onto APG.
And look at this. I mean, once again, you do not see mistakes very often from the side of Cloud9. It's a good trade there coming in, so it's going to be happy with that. But 3 dead, 4 dead for a second on the side of Optic Gaming. They will continue scoring on the side of Cloud9.
Efficiency there as well, as immediately off the back of that 4 dead, it's Cloud9 who have the oddball in their hands. They know that kills don't mean too much if you ain't got the time to back it up as well. Lucid's going to fall. APG now going to have the heat wave in his hand. 62 points and rising still for Cloud9. Optic kind of struggling to get a hold at the moment. The rotations have been the standout so far for me from Cloud9. It looks like Optic at times are just chasing shadows.
Yeah, they certainly have been chasing. It's been fantastic rotations, even when Cloud9 finds themselves in the 2v4 scenarios. As you saw earlier, they're able to rotate the ball away from their opponents, and in a game like Oddball, it can be a game of keep away. And even when you only have 2 players alive, if you're in the right positioning, covering the right angles, you can put even more points on the board.
Ola picks up 1, Stellar trades it out, Lucid picks up another. Now, look at the scores, starting to close together a little bit here. The gap is getting shorter and shorter. Wow. Renegade showing that you have to hit every single pellet of every single bullet in this game if you want to win a fight. Now he's going to move forward with that sniper rifle in his hand. 52 points on the board here, 68 to Cloud9. It's much, much closer than it was a few moments ago.
Yeah, Optic did really well to bring that back, even though we saw some exchanges and kills going the way of Cloud9 on the hour edge towards the dummies and power-up. Lots of points on the board for the side of Optic. Only a 10-point game here.
Renegade trying to Work with Eco and Penguin to pick up these kills by the dummies. Also working to get that overshield in their hands. Swaps one piece of equipment out for another. Now the push will come in, but look at the score. We're pretty much tied up at this point. However, this is the first time we've seen Renegade and Cloud9 with an overshield in hand. He picks up one, he picks up two. Maybe looking to turn it for three as well. Pistola, he'll go down. Triple for Renegade.
Might not hit it with the snipe, but he had the time to hit it. This is going to be maybe an unofficial X-Sturm. No, he drops down, he chases. That was the last player alive. Who else but Lucid to stay alive in that scenario, but not before a lot of damage is on the board. They're already at 90 points.
Just about to cross that 90-point mark. Like you say, Eco's in position to play ball as well. To fall here for Cloud9. Penguin using the repulsor to get himself behind cover for a few seconds, but that's now 3 dead for Cloud9. Lucid looking to play bodyguard here for the teammate who's managed to pick up that ball. He might actually be able to flank behind Eco here, but Eco more than aware that player is flanking. Not only takes Lucid down, but also picks up the double.
Should be a play ball here. Yep, ball's going to go off the edge, but C9's in a pretty good position to have control once again.
They are indeed. They only need 9 points on the board as well to take home this first round. Pistola still in the death screen. Renegade also in the death screen. And at the moment, Penguin is just having to try and run away and scurry away with that ball in his hands. Turns his attention now to those players behind. 98 points, gets the stick on Pistola. But Pistola manages to pick up the kill, but it doesn't matter too much. 4 dead for Optic. That will be round 1. Going to Cloud9.
And Cloud9 wasting no time. As we said, sometimes they play a very Slayer-dominant oddball and objective in general, but specifically oddball. This time, though, they're making sure they got the points on the board early, very, very efficient, and maybe even more clinical than average.
Renegade, who had the biggest play of the series so far, and we're only a couple of minutes into it with that triple kill, almost managed to secure an overkill. He's going to be moving towards that power up once more. Off the break here, you can see all smiles for Renegade as well. It looks like, unfortunately, we've had a player drop out of the lobby by the looks of things, so hopefully we can get back into it as soon as possible. If you're wondering why the players have got big smiles on their faces, because they know that this is looking a little bit too easy for them, feeling a little bit too easy for them as they do rotate around the map.
I thought it was just Renegade taking the Dummies Express there, hitting the perfect curve slides all the way across the map, but as you say, a player has dropped out immediately upon the start of the second round, which thankfully, in regards to the scoreboard, is not going to be a harm or a foul in terms of that round being calculated in favor of Cloud9. We'll wait for our official call from League Operations, but we'll get right back into the game as fast as we can. But gives us a second, Mark, to talk about what we saw from Cloud9 there, because oftentimes you do see them overslaying, perhaps. And this time they are not overslaying, they are over-rotating while also overslaying.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see C9. It's the recognition of where deaths are happening on the map, and also where spawns are coming in off the back of that of teammates, where they move that ball so quickly. It's next level. It really is, and it's one of those things that maybe you don't appreciate if you're watching, you know, and you don't have a deep understanding of why is this player going here? Why is this player suddenly doubling back with the oddball when they've just picked up kills? There's so much more to it. C9 are almost the masters of the moving pieces on the map. It's like they're playing chess a lot of the time.
Yeah, the speed at which they can just understand the routes to take, and once again, the speed at which they can understand the decisions they need to make is unbelievable, and it feels like we never see, or I should say very rarely, only a few times a tournament do we see them make any mistakes on those calls. It's also worth highlighting between these teams. You talk about Livefire being Optic's map, but it is worth noting. The last time we saw Cloud9 play oddball on Livefire, they 2-0'd Kansas City Pioneers. However, last time we saw Optic Gaming play was against Sentinels. It was actually a 2-1 loss, which is not what you expect to see in the Livefire category, but it could be an indicator of why we saw that first round go the way that it did.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting statistic to back up what, you know, has been the overriding story about Livefire, right? It's always been historically a map that Optic have liked, understandably so, because they've won it the majority of the time. But Cloud9 are pretty good at every single map, and Livefire was kind of the outlier of maps between all of the top teams when they played against Optic. But you have seen Optic been caught up a little bit, I think, with the way that they play it, and a lot of other teams have kind of seen how Optic played it. They've adjusted their play style to not mimic it, but also, you know, take the good parts away from it and put their own spin on it, which is why you're seeing a lot of counter strats to what Optic was so good at. Cloud9 in that first round, though, I think it's a couple of plays stand out for me about why it's so difficult to play against this C9 roster, right? The APG versus Renegade fight is one of them. APG has a heat wave. He hits the first shot, doesn't get all of the second shot. Now, if you've got a heat wave in your hand and you're playing against any normal player, any human player,
anyone else,
then maybe you have the opportunity to fire a third shot to get that kill. Renegade slides out, hits a body shot, cleans up immediately. It is just, that's the level of efficiency you need to have in every single moment of the game. You cannot afford to miss a pellet, a bullet, any kind of damage onto one of these players if you hope to come out of a 1v1 on top.
Right, and that's what you expect to see from C9, which is wild. And I will say, you know, we've been watching competitive Halo for a very long time. There are very few rosters that are as efficient as this C9 roster, even tournament-winning rosters. There were tournament-winning Final Boss rosters, Triggers Down rosters, Instinct rosters, where they were not playing perfect Halo. They were just better 85% of the time. Instead, when you look at Cloud9, you watch all of their VOD, you watch all their gameplay, and you're like, they were only making bad decisions about 3% of the time, right? 97% efficiency on these game types is absolutely wild what we see from them, and they really have brought a new level of competition to this game.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting lineup as well. You know, the mix of characters is always something that stands out to me. You've got Stella, you've got this silent assassin. You know, I've kind of crowned him myself as who I think is the best player, all-round player in the game at the moment. You've got the kind of the enigma that is Renegade, right? The player who's kind of freakishly talented and pulls off these crazy plays that not many other people can do. Penguin, that consistency, and then you've got a leader in Eco who just kind of directs traffic for them and just makes sure that he is in the right place. And also one thing that isn't mentioned about Eco a lot of the time is that man is clutch. He is so clutch in so many situations for them. If it's a situation where he has to win a gunfight, he'll win it. And he gives C9 just that edge that they need to get back on the map.
And getting an update here from League Ops as we get ready to get right back in here. We'll start from round 2. Of course, round 1 did fall in favor of Cloud9, so we will start from the second round. If Cloud9 is to win this next round of ball, they'll take game number 1. However, if Optic can win this round, they will force us to a third and final sudden death round.
So what do you think went wrong for Optic in that last round? Or is it just a case of C9 doing everything right? Because sometimes you got to put your hands up if you're a team and you say, they were just really good on that round. Do you think Optic have got anything they can tighten up on looking ahead to this next round?
I do. I think it's tightening up on really the slaying control, because if you look at even the opening moments of that match, it's Lucid all alone. He has to fight in a 1v3. He takes down 2, almost kills the third. Had he done that, we would have seen a different scenario. You can't put everything on Lucid or any player on Optic Gaming. Yes, they can win 1v2s. Yes, they can win 1v3s, but do not put that pressure on your team. I think Optic Gaming, we need to see a little bit tighter cohesion in their actual map movement. Don't get caught out as much. Make sure that you're not getting the first death in these openings, because in almost every one of those, like we said, there was at least 1 or 2 players down on Optic Gaming. If you need to let 20 points, 25 points go on the board, let that happen, but make your next push a good one. Make it count. Push with 4 players alive.
I think it's a great point. One thing that sometimes you can get carried away with a little bit when you're playing against a team like C9. You know they're going to punish you if you make a mistake, is not being, thinking we don't have time to make mistakes, right? And you end up making it because of that. You try and play a little bit too fast. You don't wait for the numbers. You don't try and overload one side of the map when you might think, 2 C9 members are weak here. We might be able to jump in and get those kills. It is a case of what you probably describe as an investment of 5 seconds in order to maybe grab 20 or 30 seconds where you are going to be more productive a little bit later on in the map.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Optic knows how to do this, right? This is not like we're talking about a team that's coming from the top 12 or top 16 that has less experience. Optic, especially with a coach like Lunchbox, knows how to wait for each other. They know when to not push, and it's really just a matter of putting those pieces together. Don't panic, and make sure that their pushes are counting. The tough thing is that the players on Cloud9, they know exactly where to be hiding. If there's only 1 or 2 players alive, not only are they staying alive, they're probably out-rotating you with the ball and actually putting more points on the board.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, we're talking about what seems simple things, right? But it's the magnifying glass that they put under when you play against a team like C9 who give you so little room for error. And I think any team who's going to be playing against C9 is going to have to keep that in mind. But while we're chatting away, it looks like the players are getting locked back into the game. You can see the fist bumps are going down. Hopefully, we can get this game back underway as soon as possible. Thank you for bearing with us. Why would you be anywhere else is the question. Live fire is where we go back. It is going to be C9 who have that round advantage as we head into what will be the second round of Oddball.
Moment to breathe there, maybe a moment to catch their breath for the side of Optic Gaming. They can come into this second round with a renewed focus potentially rather than having to dive right into the action. We'll have to see if that tactical timeout opportunity gives them a chance to reset here in our second round.
One thing that did impress me with C9 though, you got to remember that Optic have been playing for a while now. They are warmed up, they are ready to go. C9 look like they've been playing the same amount of games. They jumped straight into that first round, and they were straight on the money. The tempo was there, the rhythm was there, as now we're back underway in our grand finals. Eco and Lucid will trade out a few kills to start with. Eco now is going to land from Clouds. and pick up 1 kill. Not the 9 maybe you would have wanted if that was physically possible, but the heat wave is going to find its way into the hands of Lucid here. No oddball time really to speak of so far. I wouldn't call it a decisive lead, but it certainly is a lead here of 1-0 to Optic.
That ball's going to get all the way back on the other side of the map, so Lucid's going to have to figure out how he wants to push out a tower here. I checked the forecast. There's one thing on the menu. It's a heat wave, but it'll actually fall down onto dummy door, so that'll be down. Look for C9 to try to snag that if they can.
2v2 here on the map. Pistola's going to be pushing down, but Stella's going to be putting him under pressure. Eco got taken down in that push as well. So now you're going to see Stella once again playing his life, hitting a nice jump, and making sure that he is a difficult kill. This time he doesn't quite make it, but he's going to be under pressure, hits some good shots. APG also hits a body to escape, and I like this from APG as well. Recognizing that getting the kill there isn't too important, just leave Stella there.
Just leave it, call it out, and trust that your teammates will be there. Also, you got Coach Lunchbox behind you who can stress those call-outs. He can look at all the screens and say, this kill needs to be yours, Trippy. This kill needs to be yours, Stellar. He can direct the traffic as much as he needs to. So it's a few points early on for the side of Optic Gaming. We'll see if they can connect the dots to continue slaying right now. Right now, leading in the slaying category.
Still have the ball in their hands as well. 15-1. There's going to be a repulsor jump up to top middle from Trippy, who has that Mangler in his hands. The power-up's going to be jumping into the map in around 20 seconds or so as well. So you're seeing Optic already make a little bit of an early rotation here, but as you can see from the top left-hand side of your screen, it's Trippy who's left alone for now, as all of his other teammates have fallen.
Doesn't get a hit marker there, surprisingly, and also doesn't get a trade there. You can see he leans back there, a little scrunch of the eyebrows. Unsurprising, surprised to see exactly how that one played out, but while all that happens, there's a few points on the board for Cloud9. 2 dead momentarily for both sides. There's a power-up pop.
APG managed to get the power-up in his hands, but I'm not sure if he actually managed to engage it. Renegade's going to be last alive here, and he has that plasma pistol in his hands. Pistola is going to appear out of nowhere. Little shoulder shuffle coming in. Lucid there for the help as well. Pistola somehow survives.
Stuff like that, so that's what you need to see from Ola. There's nothing scarier than looking straight at space and all of a sudden a Pistola appears and starts to take down half of your team. That's exactly what he just did. That's a nice slaying and a numbers advantage for the side of Optic Gaming. Now here they are leading 32-16.
Love this rotation as well. They've moved the ball back to Garage. Eco is going to survive for now. A couple of missed shots with the Mangler there from Pistola is going to allow Eco to get away with his life. But now the rotation has come back in once more. This time it's towards tower. Pistola a little bit more accurate this time, but Stella is going to use that repulsor to turn Pistola into a pancake.
Ball gets played. There's one thing we got to talk about. Everyone in the game has either 4 or 3 kills right now. Lucid has 10. He's 10 and 3 right now. This is a very different round number 2 for Lucid. However, Sniper in the hands of Stellar.
Top tower control locked down by Stella as well. Lucid going to be challenging. Couple of warning shots, nothing quite connecting yet, though, for Stella. 2 kills fall to his teammates, though. Lucid picks up 1, APG picks up another. So now it's a 2v2 on the map. An opportunity to make a play, and it's going to be Lucid who gets the trade.
2 of the best players in the game going up against each other, going at each other's throats. Not surprising that they trade over at C. That Sniper will fall down in the plat, and just like that, it's a 6-point game.
Trippy trying to escape with his ball. Instead, he's going to try and escape with his life. Pistola is there to help out his teammate, though. Pistola with no shields. Trippy with no life to speak of. Eco now trying to pressure Lucid, who tries to slide across the key door. Whoa. But no. He won't get the kill, as Lucid somehow will survive. Stella has to come back, though, to finish the job.
Well, Stellar there literally jumps over all of the heat wave spread. You actually saw it on the wall exactly where the spread hit, and Stellar just knew to jump right over that shot. Great awareness from him. No points on the board through these exchanges. Both teams really just fighting for control here, but very nice work in the back of house from Stellar.
Ola trying to escape. Expect that oddball to be picked up by a Cloud9 member any time now. Renegade was the player who got the opening pick to allow the ball to move over to them. There's APG, Sniper, and Heatwave in the hand of Renegade here. Penguin picks up 1 on APG. Pressure coming in now, but it's going to be stopped because Penguin's just picked up 2.
Look at the movement here from both Stellar and Renegade, just hitting the drop slides and curb slides perfectly during all that. 2 still dead. Lead will change in a moment here. Now here they go, 40-39.
If you wanted an example of how efficient Cloud9 are, the man who picks the ball up has Sniper Heatwave in his hands. That's what they do. That's how they get the job done. Now it's been exchanged off to a teammate, and now Renegade could go to work with these weapons in hand.
The distance traveled in drop slides and curb slides over the past few minutes has been about a mile between Renegade and Stellar. Every time they're on a little bit of a ledge, they're just watching the min-maxing of that ability. So difficult to time, but they're hitting it every time, and now just like that, Optic Gaming, though, answering back. They're going to tie the game once again.
3 dead. Optic Gaming going to the lead here, and APG just made a play over at Dummies. Here comes Lucid to clean things up. Now, where are the spawns coming in here, and where is the rotation going to be with that oddball? This is the moment that Optic need to recognize where C9 are appearing back on the map.
Lucid there thinking about Repulsor jumping up top. Instead, he's just going to come back down. Here comes the rotations bottom middle, and also looks like the push is coming through Dummies.
Maybe Lucid got a little bit overzealous there, pushing with that heat wave. I understand he wants to get those kills. I understand he wants to hold C9 back, but escaping with a life sometimes a better thing to do. Pistola there to pick up 1 kill. The oddball is going to be played though, as Cloud9 do try and collapse. It's a 72-46 lead here in the hands of Optic. C9 though looking to answer back, but look at this, Optic off the respawn, looking to rotate that ball back to Garage.
Optic with the house rotation. Renegade hits a beautiful drop slide all the way out to Dummies, but gets caught out because the players of Optic there were ready for it. It's going to be an even side, 3 versus 3 momentarily, and now we will see Cloud9 with a slight man advantage. Will they push off of it?
Camo going to be popping in a few seconds as well. You can see it in front of Penguin. Great push coming in from C9 on the dummy side of the map. That means they're going to secure that power up. 2-4 for Optic as well, and that means time for Penguin.
Once again, you're seeing C9. They will get to an area of the map. They will slay. They will overslay just a bit if they need to, just to get control like this. They've got the power up. They might be down by 20 points, but they are on the comeback here.
Penguin with ball in hand. Mangler Camo in the hands of Stella. APG, he's going to have the heat wave, but it doesn't matter because the shots are crispy and connecting from Stella.
Oh
my goodness, Lucid. Forget about the Mangler. That's much more fun to watch.
Look at the smile on his face, too. Who does this against Cloud9? Unbelievable work, and immediately picks up the ball as well. He's going to rotate it, too. This is the Lucid show.
And this
14 points to go for them.
This is what you need to do, right? He's got the sniper in his hands, but he understands that to beat Cloud9, to take a round from Cloud9, you have to do the objective as well. Everybody has to do everything. Renegade now going to be challenging. Tries to get that kill on the ball carrier, but can't quite connect.
Unlucky there. You see trying to do a lot, but he's in a 1v2, and one of the best players to play the game, but when you're going up against 2 players on Cloud9, not... Oh my God, that's what we're talking about. Renegade hits a double kill and made it look so easy. Down by 10 points, but they're coming back in it once again.
Renegade showing that there are landmines in Halo Infinite as well, as he just destroyed 2 players who are at the back of green. And with that, it looks like Cloud9 have now got a setup at the back of the tower. They will go into the lead here as they cross Optic Gaming score. They need 9 points to win this one. Where's the push coming from Optic? Penguin with the oddball beat down. He picks up the kills required. Now he's just trying to dodge around the geometry, but with 1 second left. The break comes in from Optic, but C9 get the ball in their hands. They will pick up the first map of the series. And I tell you what, if that game is any indication of how this series is going to go, it's going to go the long way.
It really will. Fantastic matchup there. Our first game, in the end, Optic Gaming able to put up a good fight in round number 2, but C9 with a bit of a heartbreaking moment there as they were going to come back into the game. They were down by over 20 points. They bring the game all the way back, and they say, not so fast. We're not interested in going to a round number 3. We've got dinner plans, and we're going to do this very quickly. Cloud9, they take your first game.
Yeah, Cloud9 not just the most efficient team in-game, but looking like the most efficient team out of game as well. Late arrival and early leaving at the moment is the plan for Cloud9. Get in, get out, pick up another trophy. And I'm sure the C9 fans will be absolutely fine with that if they do manage to go back-to-back with land victories today. For Optic, a few things to think about, though, but also a few positives to take away from that first game.
Definitely. I think we saw a much better Optic in round number 2. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here from this. This is round number 1 you might have caught here. And time again, it felt like, and this is Renegade, first of all, missing the triple, but then catches it anyway on the killing spree. And just as, like we said, I think Lottie said it best on the desk. We knew this series was going to be a highlight reel, and game 1 already delivered.
Yeah, this shot from Lucid, by the way.
Oh my God.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The nerve of the man to go for that kind of shot is symptomatic of what you can expect to see. This was getting nervy towards the end, though. Penguin with the beatdown with the ball, and then somehow managing to survive for just long enough. As his teammate came in, I think he picked that last second of ball time up, means that we find ourselves into our game number 2 of our grand finals now. We're going over to Streets for some Slayer. Now, Cloud9, they've been saying themselves, have struggled on their Slayers a little bit, but throughout this weekend, I would also say that there have been some big performances from them as well.
Interestingly, both of these teams lost this match earlier on. We did see Cloud9 lose Slayer Streets to Fnatic at this event in that long-fought 5-game series. And actually, as you see here, Optic Gaming tied with C9 on Streets Slayer, 3-0 in Pro Series over the course of the month of January. As we take a look at Optic Gaming's last Slayer Streets as well, it's also a loss against EUnited, 50-44. So the two games relatively close. However, both teams coming off of recent losses on this game type. This might be a bit more neck and neck based on those stats.
Based on those stats, it seems like neither team is going to win.
We could have an even longer night than we expected.
This is true. We'll have to work out how that resolves itself, but hopefully...
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just make the rules up as we go along, but it is an opportunity maybe for Optic to answer back. They've shown that they can match the big plays coming in from Cloud9. I think it's just the consistency of the big plays as well they need to try and match. It's so difficult to try and sum it up sometimes when you're playing against Cloud9. You can't make mistakes. You've got to be perfect, and that's pretty much it. Here we are, heading ourselves into game number 2. Optic need to match the aggression of Cloud9, and most importantly as well, if they get 2 or 3 dead, they need to make it a 4 dead as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Come in quick and collapse on your opponents. Do not give Cloud9 the room to push back out, the room to get more points on the board and control of the map. That'll be the challenge ahead of him. Can Optic Gaming answer back in this series? They find themselves down 1-0, now looking to tie it up. Here we go, game number 2.
Don't forget about that rocket launcher as well. That can be hugely instrumental in how things start. Stellar and APG gonna exchange kills off the rip here. Stellar already aggressively pushing into Tram. Look how quickly he's got across the map, and he's immediately got a Stalker Rifle.
It's a very specific opening strategy that you just saw. Stellar goes top rail, immediately checks Neon, then immediately goes front C. His team also pushes through. A few kills exchanged, but Cloud9 clearly pulling things out of the playbook here for the opening starts.
Renegade finds 1, Renegade finds 2, Pistola, you're the triple! Renegade! 3 in a row, Optic 4 dead.
That's a full base trade from Cloud9. Like we said, that is out of the C9 playbook. They fly straight to C, they go up Neons, they win the Rockets, and then on the backwards rotation, they pick up all the kills. They're already up by 7.
8-1. Optic only managing to pick up 1 kill so far in this game. And C9 look like they want to remind everybody that this is going to be their final. At the moment, though, they got some work to do still. 10-3 the score. Eco looking to put more pressure on. Stalker Rifle in the hands of Lucid. AR in the hands of Eco. Penguin picks up 1 onto Lucid to clean out PD. That means Eco can face forward and try and cut mid-map.
Eco styling on the fools with the pink AR. Look at this. He's just dancing around now. They have quadrupled, their opponent's score at 14-3. And this is one of the best starts we've ever seen. We have 2 players goosed on Optic, Trippy and Ola, yet to be on the board.
Trippy picks up 1 though. That's at least going to take him off Goose Watch. Renegade manages to escape with his life. Trippy also will join Pistola on... Excuse me, Pistola. He's still going to be on 0 kills. Trippy picks up his 2nd of the game and also finds a Bulldog. Now, 14-7. Doubling up on the score is Cloud9 here. And you can see that Optic just starting to look a little bit staggered. Trippy's trying to wait for a teammate, trying to see if anyone is in position to help him. But while all this time is elapsing, you can see that C9 are just getting together and making sure they're making pushes on the other side of the map. Stella's found himself a rocket launcher. That's 2 in a row now for C9, and this is bad news. If you're an Optic fan, he finds 1 and almost connects with the second 2.
Way to continue the streak here. I will say Optic Gaming did slow this down, right? It was 14-3, now it's 18-11. It's a 7-kill game, and Optic Gaming knows that there's a lot of time to find their footing. We're early on in this game. Yes, it was a big lead for the side. Oh boy, trying to find out what's going on around him, and a little bit of chaos there at the cafe. We'll see the side of Lucid fall. Stellar with some good pressure coming off of bottom Neon. Still a 7-kill game.
Well, Optic have got to work their way back into this game. They start to at least chip away with things. Let's see if they're cool and calm in the comms, though, by jumping in to an Astro listen in.
You dead, guys.
Where they at? I'm pushing up market here.
I think they have
Joey's in
Bulldog.
tires. They're going to have
Cuts in market.
Coming up, you
Tommy, you're by Red Alley.
Red Alley naded me. I'm 1 shot.
3 here.
Listen, guys, get your shields. We can play purple. We can play purple.
Yep. I can go purple.
I'm back PD.
Yeah, they're already cuts. Already
Well, you're
cuts.
by yourself, then
You
you
have a
need to
stalker
hide.
on cuts. Push me purple.
Yeah, purple right here.
I'm looking around.
Nice
Shot
start.
cuts.
He's got pushing us tires.
Can't
Tires
push
right now. We get tires.
Here
3
you
of
go.
them here.
Tires.
I got one.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back to help Justin.
Cuts. Market.
We should push this out together. Brad, you're completely alone, Brad. You're completely
Market
alone.
still.
Try and get out of there, Brad.
Yo, driveway.
Alright, they're still cuts. Just hide.
Driveway's
one.
Driveway's 1 shot. Red room.
I'm 1 shot. I'm dead from nades, maybe.
Need to live.
Red alley. Red alley.
I'm dying from nades.
Two
I got
guys here. I need
I got
angles.
1 shot. I shot him once.
Alright, try and
One
live.
shot market.
Bulldog down.
Guys,
Bulldog down
stop
there.
leaving each other. We're
Rockets
just
are
walking
up at
away from
30.
each other.
Fires 1. He's 2 fires.
Even though Optic were on the back foot off the rip here, you can see that they're still cool. They're still calm. They're still communicating, and it's reflecting on the score now, Andy. It is just a 6-kill game. It's very different from just a few moments ago.
Yeah, they're keeping this one close. They managed to make sure that C9's not running away with anything, and credit to Optic there. You pointed it out perfectly, though. they're so calm, and they're not worried about what might happen here in these next moments. Once again, keeping the game within 6. And doesn't matter if they're winning, losing, if it's a big deficit. Optic Gaming knows what they need to do to communicate, but C9 with so much pressure and a rocket grab as well.
Third rocket grab in a row for C9. And even though Optic have done some hard work here, some hard yards to get back into this game, the rocket launcher in the hands of Renegade might just make it a little bit more difficult, but one's not going to connect. Good news for Optic.
That's very rare. As you've seen with the plays that we've seen for Power Weapon, that's more like it from Renegade. Usually those rockets connect, and right now they'll be up once again by 7 kills, and even though Cloud9 might not be quadrupling their opponent's score anymore, they're very happy to continue trading at this pace.
Penguin picks up one onto Pistola as well, and now look at this flank coming in from Renegade. Takes out APG. Eco's still going to be doing damage front of Tram as well. Penguin's coming to join his teammate Renegade now just to clean this final player out, but Trippy at least manages to take down one. Can Penguin get in position to trade the kill out? It looks like Trippy's escaped for now, but there's Eco.
This is dangerous because now we have the side of Cloud9 already at the 31 mark, and this is where things start to get dicey. If you're on the side of Optic Gaming, you can no longer afford to trade at this pace. It will start to get out of hand. You've got Stellar 8 kills already on the board, Renegade with 9 as well.
Lucy picks up the kill, but the plasma grenade that was left behind is going to get the trade here. Now, for Optic, you need to get this next set of rockets. It really is as simple as that. 4 in a row for C9. You ain't going to win too many games of Slayer by giving them 4 sets of rockets.
Ola there, trying to get crafty around back BD. Found himself alone, and not much he could do pushing out of that. Still quite a margin here. Now it's 9 kills once again. Cloud9 starting to pull away just a little bit more.
Lucy picks up one onto Renegade. Eco now moving down the driveway, looking to see if he can slither behind enemy lines.
The trigger discipline.
Seems the 2 players, gives that information away as the rockets are going to be coming up here in 13 seconds. Now, massive moment in this game. If Optic can get them, there's a chance. If not, this might be game number 2.
They don't know about Eco. They do not know about Eco unless someone gets an angle on him. Eco's going to be able to help out with that team shot. Actually going to rotate back around here.
Yes, because one player fell from C9 in the build-up here. Pistola now going to push forward. Look at the bait and the switching, though. Pistola got baited out, and he took the bait. Rockets, where are you? APG's got him. Eco's hunting him down, though. That was 1 rocket fired by APG. There's 2, no kills. So even though Optic managed to get the rockets in their hand, they weren't efficient enough to put them to use.
Yeah, Optic only gets 1 in the kill differential category after those set of trades. Not exactly what they had hoped, because as I said, now we are in the danger zone, well into the danger zone, but kills being exchanged here, they bring the game back within 6, 2 dead for the side of Cloud9.
Now, this is what I was talking about. When you get 2 dead, you need to regain some map control. You need to pressure the final 2 players of Cloud9. Look at Eco here. He's been alive for around 15, 20 seconds or so without taking any damage whatsoever. And this is what can happen. If you don't deal with the last couple of players alive as quickly as possible, they can then pinch. They can cause problems here, and that's what Eco's doing.
Ping's going down here in the commercial district. Eco all business as he tries to fly around front C. 42-36 though. Optic has not only kept this game close, they've brought it a little bit closer than we saw moments ago.
Ola picks up 1 as well. The Stalker rifle in his hand. Those were some juicy, juicy shots coming in from I Got Your Pistola, and they needed to be. 37-42. This one is not done and dusted, especially with the Stalker in the hands of Pistola. He'll be able to get this information and do a lot of damage, but look at the collapse now from C9.
I was going to say, Ola's going to get collapsed on for sure, just desperately trying to play these angles, but he gets taken down. All 4 players of C9 looking at Ola.
Yeah, you have to wonder where the comms were from Optic there. Microwave in the hands of Penguin. Usually a cold water animal, but this time he's heating things up as it's 45-39. Renegade trying to push down the pink string as well. Trippy gonna challenge, Trippy gonna win.
Still not over. They brought it within 5. This is the closest margin we've seen for the side of Optic in quite some time, but look at the looping and angles from Eco. 45-42, it's now within 3. Make
APG.
That 2, 45-43. It's only a 2-kill game.
APG with a killing spree. 2 kills now, the difference between the 2 teams. And look at where C9 are trapped. They're all inside of Tram. 3 minutes 50 left on the game clock as well. APG has that Bulldog. Renegade, though, picks up the kill with a Stalker rifle.
46, 43, 47, 43. Another one from Renegade. They'll trade out. Now still a 3-kill game, but only 3 to go for Cloud9 as well. If there's one team that can bring this back, we've seen Optic Gaming do it so many times before. 48, 45.
C9 are flooding one side of the map, though. Lucy needs to get across the map as quickly as he can to help out Pistola and Co. And it looks like C9 have just slowed this game down. They know they only need 2. Lucy doesn't have any rockets left, though. Optic. It's going to be just straight gunfire between the 2 teams. APG will still have that Bulldog, I believe, in his hands. 2 players from C9 retreat. Stella's going to be working with Eco here. Stella might be caught out. You can see
Here they go,
the call-outs are coming. Lucid picks up one. Eco's going to be trapped mid-map as well. Eco's managed to just slide away, though. APG gets him, though. It's a 1-kill game.
It's a brilliant play call from Optic. They decide to disregard Tran. They disregard C. They come all the way back to A. It's a perfect team shot. There you go. Tied at 48. No, 49-48.
49-48. 1 kill for Cloud9. 2 kills for Optic. Question is, who's got that ice?
Oh my God, so much pressure here. You do not want to go down 2-0 against C9. Nade's coming in on Neons.
Push coming in from Optic Gaming as well. Renegade's trying to back up. He's got that Stalker rifle in his hand. Renegade says, I want to make the play. I want to win the game. And that's what's going to happen. C9 have the ice. They're up by 2.
Renegade with the play of the series so far. Without a doubt, he drops down from Neons. Had to check a few angles. He goes ball spawn and just decides to make the play. Gets the information he needs. You could tell by the look on his face. Just saying, I'm always going to hit those. I'm always going to make those plays. And that's exactly what he did. They'll win the game 50-48. Optic bringing it back. So close, not just within reach, but tied up. And they will fall in the end once again at the end of the game. 50-49, actually, that last kill.
49,
the
wow.
49th did come in for the side of Optic. But it was that melee kill just above ball spawn from Renegade. The play call came in from Cloud9, and they close it out. You got to think Optic, they had to fight back from a 9-kill deficit. Middle of the game, they were able to do it, but once again, they need to make sure they're not giving themselves all that pressure towards the late game.
Yeah, just gave themselves too much to do. It's as simple as that, and it is easy to do sometimes on Street Slayer. You lose the opening fight, you lose the rockets, you lose the Stalker rifle. It's not surprising to see the score where it was, but they did a great job of flipping it back round. The problem is a great job isn't a win, and that's what they need in this series at the moment. C9 now up by 2, but I think the difference in this game, especially at the start, not only the opening strategy, but you can't give 3 sets of rockets away to C9 to clear the map with.
And those 3 sets of rockets are why the game was 14-3 and then 19-10, but look at this somehow Optic Gaming putting all the pieces back together. Bringing this game all the way back to 48-48. Tie game here, and in the end, though, look at Renegade gets the information, even though that 49th kill came in. Knew that there was a player there, weak. Look at that reaction top left from Renegade. Knew exactly what to do, had the comms. They'll close it out 50-49 in game 2. And as we said moments before the disaster, there's one thing that was going to happen there in those final kills. It was either going to be a 2-0 lead in favor of Cloud9 or Optic Gaming was going to tie up the series 1-1. It's a very different tone going into game number 3 now that Optic is down by 2.
We've had some ridiculous Slayer games over this event, 50-49s galore, and that was another one. And I'll be honest with you, I was surprised that Cloud9 came out on top in that last push. I thought that Optic had 2 players trapped on that tram station. And it must have just been a microsecond, a millisecond between that final kill going either side. But it doesn't matter what way it goes. Well, it does matter what way it goes. It doesn't matter what the timing is of it. Optic, unfortunately, find themselves on the back end of it and down 2-0.
I also think it's a risky, bold play from Renegade that a lot of top teams might not expect, right? If there's players that are weak down bottom Neons past the Bulldog spawn, you see Cloud9 on your screen on a 7-game winning streak right now. To be honest, for Cloud9 standard, that's
normal.
Yeah, it's pretty normal, and it's actually lower than we're used to expecting. But in this tournament here, worth noting that they're on a 7-game win streak, and they have dropped games in this tournament. They've dropped a lot of games through the bracket.
And back in Raleigh, these 2 teams actually met up as well, and it wasn't a simple victory for Cloud9. It was 3-2 in the upper bracket. So Optic know how to play against C9 on LAN, and it's not a surprise to see the series as close as it is. The difference is always, though, it doesn't matter how close the series is. It's the score of the games at the end of it. And even though, you know, if that was the first game was decided by 1 second per round, it was 2-1 overall to C9. Doesn't matter. It's still 1-0 in the series to them. The second game is 50-49. Doesn't matter. It's 2-0 in the series, and that's the difference. C9 just win those games. You heard it from Renegade himself. He said, my teammates are the iciest players you could ask for. And it's like, yeah, cool, that's a great thing to say, but how many times have we seen it now? They just win the games in those close moments.
Even when you have amazing play calls coming in from Optic, they decide once again to disregard C. They come all the way back to A and Tower and clear that out, and they have a perfect rotation at the end. Like you say, it's C9 finding the ways to sneak out the victory. Just to circle back to that play we were talking about, it's a bold play from Renegade, one you might not expect. A lot of players who are weak are not going to jump up there past ball spawn back up to Cafe and fight in what was around a 1v2 scenario.
I'm not doing it.
I'm definitely not doing it. You will not catch me doing that. Looks like C9 back on the stage here after a quick water break. They will be back in their chairs and ready to play. Of course, players on each side of the stage given opportunities to take those breaks because we are in a best of 7. It's a long series.
Yeah, and they've certainly been playing for quite some time as well. So the players just need a little bit of time, like you say, just to grab some water and do what they got to do before they get back onto this stage. But for Optic, it's a time to just maybe take a few seconds to let that adrenaline just settle down, because trust me, you can say there's a lot of adrenaline for winning a game, but it's almost as if it's worse to have that adrenaline kind of hangover from losing a game as well.
And a 50-49.
Exactly. You've got to sit there, you've got to think about everything that went wrong, you've got to think about what could have happened, what should have happened, how did we let that lead happen against us in the opening of that game. For C9, it's like, oh yeah, cool, we won the game, what's next?
Yep, that's exactly what they're thinking. They're looking down the list, they're like, okay, won this one, we won that one, CTF Bazaar next, okay, cool, we'll do it. On the side of Optic, though, even though these are veteran players, you have to remember, losses like that are so tough. It doesn't matter how many years, or for some now decades, getting close to, that you've been doing this professionally. It's still tough to lose that 50-49 and get that game out of your system, to get it out of your mental and focus on the next one. But that's exactly what Optic Gaming will have to do. As we said, it's CTF Bazaar going to be game number 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical pause here, just a little bit of adjustment of an Xbox on stage. So thank you for staying with us. We'll get back into the series as soon as we can. But I mean, the one thing that's kind of stood out to me this tournament so far, Andy, is that the gap is closing. And I'm not just talking about the gap between Cloud9 and the rest, because we've seen Cloud9 bleed. They've gone to game 5s. They've lost close games so far. Yes, they're in the grand finals, understandably looking very good. Let's not take that away from them. But I'm talking about the likes of, the teams who were pushing the top 4. Your G2. I'm looking at Fnatic. What a turnout that was for them, almost beating Cloud9, like I mentioned as well. You've got Optic, who are winning games, game 5s convincingly, which was a problem before. And I think Sentinels returning as well. All of these stories are starting to roll together now. And outside of C9 being in a grand final, which is almost becoming what you would expect right now, everybody is pushing each other to put on these insane series that we've experienced.
They are. Even in the first moments of this grand final, what we've seen is absolutely beautiful mechanical mastery out of these players, and it's so different from what we saw in the first few weeks. These players are hitting every single mechanical jump that they need to, every single drop slide, curb slide, and absolutely perfect use of the weapons as well. And these two teams consistently, specifically, are pushing each other without a doubt in this grand final. But so far, it's been C9 with a 2-0 victory, and they find themselves only 2 games away from winning yet another consecutive tournament.
It's going to be a tall order for Optic to come back in this one. And just a reminder, if you're just joining us, the fact that Cloud9 are in this grand final from that winner's bracket, and Optic coming from that elimination bracket, means not only Optic, you got to beat them once, you got to beat them twice. And I tell you what, it's looking pretty difficult if you look at that stat at the bottom left of your screen.
I want to give a shout out here to our entire stats team here at HCS Anaheim, giving us beautiful stats all weekend long. Absolutely crushing it. It's great to have you here, and all the help online as well. We've got tons of help for people digging through stats week after week with Pro Series as well. And 10-0 on Bazaar CTF, that's quite a number. We're used to seeing very one-sided stats when it comes to Cloud9's historical records. But I tell you what, that one is pretty strong.
Yeah, it really is. And if I take myself back to the last time that I watched Cloud9 play this game type, if my memory serves me right, it was a 5-0 win back in the Pro Series, this was. And it was one of the most convincing 5-0 wins I've seen. Every single flag run was clean. It was as if there wasn't a second part to the flag run. It was just clean, just straight across the board, 4-dead. It was the most efficient running of a flag I've seen in some time.
Yeah, we should also look at, quickly while we wait for these players to jump right back into the game, we should look at their most recent CTF Bazaars as well, because they played, Cloud9, played CTF Bazaar against Kansas City Pioneers. They won that one 3-1. That was one of their last pool play rounds. And if we look at Optic Gaming playing CTF Bazaar, that was a 2-0 win over Sentinels. One thing worth noting, both of those games going to time, so you can expect a lot of Slayer control heavy games out of both of them.
I thought it was Richard Sims stood behind Cloud9 there. I thought it appeared in Anaheim, but he's not. He's not there. He's just disappeared. Don't worry, cameraman. Just pan away from him. Don't worry.
The ghost of Richard Sims.
Ghost of Richard Sims.
I'm looking over. I'm seeing Schurzy over there.
I'm worried now.
I was looking at Schurzy over there on our Xbox stream as well. It looks like it wasn't Schurzy. He's still chilling out over there, giving us a wave.
Gaskin and Tony over there as well.
Make sure you do give some love to our friends over on the Xbox stream as well, as they're holding it down with a great watch party and lots of ways to enjoy your grand final today here in Anaheim, and we're certainly enjoying it. And C9's dominance has continued as they're waiting to get back into this one. But as we said, only 2 games away, and potentially once again going to 4-0 sweep our grand finals. We've seen it before And if Optic Gaming wants anything to say about it, they're going to need to turn it on right now.
They certainly are, and maybe this break is good for Optic, right? It's a chance to reset the mentals, as the kids say. I believe that is.
They're saying that.
I might be mistaken. You'll have to correct me, young people on Twitter, and I'm sure that you would jump at the opportunity to do so. But
they certainly will.
They certainly will. Yeah, they certainly will. But sorry, I'm thinking into what I've just presented in front of myself for the next couple of hours. But it's going to be a chance, as I say, just to take a second and just reassess how they want to approach Bazaar, because it is a map which really does test every single limit of your game. It pushes you to be perfect.
And your patience sometimes.
And your patience. That is one of the things it pushes. And you have to be so disciplined. You have to be so effective. You have to be so accurate and so on point for every single opportunity to put a flag home. It is, I would say, one of the most mentally draining maps to actually play, with how much goes into it in a CTF game type.
And especially because when you're in your opponent's base, one of the main reasons you have to make the right decision is because it could be several minutes before you find yourself back there again. You know, you're going to be over there and you're going to think, oh my God.
Even if everyone's dead.
Right. I'm going to have to go all the way back to my base and figure out a way to get back over here again.
It's like
when you forget your wallet.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you get to the shop and you've forgotten
and
your wallet.
Like, I gotta go all the way back.
You have to do your Columbo and you do the slow turn back to the door.
They don't take Apple Pay. You gotta go all the way back to your house to get your wallet. That's exactly what it is here on Bazaar CTF. When you're in the opponent's base and you make a wrong turn, you're like, oh my God, we gotta go all the way back and we're gonna figure this one out again. And that's why you see lower scoring CTF game types on Bazaar. And that's exactly what we're going to see here, I think, is really Slayer-heavy and gameplay, control-heavy gameplay, and each team looking to make those right decisions in their opponent's base and send numbers and bring those flags out.
I'm so impressed with your impression there of forgetting your wallet. It's almost, it's very believable.
I mean, I'm
starting to question if you actually forgot your wallet last night when we got to the restaurant, or if it, if it might have been. Yeah, it might have been a ruse.
Thank you, though, for paying for that meal again.
Lampooned me.
Thank you again for paying for many of my meals this weekend. I appreciate it, because I always do lose that wallet. You're starting to wonder if I even have a wallet.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never actually seen his wallet. Come to think
never
about
actually
it.
seen his wallet. Anyway, it looks like the lights are flashing on stage. I'm going to presume that means we're close to a game. I have absolutely no idea if that means we're close to a game, but it looks like, hey, look, maybe it does. The fist bumps are coming in. Oh, my God, I can see into the future, Andy.
There's 3 pieces to the game starting. There's the lights flashing, the fist pounds, and then there's the actual physical game starting. That's the piece that we're waiting for here. Looks like the players are getting locked in. They're getting ready to go. We're going to be going to game number 3, and the battleground for our 3rd game is going to be Bazaar.
Here we go then. Time to lock back in, everybody. Apologies to everyone who had to listen to us waffling around for a few moments, but at the same time, hey, we tried our best to keep you here, okay?
We had a good time.
Let's talk about this game. Oh, we've already talked about this game for about 20 minutes. Let's see the game. Let's see who's going to be able to put it on the board. C9 versus Optic Gaming. C9 up by 2. Optic, can you pull one back?
That's the question. We need to see them answer back, and we're already seeing Stellar drop slide himself right into a mangler here, and going to take a look at this opening rush bottom middle.
APG picks up first kill. Lucid, he's going to get taken down, but it'll be 3 dead off the break here. 4 dead off the break here for C9. And Optic Gaming look like they've got that overshield in their hands.
Let's see. APG you see, raised the hand for a station.
He apologized to us.
Right there.
I think he apologized to us because he thought something was wrong and then he realized it wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was for us. You did see APG raise a hand there. Looked like he was indicating maybe trying to grab a station referee. But then the overshield maybe changed his mind here, so we will stay continuing on. That's 4 dead again for the side of Cloud9. Optic Gaming with some very great control and a very early pull as well.
They certainly do, and look at this. The rocket side has been completely locked down here by Lucid. This is the start that Optic needed. Green wall, I'm sure you're lighting up the chat right now, because they're going to have that first flag back to their base. They're going to have complete cover as well. Optic strike first. They're up by 1.
Surprised to see Renegade even throw down the shots there, maybe thinking that if that flag was unsupported, he could kind of catch the flag carrier off guard. However, Optic is a team that's not going to go back without their carrier. They're going to bring that flag in. They will score first. It's 1-0.
So the restart and the refresh of the mentals is good for Optic Gaming. And like you say, they strike first. Ola picks up a double as well, just to clear out the base. And he's doing it all from the bar. Unfortunately, some shocking events have just happened inside of the bar as the dynamo grenade will land onto his body. Renegade comes in to clean up the damage that's done. Renegade looking for 2 on APG, but manages to escape with his life.
Look at Renegade, just leaves that kill, knows that APG might go around, instead finds them double doors. You're not going to scare Renegade. He knows exactly where you're going now. He's going to start that flag run as well.
Now, only 1 dead here for Optic Gaming, so Cloud9 are going to have to slay once more. Eco's fallen. Trippy and Lucid get kills, so now it's actually going to be a very difficult situation for Renegade. You can see he's already being fried, he's being sizzled inside of that hut. APG with 2 should allow Optic to move into a position to pull this one back home.
Very nice double kill from APG. Also a very nice play from Ola. You might have saw him, he spawned bottom rockets, he goes pillars right away. They get that flag back home. Also Dynamos in the hut helped with that one. Shake of the head from Lucid though. That overshield will be schmelted.
Shake of the head, and understandably so, because when we talk about not making mistakes, that was a mistake. That was an opportunity to push. C9 just one step ahead of Lucid and Optic there, recognizing they didn't have overshield, so tried to play angles and hold different lanes where they could hit those nades, double up, and take that out of commission. From there, Optic find themselves 2 dead. Stella's already pushing through the bar ahead of Renegade. They're looking for a pull.
Nades coming in, they're gonna have to wait and reset just a bit. Gonna sit next to the flat screen and hope that the nades don't come in too close. Gonna hang out together here in the bar and just try to stay alive, do whatever they can. Keep in mind, nice push come from Optic Gaming though. They send 2 to fight the 2, and it's APG. Once again, another double kill for him.
Pistola here as well. He's got the thrust, and oh my word, stays alive with a little bit of help from a friend. It's Trippy who gives him that assistance. That was 3 or 4 dead in consecutive moments there for C9. Optic holding strong.
And if you're a fan of the green wall, this is what you wanted to see. Yes, we did see an early flag grab and pull from the side of Optic Gaming. They will score that, but what can they do through the next few minutes? Because Cloud9 is a team that will push you to your limits for the entire game, and so far, Optic Gaming is holding on.
Big trade coming in from Renegade in that situation though. Plasma pistol versus a rocket. Usually, you'd put your house on a rocket winning that one, but it's going to be the plasma pistol who managed to actually get the kill in that situation.
Yeah, thank God I don't have a house to put on that one, because I certainly would have put it down. If you take a look, Eco's going to pick up another one. Bulldog in hand now for him. Looking across the board, the big standout is APG. As we said, he's 9-4 at this point.
Pistola having a good game as well. APG and Trippy combining to pick up some kills. And look at Eco, he's having to wrap back through his tree to finish off some kills, but not without coming under fire himself, but gets away with his life. Big play there from Eco.
Yeah, nice little plays there. We might have spoken too soon. He's going to have to peek shot his way all the way into Hut. And, oh boy, that only means one thing. First of all, it's a dynamo nade to the dome for Eco, but also another overshield for Lucid. Let's see what he can do in round number 2.
A combination of grenades and different noises out of myself and Andy as that player was taken down. Lucid now moving through the bar with the overshield in his hand, with a bulldog in his hands as well, but just can't find any targets to play with at the moment. Finally, we'll find Eco. The flag is being pulled by C9 as well, so now Lucid has some decisions to make. Does he push this kill onto Eco? Does he wrap back to try and get that flag stop? It looks like he goes for Eco. Now he turns his attention to Renegade, who's moving the flag.
3v3 still. We do not see a lot of slays coming in here. This flag is still going to be run. Let's see a tick, 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 tick of the Dynamos. They're going to give some more information to the side of Optic Gaming, but Lucid will continue patrolling bottom middle.
Penguin taken down on the pillars. Lucid still on this little spree that he's putting together at the moment. Finds himself at 7-5. Unfortunately for him, takes a little bit of damage on his way down to the grave as Renegade moves in to finish it off. C9 now trying to hold mid-map. He killed the only player in the death screen for them. Lucid the same on Optic Gaming. Now it's a 4v4 on the map.
Ola, by the way, off screen, also hits the 10 kill mark. Renegade's going to pick up some more bottom middle. A spike grenade as well, as that Bulldog in hand with 1 shot left in it. Here's the grapple, he's going to fly in.
Grapple is going to be such a big game changer as we see Bazaar evolve, and there's a good example of why. Closing gaps, getting from one level of elevation to the next almost immediately means that you can pressure a player and catch him off guard. Now, what are we going to see here? Is it going to be that flag being grappled towards Renegade? Is he going to save it for a little moment? A little bit later on in this run, they've got it out halfway now. Where are the kills coming in?
You can tell by his reticle placement, he thought for just a split second about grappling that flag. Instead, he used the grapple to push out, make sure Lucid got cleaned up, and he saves the grapple. Maybe he needs it for later in the run. He might come to use it.
Stella picks up 1 kill. Trippy's going to be there. It's Lucid, excuse me, who's going to win a vital battle. Manages to stay alive as well as his shield will be tickled away by that dynamo grenade. The flag is still out here. Overshield just came up as well. Rockets also came up, and like you say, the overshield did not get popped. So Rockets OS in the hands of OG.
Didn't pop the first time. Looks like it does pop the second time. It was in the hands of Ola. Looks like I got melted. I think Ola was the one to grab it there. So he'll have to reset though, but it will be at least a deny of the overshield for the side of Optic Gaming. And right now, looking very good in the mid game here. Not only did they open this game strong, but still continuing the pressure.
Lucid trying to work with Pistola here, bottom middle to stay alive. Not going to happen for now as Renegade is going to use those dynamos once more to sizzle away at the skin of Lucid.
Wow.
Lucid should be taken down by that dynamo. Renegade picks up 1, actually exchanges the kill with the Mangler. APG hides behind the melons.
You can tell by the movement there of Lucid that Melon's always a great place to hide behind there. Banana Stand also quite a popular hiding place in the bottom of the market, but you can tell right there, Lucid was not expecting Renegade to just grapple whip all the way around to take that angle. A nice play there from Renegade, but these two teams now, a little bit of a volley back and forth, battling for control. Keep in mind, with only a 1-0 lead here, Cloud9 could strike at any time.
They have the flag moving as well. 3 dead here. However, the flag is moving on the other side of things. Eco's going to have to loop back around. He misses the shots. A Trippy with a Mangler gets the kill, which is going to slow down the move now coming in. Lucid versus Stella. Down on this low ground. Look at this, though. There's going to be a Pistola hiding in the trenches, too. C9 find themselves 3 down.
And this one should go back home. I think Penguin's the only one in position to try to get this touch. He will go down. Lucid should have the re.
Lucid's going to get the touch. Lucid's going to run this one back towards the base. The flag is still out from both sides, but Trippy's going to rally this one back. Pistola rotating back for him to give him that cover. Lucid can now push forward.
Looking really strong here is Optic Gaming. Like we said, what can they do here? They might get an opening flag cap, but can they play this game all the way through? That flag off screen should be coming back home any moment as it's going to be going up into the base. There's going to be some more shots here from Eco. How can they answer back?
Flag standoff between the two teams. Both teams have flags back at their base. Penguin picks up a kill on Trippy. Overshield's going to be coming up in a second. Can he get the pop? Yes, he can! Eco gets that overshield. Now this is the opportunity for C9 to strike. They can push forward. They can create space, and Renegade's going to be right alongside his teammate to do so.
What a big moment here. Does this game go 2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming, or does Cloud9 tie the game 1-1?
Where are the grenades? There's Pistola with the grenades. Return's going to come in, I think. Yes, indeed. Eco with a big play. Now is the flag going to be put in by his teammates?
Let's see exactly where that flag was hidden on the other side. They're
still dead. No!
Not in yet!
Lucid! Where did he come from? Like a thief in the night. He's on that return. It's a second away! And Lucid gets the re!
Who else but Lucid? Leave it to Lucid. He gets that return there. He had to win that battle with that Bulldog, and you had a feeling when that flag didn't go in right away that it wasn't exactly in scoring position, and that's exactly what the case was. Optic Gaming will stay in the lead 1-0, 3 minutes on the clock.
And how many times in this series have we seen those moments won by C9? This time it's Optic who come out on top, and it might seem like a small moment to everyone at home, but for the players in-game making those plays and coming out the right side of it, it's absolutely huge for them.
Huge, and huge momentum for the side of Optic. They look over at their screen, they see Lucid make that play, they're like, let's go. This is our game. This is our series. Optic Gaming is back in this. It's a very different game number 3 from what we saw earlier.
2.5 minutes left here for Optic just to hold on. If they can manage to do so, that they will get this game on the board, and we will extend this series at least to a game number 4. Rockets in the hands here of Trippy for Optic Gaming. And look at this, just a standoff between both teams at the middle of the map. Eco picks up one. Manages to sneak through the double doors as well.
Oh man, it's a great force trade from Stellar as well. Keep in mind, that overshield's popping right about now. We got 6 seconds, 3 dead on Optic Gaming. We might see a pull here from Cloud9 and an overshield grab.
Yes, we might indeed. 2 minutes left on the clock. Eco gonna
doesn't hit it.
I think he actually chose not to hit it as the grenades were coming in. Trippy, he's gonna be putting pressure on. Lucid has that Mangler, takes all of the overshield off. So you have to say for Lucid, a pretty good job in that situation. Doesn't get the kill, but manages to slow things down. But where's the rest of his team now? 2 dead. Optic on the back foot. C9 with that flag moving. Penguin gets the touch.
That is huge. He turns the corner there. He's going to wait for any nades that are going to skip off these
He's
stairs.
last alive.
They don't come through. Last player alive. He needs to cap this one. Where is Optic? Are they flying in?
Oh, it looks like Penguin's going to go for the slide. No one in position, and C9 tie it up. 1 minute 20 or so left on the clock.
What an enormous play from Penguin. He gets the flag around the corner. He gets right to the flag stand, waits for the cover, and then perfectly times the run. If Penguin doesn't cap there, that flag does not go home. Here we go, 1-1 with 1 minute left now in the game.
If Penguin doesn't cap there, Optic probably get a counter cap as well, and then it is game over. That's how the margins are, and that's how small the difference is between the two teams, and the scoreline really is. One little mistake, one little play, and the score finds itself tied up at 1-1 instead of 2-0. Now with 50 seconds left on the clock, it's C9 being aggressive onto the Optic base.
Aldo's nade finds the way of the Watermelons, and the Bulldog finds the way of Penguin here. 1 dead for the side of Optic, and Penguin knows he needs to stay alive here, though. And look at that, no more kills coming in. 3 dead for the side of Optic Gaming. C9, maybe with a heartbreaking flag run here.
They've got that flag running. Let me tell you that, APG, he's managed to sneak behind enemy lines, though. APG's the player to watch. He has to make a play for his team. The flag is moving, though. Ola picks up 1, so now C9 find themselves 2 down. Ola with a huge double on the double doors. It's double for Ola. Penguin picks up one onto Trippy though. Now he's going to go for the re. It's Mangler on Mangler. Pistola gets it. Pistola sends it home.
Not just a double-double, that's a double-double with cheese from Pistola. Going down bottom middle, but answered back right away with a double of Renegade. So he's going to fly right back in here. Sudden death overtime as that flag is still going to be out. And now it's going to be a little bit of an overshield popped.
He's just going to fly forward here. He might be able to get a touch if he can just avoid the pie ticking down. Nope. He's not going to be able to. And we will have overtime here on Bazaar. Capture the flag. Game number 3, as tight as you could like.
Gets more and more intense every single time you hear it. Overtime coming in there from Jeff Steitzer, and that's exactly what we're in right now. Sudden death, 5 minutes on the clock. The next flag will win this one. It has been so back and forth. Optic certainly putting up the best fight that they have all series long.
Now let's take ourselves back to the very start of this game. Who got the better starting strategy? It was Optic Gaming. They got C9 almost all dead off the break. They got Overshield, they got Rockets. The difference here, C9 have slowed it down just a little bit. They lost those first 2 kills, but they haven't lost everything on the map. Rockets are in the hands of Optic. Lucid has the chance to make a play, and it's sudden death. All you need is 4 dead, and you've won the game.
Renegade forces a rocket trade there. Trippy also falls in hut, so that's going to be 2 dead for the side of Optic, only 1 dead for the side of C9. However, gets tied up right away. 2 dead for both sides momentarily, and now here comes the eco push. And much like you said, Cloud9 knows they cannot risk going all three dead, all 4 dead, if they pull that one off, just because that first flag will win. They need to play a little bit more careful, a little more conservative here.
And you can already see in the gameplay from both teams, both playing a little bit more conservative. Yep. Not willing to run out into the middle of the map without doing damage first. Now the push is going to come in on the Rocket side. Eco's going to be trying to push onto Lucid too. Lucid will pick up the kill though, and that's going to open up the tree side of the map here. Pistola is going to get a little bit of help, but doesn't need it. He gets that grapple shot in his hands. APG picks up another. 3 dead here for C9, and there goes Pistola.
If Ola can stay alive, he has 4 grapples. He just burned 1, but he has 3 more grapples. If Ola can stay alive here, they can really put a run together.
3 grapples. Let's see if he can put it together. Eco going to be hiding inside of the base. That one was for all of the Rick and Morty fans out there watching as well. Trying to just formulate this push at the moment. You can see the Optic don't want to give up too many kills without doing damage first. At the moment, nobody is able to survive. APG going down first, and Eco surviving too means that Optic are going to have to play this slow.
Optic tried. What happened there off screen, you just saw it for a second. Stellar actually wins the battle in hut against APG. It's so hard to keep your push going when you lose your hut player.
Overshield pop in as well. Trippy trying to rotate behind the player bottom middle. Stella managed to stay alive though, and now he's using the geometry of the map just to get himself into a position to maybe pick that one up. Can he use the dynamos to cut off that tree house? His teammate has moved in to get it. Pistola with an OS. A chance for Optic once more.
Also going to give a lot of information there. A few shots on the player pushing bottom Rocket side. That will be cleaned up on screen. That's what you expect from this Optic side. No Mangler drop coming in from Ola, but should be able to make quick work of Stellar. That's 2 dead.
One thing to notice here. Look how slow Penguin and Eco played this. As soon as they recognized they didn't have the OS, they just played the back of the base. They wait for the push to come in. The issue here for C9 is if they lose the kills here, there's going to be a flagpole and they're going to be spawning halfway across the map. Stella picks up 1. Pistola picks up the Mangler. Tries to turn his attentions now to the 2 players in the trees, waiting for help. Lucid picks up 1. Pistola has that flag on the move. And there's Trippy with the 3rd kill.
Trippy in the tree. This is where this man needs to be, but big plays coming in from Penguin.
Pistola picks up the kill. And now he's got that flag in hand as well. 3 dead here for C9.
Needs to keep going. There's no time to waste here. They're finding already 1 spawner here on bottom rocks. There's another one top rocks. They need to make sure they maintain slaying control. Lucid with 2 rockets as well.
There has to be a cap. It has to be a cap here for Optic Gaming. It looks like Renegade's trying to make a play on the re. The rockets are going to come in. Pistola picks up 2. That's 3 dead. Killing spree for Lucid. And the flag going home here for Optic Gaming. Overtime means OG win as they put their first map on the board in the grand final.
And you can see the size of relief on the POVs there. We were looking at Lucid. We were looking at Trippy. You saw the shoulders actually drop. You saw them actually breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, oh my God, we finally closed that one out. We told you, because our CTF was going to be crazy. It was going to be a long one, and we even went to overtime. Optic Gaming closed it out, and that's exactly what happened on set. You talked about how if C9 lets themselves go 3 or 4 dead, it could spell disaster, because keep in mind, look at that expression there, Renegade's face, not happy with that. Keep in mind, C9 is going to win that game in 15 minutes 9 times out of 10. But when it's about the first flag or the first flag in overtime, all Optic needs is that first flag. They're able to do it.
One thing that really stood out to me in that game as well was the amount of control for the first time in the series that Optic Gaming had over Cloud9.
Looks completely different.
C9 were on the back foot the majority of the time, but I need to give a shout out to one man in particular. I got your Pistola. Ignore these stats, even though Pistola's the man who is there. The play towards the end of that game to get that flag moving, to time it perfectly, to wait for the help, to get the kill onto Penguin that mattered, and then get a double kill as well towards the end. It's ridiculous. Pistola does things that impact games.
And also Trippy, right? He goes -3. I don't care he goes -3. He's the one who pushed Tree, right? Ola was alone in the flag. He's trying to win that fight with the Mangler against 2 players in Tree. And Trippy's the one who comes to help out in Tree. And then Ola comes and sweeps in, finishes that second kill on Penguin only because of the Mangler. And he's able to close out that game.
This is the return that came in from Lucid as well. There's so many crazy moments as well. Look how close this is as well. Returning.
Yeah, I got
alive just about. Penguin did manage to put a flag in for Cloud9 in those final moments, but this is Pistola at his best, right? Picks up 1. He managed to get the return to send it to overtime. The start of overtime here. Again, the difference maker, I think, was the opening strategy, but this play from Pistola, Andy, is what he does best.
That's the thing. You need special plays. You need big-time plays to get the flag out of the base on Bazaar. And if you don't have moments like that, that flag doesn't come out. The flag run doesn't start. It's a very different scoreboard here as we take a look at our series layout. Not 3-0 is what we normally see from Cloud9. It's 2-1. Optic Gaming right back in the series. They will win Bazaar CTF with a final score of 2-1.
Now let's just take a second here, right? Let's take a step back and look at that series score overall. 50-49. That game number 2. Optic win game number 3. I think maybe people aren't realizing how close these two teams actually are. I understand that C9 are the best team in the world right now. They've been winning consistently week after week. The first LAN, C9. We get it. But OG have made a run and deserve to be in this final. They are showing now that the belief is maybe the one thing that they were missing in those first couple of games, that the comeback that they made in game 2 has installed in them to think they can win this one.
You heard it from them in their interviews. We are the most practiced team coming into this event. They said since their Raleigh break, they have not missed a single day of scrims, and it is showing right now. They're back on the scoreboard, as you say, narrowly losing that game number 2. They did not let it go to their heads, kept their heads held high and focused on that game number 3, clutched it out in a grueling match of Bazaar CTF. If you're just joining us, it's 2-1 in favor of Cloud9, and we are strapping in for a grand final here at HCS Anaheim. We'll have to see what happens in our game number 4 as we get ready for a little bit of Strongholds on Recharge.
The 3-point checklist is started. The lights are on, the fist bumps are there. Gameplay must be just around the corner as I remove my jacket because things are getting a little bit warm in here, and this series is starting to heat up indeed. Now, let's talk about this next map, Andy, because I want to get your thoughts on how this one's going to go. Historically, how have these teams been performing in Anaheim on this map mode combo?
Yeah, we've seen some Strongholds Recharge from the side of Optic. They're 1-0. We did see them play complexly earlier on. If we take a look at the Strongholds Recharge that came in, was also another big win for the likes of Cloud9 in their pool play matches as well. So looks like both teams pretty confident with results here in Anaheim, but only one team is going to be able to close it out in our first set of the Grand Finals matches.
Selfishly, can't wait to see that shock rifle in play, because that thing has been putting some montage plays together and highlight plays for us to enjoy all weekend long. Off the break though, let's watch some Trippy. Eco going to be challenging on double stacks. Trippy trying to survive, cannot do so.
2 dead for both sides. Renegade with a very unconventional strategy, just going straight across batteries there, trying to do as much damage as he could. Looks like the first one's going to go to B to C, and also going to be a camo grab for Cloud9.
Camo for Cloud9. Triple cap. Off the break here for Optic Gaming. Which one would you prefer? I'll let you answer that at home. Eco going to pick up one onto Lucid on pipes, though. That's going to create the opening here, and it should be a chance for C9 maybe to change where they have the resources into some stronghold control. They've gone for A, they've got that lockdown. B also in their hands.
I was going to say, can I wait a few moments to answer that question? Because we'll see
how these things work.
We'll see exactly how it plays out. Right now, we already have Cloud9 back on the board now with a double kill chain reaction as well.
Eco! It's got me going like a chain reaction. What a shot that was. That's going to change what the numbers are looking like on the map here for C9. They have A control, they have B control. The score, though, is looking pretty similar. I like that from APG. Had the sword, gets it off the map. The shock rifle is enough for Eco to play with.
Yeah, he fully nopes out of that one. Says, I have no interest in letting you get the sword. I'm just going to find my way back to the depths of Recharge. So essentially, it's high game here. A perfect whiplash there up onto the bat ledge, and they will continue scoring.
If you've ever watched Tarzan and maybe you like the bad guys, and maybe you need a shock rifle to take him down, Eco is not missing right now.
Lucid says, I've had enough of that. I'm going to go ahead and push back to Hydro to get that shock rifle out of your hands because it's my turn with this weapon. We'll see if he can do what it takes to get his team back in the lead.
Can I play with the shock rifle now, says Lucid? Let's see what you can do with it. Optic. Hair standing on end, I'm sure, after those shots coming in from Eco. Renegade going to be flanking as well, just taking a few seconds too long to make a decision there, and that is going to cost them. It's going to be the triple kill for Renegade. You cannot give him the time to close gaps because he picks up trips.
You can't. Still 3 dead for Optic Gaming. If you're trippy, you also can't let yourself lose that battle there in the end. He did have an opportunity to close out that. He's not able to. It'll be a triple kill, as you say, for Renegade. Also, all 4 dead momentarily as Renegade keeps peeking all the way into Elevator, just like that. 73-22. And that early Optic Gaming lead has been all but forgotten.
Now, one thing that C9 don't like doing is losing games. It kind of pisses them off a little bit, and you can see the reaction that you're getting from C9 right now. They've had BC control for quite some time. They're about to cross the 90-point mark here in Strongholds. Optic have been on the back foot for quite some time, ever since they lost control of this rifle.
Eco already has 9 kills. That's triple anyone on the side of Optic Gaming. Yikes, it's a great work there from Trippy there with the nade, and they're going to go in and clean up 2 kills there. It's going to be all 4 dead momentarily for the side of C9.
But he gets turned over straight away, so the efficiency goes alongside the kills. Something we're always looking out for, right? 4 dead is great, but are you turning it into points? The answer is yes here for Optic Gaming. A and B in their control now. 100 points exactly on the board here for C9. Now that the shock rifle is out of commission, this is a chance for Optic to slow things down, play those corners, and just hold that AB setup.
That's right. The beautiful thing about both of these teams, Optic especially, trade there from Ola and Stellar. Optic especially is do not count them out. Doesn't matter the score line, doesn't matter where we are in the tournament. Optic Gaming is going to be ready to play the full duration of this game as they start to claw back here. What was just the 80-point deficit is now only a 40-point deficit.
Trades are fine here as well for Optic Gaming. You can see they're picking up kills as well. They're not even getting traded out. What does that mean? Trades mean triple caps. That is a triple cap now for Optic. They're back into this one. And I'll tell you what, if I'm Optic, next time I see a shock rifle, get it out of here.
That's right, triple cap here in effect for the side of Optic Gaming. They will continue rallying right back in this one. Will be some nice kills though, 1 dead for each side.
1 dead for each side, but it doesn't matter because look at the score. That's all that really matters here. And it's going to be Optic who go into a lead. Eco gets a blue hat, which takes him down to the grave. 2-4 for Optic. Eco still in the death screen. Renegade looking to make plays here around the camo.
A C hold here for Optic Gaming. Renegade and team are going to be pushing out of B straight into A. They want to get control of back elevator. And also a camo mangler for Stellar.
Ola taken down. Penguin going to fall as well, so a 3v3 on the map. C9 back in control of the scoring. Not only that, 1 triple cap has been flipped on its head, and now it's C9 who have control of A, B, and C. They will go back into the lead in just a second. There it is. C9 now with camo as well. This is looking dangerous for Optic.
And as you say, you do not want to tick off the likes of Cloud9 because they will answer right back. That triple cap will continue, and just like that, 141 to 118.
Renegade has the shock rifle as well. All of the pieces have just fallen apart here for Optic Gaming. It was looking so good, but now you've got to deal with C9 with the weaponry and the triple cap. It's going to be a tough push for them, but they need to commit to something. Renegade is hitting everything, by the way, with that shock rifle, and luckily we jump on board with him because if he keeps hitting shots like this, he's going to have to refresh that beam can on the end of it.
And look at that, he's just able to hold down all of C. Looks like he's going to make a low push here and just kind of whip all the way around, hopefully not slide too far, and just look at that. Ola's not ready for that flank, gets help from Stellar from the sneaky ledge, and then will maintain control. They're starting to flip C again. This game could be over very fast.
It could be over very fast. The one thing we noticed about grapple usage, it's not just the flashy plays anymore. It's getting from A to B as quickly as possible. Is the difference now. You can throw people's timing off as he almost rips a head off.
210 to 118. This game was just tied around the 105 mark. It's been a very different few minutes here as Cloud9 has had another spark of energy, which is a very dangerous thing for Optic Gaming, and still an AC hold. They might even get this reset on B. No, looks like C will now be the new battleground.
Eco is popping off, by the way. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Eco jumps into B. A is being converted. That's the respawn, as though Renegade's in a 1v1 with APG up there to see if they can get that in their hands, but BC will be in the hands of C9. They're moving just moments away from going up 3-1 in the series. It's go time for Optic. You need to do something, but Penguin's got the next camo.
He's just going to lurk around with his camo. This is the last thing you want if you're on the side of Optic Gaming, because look at this 240-point mark, and he's just going to wait on C for someone to come in. It's going to be Ola.
Stola gets taken down. No surprise there. Penguin with the camo. Always going to have the first shot advantage. 247. The game's done, ladies and gents. Optic Gaming are all in the respawn screen as C9 pick up yet another map win and now move just 1 map away from being crowned your champions.
And as the Optic Gaming fans started to rebuild the green wall brick by brick. Pretty quickly, we find the likes of Cloud9 back on top once again in game number 4. That was a very, very fast match of strongholds on recharge. Not one that was back and forth really at all after the 100-point mark. It's C9 with a great opening. Optic answers back with a triple cap. We're thinking Optic's right back in this series, and Cloud9 says not so fast.
One frustrating thing if you are building the green wall is when you hear the chug, chug, chug of the bulldozer decked out in blue and white appearing over the horizon. It's getting closer at the moment for the green wall. The trembles are starting to maybe loosen up a few bricks, but we're going to have to see if it stands firm, and we're going to see this series continue as we move on to our next game. Now, let's take a look at the stats, though, and I'll tell you what, I wanted to talk about it, but the game just ended before I could bring it up. It's always someone on C9 who steps up. It could be Renegade, it could be Stella, it could be Penguin. This time, it's Eco, 18-7.
When you have a player on your team who goes double positive of anyone else on the other team, that's a pretty wild stat line. That's exactly what we just saw from Eco. We'll take a look at some highlights.
Yeah, it's going to be probably Eco shock rifle kills. This, by the way, watch this. Trippy gets chained. Oh, Lucid goes down as well. Absolutely ridiculous from Eco to hit that shot on Trippy again. I mean, Trippy's done nothing wrong in this situation.
No, not at all.
He's just been on the receiving end of some nuts plays coming in from Eco.
I mean, absolutely fantastic stuff there from C9. It was, once again, a surgical precision the way they closed out that game. And I mean, look at, just, my God, from Renegade, the off-the-rack double kill as well. And it's unsurprisingly everything in your highlights package right now. It's all Cloud9.
Yeah, no surprise to see it. And what a way to end it as well, for Optic Gaming to all be in the death screen as those final points tick over. Says everything that you need to know about that game. Now we move on to what could be the last game here, our NA Regionals. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer. First to 50, we've got a camo, we've got a couple of dynamos, we've got a heat wave on this map, but I tell you what, Optic need this one, and they need it bad.
They do. We have Cloud9 actually losing their most recent match here against Kansas City Pioneers, 50-43. And you do have Optic Gaming beating Sentinels 50-42. So if we take a look at the most recent games here, maybe an opportunity for Optic Gaming. 2 of 4 losses, as you see on your screen, are on Aquarius for Cloud9. Maybe an opportunity for the green wall.
So you're saying there's a chance. So you are saying there is a chance. Maybe. We're going to get some more Halo Infinite tonight, but if I know anything about C9, they're going to want to get it done here, and they're going to want to get it done now. They want to end this series. Optic, on the other hand, know how to play this game type. They have been very, very efficient at rotating around the map and getting those kills as well. And one thing that always stands out to me about Optic and the way they play this game, Andy, sidekick control. Whenever they're inside of those bases, the sidekicks absolutely shred.
Right, it took about, I'd say 2 or so weeks before players started to really realize in Halo Infinite.
This thing's pretty good.
Oh my God, we need to start picking up this weapon, especially because it spawns in an area that it is also most dominant. It spawns on the utility side of the map, into the utility, and you see players picking up very crucial, very key kills there. Penguin, returning from that water break backstage, ready to lock back in and potentially sit down for a tournament-winning game.
Hey, what a start to Halo Infinite that man's had, right?
Yeah.
First event win, back in Raleigh, lifted up a trophy, and I tell you what, after not picking one up for quite some time, maybe he's going to have to add a few more shelves to the home back home. We're going to stick with that one, everybody. Bear with me.
I think you meant the trophy case.
That's what I meant. And let's talk about the trophy that's going to go on that, because it may be joined by its brother here with another one being added to the collection. Not quite sure how I phrased that, by the way, Andy, but you get my point. He's going to add another one. There's going to be 2 instead of 1, everyone. Okay? Cool.
We'll see if we can add that trophy on your screen right now
so you
to
do it so much
that
better,
trophy
man.
collection.
It's so easy
Back
for you.
home, that's what he's trying to do. We'll have to see if he can take it from the sunny, sunny skies of California all the way back home. But first, he has to win this 4th and final game. Might do it in this game type or might have to do it later on in the series if Optic can strike again on Aquarius. Up next, it's Slayer on a map which Optic Gaming is quite comfortable. It's going to be Aquarius.
Thank God you're here. Anyway, let's get into this next game. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. This could be the last map of our North American regionals. Will it be C9 closing things out, or have Optic still got some juice in the tank? It's time to find out.
Going to be keeping a very close eye on this opening rush. Those top mid power-up grabs as well. Look for both teams to strike when the iron is hot. push those opportunities, collapse on their opponents. Good opening here from Optic Gaming. They'll get the first kill.
Now, this opening is vital. If C9 get a hot start, all of a sudden the doubts start to come into your head for Optic. This is the end of it. How are we throwing this one away? If you get out to a good start, all that you think about is the game that's in front of you. 2-2 off the break here, but it's going to be C9 and Penguin who have the first camo of the game.
The first kills go the way of Optic. You saw it on your screen there. They weren't able to get the exact timing, though, to make sure they got top mid control on the camo. So already an early grab here for Cloud9.
Heatwave also is in the hands of Stella, I believe. I saw it pop up in the kill feed. So weapons and power-ups are C9's for now. Stella has been taken down, though, so you expect that Heatwave maybe to exchange hands here, as Penguin is trying to do some work with his teammate here, but Renegade pushes in, and Pistola will take advantage of that. It's 4-4 here.
So much pressure on both these teams. Cloud9 just looking to stay on their throne. Optic Gaming looking to prove that this team is ready to play this season. A very tough sixth-place finish in Raleigh put some doubts in the fans of the Green Wall. And right now, they need to show up here in this grand final. They need to do it big. They're down 3-1, only one game away. Double kill up top, though, for Ola.
Small things like that from Ola. It might seem like he's cleaning up a one-shot, but it's on the back of another kill. He's not letting Renegade escape. If Renegade gets around a corner and lives, you know he's going to do more damage. Making sure that you're responding to those one-shots is vital for success for Optic here.
That is now 9-7 in favor of Optic Gaming. You have Cloud9 trapped in their base. Taking a look. A little bit of trades. They're killing spree in the end for Ola. It's a good answer back from the side of Cloud9. We'll go over to Cloud9. We'll get into an Astro listen-in with the side of Cloud9.
Okay.
Nades up, I'm getting them.
Looking at you, John. We're gonna need those for P2.
Yeah,
you're alone, John. You're alone, John.
Yeah, you're going rogue, you're going rogue.
You guys
Yellow
P2?
P, yellow P street.
Yeah, yellow shroomsters, I think.
In yellow.
Behind the yellow flag.
We can yellow.
Yellow flag.
Ola.
P2, one shot, trippy.
One shot here.
Right, I'm one shot, I'm
here. Blue flag, blue flag.
Yeah, top blue.
And I had to yellow flag.
Got two.
Do that, yellow flag.
Up. They just got it?
No, it's still up. It's still up.
Top P. I'm going for it.
Yellow flag.
I'm one shot with camo.
Dead. Everyone top P?
Ola, I died. He
He's
killed
on
me.
one shot.
Ola's top P. Ola's top P above you, John. Going.
He's top mid weak. He's top mid one shot. One shot for me. Dead.
Three dead. No deaths here. No deaths here.
Did we get camo? Did
burn.
I'll
go get to blue closet, bro.
As we jump out of the listening, you can see that Optic Gaming have 3 players full, but the story of this game so far, Andy, is it's trade for trade. Nobody can get a foothold or any kind of control in the game.
Right, this is good for Optic so far, even though they were up by 2 or 3. In the end, they've made sure to keep this game very close. Got to highlight Ola right now. The man is 8-3.
Stella looking to lock down one side of the map. Trippy going to be picking up the kill in the team fight, though, and that's going to even things up here. 15-15. Lucid trying to make a play, but it's going to be a killing spree that's going to come in here for Stella. One of the things you might have noticed during that listening is just how scary Cloud9 is, right? They're so composed. They actually have the least, probably, comms per minute, right? They're only calling out the things they need to. They're saving their dynamos for the top P pushes. They know exactly what they need to do and when, and so far they've been executing. But as you say, trades back and forth, only a 1-kill game. Pistola 9-4. On the other side of things, Stella, the man you're watching, is the standout so far. 8-3 for him. Lucid will tie things up as we now find ourselves at 17-17. Trippy. Oh, big thrust from Trippy with the commando in his hands, winning that fight up close. Is vital, but there's the trade again. And Eco not only gets the trade, he gets the double 2. The game of inches, we're wondering what will it take for a team to finally get some top mid to control, get some team fire, maybe some flanks and some alternative routes to be able to trap their opponents in their base and start to be able to do things like trading 3 kills for 1, trading 4 kills for 1. Right now, still just a 2-kill game. This is trouble. Trippy manages to get that kill, though. Huge. That was so massive because all of Optic were trapped around the fridge and P-side. Trippy staying alive there lets his team reset in the base. They will keep the game within 1. We are going to need to see that time and time again from Optic if they want to stay in this game. That's the kind of moment usually where you see C9 collapse. They get 3 dead, 4 dead, and then it becomes 8 in a row, 9 in a row, and all of a sudden Optic are on the bat for that 1 kill from Trippy. It cannot be explained how important that was. Now he gets away with the camo. Trippy stepping up here for Optic. Yeah, we'll have to get this entire sequence after the match from replay because he has stepped up big, and it also means a lead for Optic Gaming. Camo, Heatwave, and an opportunity to push. Well, there's a player behind him, though. He didn't check his corners. Penguin picks up 2 as well, and now, oh no, it hasn't gone right. Optic lose 3. C9 just play the corners. Little rats inside of the utility room, and it works for them. It's exactly as you say in Halo Infinite, you have to check your corners. Though, even though after all that, we're still 25-24, only a 1-kill game. C9's game plan in that situation works so well, just baiting that player in. Eco also showing great trigger discipline to make sure that he didn't fire Give away his position, give Trippy a chance to turn around. Now it's 27-25. Lucid picks up one. Renegade getting aggressive now with that heat wave. Lucid trying to survive. He gets the beatdown, he gets the stick, and he manages to get the trade.
Trade there, so it will stay within 3. But a few trades for the first time in several minutes going the way. But once again, Optic Gaming answers right back. If they can get this one, this will be huge as well. There we go, keeping it within 1, 29-28. Optic Gaming seeming to answer back moment after moment, but we're going to need to see more from them if they want to win this game.
But look how much they're having to do just to keep it close. Renegade takes down Pistola and gets away with his life. 28-31, C9. Now 19 kills away from calling themselves champions once more.
Cloud9 looking too strong, even though we're seeing trades here. They look like they are poised to win this tournament in this game. Now they're up by 4. But that slowed down on the Renegade push. 1 dead for each side.
APG staying alive there on those sandbags. Camo popping up as well. Complete car side control here for Cloud9. Stella picks up a first kill in the team fight again. How many times do we say that? Renegade picks up another. Optic starting to fall like dominoes now as we see for the first time a lead extended in the favor of C9. And there's the battle rifle into the face of an Optic player. 35-31 now. C9 looking strong.
Was a 5-kill lead for just a second. Now it's a 5-kill lead once again. This is the part of the match where you don't want this to happen if you're an Optic Gaming fan. C9 starting to pull away.
The way that both teams have been trading, Optic need to pick up kills without response. APG will do so. So will Lucid. So this is an opportunity now to find Eco, to find Penguin, and bring this a bit closer. APG with a killing spree will do that.
Penguin, though, behind him gets the back whack. And once again, Optic Gaming needs to find a way to stop trading at this pace. For the past few minutes, it has been Cloud9 leading the way, dictating it, and Optic just trying to hold on.
But look at the buddy system. It's just almost exemplary coming in from Cloud9. But as I say that, Trippy with the sidekick picks up a double.
Absolutely huge to pick up those 2 kills. If he doesn't do that, this is a 5-kill game, but just like that, it's still a 3-kill game. Winning that, also getting information for his team for Lucid.
Goes down though.
Needs to stay alive in the back of the base.
Lucid goes down. You can see Trippy was just kind of an indecision. Do I push in? Do I have to let my teammate die? In my opinion, he made the right one. Lucid was always dead. He had to try and play his life, but now here comes Stella. He picks up a double kill. APG is going to try and get there to get the trade. APG will keep it close.
7 kills to go for Cloud9 before they win this tournament here. Make that 6 kills, a 4-kill lead. 44-40.
Optic have one chance now. Optic need to find a way to not trade in this next team fight. If they get 2 dead or 3 dead, then maybe they have a chance. Lucid picks up 1, but it gets traded out. However, it's going to be 4 dead here for Cloud9. Stella's just come off the respawn. Optic are back into this. It's a 2-kill game.
45-43. This can go any direction. Optic Gaming needs to play this very wisely, and Trippy with the camo. This is the man who needs to step up to keep his team alive.
I talk about Game 5 Trippy. I talk about big game Trippy. Make yourself a hero right now for Optic Gaming. Renegade taken down, no damage taken. Penguin going to be pushing as well. Can Trippy escape? He gets 2! He gets 2! And they have a lead.
First time we've seen Optic in the lead in a long time, and it's a perfect timing for them. 47-45, 48-45, only 2 kills away.
Optic Gaming, how have they done this? They've turned it around. 1 kill required as the man on your screen has stepped up in the biggest of ways for the green wall.
A brief smile on Trippy's face there. He knows that they have this within their reach, but they need 1 more kill.
They need to kill Cloud9, and don't get this mixed up right now. If they make a mistake, a clean wipe from C9, and this is a C9 win. It's a championship win. Optic know this. They have to be so careful. Penguin, no shield. Look at this, though. Trippy has to thrust away.
Where's the coordination? Where's the team shot there? Lots of damage done, but no kills are cleaned up.
2 minutes 55 to make a play, Optic. Lucid. APG! Oh, and Optic answer back. I tell you what, that is resilience coming in from Optic Gaming. We thought that was done. C9, 3-4 kill advantage until those last moments, but it's Trippy again who makes plays for Optic.
This is what we said we've been looking for from Optic Gaming. How do they close out the games? How do they fight through the toughest scenarios they find themselves in? Let me remind you, they were down 44-40 in that game. This one looked done, and it looked dusted. Once again, disappointment there on the face of Renegade. A little bit of disbelief, blowing that 4-kill lead at the end. And you talked about it on the desk on set. Trippy is your man who needs to step up on Championship Sunday. He's done it so far in this tournament a few times. That camo grab, the precision. Also, a lot of kills coming in off screen, too. That team was working, firing on all cylinders. Optic Gaming closed it out as a squad. They will win. Slayer on Aquarius. My God. Tie up the series.
Now you start to plant that seed in the minds of C9. C9 who have not experienced losses on LAN. Well, they still haven't. Let's keep that in mind here. Renegade, a good game from him, but a lot of deaths as well. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression coming in from Renegade, but I've got to give a shout-out to Pistola in that game. He had such a hot start, an APG as well. The amount of times that I saw a player die, an APG be in a position to get trades cannot be understated.
And I love, too, Trippy. He goes 10 and 11. Once again, I don't care. Huge plays from Trippy to drop down. He wins a kill that made sure that his team wasn't collapsed on. He gets that final camo, and remember that double kill and utility as well to keep the game at 40-37. If he doesn't get those kills, that game goes all the way to 42-37. It becomes a completely different game. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that match.
Absolutely insane, this series between these two teams. And while we get a second just to catch our breath, I just want to say to the boys on stage right now, you're putting on a show. And it's a pleasure to be casting it, and shout out to everybody at home who's watching it at the moment. If you ain't watching it and you want to get some more eyes in here, you should be doing that right now. Tweet this stream out. Let's see how many people we can get in here to enjoy this Halo, because trust me, this is world class. But these are the moments at the end of this game. Not only getting away from that first kill with his life, getting the double as well.
Absolutely beautiful. Time and time again, we saw Trippy stepping up there. And what I love, once again, that's not reflected in the stats. The boys are so happy with how they closed that one out. And they will bring the series to 3-2. We will go next to Oddball Streets.
Now, the reason that I say this is what I love, and you wouldn't have seen me, of course, I was pointing at the screen, the reaction of Optic, business as usual.
Yep.
Not getting carried away with things. The fact that they clutched out a crazy, crazy game, it doesn't matter, because they know the job is not done yet. The job is nowhere near done yet. They're still trailing in this series. And they're still going to have to produce these ridiculous moments, ridiculous plays to even challenge the four gentlemen you see on your screen right now. Cloud9 can bleed, but how much are they going to bleed in this series?
Keep in mind, earlier, if you didn't catch it, we did see Cloud9 go all the way to 5 games against Fnatic. There are teams here in Anaheim that have pushed Cloud9 to their limit. Right now, Optic Gaming in a position to also do so. They find themselves down 1 game in the series, but also 1 game away from sending us to a Game 7 in our first best of 7.
Cloud9 with a few things to think about here. They want to get Optic kind of out of that momentum, because I feel like as the longer the series has gone on, it's starting to swing back.
It is.
In the way of Optic. And like you mentioned, there's been a few times this weekend that we've seen C9 and we've been like, oh, this is interesting. This series is looking a little bit interesting. They've lost a few games here and there. And it's not just been Slayers either, Andy. It's not just a case of they've been winning, series 3-1 and they've just lost the Slayer. Been objective losses in there as well. Yep. There's been a few surprise losses where they've shown that maybe there are weaknesses to their game. Optic will be aware of that. Trust me, Coach Lunchbox behind them, he will be aware of everything that C9 have not been quite on top of, and we'll be looking to give that advice to Optic Gaming for them to extend this series, send it to live fire, by the way, which is Game 7,
That's right.
And see if we can reset that bracket.
Can't really say enough about how much Optic has stepped it up in the clutch department here at Anaheim. That was a big question mark coming in. Is this team able to close out games? Are they able to close out a series? Because their record was 50% in series deciding games. They were 6-6 coming into this event. They've changed that story. They've changed the narrative here as they're ready to see if they can fight all the way the distance in this series. But if there's one thing we know Optic could do, as we said earlier, they could play all the way till the end, especially in a Slayer. And even though they were down 44-40, they claw back. They close that out with perfect teamwork to win that game, force us to a game number 6.
And I think one thing that's really helped Optic out in recent weeks, as we see we're about to load into this next game, is there was doubters, right? There was doubters after a hot start to the game, disappointing in Rally. Then they had a few weeks where we were like, oh, are we going to see Optic back at the top? Are they going to fall off a little bit here? Those kind of moments, Andy, forge you. They forge you in the fires, right? They toughen you up. They give you that toughness that you need to compete in these grueling grand finals against the best in the world. Those things, you have to learn the hard way. Now, can they send us to a Game 7 here? We're moving over to Streets. We've got some oddball to play. C9 Optic. Are we going to go the distance?
C9 right now leading this series. Score of 3-2, only 1 game away from closing out the tournament. Optic needs to win this to stay alive. Here we go, game number 6.
Trippy POV, deservedly so after the performance at the end of that last game. Let's see what he can do off the break here. Looks like C9 are going to get aggressive. This is what they do when they get put on the back foot. They try and put you back under pressure. Doing that with a rocket launcher is a great way to start as Renegade threads the needle, picks up 2. Won't be the triple though.
Not a triple there, but the double kill will come in with the kill assist there, which will still equal 3 dead in the end though, so the medal's not going to be an issue for Renegade. Not going to worry about how it gets done. The job gets done. That's all he cares about. And the ball will also go all the way back into Tram now. It's an early 20-point hold for the side of Cloud9.
This is the most important game that involves a ball and that's been on all day.
Couldn't agree more.
The oddball game that we're seeing in front of us, 25-0 the score right now. Pistola trying to stay alive, Penguin picking up kills though, and points being picked up here by Cloud9 as well. Penguin with ball in hand once more. It's been a very strong start to this game from C9.
And they're not wasting any time. Sometimes, as we said earlier, they decide to really slay, they really control, they wait to get their ball time. Not today, not against Optic Gaming. They're not even giving them an inch. It's already 40-0. Very good control on the board. Renegade's got 5 kills, Penguin's got 4 kills. Guess what? The other 2 don't have any kills, but it doesn't matter because this round's already halfway over.
You're going to start getting t-shirts printed with, it doesn't matter, I don't care. It's become the Datinsky go-to. Stella now pushing mid-map. Trippy going to get taken down. Stella looking for that triple kill. Instead turns his attention to ball. That is such a heads-up play again, Andy. Recognizing, I got 2 kills. I've done the job I need to do. Let's get the oddball back.
Also just sits right on this ledge, not easily naded, not easily seen. Just going to wait behind the Bulldog spawn. They're going to cross the 50-point mark once again. Eco yet to get a kill on the board,
my God.
But they're 40 points away from closing out the round.
APG picks up 2, Pistola picks up another. Last player alive here for C9 is going to be Penguin with the ball in hand. Now they need to cut him off before he gets that play ball, but easier said than done. Look at the kill feed though. It looks like Lucid might have accidentally killed APG with a little bit of a friendly grenade thrown his way, or maybe unfriendly, I should phrase it. Stalker rifle from Pistola though, holding back and pinning back C9 in Tram.
And as we said, that's some of the fastest movement we've ever seen from Penguin. He gets that ball straight at A, and like you said, they were probably nading A. APG flanking around, trying to also kill the ball carrier. It did not pan out for the side of Optic Gaming. Penguin now with the rockets in hand, 2 dead still for the side of Optic Gaming. They will rotate Tram.
Look at this, Penguin just running the ball back to Tram and saying, if anyone tries to cut me off, I've got a rocket launcher. APG is going to have his shields broken, but at least not his spirit broken, as he manages to stay alive. Same can be said here for Pistola, stays alive. Lucid, he's going to be taken down. APG re-challenging. Kadabra, Abracadabra. Pistola appears through the door. Trippy will pick up the 4th as Cloud9 all fall. A little bit surprising to see, considering they had the rockets
Yeah,
as well.
that was 3 dead, and they did kill the 4th in the end. And now you see the pushes already coming in from the B side. Ola needs to be ready for it. Trippy is ready to nade driveway, but they're probably going to need 2 guns on this one.
First time that we've seen Optic with any semblance of control here. Any look like, any look at a setup, but Penguin is going to stick Pistola. Now, oh my goodness, Trippy gets slid out by 2 players, who's like a football game back in the 1950s. That one with 2 players going for shin-high slide tackles, but for now it's going to mean that Cloud9 have the ball back in their hands. 70 points on the board for them.
Not just that, that was Olympic synchronized swimming. Did you see the absolute perfect timing? Like we said, Ola got caught out. They did not have 2 guns watching driveway, and it cost them. Here we go, 81-20. They're 20 points away from closing out the round.
Let's just take a second to appreciate how efficient C9 have been in this round of oddball. It has been absolute decimation. Let's not get it wrong. Let's not get it mixed up here. It has been the C9 show. Eco picks up 1. Stella picks up another. 91 points and rising here. And with Optic Gaming having 2 players still in the death screen, it will be the first round of what could be the final map going to C9.
Nobody even got 9 kills. They won that round before anyone could even hit the 9 kill mark. And we will now go into our second round. Cloud9 looking dominant and now 1 round away from closing out this game, the series, and the tournament in our grand finals.
Last chance saloon for Optic Gaming. Rocket launcher going to be bottom middle. Stalker rifle already in the hands of Renegade, just playing at the back of the map as well, the back of Tram, just to see if he can get any peak shots down. APG going to go for those rockets. Eco going to be ready for him. Trippy with the ball in hand.
Absolutely melted there. Beautiful prioritization from Renegade. All he knew that he needed to worry about.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
My God, are you kidding me? You know what you need? The only way to take him down is a rocket launcher.
It really is, and even then, you need 1, sometimes 2. Maybe even a second set of rockets to do so. Penguin with the ball in hand once more. Optic had a pretty good start as far as kills are concerned, but one thing you didn't account for is the fact that Renegade is a freak.
He is indeed. Penguin goes, actually, I'm going to take this. I don't really want to have the ball around the cafe. Don't need that. Going to bring the ball all the way to back Tram. Doing a little bit of screen watching there to see if he can see where spawners are coming from. Going to rotate for just a second and wisely avoid the nades as well.
4 alive for both teams. Trippy trying to put some pressure on. And look at that stick off the roof, I think it was, coming in from Trippy. Trippy making plays once more. Eco, though, answers back with a play of his own. 1, 2, 3, 4, add them all up. And it's going to equal a kill going into the hands of Eco. 17-3 the score. Cloud9 not getting too far away, though, from Optic this time round.
Ola, last player alive for a second. He will play the ball up top garbage, but immediately gets sniffed out in the back of Tram. So now back over to Renegade's POV, 1 dead again for both sides, but that ball not played far enough out, and it will be another grab for the side of Cloud9.
Optic it's the willingness of C9 to just use the oddball and run the oddball back. They use 2 seconds of time to just throw it forward, knowing they can just get that gun back out and fight on their way towards where they want to set up. And Optic can't handle it at the moment. It really is that simple. They're about to cross the 30-point threshold here, 29-3, and once again, Optic have 2 dead.
Split spawns for Optic. That was 4 dead and 2 spawners there fresh. Optic needs to wait for each other. Yes, they're down by 30, but they need to make sure that these pushes count.
Rockets coming up, though. Trippy's making a move on them. You can see bottom middle, he will get them, but he's just going to fire that one into Halo 6, I think. That's going to get the hit a little bit more efficiently to take down Stella. 2 players have fallen from Cloud9, but where is that ball? It's still in the hands of Penguin, who's on his belly, he's on his bike. It doesn't matter what he's on, because he's out of there.
It's a classic rail rotation there. Really difficult to flank all the way around here, especially when Renegade is in one of the most powerful positions on the map. Optic Gaming need a few more kills here if they want to secure control, but 2 dead right now.
Trippy in Arcade with that commando in his hands. Pistola going to just fall over in front of him, though. Stella going to fall over as well. Renegade should be taken down. Great shots coming in with this commando rifle. Eco's trying to sniff him out around this arcade, but a little bit of dipsy doodling happening for now. Penguin almost got eliminated too. Good work from Trippy, but where's the ball? That's the question here. Optic still have 2 dead, and Cloud9 at the moment are just pinning them back into spawn.
You might have seen that Ola from downtown with those nades from front A. Make sure to slow down that ball grab. In the end, though, it still will be Cloud9 putting more time on the board, and Ola's the first one to fall, but Lucid is already behind enemy lines.
Need big plays now from Optic. They've got 2 dead. They need to get that odd ball in their hands. There is Lucid to collect that catch, the throw coming in. APG picks up another. 3 dead here for C9. The first time we have seen Optic with the ball in their hands. Now, can they hold efficiently? What's the next rotation going to be if they pick up kills? All questions we're going to find out in the next few seconds.
Eco, last player alive. Notice how Eco does not expose himself. He waits for his teammates. Of course, easier said than done, especially when you have a little bit of a lead here. But Optic has brought this game back now within 20 points after a nice set of slays. But we'll have to see if they can hold on. 1 dead for each side.
You cannot underestimate how emotionally draining this game is as well for Optic, knowing that just 1 mistake and this is the series gone. They have to not only win this round, but they have to win back-to-back rounds of oddball if they want to give themselves the opportunity at resetting this bracket after a game 7. This is looking like a good rotation, though. Oddball going to be thrown towards the stairs. Rockets in the hands of Stella, though. Doesn't connect with one. APG might be able to survive, but also might not be able to get that oddball in a more comfortable position. C9 collect the ball once more.
What does Trippy do here? Trippy was the last player alive. Ola spawns PD. They need to once again wait for each other. Trippy with a nice kill to even things up just a little bit, but Optic needs to push together. They brought the game within 20 points, but they need to make these pushes count.
Great shots coming in from Stella. Even better bank nade coming in from a pure gangster. He manages to pick one up. Renegade going to throw that ball out front, and now he's going to look to slay. Ball going to be picked up by Trippy, though. He's running straight towards Renegade. They need to deal with him as quickly as possible here. He shouldn't be allowed to get this kill. Look at that positioning from Trippy, knowing to keep his head down. But look, Renegade's still alive here.
Surprising there, a little bit of pressure coming from Driveway distracted Ola, so they're unable to help. And Trippy needs to win this one in the back of the base. 3 dead for the side of C9 once again. Where's that last C9 player? He's on the ball.
He's on the ball, and Eco is looking to get a play. If he gets a play here, that would be massive. It's just gonna stay inside a tram, which is good news for Optic. An opportunity with a hold here to maybe go into a lead. Maybe they can just shift that pressure, turn it back onto their opponent's Cloud9 here if they can do so.
Almost the slowest slow motion play ball we've ever seen. Nice shots from Lucid. This is what you expect to see from the guy. We have not seen him popping off like we usually do. Gets a bit overzealous, perhaps. 2 dead for Optic.
71-78, but look at where the ball is. It's being thrown out towards that pink street. Penguin and Renegade pick up 2. Cloud9 starting to rally here. They've got that odd ball in their hand still. They only need around 24 points to close out this series. Now it's 20. Optic, you gotta go, and you gotta go now.
This push needs to count. 12 seconds on that rocket launcher, but do they even have that much time?
Eco picks up 2. 85 points now. Eco! 3 kills for him. Oddball in the hands of C9. And surely this is the moment they've been waiting for. It's been online dominance. It's been LAN dominance. It's back to back for C9. Your HCS NA Regional Champions.
This is the team that everyone was betting on. They had a tough grand final. Wasn't the easiest one they've seen. Optic Gaming putting up a great fight, but in the end, it's Cloud9 closing out your best of 7 in 6 games. One of the most difficult roads they've had on LAN so far, but they will now walk up and hoist the trophy.
A huge congratulations. I know you can't be here with us, but trust me, we can feel you at home. Congratulations to Cloud9.
All right. I'm right behind y'all, boys, okay? I want to come up here in the middle as the squad has came out once again with another dub. And Hoaxer, when it comes down to Halo, you guys came out on top again, but talk to me just about the competition this weekend, because it was so good.
It was, man, all around it was pretty good. I mean, GG's to everybody we played this weekend. But, I mean, these guys right here, man, we just clutched it up when it mattered. You know, it's just proud of these guys. We're running it back to back.
There you go. Stellar, man. You're a man of few words, but you get it done, okay? The jack of all trades. How you feeling in this moment?
On top of the world. Feel good, bro.
Yeah.
Brayden is just short, sweet, and to the point, man.
Short, sweet, and to the point, but he is very deadly, am I right?
No, he is deadly. He's probably the purest competitor. I keep saying it, but like that guy is just all about it, man.
How you feeling today, Penguin? Any shout-outs out there?
I got shout-outs from my girlfriend, of course, because she actually came to the event with me, but unfortunately couldn't spectate here. But nah, dude, I mean, it felt good to win that one because we won the first one. Like, you know, people said whatever, like, you know, this, that, Sentinels isn't full power, whatever. We came out here, we beat everyone we needed to beat, and we went back to back, and I think we really just shut some people up. And we also won online, which is crazy because we suck online.
Online, on LAN, it didn't matter equal, okay? Because with this squad right here, it seems like no matter what's in y'all way, y'all know how to overcome it.
I mean, yeah, we put in a lot of work online, and I think it showed a lot here today. And I'm proud of everybody.
Renegade, the most lethal player in our event once again. The main slayer, the Terror himself, man. How you feeling after your performance?
I mean, it's expected out of these guys. I mean, we came here to win, of course. GG's the Optic. I think those guys put a really good match against us compared to earlier in the day. You know, they showed up, but as I said, we're the best team in the game.
The best team in the game, Cloud9. Give it up for them in the chat. Y'all couldn't be here, but they got it done. One more time, stand as a squad. And Lottie, you guys can take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and a huge congratulations to the undisputed champs of Halo Infinite right now. My goodness. I feel good right now. I'm just going to say it. I feel a little bit like a champion myself just because I did say Cloud9 were going to win this one. And, you know, just unbelievable performance out of all of those guys on that roster. I'm a little bit shocked for words, I think, at this moment in time, just because of the way that they carry themselves forward in a series. They're ever changing. They adapt to absolutely everything. And I got to say, on the other side of things, you got to give respect to Optic. They really put up a decent fight there. And Clutch, as somebody who did vote for Optic to take this series, what did you make of the gameplay overall and the matchup that we saw on the main stage?
I mean, it was good, but it wasn't enough. And the best team at this tournament won this tournament. I think we can all safely say that this Cloud9 roster is absolutely no joke. Unbelievable players. I mean, these guys are historic Halo players at this point in their careers, and that's saying something because they're still so young. It feels like they still have so much to accomplish. But here and now, looking at these guys, the level of Halo that they played, I'm not sure if anyone has played to the level that we're seeing Cloud9 play.
No, and that is actually the grand final celebration pose that you guys can get your hands on with the Twitch drops as well, that Cloud9 are doing right now, which is absolutely amazing. There we go. There it is. I mean, these guys, they are absolutely lights out. There's nobody that can quite live up to this potential that Cloud9 are pushing forward in-game. Gaskin, some wise words for Cloud9 at the moment and what you're feeling.
I think they are pretty much untouchable. I think they're going to be on Cloud9. I think they're going to be at the top of their of the world, and it's about how they move on from this point, because there's two directions it can go. They can either continue to practice and try and dominate online tournaments and really just have so much hunger for it, or they can be like, oh, we've done enough. Like, we're the best. We don't really need to practice. No one's really touching us. And that might just allow the other teams to catch up a little bit, because they might just take a little bit of a break, not play as much. Might just allow these teams to creep in and swoop something away from them. But judging from what I heard in that video, in that interview, I think this is a squad who want to go back to back to back to back. They want to be a dynasty. They want to be a team who dominates Halo Infinite throughout its entirety.
Yeah, I think they want to continue to prove that they are the best in the world. And Walshy, you know, what they've managed to accomplish so far this season, and we're early doors in our season as well, which is really, really exciting, I think, if you are a Halo fan. But they have a target on their head now. You know, that's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of teams that you hear in all of our interviews we've seen across the weekend, like, we can potentially take down Cloud9. Like, we can do this. I think we're the team. I think we're the team to do it. And we've heard it so many different times. You know, what does that do to these guys? Does it give them a hunger, even more so, to continue to be that target, to you know, continue to be that team on top?
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, you have a target on your back. Teams are studying your strategies more than anyone else out there. And so they're going to have different counters. They're coming straight for you. At the same time, though, it's a vote of confidence. You're going to all these tournaments knowing that what you're doing is working. Your team is on top of the world. And I don't think these guys are going to let off the gas pedal. They want to go all the way to this first Halo World Championship in Halo Infinite.
They do indeed. We're going to check out some of the highlights from that grand final there. It did end in a fashion that Optic obviously are a little bit disappointed with. They were very close to actually resetting the bracket. You know, they were edging closer and closer to Cloud9, and they were matching them in some sort of sense here. What did you make of the gameplay of the series?
I think Game 2 was the must-win game for Optic, especially in a best-of-7. You got to figure out a way to close that Slayer out, and unfortunately, 50-49 Renegade shown once again. I mean, he talks about his ice nonstop, and it's for good reason, because he consistently provides those opportunities for us to witness. Because, I mean, they win that Game 2, and they're looking ahead in the series after that Game 5. And that would have been a completely different story, but Cloud9 never really on their back feet, always playing with the advantage and the comfort that they are in the driver's seat.
Also, the bizarre CTF where Optic had a lead until, like, what, 1 minute remaining, and then suddenly Cloud9 come back into it. It just seems to be happening several times for these teams who go for that defensive approach. And because you've got these CTF maps where you can play a little bit more defensive, teams are like, oh, okay, well, we've got 3-4 minutes, we're holding on, maybe we only need one more. But then suddenly it just generates a little bit of extra aggression from these squads, and Cloud9 just went, I guess we should cap a flag now.
Yeah.
And that followed.
It was also really interesting to hear the comms from you guys in the green room as we were watching the grand final. And, you know, there were so many different moments I could hear you guys shouting like, okay, you got 3 dead, do something with it, use it. You know, on the side of Optic, they did capitalize on those moments. We saw that in CTF going into that overtime. You know, they did manage to push through, and the second they did have an inch over Cloud9, they took that opportunity. And I think that's a huge thing for Optic to carry forward here, is to really still build upon that, build upon the flexibility that we've seen them kind of give us this weekend. And it also happened again in Slayer. I mean, the Aquarius Slayer was absolutely amazing. That was Cloud9's game. But Optic completely turned that around. What did you see out of Optic there at the end? You know, that really kind of give you some hope for this team going forward.
Well, they went toe-to-toe with Cloud9. Yes, Cloud9 came out ahead throughout the majority of those games, but there were still a lot of close games that Optic dropped. And as Clutch was saying, you need to close out those close ones. When you lose a 50-49 Slayer in the grand finals of a tournament, you're likely not winning that series. That's just the reality of how close these teams are. I just have to say, it's such a privilege seeing such high-level play between these two squads.
Unbelievable.
It's just so much fun. You see every shot hit. You see every movement done with precision and reason.
And also, we saw EUnited come so close to Optic as well in the previous series. Again, coming down to 1 kill, 1 flag cap. I mean, if we're starting to see several of these series now, grand finals, winner finals, losers finals, if they can all become, you know, going all the way to Game 5 or at least having really close series, it's just going to push Cloud9 even further.
Yeah, it will indeed. And I'll tell you what, to push Cloud9 a little bit further, you can't do it without the likes of Renegade. He's our AMD power performance, and rightfully so. This guy is just unbelievable to watch. He's so nasty on the sticks. And as an opponent, I mean, he spells trouble. I mean, he is so hard to shut down. He not only does he get all of the kills, but he literally doesn't die. I mean, it's so difficult to play against him. And you know, what we saw there in the grand final was just absolutely epic stuff from Renegade overall. I mean, you're looking at this Street Slayer here, and him with the Stalker rifle. It's just something that is just unmatched.
I mean, I called it when I saw it the first time. Renegade jumps up confidently, able to know that it's 49-49. I trust myself. My team trusts me to get the kill, and that's exactly what he does here. This player is weak. He's got that information. Renegade, when he's got information, he plays so perfect.
Yeah, he does indeed. I mean, the information that he is able to kind of retain from his team, but also give to his team. We see him in so many different situations. I love the way he prioritizes things as well. And I think he's such an all-round player. I think if you wanted to talk about somebody who can do it all, Mr. Do It All, I would honestly put that title on Renegade. Would you agree, Dan?
Either that or Dave Walsh. I mean,
that's true. Yeah.
It's close, but I guess, you know, Renegade, he's doing it all right now. Dave did it all about 50 years ago. But now we start to move forward to, you know, a new legacy, a new dynasty. And I think these guys, you know, they are on the horizon of being one of those squads that is just unmatchable. And if they are this dominant this early on, when the meta is starting to grow and develop, they will set the pace. They will create and divert this meta into whatever way they seem fit, because everyone is chasing them right now.
Yeah, as we begin to wrap a bow on this weekend, the most exciting thing for me, though, is the amount of competition we do have in Halo. Yes, Cloud9 looks dominant. Yes, they have won the last 6 tournaments now, but there are about 5 teams here in North America that are going to give them a run for their money for the rest of the year. I expect everyone to put in a little bit more work, and with that, we're going to see a little bit of different results, I think, in the future, but obviously Cloud9 on top for now.
Indeed. We had a lot of work this weekend from all of our teams here. Let's take a quick look, though, at the bracket and see exactly how it ended. We had the job being done by Cloud9 through and through. My goodness, literally from day one, they were working their way through the winners. I mean, the pool play was just absolutely amazing. Didn't give any teams really an inch here. And then straight into the winners here, going all the way through to the grand finals. They did not let that bracket reset happen. That was denied. And they do win this whole thing 4-2. Absolutely huge in that best of 7 as well. So amazing stuff. And I think another thing that you can kind of talk about here, Gaskin, as well, as we look at the elimination bracket is, you know, you said it was a true test, that best of 7. You know, it's testing teams and their capability throughout all maps and modes. You have such a huge variation there. And Cloud9 just proving it all, proving that they really do have what it takes no matter what situation, no matter what series layout.
Yeah, Cloud9 are the strongest team when it comes to every single game type that's available in this game right now, and I think that's what a lot of these teams can learn from. What is the practice schedule? What is the practice regime like for this Cloud9 roster as we take a look at just how much money they've taken away? I mean, 150k to split between all of these teams, I think is amazing for a regional, by the way, and the fact it was boosted up with the extra 25k from crowdfunding. Cloud9 would be delighted to walk away with 54 grand.
Oh yeah, it's a ton of money. You can also see the HCS points on the right there as well, which is also going to feed into the rest of our season, right? You know, we have Pro Series starting up again very soon, and you know they're gonna feel themselves pretty much going into that one. They're gonna be feeling pretty confident. So I'm excited. It's also interesting to hear Penguins say like you know, we did a thing online as well, and we're not very good online. Well, that's terrifying to hear, isn't it, for all the other teams, considering they're meant to be really rubbish online. I don't know if that's a major cap or not, but I've got to say they need to be a bit confident going into the Pro Series coming up soon. But it's been absolutely amazing, and gentlemen, you guys have been stellar all weekend, no pun intended, with our champions Cloud9 on the main stage. But it's been an absolute pleasure having you, and everyone at home, thank you so much for tuning in. Your champions of Anaheim 2022 are Cloud9. Who would have thought it? I thought it. Just going to put it out there right now. I thought it. And stay tuned for Twitter as well. We'll get that one out on the results for your favorite casters and see exactly who took the tally there on all of our predictions. But thank you so much for joining us all weekend. We will see you next time with some world-class Halo as we get the Pro Series up and going once again. But thank you so much, and we'll see you very soon.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.